So the mighty mountain begins a global journey as the very best in sim racing do battle over 5 thrilling rounds on 5 virtual continents. We visit Kyalami, Suzuka, Indianapolis, and we of course visit Spa for the iconic 24-hour race. But the season begins with a trip down under and a test that will remain in the memory all season long. Up and over the top of Mount Panorama again and again with nearly 50 of the fastest teams on Assetto Corsa Competizione doing battle, I have no doubt, right up until the checkered flag. Not quite the 24-hour race yet, though, but certainly a bigger test than an 8-hour race. It is, of course, the 12 Hours of Bathurst, round number 1 of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series powered by Mobileye. With qualifying underway and the tricky nature of overtaking looming large around here, the pressure is all thrown onto one driver from each team to take top honours and lead our way onto the mountain for the first time. Who will be on top? Your guess is as good as mine. Thankfully, I'm not the only one taking wild guesses here in the commentary booth. My name is Lewis McGlade. Alongside me in the commentary booth for the opening stint is Tobin Lee. Tobin, who's going to get pole?
Yeah, well, that's going to be a tough thing. I mean, you already mentioned how much of a guesswork that's going to be. But to be fair, I think given this is the first race of the season, I think everything's going to become clear in this quali session that we hop into afterwards.
Certainly so. We'll take a look into the session. As I said, slightly delayed, so thank you for staying with us. We'll take a look at the entry list from this. A lot of big names on here as well. Mercedes-AMG Esports having Unicorns of Love and the Haupt Racing team by Unicorns of Love. Of course, McLaren Veloce, the champions of the previous season. You've obviously got Williams Esports in there. A couple of teams in the silver category to keep an eye on. Teams like West Competition Racing. Of course, we do know that there'll be a lot of fans out there for Yaz Heat. It was birthday boy for Jaroslav Honzik yesterday, as it was for Robbie Stapleford, if memory serves. A lot of big teams in this. You can see the 296 there right at the top of the list on this screen. They're going to be looking strong in the silver category. It is a very strong entry list, particularly in that pro category. And again, qualifying is going to be king around here. It is a difficult circuit at the best time. Here is a look at what is going on in qualifying at the moment. Presently, Tobias Grunewold is on the pole position with a 2:1:35. Quite far ahead, to be honest, of Luke Whitehead and that McLaren that I do know is pretty fast around here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Mercedes pretty strong around here as well, if my memory serves correctly from when I was driving. And so I think, you know, it depends on who can hook up the lap as well, because Bathurst is one of those tracks where when you hook up the lap, especially on the downhill section, I've found when I was driving, there's a lot of time to be unlocked, and it looks like that number 14 Mercedes is really doing a great job of that so far.
Yeah, obviously it is quite a long qualifying session. Obviously you join us here with 12 minutes left to go. We're on board with Jordan Sherritt going up the hill, and let's just take a little look over the mountain. So we've gone through Griffin's Bend up towards the cutting, double apex left-hander here, so you bring it back over to the left-hand side. A little wide there for Sherritt, but nothing too bad. Up through Quarry towards the likes of Solomon Park and towards McPhillamy. It's a fantastic breathless part of the circuit. Through the left-hander, going through the dip up towards McPhillamy Park. Brilliant corner when you get it right. You've got the wall on the right-hand side to greet you if you make a mistake. Through McPhillamy and towards Skyline, not too far out wide there. Good. Look pretty tidy over the top from Jordan Sherritt. Through the S's down towards the Dipper. See if he gets this one right. Just about. And then obviously through Forest Elbow and out onto Conrod Straight. It's looking like a fairly tidy lap, but is tidy good enough on a grid like this? Needs to make up 0.2 of a second. We'll get a decent amount of slipstream here that could assist on that lap time. But I'm not sure slipstream will affect you too much around here in qualifying.
Well, it does and it doesn't. I think it's like Bathurst is very much like a track of two halves. It's like on these straights, obviously you gain a lot, but if you're in the dirty air of another car ahead in the mountain section, then it can make it really tricky to hook it up. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a huge amount of time there. So kind of getting that balance there with where you actually place your car, on the track for the quali session is actually really important as well, and it's something that people will, I'm sure, be finding out.
Walsingham's just improved into 10th position. Here's a look at David Tinnett, so we know that'll definitely be a driver that's a fan favourite in the number 63, the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team car, right up and over the top. This was a car that started out very strong last year around here. Out a little too wide though, going through McPhillamy. I'm not convinced this is going to be particularly good. That said, I do remember 2017 Scott McLaughlin dipped 2 wheels out over the top of McPhillamy and still set an absolutely blistering time. That was in real life. I thought it would be the same on ACC. We'll have to wait and see. There was no improvement, by the way, from Sherratt, who remains in a 2:03.25 and still in 4th position. But there has been an improvement up towards the front, as I think Mikhail Stuksenko has gone to 2nd with his previous lap time at a 2:02. Still not within a 10th of pole though.
Yeah, that's quick. It's also a worthy shout out that I think this is the first SRO event where the new Ferrari has been taking place. So it'll be interesting, that obviously the 296. It'll be interesting to see how it gets on amongst all the more established cars that we've seen in previous seasons here.
Yeah, I think it was used in the Sim Pro series as well as in the European Esports. This is certainly the first time we've seen it endurance racing wise. We can see it in the trustworthy hands of a slightly older Jaroslav Honzik. That wasn't quite so ideal. Speaking of the European Sprint Series, by the way, this was the driver who took victory in that first round at Monza a couple of weeks ago, Tinko van der Velde, going through the chase. He has been very strong so far in 2023, almost basically the form man coming into it with some of the stuff that he's done in the Alpine Esports Series, as well as some of the stuff that he's done within SRO Esports and just generally here on ACC. So a bit of pressure onto Tinko van der Velde's shoulders. So currently he is outpacing his teammate in Dara McCormack. He's presently in 8th position. Van der Velde across the line, not to improve on the time. But of course, his teammate in that 555, which is a special livery, by the way, for this round, because there has been 5 years of Williams Esports in sim racing. They have a livery to commemorate that. Nicholas Herban, who we're on board with right now, in the very distinctive pink of the Unicorns of Love Haupt Racing Team crossover.
Yeah, it's big events all round, really, isn't it?
It really is. It really is.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what I can add that's too productive on top of that, but it's nice to see though that these esports teams like Williams are really getting into the groove now, and I think the whole industry as a whole is momentum's coming behind it. It's really good. Yeah,
it really is. Like I say, for a lot of these teams, they're taking part in big events, basically left, right, and centre. Let's see if there's going to be any improvements from Nick Herban, but I don't believe so. Tringale coming up and over the top. Robbie Stapleford returned into the pit lane, getting ready for his final stint. He celebrated his 10th birthday. We'll go with that. Yesterday, so it's fine. Obviously, it's nice. There's a few birthdays out there on the grid. Robbie Stapleford being one of them. It is. Let's just be clear as well. This is a very difficult circuit, right? We all know that. I think we've both driven it a fair few times. To say that if you were a second off of pole, you'd be in 35th, even around here, like that is close. Like that is genuine. That is insanely close. Yeah, that is a testament, I think, to the quality of the field. Because you're so right. It's so easy to lose 5/10ths around here compared to most tracks, and so yeah, that field spread is testament to the quality. But there's also big names all the way up and down the entire field, so I think it goes without saying this is obviously the series that it is, and so the quality is always there, but this is going to be close. Yeah, I mean, you said a few names a little further down. When you look at Darren King, who I know will be a bit of a fan favourite, 36th. At the moment on the grid, that's certainly not ideal. Elvin Smith as well in the Rocket Sim Sports Bradman Esports crossover, sat in 35th. Robbie Stapleford only in 26th. 8/10 of pole. That is quite a lot further than I would expect Robbie Stapleford to be a pole. I know he can be pretty quick around here as well. There are some big names though that like you say are even further down than this. a mega grid. Mohammed Alif across the line, 39th position in one of the pro cars, that one being the HPD Yaz Pro. I can't remember which way round there, whether that one's the blue or the red. I believe that is the blue car, and the red one is the one being driven by Nicholas Hillebrand. A little bit of a look further up. There are no big switches towards the top, but there has been an improvement. Luke Whitehead did get down to a 2-minute .1, which would have been good enough for pole if Tobias Grunewald didn't almost get his way into the 159s. He's done a 2-minute .002, an incredible lap time from Grunewald.
Yeah, the times are coming down. It's really close. It's really close. But I think, as we've mentioned, though, there is everyone's so close in the top 30. But it looks like the leader, with a full 10th nearly over Luke Whitehead, is testament as well to the speed that the current pole sitter has.
It's seriously, it's a ridiculous time. The fact of like we've said before, 1 second separates like the top 30 or so, but there's actually a whole third of that, 0.3 of a second, that's separating first from fifth, which means that everyone else behind that is compressed in such a tiny 7/10 gap for around about 30 cars. So if you can find a couple of tenths, you're not going to move forward 1 or 2 positions. You're probably going to move forward 4, 5 positions just from a single tenth, which is why everyone's going to be fighting for those extra final few tenths over the last 4.5 minutes left of this session. Chris Yvette out towards the line, currently sat 7 tenths off of pole. No real improvement across the line, but still decent consistency as he hits it. Here's the Jean Lacey Esports team. Oh, I do quite like the livery on it. I like the fact I've got a bit more blue on that. Top marks.
Yeah, it looks fire. To be fair, like liveries all up and down the grid are really solid this year. There's a lot of cool colours, bright colours, like even that purpley pink one ahead. That, forgive me, I don't actually know which team that is off the top of my head, but there we go.
I think it might be the West Competition Racing, but again, new season, so some teams are bringing in new liveries. So again, it is West Competition Racing. It will take us a little while to get up to speed with everyone's livery, so let's not panic too much. Xenon Racing, Leon Gustat coming up towards the chase. Again, we'll pull it over onto this sort of little bit on the left-hand side. I've seen some people not use that, right? Because they tell me that it doesn't actually gain you really any time at all. And I say, stop being so boring. It's so good to throw it left, then you throw it through the chase. So, each to their own on that.
Yeah, it's driver preference, very much so. But I think some people will send it. Hopefully, there's no incidents caused by that movement.
Yeah, I mean, were you one of the people that would throw it left before throwing it right?
Yeah. You have to. It's exactly. Rude not to, really, isn't it? It's
exactly
for a reason.
Exactly. You're racing drivers at the end of the day. You've got to use all of the circuit. So we're looking here at David Tanitsa. That car behind is the car that presently is on pole position. So we'll be getting a little bit of a tow, Will, Tobias Grunewald. But David Tanitsa struggling a little bit over the top. This is exactly what you were saying, is that, yes, sure, on Mountain Straight and on the Conrod, you do want the tow, but over the top of the mountain, the dirty air that spat off from the car ahead is not ideal. Here's Elvin Smith, 36th on the road in the Rocket Sim Sports Brabham Esports crossover as he heads down towards the final complex. Is there going to be any major improvements from anyone to get inside the top 10? At the moment, the top 10, Grunewald, Whitehead, Stetsenko, Sherritt, McCormack, who did actually improve ahead of his teammate Tinko van der Velde, then Huben, Abeladze, then Petrochenko, and then Nauyok's on the cusp at the back end of the top 10. No one improving to get in there at the moment. There is only 2 minutes left in the session. This is make or break for some of these teams. You do not want to start in the mid-pack, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I mentioned almost tongue-in-cheek incidents earlier, but obviously not hoping incidents happen at all. But from my experience, this is a track where, especially when you've got so many cars on the grid, on that first lap, it's pretty terrifying being in the middle of the field. It goes without saying, of course. But if you can get out of that cluster, I think your actual chance of survival is infinitely higher. I'm not saying that, by the way, that there's a high risk of crashes because of the driver quality, but just simply because of the nature of this track and how many cars there are. So definitely something that people will be thinking in the back of their mind, I'm sure, in this quali session. So, yeah.
We are getting some improvements here. I've just seen George Cherritt's just gone up to 3rd position. I did see Yonkers in the West Competition racing car had gone up to 9th as well. We obviously saw the improvement there from the John Lacey Esports Academy car. Darren King behind the wheel. Got to say the Ferrari is a slightly better livery today. I think it's fun. Anyway, we'll look towards the top though, because at the moment, roughly running a 10th up is Whitehead. Stutsenko's just improved his way into 3rd. Tobias Gronewold's session is done. He cannot improve from a 2-minute .002. Luke Whitehead is trying to get pole position here at the mountain. He's getting slipstream from the Unicorns of Love's teammate in the Haupt Racing Team Unicorns of Love crossover for the Mercedes-AMG team. Let's see what Luke Whitehead can do across the line. He punched his way out there, and it is good enough for pole. A 59.942, 600ths of a second, and the champs go to the top.
What a lap. Only man in the 159s as well. It's a fair play. What a great lap. And obviously hooked it all up, and that little toe at the end may have influenced the lap time, but to be honest, from looking at the sectors, it's spot on.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling, like say, it would have been like that toe came very late in the lap. You're maybe going to find a 100th or 2 from it, not 600ths. That was a mega lap time from Whitehead, pieced together very well. David Tinitza through the final couple of corners. Fleischer also improving into 19th position. Tinitza down into the final corner. This is not where the 63 would have expected themselves to be, of course. The Automobili Lamborghini Esports team, see what Tinitza could do across the line. It is only good enough for 20th. That, I can tell you, is not what they were expecting to do on the return to the mountain, as I'll see Pulse Simsport come across the line. It's frustrating when you don't get the qualifying right in this, and then you're starting in the mid-pack of a nearly 50 car strong field, Tobin. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Tinitza's shoulders. He's been moved down now to 21st.
Yeah, I mean, that's... To be honest, I'd be a bit nervous in that point of in that position in the field. But again, it does lend itself to, if you keep your head cool around here, they've clearly got race pace. Keep yourself out of trouble, and you never know what can happen. It could be that there's stuff that happens ahead, and then that's opportunity then to get through and get into that kind of top 10 really, and then run in those positions. So it's not all over by any stretch of the imagination.
No, certainly not. I mean, this is a 12-hour race at the end of the day, so there is still plenty of racing. VS Racing by Ballas Esports coming down towards the final complex in their Lamborghini as they push their way out towards the line. Yamulo behind the wheel, 14th onto the sheets. That was quite nice. Last car, the HPD Yaz Pro blue car, Mohammed Alif out across the line, comfortably ahead of his teammate in Nicholas Hillebrand as he'll cross the line. He'll move his way slightly up the order, but the first pole position in 2023 in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series powered by Mobileye will go the way of McLaren Veloce and, of course, Luke Whitehead. I have actually just seen there has been an improvement late on. We might not have caught it. I think Dara McCormack has actually just gone to 4th and Niels Niox has just gone to 7th.
Yeah,
at least on my timesheets. That might not be 100%, so don't quote me on it.
Yeah, I got that through too. It looks like some really late improvements, which is brilliant. Look at that. I mean, that's some big moves at the end. And, P4 and P7 for Dara and Nils, respectively. That's good positions to be in. But all around the grid, to be honest, that was an epic qualifying.
Well, let's take a look at our starting order. McLaren Veloce on the pole position. Don't worry, team has been found. That, of course, will be the Mercedes AMG Esports team Unicorns of Love. It's because they're the number 4 on the entry list, and they've joined as the number 14. Classic. ITB Centerlock Racing will start from 3rd position. The Mercedes AMG team Williams Esports with that late improvement from Dara McCormack starting from 4th. We'll just flick through some of the big names on there. Of course, Scuderia Ferrari Esports, the Unicorns of Love, they're the other team, the one that was the Haupt Racing team, will start from 6th. BMW M Team BS Competition in 7th. Williams Esports, SMP Racing, and then the BMW Romania Team West Competition Racing inside the top 10 inside the top lot of the qualifying. We'll take a look down the order because we do know that there will be some plenty of teams and stuff that did not qualify well through all this. Again, the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team. You can tell whether they're a silver or a pro, by the way, whether they have the in brackets the S marking. So you can see that Lamborghini is in a sea of silver drivers. That is not where they would have expected themselves to be in the opening qualifying session. G2 Esports as well, a little bit further down the road than they would have expected in that qualifying session. So a big shame for them. Robbie Stableford only managing to get 25th onto the board. The Jean Lacey Esports team silver in 31st position. I think just not too far around where their teammates are as well. HPD Yaz Pro struggling a little bit as well, both the blue and the red car. Blue just being in 39th, red being a little bit further back from that. The Odox Motorsports Honda as well. I'm not sure this is particularly a great circuit for the NSX this year. It does go up and down the order. There has been times when it's been one of the strongest, and other times where it's seemed a little weaker. It does seem as though it's leaning slightly more towards that at the moment. But yeah, I can't throw any more superlatives at Luke Whitehead there after a fantastic lap time. Took it right at the death of the session. That's got to be, like, I mean, you'll probably know from your experience driving, when you're on that final lap, you know you're improving, you're coming down towards the chase, towards that final braking zone at Murray's, your heart is pounding out of your chest. How do you kind of keep focused and all that?
Yeah, I mean, you're completely right, especially around here, because if you can get through the mountain section, which was the big thing for me when I was driving anyway, in terms of keeping the pressure on, well, if you come out of the mountain and you're up, I think... to be honest, there's no real way to that I found that worked in containing your nerves. I kind of just sent it, just tried not to mess up. Like, that's all you can really do. And Luke really did send it, and it absolutely worked. So, fair play.
See, I've always said, like on broadcasts and stuff, that when I was driving, whenever I was on a good lap time, I in any qualifying session, I would always turn off as much on-screen information as possible. I'd turn off the deltas, I'd turn off the tyre tip, I'd turn off whatever I could to make sure that it was just me and the car, right? Because I've always said, especially at this level, right? The drivers, and again, you'll definitely know this. You're faster than me, mate. The drivers don't need to be told whether they're on a good lap or not. They know when they're on a good lap. You know when you've nailed the mountain. You know when you've nailed Skyline. You've thrown it through a little faster than normal. It's gripped up. So you don't need the delta up. So it's kind of like getting rid of it, because it just helps, at least what I found, it just helps you focus a little bit more on what you're doing.
Yeah, to be fair, a lot of drivers do that. I think some prefer to see it. Like I was someone where, and I know lots of others are the same, where by having the delta, yes, it potentially puts the pressure a bit more, on the driver when you're in the moment. But by having the information there, you at least know that if you're a bit down, then you can take more risk and then calculate it like that.
Yeah.
Or if you're up, then just, it goes either way. But either way, I think something that happened to me, and I'd be interested to speak to other drivers and see if it happened to them as well. But it's like on a lap, you get kind of tunnel vision, and like I remember only being able to see like an apex, and like my brain would do something weird because of the pressure being so high. So yeah, sim racing, it's no joke, man. It's no joke.
It really isn't. It's kind of one of those things where it's I've tried to explain this to a few people, where it's kind of like, why do you sweat so much in sim racing? I was like, yeah, but it's because of all the wheels. It is actually quite a physical thing. I was like, no. It's a lot of it is just like, it's that mental focus, that kind of pressure you put on yourself. That's what makes you sweat. The amount that you think over a height. And to be fair, for quite a lot of people, me, overthink most of the time. And it's so easy to do. And I kind of get where you're coming from. Like I kind of liked it was tunnel vision. I would kind of ignore anything else. But it's where even the slightest distraction, a car off in the distance, a slight noise outside of my room that I'd not heard before, or something like anything like that can rip me out of that tunnel vision, and suddenly I'm now no longer in rhythm. Some people were not like that. I definitely was easily distracted.
Yeah, those moments of people like crashing ahead are awful. It's so sad when you're in such a good rhythm and then just something random will just happen, and then it makes it so difficult to concentrate. But another kind of funny thing that I guess I remember having to face, that maybe you do as well, Lewis, when you decide that you're going to drive rather than commentate, right. if that happens, and then but is when you're on that moment, you're nervous, you're in your own head, a bit like what I would do all the time, and you start shaking a little bit. Like I found that when you're sim racing, and like often my foot would struggle to brake in the same way on like the ultra like high pressure laps, and that can be like really difficult as well. I wonder if it's the same in real cars, so we'll see.
No, I kind of see. I have that on the particularly on the start of a race. It's why in at this level, this should not happen. These are good enough drivers that this absolutely shouldn't be the case. When you're like doing your first few sim races, especially, or like even some of the high pressure stuff like this, sometimes like my left leg particularly would shake so much that I couldn't brake consistently, and it was terrifying. Again, we're taking a little look at some of our drivers. Of course, as is a classic tradition with Bathurst, we are starting really early in the morning. Track is cold. We will be racing up and over the mountain. The sun will be rising up over the first couple of hours, and that is going to be blinding for some of the drivers as we head into a day of racing. Luke Whitehead again will start this one from pole position. Tobias Grunewald, Kamil Pawlowski, Dara McCormack inside that, moving up quite late inside that, but that lap time from Whitehead was so impressive. As we move our way down the field, you can see some of the drivers that will be very disappointed with their qualifying session. It is an enormous grid, but every single one of these cars, basically anyone below 10th probably isn't particularly pleased with where they are in the session, especially if they're below 10th within their respective class. Again, a reminder, there are two classes of racing in here. We have the pro class, which will be noted by the white box with the black number in it on the tower, and then the silver class, which spookily enough will be the silver box with the white number in it on the tower. They are fighting for their own respective championships. They are fighting for their own glory here on the mountain, but they're all fighting in the same race. And let's be honest, if you go side by side with a pro driver and you're a silver, you're still going to give them a good run for their money because, well, it's racing, isn't it?
Yeah, and while we've been talking about that, the grid walk is still continuing, and there's plenty more cars to go past. It is unbelievable how many cars there are around here. It's going to be a busy track for a full 12 hours.
It really, really is. Like I say, we're getting down towards the back of the grid, the nitty gritty, where we're seeing the likes of Wild Things Racing there on the right. We know they've got some decent pace. They struggled quite a bit in the qualifying session. We said about the HPD Yaz Pro car. You can see towards the front, like I say, pressure's really, really building, but really thrown onto the shoulders of Whitehead. He's got Pawlowski directly behind him. I've got to say, Pawlowski a bit under the radar a little bit. Of course, for some of you that haven't known about like how some of the teams and drivers have changed, particularly over the last 6 or so months. A new team kind of entered the fray in sim racing. There's obviously been quite a few of those. But ITB, Into the Breach, is an esports team that's come into sim racing. They've taken quite a lot of decent drivers, including Kamil Pawlowski, Mikhail Statsenko, and Mateusz Tuszkiewicz. It is a strong team in that ITB car. So just as much as like you might not have seen that livery before, you might not have seen that name, they are no joke. They are coming here and aiming for the big stuff. They have big drivers and they are aiming for the victory around here. Don't know how much I rate their chances because there are so many other drivers and teams on this grid where it's like I couldn't pick a winner out of this. So I'm going to force you to. Who's going to win?
Well, look, you've got to look at the McLaren Veloce car. That is, you know, the whole team over there. They're all quick drivers. The McLaren, I mean, how many McLarens are there? Is it just the one?
I believe so. There's another one in 43rd, the 996.
Okay. Well, there's very few McLarens, and they look strong. So could that be an advantage today? It could be. But either way, I think the pace is looking great, and so I'd probably put my money on the pole sitters.
I don't recall too many McLarens last year either in the Intercontinental GT Championship. In fact, I'm kind of looking at the results from last year. In the pro category, they were one of only 2 McLarens. And the only other one was the Yazzie car, which did have a couple of struggles throughout the year. And of course, that McLaren Veloce car did end up winning the title. So again, pressure's on their shoulders. They've got to start out the season strongly, but just because you win the first race doesn't mean you're going to win the championship, and just because you've got pole position does not mean you're going to win the first race. If I'm going to lean, because I'm going to do you pick McLaren Veloce. I'm going to go for the other car on the front row. I think Unicorns of Love. They'll be strong today. So that's my pick.
Yeah, those are some very creative predictions.
Yes, the front row of the grid.
Yeah. hopefully no one's too upset at that. But yeah, they're looking really good. There's a gap. They're confident, but like I keep alluding to, this track. I mean, literally anything can happen, especially on this section that the cars are getting into now.
Yeah, obviously everyone in chat, let us know who you think is going to be on top at the end of this 12-hour race. There is another little game that I've played with you and O'Leary a few times when it comes to prediction and stuff, which I like to call Chaos or Carnage. What are we going to get on the first lap? Are we going to get Chaos or Carnage?
Well, I'm going to be quite optimistic here. It's the first, it is the first race of the season, and so I think it's going to be relatively calm. I think it's going to be very polite.
You think calm? I actually, part of me thinks it will actually be surprisingly clean as well, because this is one thing with Bathurst stuff, where it's done at night time. You don't see quite as many crazy gung-ho moves coming down to Griffin's Bend. So I'm going to make a bold prediction here, and this is just to clarify, not the commentator's curse, doesn't exist. I don't think anyone will be backwards at the very least until the chase.
Well, that is optimistic.
That is optimistic.
Yeah.
That's belief in this level of grid, though.
Yeah, as it should be, because these guys are the best of the best on ACC, and many across sim racing, to be fair.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, we've got 12 hours to put onto the clock. We've got a lot of racing ahead of us. And we've got a big season as well, because again, as has been said, as I said before, at the early parts of the broadcast here in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series powered by Mobileye, we venture, weirdly enough, intercontinentally. We start here at Bathurst. We're also visiting the likes of Kyalami, of Indianapolis. We're also going to Spa, of course, for the 24 hours, which is going to be a thrilling run. We also go to Suzuka as well, which would be a nice 10-hour race. But it all starts here with the 12 hours of Bathurst. Some of the work has already been done in qualifying by Luke Whitehead to put that 9.12 on pole position, but it'll be Tobias Pfeffer starting alongside him in the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love. Cal Pavlovsky and the 555 of Dara McCormack. Williams Esports will be looking to take a special victory in a special livery after 5 years of Williams Esports in sim racing, but they've all got to beat that front row. Whitehead will bring it out of the final corner then, and the first race of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series powered by Mobileye will get underway here. The 12 hours of Bathurst is officially about to go green, and that race down towards Hell Corner for the first time. We are underway, and Whitehead will lead our way off, racing down towards that first corner. All of the funneling down too wide at the moment for the most of the mid-pack. Everyone just about tripping up over each other, but nothing too crazy in the mid-pack as we head up Mountain Straight up towards Griffin's Bend. Nice and tidy through the first corner, but Whitehead feeling the pressure. He's got bump drafting coming to the right-hand side of him. Pfeffer and Kamil Pavlovsky working together as Pfeffer's going to try and take over the race lead. The Mercedes-AMG Team Unicorns are up. Oh, there's a big moment, and McLaren Veloce have been out wide. It is chaos, and unfortunately for Whitehead, pole position has not been translated well. I wonder if there was contact between himself, Pfeffer and Pavlovsky, but that was massive drama for Whitehead, who dropped back into the 30s.
Yeah, that was a huge moment, and unfortunate commentator's curse there from me. But what happened, by the looks of it, is being on the outside coming into that corner around here, there's a lot of rubber on the ground, and it really does affect the grip levels, especially when it's cold, especially when it's night time, and especially when it's lap 1 before the track's really done in. So really unfortunate there.
Yeah, that was a very scary moment from Whitehead, but still, he is in the race. I said 30s, by the way, it was just where the graphic was. He is actually towards the back end of the top 10. He's dropped down to 9th position behind Arthur Camera. We're on board with Jordan Sherritt, who's got Dara McCormack now ahead, and it is a Mercedes 1-2, one of them for the Unicorns of Love, and one of them for the Williams Esports team, both of them Mercedes backed. And at the moment, I wonder what what would you do in Sherritt's boots right now? Would you try and go for a move straight away, or would you wait and let McCormack try and close up the Pfeffer?
I mean, it's quite difficult to say, is this happening?
Well, that's what happens when you bite off a little bit more than you could chew. Jordan Sherritt trying to get to the outside of McCormack, skipping over. Has McCormack spun around? There's a bit of flashing of lights from McCormack there to switch the position back. probably wasn't the wisest move from the South African there, but certainly gave it a go. All that means is they've lost now more time to the race. He's now got 2.4 seconds clear. You cannot let a team like Unicorns of Love run away in the opening lap of the race like that. That's in my opinion, that's a bit silly.
Yeah, free track round here is no joke. You can get some serious pace if you're on your own.
Well, we'll see. The 996, by the way, did go off the chase. That is the Drive Just Boys Racing team car, the other McLaren on this grid. They were a bit of an issue in the chase, so we've not quite seen quite as clean as I was expecting. But to be fair, it's not been crazy dirty. We did last until the chase before seeing at least one car completely off the road. It was just, of course, the slide from Whitehead, who again does remain inside the top 10 as they funnel their way around the mountain again. Do you think Whitehead might have damage from that?
I didn't get a clear enough view of how hard, if at all, he hit the outside wall. But if he did, he's got to have some form of aero damage. So, yeah, I'm hearing that there's a little bit of damage on the rear. It's quite hard to see, but that could, like, genuinely, rear aero around here is so important. It keeps the car flat to the floor. And when you're dealing with such elevation changes as this round here, we'll have to see what the kind of lap times that they're putting in, lap by lap, but hopefully it's okay for them.
They'll be able to repair it on the pit stop though, right?
They will, but it takes time.
Yeah.
And time around here is, track position is so important.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said before, it is quite hard to overtake around here. You've got one primary overtaking opportunity coming down here into the chase. And Dika Ramolana ahead of Chris Sievert at the moment as they race their way through the chase. At the moment, the Pulse car just out of the rear end. There might well be a move from Felix Tanzvinswa Hacker, who's trying to work his way. I've had a few chats with Felix. He's a nice guy, actually. Does some decent setups. At the moment, sat in 19th position for Pulse, looking to work his way through. So G2 with Isaac Price moving up a couple of positions here. Moving up to 23rd position. Of course, that car did start from 25th after struggles in qualifying. Battling with another pro car, though, in David Tinitza, who has actually gone backwards on the start.
Yeah, again, at this point in the race, though, to be honest, you've got two pros next to each other, Isaac Price, David Tinitza, but I think that ultimately their goal here is probably not too focused on actually fighting each other, because if it is, you're just putting yourself at risk, really, at this stage of the race. There's going to be a lot happening, and everyone's kind of running at the same pace. So normally I expect the engineers in both of those cars will be instructing the drivers to just kind of get into that rhythm, get settled, and try and just relax. It's a 12-hour race. You can't make or break the race. Although in Tobias Pfeffer's case, you actually maybe you can make or break your race with that kind of lead that he's pulling out of over McCormack.
Yeah, like I say, you can't let a team of that quality pull this gap out early, and unfortunately, yeah, things are looking pretty dire for 46 cars in this grid. It's just that one at the front. Got to say, by the way, shout out to Gary Paravani, who has posted a photograph in our little production chat to show us the rear damage on that McLaren. So big shout out to you, obviously king photographer here in the SO Esports stuff. It doesn't look that bad. It is literally, it's just a scratch. It doesn't look crazy to me. I would almost argue, at least from what we're seeing, again, it's not one-to-one or whatever. It's kind of one of those, as much as he'll know the car's broken, I don't think it'll affect his lap time, at least what I'm seeing.
No, it looks like they got away with it, to be honest, because it could so easily be so much more. And yeah, it turns out actually that McLaren is still the 7th fastest car in a straight line at the moment, and so they've still got good pace. It'll be interesting to see whether they actually decide to repair it in the pit stops, because especially at this point, as I mentioned, track position so important. They're still lapping in the mid 201s, which actually is only 4/10ths off the lead car at the moment in that P9 McLaren. So it's looking not as bad as it could be.
I've got to say, I do think Whitehead's actually being held up by Arthur Camara at the moment. He's now 1.1 seconds off the back of Lars Kisser. Got to say as well, we did just see the final parts of the overtake. Jordan Sherritt has made his way past Dara McCormack McCormick a little slow on the previous lap, obviously, that overtake. We'll take a look at the replay, though, of the race start, and we can kind of start picking out some of the pieces here. The race down towards the first corner was pretty clean, on board with Whitehead as well, who got going well. But I'm wondering what happened here at Hell Corner, because as they come through, obviously there were two wide off the corner. A little bit of contact, but it was this part here. Pavlovsky just gets in behind Tobias Pfeffer and starts basically pushing him up the mountain. I think that Mercedes is pretty fast in a straight line when it's in clean air comparatively to the rest, and so working its way through here. But this is the important bit: is there contact? It's very hard to tell because it's night time. I'm not sure.
That looked like.
Surely it was. Surely it was. I don't know.
I think it's that rubber on the outside that I mentioned. I think that the grip level is just so much lower out there, and it must have just caught them out.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is that a driver of Whitehead's calibre, I don't normally suspect made a mistake. Which is why I'm sure there must have been contact. The only way to really see it is like riding on board with Pavlovsky. That's the only way to really see whether there was contact in that kind of move, yay or nay, because obviously that'll be the one that clears it up. Obviously, it is night time, so it's quite hard to tell. But yeah, I don't. I just Whitehead just doesn't seem like the kind of driver that would make that kind of mistake. If you get what I mean. We all make mistakes. That's fair enough.
Yeah, well, and again, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it was necessarily a mistake as such, because it's just like lap one. It's like the track is tough around here, especially offline. You won't have practiced it too much, and I'm not saying I am accidentally making it sound like I'm blaming him. Don't get me wrong, I'm not, but it's tough.
Oh, well, he might well lose out another position here in Griffin's Bend, because Jakob Osterman's got to the inside with him racing, making its way through, and the McLaren Veloce car dropping back now into 10th position. Jordan Sherritt, by the way, is flying at the moment. Just at a 2-minute 1 flat, a 2-minute 1.000. That was faster than Tobias Pfeffer by a quarter of a second, which at this stage of the race is quite a big margin, trying to drag down that nearly 3-second gap and pulling along Dara McCormack with him. Pfeffer might start feeling the pressure in the near future of Jordan Sherritt charging. And like I said before, it's very important for basically the entire train second backwards to work their way as a team back up to Tobias Pfeffer, just courtesy of Pfeffer kind of pulling away a little bit right now and kind of making them feel a little scared.
Yeah, no, 100%. And what I'm seeing at the moment is that this field at the moment, it's like the leaders are starting to really put the hammer down, and it sounds obvious, but I think I'm really curious to see how that pace retains, whether people settle back into a certain race pace that's a bit more safe, rather than just flat out pushing. But Jordan's absolutely flying in the Ferrari P2. I'll be watching that gap, seeing what happens with it.
Yeah, I mean, we are kind of, again, this is kind of, the teams will always do this anyway. We are, some teams have been saying that maybe the Ferrari has better race pace overall than the Mercs. These are kind of things that chop and change all the time. Basically, whatever your car you're in is the worst car on the grid, and everyone else is in an OP machine. That's normally where I found things in sim racing. That's normally how things go. But side by side, I think that might have been the Visceral car going out a little wide, going into Hell Corner. Just maybe attacking that grass on the right hand side a little bit too much. Looking at Remvelt and Esports, there's some side by side as well up ahead. I think that might be Tanitsa battling it out with Metropolis and Bischoff heading up towards Griffin's Bend. So there's plenty of side by side in that mid pack 24th and around that area. I think Isaac Price might be in there as well. Two of those pro cars trying to work their way through the silver order and having a large struggle in doing so.
Yeah, 100%. And again, it's just looking like there's stuff. It looks like action's just on the edge of happening all over the pack. Like looking at the field, I'm just waiting for another moment. I can feel it in the air, not to curse it, but fingers crossed.
I mean, how frustrating, to explain to some of these people at home, how frustrating must this be for the likes of Isaac Price, Everton, it's Darren King, who are all pro category cars, right? And the way, if you've never joined us here in the S4 Esports Intercontinental GT Challenge, if you didn't join us last year or whatever, effectively the two classes are separate. They're obviously in the same race, they're in the same class of car, they're both in GTs, but let's say, for example, Isaac Price is in 11th position in class, he only gets points for finishing in 10th position in class. So the next few positions for the likes of Price, Tanitsa and King, those next few positions, they have to work really hard to get through, but they actually don't gain them anything. They don't get any extra points. They don't get any extra anything from doing so. They have to work their way through. It must be so frustrating.
Yeah, 100%. And, the amount of practice as well that goes into prepping and getting ready for this race, all the setup work, and then all the effort. And it's a lot of effort, but what it also is a lot of risk. Because, again, every move that any car will make around here, there's an element of risk to it coming offline, as we saw earlier. It's a big deal. And so to risk your position as well over other cars in a different class that you're not fighting, it's tough, but it's also the beauty of this kind of endurance racing.
Yeah, it's what a lot of them love about it, especially when you're racing around a circuit. I mean, I've got to say, I say it pretty much every time we go racing at Bathurst, I still maintain Bathurst is the #1 track on the planet. Absolutely love the place. It's just that risk, taking it over the top, judging it to perfection, getting the millimetre accuracy over the top of the mountain basically for 12 hours. And you kind of think that, these kind of drivers, they'll calm down a little bit late on in the race, or after like 10-15 minutes they'll calm down. They won't get quite as close to the wall. No, they'll be that close to the wall for 12 hours until they've been it. And speaking of binning it, who's that's just gone off? I think would that be Piffet? I think so. Going into the exit of the dipper, exit of the S's, and into the dipper. That certainly will be the number 49 Ferrari that belongs to the G League Esports JJ Tech car. So there has been problems with them. Jaroslav Honzik working his way through now into 11th.
Yeah. On the 49, big damage on the back, I'm hearing, and I think that's definitely not ideal. To be honest, even as you were mentioning about being so close to the walls, Lewis, I think I noticed the 44 car might have tapped the wall in the middle of the kind of mountain section, and it's like for 12 hours these cars, with the margins that are there, you'll do well to never touch a wall. So there's an element of luck as well to see what kind of effect that is.
Yeah. Well, we'll see whether the G League Esports car has to return to pit lane. At the moment, they look okay. I think the damage was the car's tracking straight. Like I say, I think that every single car on this grid, they're going to graze the wall at least once in 12 hours. You can't not do it. Well, you can not do it, but the amount they push, it's unlikely. Got to say as well, towards the front, just going to touch on it very quickly because the gap for the race leads now under 1.5 seconds. Jordan Sherritt is flying once again under the 2-minute ones with a 2-minute .867. Dara McCormack is going with him, by the way. They're both pulling out from Kamil Pavlovsky, and so there are gaps changing. It is now under a second. Tobias Pfeffer and Jordan Sherritt are very, very close. So Jaroslav Honzik, by the way, just touching on that battle for the silver class as well. That is now, oh my goodness, this is the 77, the Get Closer racing car. Is that virtual drivers by TX3 as well, being spun round and all of that, as well as the number 72, that we one of the rent out on esports cars on the exit of Griffin's Bend. Oh, this is very sketchy indeed. You've got the 996 coming through there as well. That's the Drive Just Boys racing team car that's had a spin already. That's straight into the barrier for Sven Hettich for Get Closer Racing, who have had such a good end to 2022 and start to 2023. But this is not how they wanted it. Got, I think, one of the HPD Yaz Pro cars as well, potentially coming their way through. That will be the 94. Yeah, very, very sketchy, sketchy moment.
That Aston is in a very dodgy place, and I'm not sure it can. I think its steering is completely done for, to be honest. So again, it's like testament. If even when incidents happen, after they happen, it's stuck in like no man's land, and it was quite. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm hearing that the car's only turning left as well rather than right, so that's not ideal.
That, I mean, just look at how far his hands are over. That is terrifying and like very, very broken, and it will be very, very dangerous. I think Pulse have also had an issue as well because they returned to the pit lane in the number 52. They might have been involved in this incident. Obviously, we saw quite a few cars come through in all of that. And yeah, unfortunately for Sven Hettig, I mean, any time he touches the brake, he will go off into a random direction, and this will only become more scary when these lot come through. Oh my goodness me, that wasn't quite the leader just there, but the leaders aren't that far away. They will, oh no, they're going to catch him on the Comrod.
Welcome to Bathurst.
I'm actually like, as much as don't get me wrong, Sven Hettig can do quite a lot, he can pull over to one side or whatever, but this is scary, actually scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, what sort of power do you actually have when you're in a car that you're having to turn the wheels so much just to keep it straight? Fingers crossed. Again, it's kind of one of those now where I think being sensible, although it looks like it's quite hard to be sensible when you're in a car that's that broken. So he's just got to get back to the pits. He's just got to get there. However he does it, just without taking people out.
Yeah, he's cutting across the inside of the chase. He's literally desperate. He's racing the field to get back into the pit lane, but at the moment I think he's just going to stay left and off the road. That is smart heads-up driving from Sven Hettig. He's raced as hard as he could to get back in the pit lane as quick as possible. I mean, he's out of control at this point, fair enough. Obviously the leaders and stuff coming through don't know that. He'll be returning to pit lane and thankfully will be off the road. I mean, I think he played that probably about as well as he could, if I'm perfectly honest.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough though, so tough. He's fought to get the car round. He's back to the pits. Well, if he can turn the car into the pits, which he just about can. But now he's got to deal with, you know, a repair bill. Not a bill. This is esports, but a repair time that's going to write off, you know, a big portion of the race as well. So this is going to be a big recovery job now. It's such a shame to see after just 20 minutes.
Yeah, you can see them into the pit lane. You can see, obviously, the likes of Virtual Drivers by TX3 also in with them. You can also see on your screen right now, 20 minutes into the race, we have a three-way fight for the race lead. Tobias Pfeffer is now fully under pressure by Jordan Sherritt. That, of course, was not through the Get Close racing car ahead. It was just through the fact of, I think this car struggling a little bit of speed. I think this is also a little bit of confirmation, by the way, as to what happened to Luke Whitehead early on. Race Control have taken a look, and Kamil Pawlowski has received a 10-second penalty when he comes into the pit lane in about 40 minutes' time.
Must have been contact. Yeah,
I can see the. Where's the list? A 10-second time penalty between the 912 and the 25. So yes, the 25 received that contact. So that is for the 912 being, of course, the McLaren Veloce car. So yeah, there we go. We have an answer to our question.
Yeah, I mean, either way though, it just shows like it can't have been anything too massive, but it was just enough to, you know, set it over the edge. But it goes without saying that the fight for the lead is on.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be very, very tight. And let's just see who is going to come out on top. I mean, it's like I say, top honours at the moment, 20 minutes into a race that is 12 hours long. Don't matter necessarily too much, but it's more about trying to pull away. It's more about trying to break the field. It's more about running your own race right now. And Jordan Sherritt will be desperate to run his own race. He did get past a Mercedes earlier on in this race, courtesy of the straight line speed from the Ferrari. And let's just see if that number 51 can work its way past. Going up Mountain Straight, Jordan Sherritt's going to try and get close, but he's going to effectively lift out of it. Not going to go for a move on Tobias Pfeffer just yet, but is potentially waiting to come down Comrade. Surely he's not just going to sit there and wait and, you know, save fuel or whatever. He wants to get through and get ahead, right?
100%. And it's worth noting, on the Ferrari, they've set it up, looking at their top speeds, they have about 10 kilometers an hour over the Mercedes that it's fighting. And so, to be honest, if I was in that Ferrari in this mountain section, you'd just be chilling, trying to keep the gap and then just waiting until those straights. And I think it's those straights where that Ferrari and Darren McCormack in the Mercedes behind, effectively through the slipstream that the Ferrari's providing, they're really gaining on those straights. So it will be really, really interesting to see what happens once we get onto this back straight at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, Dara McCormack, you can see, I mean, he's even got a nameplate of himself above his own head. That's how egotistical Dara McCormack is. That's not true. He obviously got that from ESLR1 back in Poland. He's getting ready for the next race for that in a couple of weeks' time, but he is very much focused on this right here, right now. He's obviously one of the drivers that's taken part in the Sim Pro Series as well, as has, spookily enough, Tobias Pfeffer, and you can tell Tobias Pfeffer's done it because he is the championship leader. He won the first race back in Monza, but he's feeling the pressure now. He's gone out wide through the chase. Jordan Sherritt, once again, is going to be really close here, coming down to Murray. It's not quite as close as I would have thought, but you can tell that Pfeffer and that Mercedes-AMG Team Esports Unicorns of Love car is pushing this car to the absolute limit and potentially slightly past it.
Yeah, and one thing I really clocked on there is on the topic of top end, as there's a huge cluster of cars coming in to the final sector down here, looking at Elvin Smith in the Rocket Sim Sport Ferrari, and it's all, I mean, there's just fights all over the place.
Oh my goodness, that was a send on Manish. Yeah, that's not going to work out.
Yeah, that was tight through that last corner. It's really tough to make a move, and we're now looking into turn one. I just hope all this resolves nice and cleanly as it gets very close. But that was good racing, actually, really clean. So fair play. That's a tough bit of the track.
Yeah, Bent lifted out of going for a move on Darren King as well. At least I thought he did. Maybe it was just where he changed gear and stuff. But he is going to drop in behind the Jean Lace Esports Academy car. And wow, yeah, very stressful indeed in that mid pack. By the way, Metropolis is another recipient of a 10-second time penalty, and so there are a couple of switches on that one. I can't remember what were you talking about before you were interrupted by that battle. Yeah,
sorry, my mind got taken away by such action. But when we were on board with Dara, looking ahead at this fight we're looking at Jordan, it's incredible how much speed that Ferrari actually has. Like, I think you might be able to, in fact, we're on board with Jordan at the moment, but honestly, the pace in this Ferrari is rapid, and you can see already, starting to close in on Tobias. And it's just enabling Jordan to be in a position for a send, and I reckon he's going to think about it, which he definitely was just there.
Yeah,
it's only a matter of time, surely.
Yeah, you could kind of tell that was like the 50-50 look of like, do I? Oh, no, not yet. Obviously, it's, as is always said, all these drivers will definitely know when it comes to making a big dive bomb like that, the worst thing you can do is send a half-hearted one and be like, maybe should I? Yeah, no. It's just either do it or don't. Either go for it or sit behind, because when you go for one of those half-high ones, that's where the crash happens. If you actually just ultimately just flat out send one down the inside, the likelihood of crash is actually not that high, because the Tobias Pfeffer will kind of read it as well, especially in an endurance race this early. So it's kind of like you don't want those 50-50 half-hearted moves. I think though for Sherritt, at no point in this will he be actually under pressure to being overtaken by Darren McCormack, because like you say, straight line speed of that Ferrari is absolutely rapid. He's getting the slipstream from Tobias Pfeffer. The only place where McCormack, despite setting the fastest lap of the race, the only place where he'll be particularly faster than potentially Sherritt will be over the top of the mountain, which has pretty much no overtaking opportunities on it. You have to sit single file basically over the top.
Yeah, 100%. And I think Dara, he's a smart cookie, and he will know that. I think his lap time is his best lap time of the race. Even is a good kind of almost proof of concept. Oh, as Jordan Sherritt just bailed.
I wonder if he turned in too early and then went nope and just and went straight over. But certainly the car looked unsettled over the top through Skyline. That's the weight transfer over the top. I mean, I think we've all been in that boat where we've gone over the top of the mountain, gone over that crest, and the rears stepped out. This car is faster in a straight line though, so maybe that is down to the lower downforce, right?
Yeah, 100%. And is testament to, you've got dirty air. Jordan's got dirty air. He's got slipstream. He's got a low downforce setup. He's got two cars either side of him. He's in a powerful position, but he's also got to keep it so nailed, because one mistake, one moment where he comes offline, he could be eaten up, or the car might just not react very well. And you can almost see Jordan Sherritt's going a bit wide, very close to the wall. And maybe the tyres are wearing in a way where the car now isn't operating at its best.
the flash of the lights there from McCormack, I think more was a, yeah, please mate, can you stop making mistakes and just get on with it? Because at the moment, McCormack will be 50-50, whether like, well, it won't be 50-50. He doesn't, I will guarantee right now, McCormack has no intent in going for a move on Jordan Sherritt. Because if he goes for a move on Sherritt, he just then loses more time when Sherritt comes back through on him with the inevitable straight line speed advantage that Ferrari's got at the moment. He's just going to be content with third place at the moment, ticking off laps, playing the long game. Like you say, McCormack is he's a smart cookie, he's a smart kid, he's been in sim racing for a fair while, but on ACC he is one of the fastest and isn't just a hot lapper. He knows what he's doing. It will be really frustrating, as we have all had, where there is a car ahead that you don't really want to overtake for various reasons, and they keep making mistakes, dropping you off of the rear end of someone else. That is so infuriating.
Yeah, although, to be fair, the gap between first and second at the moment is still within that second. So, to be honest, even these mistakes, it's like as soon as that Ferrari gets the power down on the straights again, it just pulls its way back in. So, I'm sure Dara will be getting a bit frustrated in P3, but at the same time, at least like the car ahead has like some incredible pace and can take itself back. And perhaps as well, if you're in that murk, you might even be wanting to put the pressure on a little bit more in the hope that, you know, almost selfishly, maybe you could convince that Ferrari to push a little bit too hard under the pressure and allow you to get through. So it will be an interesting one.
The easiest overtake you can do on a race circuit is one you never have to do. Force them into a mistake, sit right behind them, try and get them like into their own head. That is certainly a part of racing. We'll see if Dario Imulo might make his way past Miato at the back end of the top 15. 15th position at the moment being held in this all Lamborghini battle. They're a fair way ahead of Andika Rama Morlana. Some that are moving forward, Isaac Price and David Tanitsa just at the back end of the top 10. Tanitsa returning to 21st position, where of course he started this race. Isaac Price working his way forward from 25th. There is a look at Tanitsa. They've actually worked up an extra position, and I think Chris Savert might have made a move on the, might have made an issue on the previous go around of this Bathurst circuit. A penalty has also been dished out for the 678. That is the one of the Armamentario car after contact between themselves and the number 77. So they get that was obviously Get Closer Racing, wasn't it? It's number 77. But yes, they not the greatest start to get a 10-second time penalty in the opening portion, but to be fair, I guess I'd rather a penalty early than late.
Yeah, at least you can, you know, get out of the way. Do you know what I mean? But looking ahead though, we're on board with Luke Whitehead, McLaren Veloce. It looks like Luke's kind of in his rhythm now. It looks like the car is kind of, after the sketchy start, settled in, and it looks like actually that McLaren has some targets ahead.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, like I say, I think the most important thing for Whitehead in that early phase was to, rather than like get straight after it and respond immediately, it was to stabilise, deal with the damage. There we go, though. Here goes a move for the race lead. Jordan Sherritt's going to send one down the inside. Ferrari Esports looking to head their way to the front of the field, and they certainly do. It's a little bit too deep though for the South African. He's just about to keep it on the road, just with two wheels. Tobias Pfeffer though, looking to the outside, had to get on the brakes, but almost made a bit of an overlap. But as they head down into the final corner, Dara McCormack instantly trying to pounce on the Unicorns of Love car. He's not intent to sit in third position. It was just about sitting behind the Ferrari Esports car of Jordan Sherritt, which after half an hour of racing hits the front here at the mountain.
That was an epic move.
Wait, Luke's
really
made
good.
2 spots here.
Yeah, I mean, I said that he had targets on his mind, and it looks like he went and absolutely went for it on the end of that lap while Jordan was doing his moves, and that was quite an action-packed last lap. But
how do you pass 2 people in one go?
Maybe he's got nitrous.
I think so. Yeah. No, I mean, whatever. I mean, respect him. Clearly, the straight line speed's not affected on this McLaren Veloce. That's mega. But yeah, what do you make of that move from Sherritt? Do you think he was getting a little impatient behind Pfeffer? Do you think he was like trying to overtake earlier on?
Well, I think, you know, he was looking at it for many laps. He had the 50-50 looks down the inside. I think it was just about time. I think he'd eyed up. It was that left-hander that he was going to make the move. You could kind of see that every lap he was looking in there every single time, and it just feels to me like Jordan Sherritt just decided that was his time, and he sent it. He went a bit deep, but ultimately he managed to get it stopped before it went completely on the grass and shut the door quite aggressively on the exit. But I wouldn't say it was an unfair at all kind of a defensive move. So it was solid. It was fairly textbook. It's a risky move, but I think he'll be very happy because now ultimately he's got that top end and no bottleneck on that performance of that car at all. So I think it will just be now pedal to the metal and get moving. As Dara McCormack is going up into second as well, and it looks like Dara has capitalised one lap later in exactly the same way as Jordan, and that's really good. So good for him. Anyway.
Anything you can do, I can do better, he says to Jordan Sherritt as he takes over second position in this race. But unfortunately for him, he's 1.4 seconds now off of Jordan Sherritt at the front of the field. Last lap time from Sherritt was a 2:01.2. I do think McCormack can get into those kind of times. He obviously has done quite a few times. McCormack being the driver with the fast lap, obviously probably mostly courtesy of slipstream and such. But I do suspect he might be able to close back down that gap to Jordan Sherritt as we look at the battle for fifth position. It will become fourth, of course, once Pavlovsky served his penalty in the pit stop as the yellow flags come out again. Tinko van der Velde feeling the pressure from Abeladze behind as they race their way up and over the top of the mountain again. Like I said, Tinko van der Velde, he's effectively been like the form man of 2023 so far on ACC. He's had I will say, I've commentated on Tinko for a couple of years, 2-3 years now. He is driving better so far this year than I've ever seen him drive. And I would say fifth place is almost lower than I would have expected Tinko to be. I genuinely reckon he would have been battling for the race. Doesn't mean that he isn't. He is not that far off of the race lead.
Yeah, it's closer than it looks, actually, looking at the timings. I think in this kind of range that Tinko's at, like he could easily reel it in, especially if some more action's happening out at the front.
Yeah, certainly so. We'll have to wait and see though what actually happens at the front, whether Dara McCormack can close his way back in, or whether we are just going to see Jordan Sherritt say bye-bye now and disappear off into the distance. I have fears based on the pace of that Ferrari. McCormack gained only a tenth over the top of the mountain over that lap, and bearing in mind how much we know about the straight line speed of that Ferrari and where it's going to be making most of its time around Bathurst, it'll be in that first and third sector. And so if you're only gaining a second over the top, that might not well be enough. Battle for the race lead, though, in the silver category. Jakob Osterman, who is at the head of this train, is in 10th position in the pro category. But Walsingham is trying to make a move for the Aztec Simsports Visceral car on Jaroslav Honzik in that Yaz heat. And this is the battle for the silver lead between these two Ferraris. The 296 Yaz heat car hanging on to that race lead for now. But Walsingham's looking fast.
Yeah, and both Ferraris now. So if they've tuned these cars, which I'm guessing they probably have, given their pace for high speed, like Jordan Sherritt had, the effect of that's going to be negated against each other. So it's going to be a fair fight. But obviously we don't know. I don't know exactly how these guys have tuned these cars, but they look pretty even. And I think that this is just going to be a battle of guts, really, as they're trying to keep it so close to each other, going around here lap after lap. But they're both very fast drivers, and same with Fabian Piffet as well, in one car behind, although a bit of a gap. So there's going to be no rest.
No, certainly not. Tobias Pfeffer still keeping the pressure on Dara McCormack, who lost out about a tenth and a half from Jordan Sherritt. We'll take a look though at a couple of replays though of a couple of overtakes. Let's see how some of these were pieced together. This is on board with Whitehead though. We were wondering how he got past Osterman and of course Arthur Camera. So it was contact between the pair. I was going to say it must have been contact between the pair of them at the McLaren Veloce, driving beautifully through the middle of it, just seeing it all unfold and thinking, right, them two are back to side by side and I've gained both the spots. That's how you make two positions in one corner.
It's the best kind of overtake, isn't it?
It certainly is. Like I say, the easiest overtake you ever do is the one you never have to make. He barely had to do anything in there, it's just driving his line.
Yeah, he just took it cool and got the reward. So fair play there. It's harder than it looks, though. It's so easy to overcommit and get stuck in yourself with incidents like that.
We've seen a penalty for the 333, a 10-second time penalty for ignoring yellow flags. That, of course, was when the Get Closer racing car had its issue going out of Griffin's Bend, rather. And obviously, we did see the 333 came through. It was actually contact with them and the 94 as well, which is the HPD Yaz Pro car. So, I think it's more just for like the instant overall, but. Few penalties in the opening stages as we are now 40 minutes into the race, 5:46 in game time, meaning, as you can tell, the sun, it's not quite poking up over the horizon just yet, but you can tell we're getting a little bit of that browny orange tinge in the sky as we're about to head into the rising sun.
Yeah, I mean this part of the sunrise, if you like, is actually quite a pleasant one, because the drivers won't be having the sun in their eyes just yet, but it is a genuine factor when the sun, in fact it looks like it will be there soon, when it's at eye line, it's quite painful at times, and so keeping it out of the wall is potentially even more difficult then.
And the sun rises at this side, heading this way down. All of this really hard, complicated, accurate bit of the circuit when you go through Skyline down to the S's and through the Dipper, and the sun is right in your eyes, and it is bright. Obviously, it can only be as bright as your screen and that kind of stuff. So everyone's like being like, well, it's not going to be blinding, is it? It's like, it's not going to be blinding your eyes, but with how the lighting and stuff is done in ACC, courtesy of the Unreal Engine 4, don't worry, I'm not going to bore everyone by going right into it. I did that 2 years ago. I'm not doing it again, don't worry. But that level of brightness is incredibly bright compared to all the other things. You lose all that detail of basically everything that you're trying to spot, and it just gets blown out by this massive orange ball in the sky. Yeah,
it's you make a good point. It doesn't sound like it should be that big of a deal, but it really is.
Oh, I've not been particularly pleased with that massive ball in the sky many a time in endurance racing, as that's normally what I blame all my bad driving on, to be honest, but people don't buy it, weirdly enough. Tanitzer's working his way up the order, so another position. Obviously, Isaac Price and Tanitzer worked their way up to 9th to 20th the last time we spotted them. Next one on the cards is Anka in the number 144. Penalty, though, for the 114, coming out just a 5-second time penalty. That'll be the race esports team for contact between themselves and the number 11. So again, we are building up to a few penalties in the opening stage of this race, but it's almost expected, isn't it, that you do have a penalties early on in the race. That's where everyone's in their big clutch as the yellow flag comes out again. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think this is about as standard. Something's going on. I'm hearing Sven Hettich again in the Get Closer racing car, and I'm hearing McCormack, the driver that is presently second in the race, has just made contact with the 77, the Get Closer racing car. Just interesting. So there could well be damage for the Williams Esports car in second position. It might just be a clip, might just be a little bit of a scratch on the side. But we are hearing that Sven Hettich has also returned to the garage in all of this. Obviously out of sight of the broadcast, but there has been drama. And you can see McCormack has dropped out of second position. He is now behind Pfeffer and might well behind Kamil Pawlowski, who sends it down the inside going into the chase. He's got the outside for the left-hander as they send their way through. McCormack's going to try and muscle his way back through. That was a little naughty from McCormack, as his teammate's going to come through as well, Tinko van der Velde, and I think Abalante as well. This is all getting a bit scuffed towards the mid-pack of the top 10. Yeah, I mean, I wonder, does Dara potentially even have an element of damage on his car if there's been contact? Like, there could be. It looks like he's dropped significantly off of the leaders, and it's all happened very quickly, don't you think? Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, we'll need to take many a look at all of this, see exactly what happened. Could well be some damage on the rear wing, on the rear side of the car. Of course, that's where, to be fair, need to give a few photographs from Gary Paravani as to what's happened. But yeah, big drama, obviously heart in mouth moment for the Williams Esports team. And if there is damage on the car, well, who's directly behind McCormack now? It's Tinko van der Velde. Do you switch those two cars?
it's tough to say from what I've seen so far, but you might well want to, especially if Dara does have damage. That's 100% the play to switch them if that's the case. But at the moment, again, I expect Dara's probably in that phase of just get back into that rhythm. It's so easy, like Bathurst again. Once an incident like that happens, once there's a back marker or something that's in the way, the bit of contact, bit of drama, it does take a little bit of time, and it's so important to recognise the fact that it's important just to like chill out, get back into it. And it looks to me like that's what's happening with the 555 Williams car.
Do you think there could well be a penalty for the 555 after contact between themselves and Pavlovsky?
Again, there could be. But actually, thinking about it, on the inside, my take, obviously I'm not a steward, but it looked like Pavlovsky was going in for an outside move into that left-hander that we've just gone through again. And to be honest, it's so hard to make it stick there. It's a slightly kind of off camber. It tightens up on the exit. It's very difficult. The braking zone's dangerous. So for me, I think Dara made the corner. It was a bit aggressive and questionable maybe on exit, but I don't think it was anything that was necessarily, like red flag, big black flag in. So
I think if anything, like it might be a warning, might be a 5-second time penalty, if anything. But again, we are not stewards. That is for them to deal with. It might be a racing incident and absolutely nothing. Jordan Sherritt had a bit of a difficult time in some traffic there because he just set a 2-minute 2.5. You can see coming through the foreground you've got the likes of the virtual drivers by TX3, which is where Sherritt has just lapped. Lost out a couple of tenths of a second to Tobias Pfeffer, and actually lost out nearly a second to Darren McCormack, so that car's clearly fine. But you can tell McCormack is, let's put it as a little miffed. He's not particularly pleased on what he's seen over the last 5 minutes, and so he's going to be very, very hungry as we look back towards Karol Pawlowski, who is now sat off the rear. I mean, to be fair, you could say with Pawlowski, was there any real need to risk a move as well? He's got a 10-second time penalty after all that he's got to serve in the next sort of 15-20 minutes. Yeah,
I mean, again, for me, nothing looked that outrageous. I think the move was quite an outrageous one, an ambitious one, risky one, but I think it's part of racing in it. But looking ahead, though, I mean, this pack is really, really interesting me because it feels to me like if you ignore Jordan Sherritt, this is the lead group. I mean, it goes without saying, but it is. Everyone's on very similar pace, and it looks like action is brewing here. That's the vibe I'm getting.
We are very much heading towards a big old scrap. As you can see there, McCormack down the inside. Has he actually completed that move on Tobias Pfeffer? Has he retaken over second position? Pfeffer's trying to squeeze him out wide. You've got Karol Pawlowski as well, trying to work his way into the mix. They're ducking, darting, weaving. McCormack has worked his way back up into second position, side by side as well from those behind, as they're all trying to fight over their positions. As Abalante in that all-black Ferrari, contact between himself and Tinko van der Velde on the run down towards Hell Corner, and Abalante's going to send it in deep. Is he going to make the move? As they're going to be side by side up the mountain straight up towards Griffin's Bend. It isn't going to work out there for Abalante. He's going to drop to the rear of this pack, and now Karol Pawlowski is going to work his way through.
This is the kind of action I thought was brewing, and it is. And side by side again through here. That looks, could you see that? It looked like understeer that was induced midway through the corner. And is that the someone's got through there? It's unbelievable. Oh my word, though.
Abalante out wide. Yeah, the thing is, there is, as most of us will know who's binned it to Bathurst, going through the cutting on the outside. If you get too far out to the right hand side, the road almost, because it banks in right into the apex, into that second apex. It banks all the way in there. Unless you go slightly too high, at which point there's basically a ridge at the top of that, which is relatively flat compared to the rest, meaning that if you go that high, it'll effectively pull you up into the wall. So there is a fine margin as to how high you can go in that corner.
Yeah, and also paired that with my favourite topic of this commentary so far, of the marbles. You can see them all the way out on the outside of the track. They don't look like much. Yeah, it is marvellous, but they're also horrendous. And
Sorry.
in terms of, yeah, I know that was cringe. And no, it wasn't cringe. The marbles really do have a big effect here on the cars. And yeah, I think that incident where we saw the Ferrari go into the outside wall, I think that could be something to do with the camber and the marble combo.
Yeah, certainly so. So racing incident between the 89 and the 110, nothing to be worried about. A warning for car number 71. That's one of the Renvelt and Esports cars. That's the red for contact between themselves and the 27, which belonged to West Competition Race. And so again, Race Control very, very busy at the moment. Had a lot to look at in the opening 45 minutes. I did want to say as well in this little train, because I was seeing when we were looking at obviously Abeladze's issues and all that kind of stuff, and then thinking, I was like, hang on, there's a McLaren Veloce in the background. And Whitehead is trying to get his way past Lars Kisser, so Whitehead's making a lot of progress in this as they're getting past the virtual drivers by TX3. Whilst we're looking at that, though, and we are seeing Whitehead has made his way up into 7th position, let's take a look at the replay as to what happened to Dara McCormack. So we'll take a look. This is going through Skyline. We're looking for the Get Closer Racing car, which you can see the yellow flags. They're coming up towards the dipper now, which is where the Get Closer Racing car will be. I mean, I will say, I do always say hold the brakes and all that kind of such. He's in a dangerous spot. It is quite a hit. Oh, and an even bigger one from Pfeffer behind. That explains why the gap's grown to Sherritt. There will be damage kind of basically all the way around. I mean, you can't really blame Pfeffer for that, and I don't think you can really blame McCormack, really. It's just... Can you blame the Get Closer Racing car?
I mean, to be honest, it's just Bathurst. I think I'm just hearing though that stewards are going to be looking at that.
Yeah, of course they will.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's tough to know, really. But
talk me through this bit as well.
Yeah. So looking here, Dara on the inside, Forces outside. I mean, yeah. I'll be honest. I mean, it was a tough move. Looking at it again, it looks like Karlovsky actually was properly alongside Dara coming into it, and the space wasn't there for him on the exit at all. So, yeah, I'm not a steward.
My only thing from that is if Pavlovsky's turned in a little too early, right, and made contact with the Williams, because as you know, like sometimes what that can do is that can push you out wide. And so who knows, maybe it won't be reported with the stewards. Oh my goodness me, that was Arthur Camera out into the barrier. He'd just been, I think he was pushed there by Osterman. He bounced back on. There is definite front right damage on Arthur Camera's car. Did he bounce out into the silver race leader though of Yaroslav Hontik? There might have been a touch of contact. You can see looking at the onboard there with Arthur Camera, he is definitely right hand down.
Yes, I mean, that was also very much happened in an instant. It looked like there was an element of the wall. From what I saw, it looked like being squeezed against the wall, having nowhere to go, damage, chaos, you know, the standard stuff really for Bathurst. But that looked really unfortunate. And it's worth noting as well, if we look at the sun, it looks like it's getting a bit closer to you know, becoming a bit of a potential element to consider for these drivers.
A hazard. No, we are very much approaching. I'm thinking, I'm not a meteorologist, a weather boy or anything like that, but I would suggest we're talking probably in the next 10-15 minutes. Really, it'll be poking up over the horizon, ready to blind us at a moment's notice.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, looking back at Arthur Camera though, I mean, I'm interested to see. It looks like the cars ahead of him are gapping him, and I think that steering issue that you could clearly see from his onboard was a tough one, and so it'll be interesting to see. You can definitely see in his wheel actually that it looks to me like he is right hand down continuously down the straight, so that's definitely not ideal.
Yeah, certainly not. So into probably maybe he'll come into the pit lane this lap to come and serve some of the damage. We've certainly got, I think it might be the Wacko's flip table car coming into the pit lane. Obviously they're a lap down on this grouping. You see the virtual marshals that'll be waving blue flags effectively for the next 11 hours and 9 minutes. Abeladze is into the pit lane in the 888, as is Arthur Camera, courtesy of that damage. Now I think Abeladze, will that be it might be damage from what he did at the cutting, to be fair. I was going to say it might not be damage, it might just be strategy, but I think he might be struggling with damage a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. It's worth noting as well that before all that action happened, we were looking back at Dara and Pawlowski, and ultimately it's worth noting that the move that we were discussing wasn't actually reported to the stewards. I'm not sure if that's changed still, but it looks like all's fair there.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, to be fair, there are kind of some of those times where, even though you've been in an incident where it's sort of like, I think we've probably both had it, where you've been in an incident where it's sort of like you've been pushed off the road, and you're sat there being like, that's a slam dunk penalty, and then you sat there and think about it for a second, you think, well, I mean, I did go for a silly move though, so you know, then it might be like, you know, potato, let's move on, shall we? And so it might be a little bit in that vein. It might just be like, realistically, we've only lost a few positions that we were going to lose anyway, courtesy of the 10-second time penalty. They might be, I don't know what the window is for reports and stuff. They might plan to report it soon enough. Who knows? All we do know is that we do have a battle for the race lead in the silver category as the Vipperman racing car comes up to the lap traffic of the virtual drivers by TX3. That is Osterman at the rear end of the top 8. But he has the battle for the silver lead behind him, Honzik and Walsingham, as they have been over the opening stages. Penalty for the 114 is the latest recipient of a penalty.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what that was
race,
for.
Yeah, race esport. 100% sure.
Yeah, either way, incidents throughout the grid. Hopefully it wasn't too catastrophic. Maybe we'll get a replay. But yeah, look, this silver category fighting though. Again, it's an interesting one with Osterman leading the group, even though he's not in the same category. And this is what we were talking about earlier. Of this time, actually, it flipped because we've got a silver fight, but then it's almost like it's being bottlenecked, and the pace of Honzik is being capped by Osterman ahead. It looks like he's really fast, actually, Jaroslav Honzik. So I think maybe a move will happen on that Osterman Audi. But we'll have to see.
So that's what a recent birthday will do to you. It makes you faster. It's that added age, right? No,
yeah,
experience. Wisdom. Yes. It was obviously his birthday yesterday, as I did mention earlier on the broadcast, as it was for Robbie Stapleford as well. Although, again, Robbie Stapleford's just entered double digits, and Jaroslav Honzik is older. Anyway, moving on. Before we get into trouble with half the sim racing community, we'll take a look at a replay as to what happened to the BMW M Team BS competition. It was contact between themselves and Osterman. Let's take a look at this. And so Osterman goes for a move down the inside. A little bit of a pinch there from after the camera, but nothing too bad. Bit of contact between the pairs. This is just tough racing. A little bit too much over the line, but again, nothing too major. But this is where the contact happened, and I wonder if it was Osterman pushing out wide. Coming down to Murray's, Osterman, I mean, basically just kind of muscles him out. There was absolutely, for one, contact with a barrier, yes. There was absolutely contact between the BMW M Team BS competition car and the silver class leader in Jaroslav Honzik as well.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, from what I saw, I feel a bit sorry for Camera there. It looks like that Audi, it obviously needed to get the move on. There was just quite a few taps there, and ultimately that last one that sent Arthur into the wall, big one. So hopefully that damage can get repaired. But I'd be interested to see if the stewards look at that one.
Yeah, I think they might. I mean, yes. if I'm brutally honest, I think that's definitely one. Obviously, BMW and Team BS competition as well. I do know they do tend to chuck out a few reports, so I would be very surprised if that wasn't looked into by race control, and we might have another penalty to deal with heading into the first wave of pit stops. Which again, the first wave of pit stops should be in the next 5 to 10 minutes, because as is normal with ACC, and those of you that will have watched a fair few times, etc., will probably kind of know this. Anyway, there is a maximum length of time that your stint can be, which in this case is 65 minutes. There's a battle between two very bright green Lamborghinis, battle over 15th position. Tanitza trying to get past Imulo.
Yeah, it looks like some good racing though in a tricky part of the track. So looking good. The two Lambos there, very, very similar looking liveries as well. I mean, the pace looks solid. I didn't catch too much of that move, but it all looked very clean. And I think they'll both be happy to get out of that in one piece.
Yeah, so into the pit lane, by the way, fairly recently has been, I believe this Tobias Feff has been into the pit lane, but there has been a switch there over to Bastian Richter. Abeladze has been into the pit, as we pointed out, could have been through damage, but there has been a switch on drives. I have noticed this quite a lot, is that they do, I've always pointed this out with ACC, is that people love to switch drivers on basically every stint. You don't really lose any time for doing it, so basically everyone does it all the time. In fact, we might gain a little of time. But so they switch every single stint, basically.
Yeah, I mean, there's no time loss, but there's a replay here of Pfeffer coming in after Luke Whitehead going in for a great move actually, into
really
the first
nice
corner. It's really clean. But the replay.
Yeah, let's take a look then. So looking backwards and seeing some of the dicey racing. Unfortunately, I think this might well be a loss of position for the 49. Pithay going out wide. And yeah, it's been, I don't know if there was a little bit of a squeeze in there. You got West Competition Racing as well, looking down there inside. It was a little naughty, but nothing too crazy. Yeah, indeed. So some teams coming into the pit lane quite early. Decent move from Luke Whitehead to take over third position on the road. And again, he is recovering after starting this race in pole position and ending up in that barrier on the left-hand side on the very, very first lap, as Tanitsa has worked his way past at number 60 in Iamulo, and so a position switch working in favour of the feisty Italian.
Yeah, I mean, it's only been an hour of race time, and Luke Whitehead has managed to get his McLaren back into a really, really hot position on the grid. I know obviously cars are in the pits and it's slightly jumbled, so he's not actually in P3 overall just yet, but he looks to be in a solid position in the grid. Which is encouraging to see. Wow.
Do you see how much? Yeah, I mean, I'm just watching this over the mountain from Tanitsa. I have not seen a car that close to the barrier going through up towards McPhillany. There was nothing between his car and the barrier. He is pushing really hard. Again, a reminder, this car qualified in 21st position. A few issues for Tanitsa in qualifying. Yes, I know quite a few people have been into the pit lane, fair enough. But he has worked his way up bit by bit, now running in 13th position. And at the moment, as he is running I think once the pit stops have gone through, I actually think he's running about 10th in class, which is points. So he's in a good spot.
Yeah, again, credit to the pace. And to do it in under 60 minutes of racing of this 12-hour race, impressive. It's good pace. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if at this rate of climbing up the grid, David Tanitsa can end up in a really, really strong position.
Certainly so. Like I said, it's been quite an impressive drive from a few of our drivers on the grid, none more so than Jordan Sherritt, who leads by nearly 10 seconds after the opening hour. Yeah, sure, maybe got a bit lucky, but he picked and chose his right time to pull out as we'll get ready for the pit stops. We won't go through the order and tell you exactly where everyone is right now because we're in the middle of a pit sequence. Why would we do that? Because that would be an absolute nightmare. So we'll wait another 5 minutes before I'll give you a little bit of a top 10 rundown of each category and let you know where people are standing in this race. Because, like I say, right now, things are looking good for the Ferrari Esports team. David Tanitsa is also closing up on Ondika Ramalana and might be looking for another position in the very, very near future.
Yeah, and also talking again just about pit stops, seeing as we're in that kind of intermittent period where people are thinking about pitting or whatever. It's an interesting one I'm looking actually at in terms of, do teams decide to switch drivers every time, like you were mentioning, or do drivers go in and keep their momentum and do double stinting or even triple stinting? And obviously there's no effect in terms of time loss in the pit stop because it doesn't take any extra time to do a driver swap compared to not. But it'll be an interesting thing of kind of like the strategy of these teams. Like, do they decide to just keep people comfortable, keep people going and try and let momentum take them through, or are they going to take the notion that actually getting rest and doing one stint and then resting and then be fresh in like 4 hours in time for the next stint? And then go again. So there's different ways teams will look at this, and I'm interested to see who adopts what strategy.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I've said before, with quite a lot of it's one of those things that kind of almost baffles me a little bit every time I commentate on ACC, is that pretty much every endurance race, I guarantee most teams will be switching drivers basically every single sim. They will be swapping all of the time. They always do. And yet, I'm always sat there being like, part of me would be like, surely it'd be more efficient to do 2 hours, not in sense of like time you gain in the pit stop, but more in the sense of like you're keeping warm in the car, you're keeping yourself focused, and also that kind of like that first lap when you first go out on the circuit, surely you're a little slower than you would be if you were a returning driver. That said, these drivers are all of such quality that is probably complete rubbish. As Chris Sievert comes out, I think Castorino now behind him, he's trying to get his way past Isaac Price, nearly did in the exit of T1. We can see Isaac Price in the bottom right.
Yeah, Isaac looks locked in. He'll be thinking about pit stop soon. But again, it's interesting. He is the lead Aston Martin, of course. So it looks interesting as well to see where the kind of BOP is with that car. I mean, it's interesting because if you look at the grid, you can see like roughly what cars are very strong around here. And I know if I was still a driver and I was in Isaac's position, then I wouldn't be surprised if there was a lot of that in the kind of inter-team comms about what their BOP's like and where they're lacking, time or whatever. So it's a good one.
As you will well know from being a competitor and such, Tobin, the driver complaints about BOP know no bounds. It is endless. We've all done it. We've all sat there being like, there's no way this car's as fast as that car. It's impossible. It cannot be down to driver skill or setup. It must be down to the car. It must be. But each their own in all of each their own in all that one. It is what it is. It is what it is. But I've got to say, I do like seeing a bit of a G2 Esports Aston Martin, as they'll all basically come into the pit lane this time, as they won't be able to have enough time to go around to do another lap and keep it within the 65-minute window. So it's going to be busy in pit lane as expected. I will say I am at this point GT is not in a BMW. I do like a G2 Esports BMW. I think it looks quite good.
Yeah, I agree. They look cool. Those liveries are really striking.
Ooh. McCormack stays out for one more. He doesn't have enough time. I think the front 2 or 3 had enough time to go and do it. McCormack is one that's taking it right to the edge of the 65 minutes.
What this shows is just how much practice and preparation these teams have done. There's a yellow out.
A bit on it's for the 49, which is of course the G League Esports JJ Tech car, that bright yellow Ferrari that we've seen quite a few times.
Yeah, I'm interested. And looking at the sunrise as well, it's worth saying that it doesn't look like nighttime anymore on that onboard. Oh, there's contact though.
It's broken.
And a damaged car. Yeah.
It's very broken, just as Dara McCormack's coming around behind, obviously trying to get out of the way, not enjoying any of the advertising hoarding, so slap those out of the way. Unfortunately for Arthur Patat, that is his first lap in the car and into the barrier, which is a big shame for him. Obviously McCormack did work his way through, so we'll be coming into the pit lane. Obviously, yes, you say, sun is rising. Gary Paravani will be rubbing his hands together with joy, thinking now we get to start taking some cool photographs, at least for the next sort of 20-30 minutes, as that sun's just coming up over the crest. You get some absolute beauties. In fact, the background on my phone, as it has been for 2 years, is from ACC, and it is a photograph of the sun rising at Skyline, because it just looks sick.
It does. And poor Patat, by the way. That is his first lap, I do believe, right? Yeah, first lap of 12 hours running, and it couldn't have gone much worse. So
that's a confidence breaker if ever I've seen it.
Yeah, but it also does genuinely, it links back to what we were talking about there of, will every team actually like switch drivers every time? Because, as that's an example of like when you're fresh into the car, your teammate's been doing X lap time or whatever, and you're pushing hard. Sometimes pushing hard straight away is quite dangerous, especially around here. So
for sure. I mean, it's kind of one of those things of like, it's such a confidence circuit, and it's where if you aren't the most confident driver, when you go out for that first time, it's really important to drive much slower than you normally could, drive within yourself, build yourself up for a couple of laps, and then each lap get faster. Because I promise you, when you do that, 10 laps into your run, you'll be setting the same lap times you were in practice. You'll have built that confidence because you've built it throughout the stint. That's the important bit. Switches for the Ferrari Esports team then. So Jordan Sherritt's been thrown out of the car by the feisty Dutchman of Chris Hartveld. So he's now taken over and is the race leader ahead of the Williams Esports car, which I don't believe will be Darren McCormack. It will be Dominic Blyer. Of course, moving his way over from the Triton Racing team over to Williams Esports over the last couple of months. Grantas Karakis takes over in the 912, Lithuanian superstar in third position, and Hoban Rotters. There are quite a lot of driver swaps in that first stint. In fact, pretty much everywhere. I'd say it looks like a solid 90% of the grid have switched drivers on that first stint, basically as we were expecting.
Yeah, exactly as you called, Lewis, so fair play. And yeah, it's all about getting into that momentum. Hopefully there's no other cars that have a first lap shocker, because that's always embarrassing, especially in the first driver swap of a race.
Have you had that?
No.
Really?
No. Yeah, no. Not quite.
Really?
I've had some shockers in my time, but nothing quite that bad, I don't think.
I've had one. I remember doing an endurance race. We were driving some LMP ones. This was back in 2016. And it was 24 hours of Spa, which we were doing as part of the league. And I remember it had rained slightly, and our car was a little sketchy on the first lap. It's probably not the right way of putting it. It was lethal. And this wasn't like the Spa endurance pits. So you come out of the Grand Prix pits, and then the first corner you deal with is over Russian Radion, which in an LMP one you should have more than enough downforce to basically just do it flat. But obviously you're building confidence in that first lap, so you kind of want to lift a little bit. But when you lift, all the weight goes to the wrong part of the car, and you just spin. It is uncontrollable. You just go. And that is exactly what happened to me from second in the race. I was not the most popular in the car. Sorry.
It's a rough feeling, isn't it?
I feel really bad for my teammates. Even now, even 7 years later, I feel bad for my teammates. Let's see if there's going to be anyone feeling bad between these two. There have been a lot of chops and changes in this grouping, by the way, as the Vipperman Racing car has moved from basically the back end of the top 10 right the way up. I think courtesy of some damage that's been dished out and repairs and stuff, and of course a lot of the penalties that have been taken. One penalty coming out post pit lane is for Bastian Richter. That, of course, was the car that was driven by Tobias Pfeffer. That is the Unicorns of Love car that has been given a 10-second time penalty after contact themselves. That is contact between themselves and the 555 being the Williams Esports car of Dara McCormack. That would have been, so that would have been around the whole dipper section.
It would have been.
That would have been for driving into the rear end of McCormack, giving more damage to the Williams Esports car and also basically spinning him out of. Yeah, fair enough. I get it.
Yeah. No, that I mean, fair play. I mean, it doesn't surprise me too much, to be honest. But that's really, really not what the Unicorns of Love car would have needed in order to keep their momentum.
And again, I am just going to really say this again. I do not believe in the commentator's curse. It doesn't exist. There's just bad luck and bad racing, and we have cursed the front row of the grid because I mean you picked. I mean, to be fair, the McLaren Veloce is not doing too badly. It's back up to third, but I did obviously pick the Unicorns of Love, which is not going well.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit unfortunate, really, isn't it?
It's not great at the moment. What it does mean is that we do actually have a few silver cars inside the top 10, which is always fun to see.
They're flying. Like, you know, they may be silvers, but they're having the pace of a pro tier car. So
This is one that isn't really a shock. The 110 has been given a 10-second time penalty for contact between themselves and the 89. The 110 is the Vippen racing car that Rutters is behind. Of course, that was that contact at the final corner where they pushed off the BMW Team BS competition car. Tinko van der Velde trying to work his way past Angus Fender, and certainly does so for 21st position. Unfortunately, the 66 not having a particularly good run in the second half of that first stint, and then through the pit lane sequence, dropping right the way down the order, remaining with Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel though.
Yeah, one of the few cars that are keeping the same driver in there. It looks it'll be interesting to see whether, especially in this initial phase, that Tinko, it looks like he just made a move. If my goldfish memory working well there. Making a move, could that be because he's just in that rhythm and Fender looking to get up to rhythm perhaps? I don't know. To be fair, people are probably in that rhythm by now, but yeah, it's looking good.
Gotta say, the car behind this one, we're looking at Bonacorsi here, but Statsenko off the rear end of that. ITB does mean into the breach, but I've got to say it looked a little bit into the barrier then, right at the top, going up towards McPhillamy, slapped it into the wall on what would be the right-hand side for them, the left-hand side for our shot there. I don't think it's affecting too much, but you don't want to do that too many times. You'll rack up quite the bill when it comes to time that you're stationary for damage repairs. Let's see if there is going to be a move from Statasenko down the inside right now. Bonacorsi is able to hang on. They're not too far away from Andika Roman Molana, who they're both closing in on. We've not got too long left to go, but Tobin, thoughts on the first part of this race?
I think it's been, as far as Bathurst goes, I think this has been a case study, a standard example of there's been action, there's been a few incidents, but all in all though, you can see that all these drivers they all know what they're doing, and I think that it's going well.
Well, Tobin's got quite the disco going off in the background, which he's going to go and join in. And I'm also going to be. I'll be back on the broadcast later on. Don't worry, you won't be dealing with my voice for the next few hours. You do have to put up with Arjuna and David, though. Sorry about that. Arjuna, hi, mate. Good luck.
Well, at least we get rid of Lewis for a little bit. David, last time we were together was the 24 Hours of Spa all those months ago, but we're back for another season of IGTC esports competition. The sun's up at Bathurst. What a great day it is to be racing.
What a privilege to be jumping on here. Arjuna, it feels like about 15 years since we've been working together, but what a special place to come back here at Bathurst. And I've got to say, what a remarkably orderly start to the race that we've had so far. In relative terms, we were all worrying about chaos and carnage, and I don't think we've had that so far, Arjuna.
You say not enough chaos and carnage. 8 penalties in the opening 70 minutes, Michael Hamlet has just mentioned. Kind of what you don't want to see, but what you expect at Bathurst. Knowing that we start in the middle of the night and we're racing up into the sunrise, knowing that on lap number 1 drivers and teams are going to be so much more aggressive, that's when so much of your race can be determined, and a couple of those penalties, of course, still yet to be played out. Talk a little bit about pro versus silver, because I just woke up. It's still dark outside for me, 4 o'clock in the morning here on the west coast of California. And the one thing that I keep noticing right now is the slight mix-up that we've got in terms of pro versus silver. We've got 18 pro class cars, we've got, I think it's 28 silver class cars, and while they're sharing the track together, they're not competing together necessarily.
Although you wouldn't guess it from the way that the roster is looking so far, as you said, a really, really stacked silver class that we've got here just now, and because of that early little bit of contact within that top 10, some of the silver cars starting to seep into that top 10 as well. As you said, they're not fighting for the same championship. They're all in their own individual races, but they're still fighting together out there on track. So it's fantastic to see the likes of, Yaz Heat Esports, Jaroslav Honzig leading that silver class right now. And then you've got the 44 just behind him of Nick Babin in that Aztec Sim Sports Visceral Ferrari. But realistically, about half an hour ago, we had a proper 4-car fight for that silver lead there.
I think we're going to be in for a really fun battle over the course of the season as well. What a season it's going to be. Double points at Spa, but just a regular points-paying race here at Bathurst to kick off the season. 2 penalties have just come the way now of Armentario in that 678. They're not the only team to have been in the naughty book multiple times so far today. Race Esports in the 114 in the Audi. have also received 2 of our, 8 penalties? Now 9 penalties so far today. One thing that I noted just as I was watching through that pit stop window, we're seeing a couple of those battles that are now being brewing with cars coming out of that pit lane, is how a couple of teams tried to go as long as possible. Really impressed by Dara McCormack and the 555 Williams being able to go that initial 1 lap longer. There were a few teams, David, that came in a lot earlier than the top of the hour, that as the John O'Lacey Esports team really throws it over the curb. I'm going to be quite interested to see how those cars that pit early are compromised come the very end of the race.
Yeah, I love we both got distracted mid-sentence at exactly the same thing on screen there. But the strategy is going to play such a huge part, and it never really rears its head so early on. But that's exactly what we saw there, as you said, with that extra lap right at the beginning. That could, compound itself over the course of this race to be absolutely huge. If nothing else, Arjuna, it just gives them options towards the final half of the race. It's going to be at this pace for the remaining 10 hours, 45 minutes of this race. There's not going to be any, slower period where it lulls off like we'd see maybe with a traditional endurance race. With these esports races, with these drivers, they have to be on their game every single lap. So they're changing strategy. That 1 lap, although it does sound, quite insignificant at this point, could be absolutely huge. And, they're going to try and push the boundary as long as they can, maybe a little bit of lifting coast through the remainder of their stints as well, try and eke that fuel out as long as they can. And they'll maybe try and undercut with some potential tyre changes and things like that as well, try and minimise the impact that can have. What we've heard from Lewis as well is that we've seen this through previous seasons as well. Most of the teams like to change their drivers out at every stop as well. That, I think, will change towards the later half of the race. But for just now, it's good to get everybody in the car, get them familiar with how the car is, and more importantly, Arjuna, how the track is at this point in the morning.
That is actually one of the major talking points that me, Lewis, and Luke Crane had in over this past winter in one of the other series that we were doing, is how here on Assetto Corsa Competizione, across of the board, we do tend to see driver changes every hour, which is part of the nature of the tires, and that we push them to the limit every single stint, and we're changing tires every single stint for the most part. But that is always something that has intrigued me. Check in with a fight for 23rd position, because as we get closer and closer to the halfway point of this race, we're also going to get closer and closer to the point where traffic starts to be a bit of a factor. With fights like these drivers find themselves a full minute off of your race leader, and so as they're led by that number 45 Porsche, the Aztec Simsport Visceral car, they're going to, in probably another hour's time, be dealing with the race leaders descending on them.
Absolutely, and that's something that they're going to have to contend with. But let's not forget also what matters for them is how close they are to Jaroslav Honzig, because of course they're in the silver class right now, so that's what they're going to be fighting on. As we see Dominic Blyer and Grantis Caracas here absolutely giving it what we say, giving it loudly up here in Scotland, up the mountain. Fantastic little battle here for P2 already.
Find themselves 10 seconds off of your race leaders, but still crucially 6 seconds clear of Hubin in the Mercedes AMG team, HRT by UOL. There's plenty of characters in that team name, that's for sure. Dominic Blyer making that jump over from Triton Racing in the winter to join the guys over at Mercedes AMG Williams, celebrating 5 years as a team. They won the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring a week ago, and now the pressure's stacked onto their ACC squad to try and live up to that just a week on. Of course, you've got Grantis Caracas, though, who's made his way over to that Veloce McLaren that's looking quite hungry.
Yeah, that Veloce was absolutely fantastic recovery drive. He got onto that pole position. That lap 1 incident put them down to P9, and it was looking really, really grim for them off that start. They've got themselves all the way back up to P3. And realistically, Arjuna, the pace that they've got, the way that car is being so aggressive right now, I wouldn't put it past them getting this P2.
No, I would not. And I do wonder, with the fuel-saving mindset that maybe Mercedes AMG Williams have, with McCormack going so long in the first hour, Blyer might be very willing to tuck back into line and maybe try and do some fuel saving in towards turn 1. Bit of a half-hearted shape, but it's this toe down out of turn 1 into what is an undulating straight that sometimes leads to one of the best passing opportunities, but Bly just seems like he's got that little bit of a step further to be able to hold off the challenge for the time being. Lap time last time around is Racing Points. Aston Martin really gives it a big old send to the inside of the final quarter. Going to be able to hold alongside of the Porsche, but in this battle for 17th spot, got to be careful into turn one being pinned on the inside, and Castorino has to back out of that eventually.
And it's a case of how much do you want to fight this at this stage in the race here, Arjuna. We're going side by side up that front straight here. Beautiful, beautiful sight here as the sun starts to crest over the hill here at Bathurst. But again, every point matters, every position matters, but it's how much do you want to fight at this early stage in the race. We're not even an hour and a half into this 12-hour race here. But again, with us saying that, this is the pace that it's going to be at, you just have to take your chances where you can and hope that you don't get yourself into trouble. The other bit that was a way to bring up, Arjuna, was, you've got the other point to talk about, I guess, is we're less or just over a month now since the 1.9 update has come out, and that brought out massive physics updates to the game, to the engine, and to the track as well. And a lot of drivers feeding back positively about how it makes them feel more connected to the car. And I wonder, with our first real chance to see a proper endurance event with this new patch here, if that's going to have any real impact on these drivers and these teams.
Did you watch Niels's video?
I have not. I've only just come back into ACC myself after a couple of months away. But it's so much better. It feels so nice.
He has a 50-ish minute video, which I will admit I set to 1.5 speed just to try and scroll through, because I had to try and find some time to watch it around work and other broadcasts, right? So 1.5 speed, but it's a great way to just dive into some of the changes. And Niels sounds quite impressed, which means by virtue of Niels being impressed, I am now impressed. Here is, I believe, our defending race winners, by the way, the Lamborghini Esports team, all the way back in 12th position, but maybe not for long. They've got one of the silver class cars in front of them. That, the Raton Racing by Q-Lash machine, and for Lozio, not necessarily where we'd expect him to be, although a car in front does have a 10-second penalty to serve, probably the next pit stop by.
Well, that's what we're going to have to watch here. The Lamborghini has incredible pace in the straight here, but it's some Lamborghini on Lamborghini action, and that was a very respectful pass by the two of them, both of them working in tandem there. And I do like seeing that there, Arjuna, because it takes both of those cars to allow the pass to happen there, and maybe that the car behind of Marchi just deciding to maybe tuck into the slipstream and let Lozio work a little bit harder for himself.
One thing you mentioned, sun starting to crest. We are only at the very beginning of the day. It's one of those things about Bathurst. The track's going to get toasty because the race traditionally scheduled in February, which for a lot of the world means it's cold, but because Australia flips things upside down so often, it's a lot warmer. And so I'm curious what it's going to be like come 2 p.m. around the midway point of the race, when track temperature is at its highest and the drivers are maybe struggling the most, because we talk about all these adjustments through 1.9 to the physics, and therefore what the tires are doing as well. How you adjust your tire pressures and keep a car under you over the course of 12 hours, that's where the biggest and best teams will surely have it figured out the most.
And it's the work that has gone into before this race that all matters here. That's the key thing here, as we see a little bit of dust getting kicked up there. All of the preparation, all of the setup work, all of the hours that have gone into practicing not just this track, but getting used to the car and the changes as well. You're absolutely spot on there, Arjuna. That is where the difference is going to be made here. You were saying out here about Grantis Caracas, quite happy to sit in the toe of Dominic Blyer here.
Ooh.
I don't think that's going to be happening too much longer.
And look at Blyer, doesn't even fight it. Although maybe through corner apex, Blyer pushed a little bit wide. Now just sitting in the draft, let's see how Blyer is able to hold on to the back of the McLaren. It is good to see that we have a Ferrari leading from now a McLaren, then a Mercedes, and then an Audi running in fifth. So we've got a nice little mix of manufacturers up towards the front, because three letters that will drive a heart into any organizer, be it in the real or virtual world: BOP. Drivers are always going to have complaints, so it means that if drivers aren't complaining, it's when BOP is truly not doing its good job. But you always like to see different cars up in the mix. Haven't noticed any straight line differences as well, although Grantis Caracas has already built up that margin to Dominic Bly to probably, what, 4 or 5 tenths of a second.
In terms of the BOP, I would say that the Ferraris, I think, have had a real good showing out of this, given that we've got, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the top 10 just now. Not just that, but the pace difference on the top speed of the Ferraris is absolutely incredible. I mean, that's Hartveld got, about 11 seconds of a gap over the rest of the field. Now, granted, some of that is going to be down to the fighting that's going on, but we saw that earlier on, that Ferrari charging up through the fields in that first hour, going first to take third place, then second, and then immediately into the race lead. So don't bet against the Ferraris in terms of BOP, but again, you hit the nail on the head. You have extensive experience of this, Arjuna, and the the bumping of the gums in terms of BOP, as we see a beautiful move there on Andika Rama Malana there coming into the final section of the circuit. BOP is always a contentious issue, but I don't think that it makes anywhere near as much difference as drivers would like us to believe. Certainly, from my point of view, it's great because I'm never fast enough for BOP to make any difference whatsoever anyway, so it's always just handy to have another excuse in my book.
I was saying this with some other commentators who are planning on doing some racing soon. When you aren't necessarily the quickest, it doesn't matter which car you pick because you're not being BOP'd. You are the BOP being applied to the car. So that was the Santlock Racing at number 25 that worked its way on past, by the way. A nice little move there, as up in front of them, some more fighting, and I think that was Lozio making yet another position, this time on the 44 machine, the Aztec Simsport Visceral Ferrari, because yes, Aztec Simsport Visceral have entered a Porsche and a Ferrari into the series, so two cars not necessarily sharing data between setups and whatnot, but it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays its way out over the course of a full endurance season.
And this plays exactly what you were mentioning about earlier on, about Silver Class and the Pro Class all fighting it out. They're all fighting for their own thing, but Lotsio's just siding his way like a hot knife through butter through these silver cars up into the top 10 already, with that one car just up in front. But Matteo Marchi here, that's Lamborghini looking very planted to come on the run down the hill here. He's onto the back end of the Ferrari, almost neutralising pretty much everything I said in the past 5 minutes about the BOP with the Ferrari there. But again, it's the setups and the drivers that are behind the wheel that make all the difference here.
We've heard that the STR Esports Ferrari, driven right now by Simon Bauer, who we get a look on board with. This is the great part about sim racing. We, especially in these series, get to see on board with every single one of the drivers. The Samantha Tan Racing Ferrari, feels weird not to say a BMW in that case, now under pressure from a couple more of the silver class competitors. You've got Lange as well as Castorino in that Racing Point Aston Martin, who again has a bit of a look, but as they work their way towards the final corner, Bauer's going to be able to hold on, at least for the time being, to that 16th position, although get the sense maybe for not too much longer, because Castorino's going to try and get past one and then maybe get past the Ferrari in a lap's time or so, because up the inside into Hell Corner, that should be enough for the Aston Martin, although 144 is not having any of it.
Yeah, that camera angle is very tight, always makes it look a lot closer than it actually is there, but nice little bit of defended there. Simon Bauer, he's going to be liking this because that gives him a little bit of free space now while Lang and Castorino duke it out just now, coming up this straight towards turn number 2 here. A little bit of look up the inside there, but that's surely way too far back there, Arjuna. But again, it's all about mind games here. It's all about setting a potential move up, several corners in advance. That's what we've seen time after time here as we hit an hour and a half gone in this race.
I did note, by the way, that already the gap between Caracas and Blyer is up to a good 2 or so seconds, so that Mercedes starting to look a little bit slow, but maybe it's the fuel mileage, because 202.005, is that just a lot of lift and coast? Bauer, by the way, has really pulled a bit of a gap with all that fighting behind him, which sometimes you are unable to do. Down the hill, out of Skyline, you'll start the descent once again. It is really a bit of a roller coaster ride, is Bathurst. Up you go, waiting for that inevitable drop, and once you start going down, it's just like going left and right, then left and right, and holding on for all you can hope for, and then out of the elbow, keep it tight enough to the inside on the power early enough so you're not swamped down the Conrod straight, and then relax, I guess, for a couple of corners before you do it over and over again.
Yeah, I think relax is a very relative term here as we see more fighting going on. But that section from Skyline downwards down the hill, I think your heart rate jumps up by about 20 BPM at least going through. Because when you hook it up, when you go through the S's and the Dipper and you go into Forest Elbow and you're on that Conrod straight, and if you do hook it up, it makes you feel like an absolute superstar, no matter what your skill level. And that's what I love about these tracks here, is that you don't have to be on pace with the top pros to actually feel like you're good at what you're doing. And I think that's probably why I've still got the old sim rig set up here.
Bathurst is also one of those tracks that everyone just wants to go and experience at some point as well in the real world. I had a teammate that went over to experience the Bathurst 1000 last year. The Bathurst 1000 that was full of rain. Now that was a bit clumsy up in towards turn number 3, and unfortunately the Audi getting into the back, I think, of one of the Ferraris, and a bit of carnage, a bit of drama. And for Statsenko, after what was a beautiful move a couple of laps ago, maybe not so beautiful this time by.
You hate to see it, you really, really do. And again, it's just watching the timing screens to try and pick apart who was all involved in that. I'm seeing a couple of little nods to the 296 of Jaroslav Honzig being involved in something, but he's still on the straight and narrow, so it doesn't look like he was involved too much in that. The problem is that over the course of these 12 hours is you're going to have numerous different distractions going on. All you can pray for is that you aren't involved in it in any way. In this first hour, we've already seen numerous accidents with cars getting beached on the run up the hill and trying to get themselves out of harm's way. Thankfully, we haven't seen anything coming out of that, but I think what we will see very likely in the next couple of hours though is those big traffic jam moments where you get one car just piling into the side, and then you've got 3 or 4 cars behind it, Arjuna, that just don't have any time to react. And that's what you hate about this track in specific, because if you get caught up in that and you've got nothing, there's nothing you could have done any differently, it leaves you feeling absolutely empty after an incident like that.
It's a street circuit in that regard, it really is. Reminder, these are public roads. The point on tracks carries forward the rest of the season, by the way. Bathurst here on the 20th of May, Kailami on the 17th of June, Spa 15th of July, which is of course 24 hours in that one and only case. 19th of August we head to Suzuka, and then the 16th of September we head over to Indianapolis to close out our season. Most of those tracks are tight confines, not much runoff, unforgiving, and so it's going to be quite interesting to see how that all plays out. A 5-round championship, and again, one of those rounds has double points, the 24 Hours of Spa on the 15th of July. Check back in, by the way, with Simon Bauer, who after Castorino and Lange decided to, at least for now, hold fire. They've returned to the back of the number 15 and up in towards into the cutting they will go. You can tell it is still 4:20 in the morning and it's pitch black outside for me because I'm struggling with some of my corner names. I do wonder, though, how much Simon Bauer took out of his car with that small mistake that we didn't see but we heard about slightly earlier, because one mistake over the course of the stint might not seem like a lot, but you can very much impact your tyres if you end up quite sideways.
Yeah, tyre wear is one of the big things that has changed over this in terms of the spread of the wear as well, not just from the outside but to the inside as well. And you're spot on when you say that it can ruin your stint, just pushing too hard for 3, 4, 5 corners. But it's so difficult to rein that in, especially if you imagine that you're, say, Benjamin Lang there, and you're in front of another car and you're behind a car that you try to get past. The instinct for any driver is to just put that foot down a little bit harder, that light pedal down a little bit harder and try and push past. But a lot of these pros now having to just negate that, pull that back in and just hold that tyre wear down as minimum as they possibly can here. So what's surprised me is that still after an hour and a half here is that we've got so many little battles going on. As we see the Jean Lacey racing car on the right hand side coming down the Conrod Straight here, looking to make a move on that Porsche, and that looked like taking candy from a baby, if I'm honest.
I think it was, because it was a Pro versus a Silver class car, and this is where that mix-up gets interesting, because even behind you got the BMW M TMBS competition car that's trying to fight its way back up after an incident. A long way to go for one of the cars that was involved in our championship fight in 2022, and now has to insert itself into a battle between Aztec SimSport Visceral in that Porsche and the Xenon Racing Mercedes that is in the mix there as well. And for Philippa Bakita, see how she is able to work her way on forward, because very impressive driver, and now joins what is a very impressive team. It was a very, very busy winter with plenty of shake-ups, and I keep looking at our pro class going, I forgot about half of these changes.
And the thing is that it's always, we get this every year, don't we, Arjun? It's like musical chairs during the off-season with drivers going to new teams, and there's always some surprises where you've maybe seen a driver with a specific team, a specific car for the past couple of years, and then they move, and it just completely throws you off. And it's a big thing because, you know, through the course of this season, they've got to get adjusted to these changes. But in realistic terms, a lot of these drivers they take to it very quickly, like a duck to water. It's not as big of a deal as you would think it would be. But yeah, some big changes. And what I like is that it adds a new dynamic for us as commentators every single season. There's always new dynamics to these teams and new challenges and new scenarios that are popping up. And it makes it more entertaining, I think, as well for the viewers at home.
Just a reminder, if you are watching on GT World, pop your name into chat where you're watching from, who you're cheering for, as we take a look at a penalty that's coming the way of the 555 of Mercedes AMG Team Williams Esports. And so for Dominic Blyer, that now sits in third position, next pit stop by, expect him to have 10 seconds there. I have noticed a bit of a talking point as outside line for Xenon in that Mercedes, gonna be squeezed off into the grass. Bakita's gonna have to watch out, but she gets on through safely. Schubert brings it back onto the tarmac, a little bit frustrated, I think, with himself.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow there, but thankfully not lost all that much time. It's just going to be a case of Lucas Schubert having to knuckle down, get the bit between his teeth again for Xenon Racing and catch back up to him, because what he's going to hope is that Porsche and that BMW in front of him, with Bakita and Levick, are going to be fighting it out, and he will be able to catch right back up. But he's going to have to watch out, because just behind him he does have that 118 car behind him. That is the full pace racing machine of Kulcheng Huang that is just behind him, looking very menacing, although to be honest that Porsche started to drop off a little bit as well. You mentioned also the penalty that we saw on the screen there. Now, just to confirm, that was the incident we saw a little while ago, a very controversial incident that we saw earlier on, and that was Mikhail Statsenko that's now behind the wheel of that Audi, that a little bit of contact with that Williams Esports machine. So we did hear Lewis humming and hawing earlier on, and it looks like we've got a little bit of a resolution on that one.
Was he sitting on the fence?
I think so. I think it was one of those you had to sit on the fence because
Gotcha.
There was mitigating circumstances either way. For me, the lay of the blame lay on the Williams Esports car, but it wasn't one of those that was massively clear cut. So it's definitely one of those that I wouldn't have liked to be in the steward's shoes either.
Hey, they have the most difficult job because everyone has an opinion. Ultimately, the only opinion that matters is their opinion, so they are correct. Mainly because I don't want to get in trouble with anyone in my ear. 10-second penalty has already been noted on that timing tower on the left side of the screen. You'll see those updated over the course of the race as well, as Bakita works past the Aztec SimSport Porsche, not without a little bit of contact there. I will note that bit of grass for the BMW as well, but I don't think it's going to really lead to too much because, again, it's pro versus silver here. Discussion going on about how this is, yes, a public road, and it's very difficult apparently to stick to, I assume, 60 kilometers an hour, which I guess is the speed limit, especially going downhill. Can you imagine the temptation if you're just rolling down the hill to let the car go a little bit quicker?
Yeah, I can absolutely imagine that one. That would be just so much fun to try and do. I think it's like, for me, it'd be like, Nordschleife or anything like that. The fact that that's a public road as well, and you have to treat it with respect, but there's that little part of you, isn't there? The inner child that just wants to put the foot down. Now, maybe you're more likely to be able to do that at the Nordschleife for obvious reasons, but yeah, we're here. Given my history here, it's probably for the best that I don't ever actually visit this track in real life in a rental car or anything more powerful than one of those little kiddies push carts.
I won't ask about your history here. My history is leading a 12-hour race, going into the final hour, and then forgetting to come down pit lane.
Ooh.
Yes, no, I did that boo-boo, which is unforgivable. Fortunately, my teammate forgave me because we were able to still win the race. But yeah, that was a nervy couple of moments here. Sure, it's still nervy, by the way, for Bauer in that Samantha Tan Racing Ferrari. Again, it still feels weird to say that. It's not a BMW, it's a Ferrari. But Samantha's been not just in a BMW recently as well, so they're making their way over to that Ferrari 296. Looks a bit different from the rear end, of course, but it's going to be interesting to see how that car evolves over its homologated lifespan. I quite like the look of it, David. I'm not sure about you.
I do as well. I mean, just because it's so different. The 296, I think, is a very nice looking car. The rear end, I'm not a massive fan of. I just think it's a little bit too understated. There's not. I like my GT3 cars to be flashy and bold, and you just don't. I don't feel that from the back end of the 296. However, I'm pretty sure that Benjamin Lang wouldn't be liking the 296 because that rear end is all he is seeing right now in that Porsche.
I've got to ask, what is your favourite GT3 car?
Ooh, well, it's always been, I'm not saying that I'm any good at it, but it's always been the Merc. Just because I like the looks of it. I think it looks so different to all of the other GT3s that we've got out there. I do like the Honda, the NSX, but the Merc is definitely my favourite.
I think just for sentimental value, the Bentley is up there in terms of my favourites. But I think my favourite actually... Now after being at Indy for the 8 hours last year with the guys over at SRO, the Lamborghini has a sound that is hard to forget. And so just based on that, the visceral experience of hearing the cars, the Lamborghini might be my favorite. Jaroslav Honzik drops behind the Mercedes AMG UOL entry. That was Bastian Richter in the number 14 car that worked its way on past, I believe. And that is our silver class leader. That, again, this is that confusing thing. They are on the track at the same time. They're not competing for points necessarily, but you've got Jaroslav Honzik behind the wheel of that 296 for right now. But they've also got Valentin Barrier, Sean Arnold, and one driver who I, to be honest, have not seen too much of. But those three drivers could very well be up there in the pro class by themselves.
They certainly could, certainly on merit and certainly on speeds, and they're doing an absolutely grand job to get not only into that position, but also, like you said, hanging with the big dogs. They're really, really giving it to the pro drivers where possible, but it's great to see that respect as well from Jaroslav Honzik to realise, I'm not in a race with this car. It doesn't matter. Just let them go, and I'll just do my own thing. Just going back to what you were saying about the GT3 cars in real life, 100% on the Lambo on that one. For me, when I was so disappointed when I saw the Merc in real life because my only experience had been the sim, and you see it, it's a beautiful car, but you hear the sound, it sounds nothing like you think it's going to. But you hear the Lambo, and it's just this obnoxiously loud, screaming machine that comes down the pit lane, and then it roars into life. Only ever seen it at Oulton Park and at Barcelona, but my God, I mean, it's a beautiful car as well, but that noise is just something else.
I got in trouble on talking about how I think that by default, non-turbo GT3 cars are always just going to sound better than turbo GT3 cars. That is my personal opinion. I have not been proven wrong, at least personally, on that just yet either. Cam Martineau, by the way, jumps into the GT World chat to try and get us even more confused on Samantha Tan Racing esports livery. So hopefully, as we head off to more IGCC esports races, it's not going to be with confused commentators, because we need as much help from the liveries as we can get. So any livery makers out there, lots of identifiable colors is a nice thing if you're going to have multiple team cars. Don't need to be identifiable though if you're poking to the inside in the mirrors, and that's exactly what the Team 1 Porsche is going to try and do. Long way around and going to get escorted off into the grass, and now finally Castorino's going to be able to pull alongside, get the nose in front, and Racing Point finally find their way up to 15.
Yeah, that was a fantastic move. Just a beautiful bit of patience there from the 85 there. Team Racing Point able to hold that round the outside as we see another move here. Side by side coming down the hill. That's Levesque and Schubert just in the background that you saw there coming into that final couple of corners here. What a fight that we've had through this past half hour here. Some excellent little battles going on here. And the thing is that, again, for the most part here, what I'm loving is that it is just very respectful racing. We've really seen some issues over the past couple of years where it's maybe got a little bit too hot under the collar and drivers maybe just taking liberties with each other. But here, it feels like they are really pushing it, but they're pushing it to keep the car on track and look after the cars around them as well. All for that.
Oh, this is going to start getting spicy as well, because 14th, 15th and 16th, 3 silver class cars, are now going to see arriving on the scene that battle between the pro machines of Eamon Murphy in that G2 Esports car, and then the 66 Williams Esports Audi, because of course they have split up their car choice as well, one in the Mercedes, one in that Audi. Down the hill, look at that shot of the sun directly in driver's eye. Fortunately, we're not getting completely blinded like they might be in the real world, with different visors coming into play depending on when you're racing. On board with the Team 144 that lost a position a lap or so ago, and now we'll see if the G2 Aston Martin's going to be able to do the same. I've talked about how Samantha Tan Racing, it's weird to see them in a Ferrari, not a BMW. It's very weird to see a G2 team and Eamon Murphy in an Aston Martin and not a BMW.
It really is, but this is what I was I was talking about 10 minutes ago when we said about the drivers swapping over to these different teams, drivers that you normally really associate with a specific car, a specific brand, moving over. It takes you longer to get used to the driver swap than it takes a driver to actually get used to that new car. It's such a strange feeling. And go back as well to what you were saying about the liveries on the cars being useful for us to be able to know who we're looking at. I do recognise, as we say, I'll come back to that in a second, we've got a huge fight here with Levesque and Schubert. Schubert can't keep that up. That's going to be the Audi of Statsenko getting past there, and all hell kicking off just behind as well.
It was the Porsche of Huang, the 118, a full-pace racing car that had a bit of a moment. Back up towards Murphy, who's now side by side and around the outside. He's got to be careful. Where does Van der Velde go in this one? Murphy loses out, but I think just about kept it out of the wall. And in the battle between the pro class cars, it's Van der Velde that launches in front now of Eamon Murphy. And this is about positioning. Sometimes you go for a move and it doesn't work out. Van der Velde saw the opportunity, positioned himself correctly, and was able to take the opportunity.
And that's the wonderful thing. I mean, how many times in your experience have you seen this, Arjuna, where the move isn't set up that immediate corner before, it's set up 4, 5, 6 corners before, maybe even 1 or 2 laps before, by getting into the mind of your opponent in front, trying to maybe jink at one specific corner, make them think that's exactly what you're going to do that same lap, and then suddenly pulling the trigger and actually getting that done. Like I said, the issue with this here is with having so many cars so very close to each other, it makes it very easy for that concertina effect to happen very quickly. You get one car bunching up, for example, say Statsenko has to slow down very quickly. That means that Levesque and Romagnoli are going to be right on his tail, possibly before they get a chance to react as well. But brilliant racing that we've had here in this first 2 hours of the race here. But again, look into that lead. I cannot take my eyes off the fact that it has just been a wonderful start for the Ferrari, the 51 team out there in front. But I do wonder if their cards are marked, that Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, by the 912 of Grandes Caracas, because lap after lap, slowly but surely, we've maybe not been highlighting this, but that gap has come down by about 1.5 seconds in the past 6 laps.
Yes, but we're also heading towards the end of the pit stop window, or rather the start of the pit stop window again, the end of the fuel run, and so we'll see what the margin is come pit stop entry between the two. And with the 678, I saw just diving the way of pit lane to the Armentario car. Maybe the pit stop window has been open. Remember that the maximum stint length is 65 minutes, and so we are guaranteed to see them come in by 10 minutes past the top of the hour. That's a very distinctive West Competition racing car. You're not going to be able to miss that one. I also heard that apparently maybe the Wild Things racing car, if you look from up above, you'll definitely be able to pick that one up because they put the drivers' faces on the roof of the car.
I don't know, I'd still be able to lose that one in the crowds. I'm only joking, really good friends with Denise Pope from Wild Things Racing, a very, very talented graphic designer, and always puts on a proper show for these competitions there. It brings up a brilliant topic actually there, Arjuna, about the amount of effort that goes into designing these cars here. And it always, astounds me just the level of workmanship and the level of detail put into not only representing the teams here, but a lot of these teams now with actual real world sponsors and real world brands behind them. So it's fantastic to see that level of seriousness going behind it.
And we saw a look at one of those faces, I'm pretty sure, there for a moment. Back with Van der Velde, who's finally gotten past one of the silver class cars, made that 2, getting past Castorino down the Conrad Straight, and now we'll try and get past the final of the silver class cars, the Samantha Tan Racing number 38. Although Racing Point's Aston Martin, with a poor run from the Williams Esports car out of that chicane, was able to get a bit of a look. Note how Murphy has been unable to get past any of the silver class cars, while Van der Velde has dispatched of 2. Now, if Van der Velde can get past the Ferrari and start building a bit of a gap, this is where the split classes start to become quite interesting, because you can use some of the slower class cars. I say slower class cars, they're the same cars, it's just maybe overall pace and consistency not necessarily as quick for the non-pro teams. Maybe Williams can start to gap the G2 Aston Martin.
It's a very distinct possibility because, of course, these silver cars are just identical in terms of performance. They're just different drivers, different teams that are behind the wheel of this. So to get that jump, that would be a massive move for Tinko van der Velde to get that position on Eamon Murphy. The thing is, as well, as we both know from experience, Eamon Murphy is no slouch behind the wheel. So he is going to be likely just waiting his time, taking his chances to try and safely get these positions when possible. But Van der Velde looks so good behind the wheel of that Audi right now, and what a different animal that Audi is over the past couple of months. I remember the original Audi in the game was a schizophrenic monster. It would just snap at the slightest hint of a corner and spit you into the wall, and this thing looks like an absolute dream to drive. But yeah, that is some big pressure going on to Bauer in that Ferrari just up in front. I wouldn't be surprised to see Van der Velde trying to make a move down through the cutting here.
Xenon Racing and Ren Velten, at least Ren Velten's number 71, have gotten penalties, and so that is 15 and 10 seconds respectively. Easy as you'd like for Van der Velde. They're down the inside, and now has 3 silver class cars between him and the next pro machine. Has about a 5-second gap up to the number 60 VS Racing by Balash Esport Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. Try and chase down the pro class, by the way, where we traditionally have always seen the Audi, both in the real and virtual world. It's known for being a very twitchy beast on occasion, but for those that are able to master it, which so many have over the years, it has become the staple for a pro class car to go racing. Here at Bathurst, where it holds the unofficial lap record in the hands of Christopher Mies on a track day, the only time that in the real world I think we've seen a GT3 car actually go around Bathurst and go below the 2-minute bracket like we did in qualifying earlier this morning.
Yeah, that was a sensational qualifying effort, wasn't it, by the McLaren Veloce team to get that time in. And for me, that was a shot across the bow for the entire championship to say, look, we're here, this is the sort of pace that we can do. And I think they were very unfortunate to get themselves into that lap 1 instant, but my goodness me, have they done their best to make up for it on these following laps here as we're coming on to the end of our, on the start of our third hour here. But the sun just starting to streak over the hill here. Sun definitely on the rise here at Bathurst, and visibility now I think is going to be a decent thing for these drivers here, because when you're coming over Skyline, Arjuna, I do wonder how much of that sun is going to be a problem when you're trying to find your braking markers.
It's going to evolve as well, right? It's never going to be constant, and so it will get progressively worse, maybe then better, then worse, and with the things being thrown up onto the windshield, how does that distort the vision as well? Didn't know S&P Racing, the next team to have a penalty, they're up inside of the top 10 as well, and so we'll see them drop back 10 seconds on their next cycle through. I think we mentioned, what was it? Go back and take a look at the notes. 8 penalties in the opening 70 minutes. We're up to 13 now in the opening 2 hours. It's a bit of a frenetic bumping run sort of start to the season, and hopefully it starts to clean itself up, because poor Race Control would like to have a bit of a break. Poor Eamon Murphy's thinking, how can I get past these 3? Tinko van der Velde was able to do so, although Charlie Crossland has taken exception to your dream to drive quote, because he jumped into GT World to say LMAO.
Well, we know Charlie knows his way around the car, so I'm going to take his feedback on board for that, and I'll presume that it's not actually a dream to drive. We'll take that one gingerly. Just on the note of the penalties you were saying there, Arjun, I find it fascinating to see that that's almost 5 of the 10 penalties that we've got there inside the top 10, and then you've got a big gap between sort of 10th place and 20th place of 10 cars that don't have any penalties, and then we're back into the cars that have the penalties. Very unusual spread, that.
Good point. I hadn't even noticed that. It's great that we get the visualization on that left side. I'm going to steal a line from Michael Hamlet, by the way, because ITB are starting to rack up the penalties, might need to change their name to ITP. 3rd team with 2 penalties so far today, and another one has gone the way of the ITB Sansalot crew, and hopefully they'll be able to minimize the impacts of that penalty by working on strategy, trying to find some clean air and, well, relentless pace, because you mentioned it earlier that we change drivers every hour. We're pushing to the limit every single lap. Now when you've got a penalty to fight your way back on, how much more does that even add to the stress?
It's a difficult one, because I think the normal presumption would be, right, okay, I've got to go and undo all of that damage, but realistically, can you? If you're already driving to the 99.99% of your ability, and driving that extra bit harder is very likely to push you over the edge into the barrier or into another car and cost you even more, I would say you just have to take it on the chin. You just have to maybe try and undo it in strategy, but then I can't see you being able to undo 10 seconds worth of penalty on the track if you're already pushing as hard as you possibly can anyway. So you just have to take these things, roll with the punches, I believe is what the kids say nowadays, and just take it on the chin. Just do what you can on the track, but you just have to trust in Bathurst. You have to trust in the race, and you have to trust in the 12 hours that you will get the best possible result that you can do. But you also have to take it as a lesson. If you've been given a penalty, you've done something wrong in the eyes of the stewards. You have to then make sure that you're not going to repeat that mistake. You have to think about what has happened, how you got yourself into that position, if it was you in the car at the time, and make sure that you don't repeat that. Because what I always laugh at is the fact that these drivers don't seem to get that now that the stewards have given them a penalty, they're going to be getting watched extra hard. And made sure that they're sticking to the letter of the rules that are there, and made sure that they're not taking the mick.
I saw Eamon Murphy bringing the G2 Esports Aston Martin to pit lane, by the way, so maybe that's why he was sitting behind, just trying to save a bit of fuel and work his way down onto pit lane. We'll see what driver change happens in that number 62 car. Van der Velde has already cleared 1.7 seconds after electing to pass those 3 machines. Out of the 47 that took to the green flag, I will confirm that I believe just 3 DNFs so far. We have 44 machines still out there and running, which is why it is such a busy track as we head off into this pit stop window. Which, like we mentioned, 10 minutes past the hour is when we should expect everyone to have come on in, because 65 minutes, the maximum stint time. Now, last time you and I commentated, David, was the Spa 24 hours. Lewis and myself had chatted just before that, and he had told me no one's ever going to hit that 65 limit. Everyone knows we're professionals here. And then in that race, we were on the first couple of hours. I forget how many teams ended up getting penalties for going past the maximum stint length.
It's so easy to do as well. It's a very, very simple miscalculation that can happen. However, it tends to be towards the beginning of the race when maybe new drivers are jumping in, or it's even worse if they're locked in a battle, because you don't pay attention to that little icon at the bottom left of your screen, or you just don't care. You're just so hell-bent on trying to get that position from the car in front of you. And listen, we're on about small mistakes that have a huge consequence. I think that's probably one of the biggest that you can have here, especially at Bathurst Mountain Panorama. It's such a silly non-car affecting issue that can really put scuppers to your entire race. And when we look into the fact that we've got a 12-hour race here, and likely we're going to find the top 5 separated by maybe 30 seconds, 40 seconds at most, you're likely wanting to completely avoid any of those issues if you're wanting to have a chance at having the top 5 within that final hour. Because remember, the only job that these drivers have got right now is to keep themselves in contention for that final hour. Then all the gloves are off, and then it's down to whoever is the bravest here.
And yeah, you're all about setting yourself up. Do remember, if you can extend 5 minutes per hour, hypothetically, you can save a pit stop, but it's not always as simple as that. It's probably going to be a splash and dash no matter what you do at the very end. After Dominic Blyer got passed by Grantis Kourakis in the McLaren Veloce car, the Mercedes-AMG Williams Esports have dropped a full 8 seconds off the back of second place. They have a 10-second penalty that has been adjudicated their way as well, and so it's the Mercedes-AMG Esports team HRT that hunt them down right now. Nicholas Hubens behind the wheel. We'll say slightly different livery on the very long team name car. I do miss some of those extra little details that sometimes we see on the regular Unicorns of Love car, but I always love seeing the HRT combination. I'm not sure Nicholas Hubin wants to see himself sliding so much close to the walls.
I mean, that was proper Tokyo Drift moment right there, wasn't it? It wasn't just me visualising things. That car is on the ragged edge right now. But to be honest, that's the way that car has to be driven. You have to really throw that thing about, because it's such a brute. It just slides about everywhere else. Whereas if you try that type of driving style with any of the other cars, you're likely going to have a very bad time, especially in the likes of the Audi. But that Merc, it's a strange one, isn't it? It was looking so strong through that first hour, and it does seem to be starting to fall back pace-wise a little bit here, as we're on board with Well Things Racing of Patrick Sodecat here in the number 26 onto the back there of Huang in that 118. It's a tentative little look there into that second corner, but again, I think just deciding that it's maybe going to be better to try and take that position later on in the lap here.
It's one of 2 Bentleys that we have in our field of GT3 machinery today, and so it's good to see at least one of them. We do have, I think, one Honda. They were the meta over the winter, and so that has changed significantly. Plenty of the new Ferraris, a couple of Aston Martins here and there, BMWs, Porsches, Mercedes, Lamborghinis, across the board. A couple of things represented. Here is the, I think, sole Honda NSX, although that is the 93, so I think we might actually have a couple. This is what 1.9 really did, though, in so many ways. Not just change the physics, but change which cars people wanted to kind of pick.
Absolutely, and we've seen that with every update. The meta changes, the desirability. Ferraris have been very popular through this brand new update, the new 296. The thing with it as well is that I can't remember an update really where I've seen the Hondas having a really excessively good run out of things. We've seen the Hondas really struggling throughout the... I don't think it's just a balance of performance thing as well. I think the car itself just hasn't really had the run of luck as, say, maybe the BMWs have had, maybe the Mercs have had. It's a car that we've traditionally seen outside the top 30 here, and hopefully this season we're going to see that change with the likes of HPD Jazz Pro.
Yeah, we'll see how their season rolls on. The other Honda, if I have picked up on my entry list correctly, Odox Motorsport. So that is one of the other NSXs that we have. I'm always curious, is it Acura NSX or a Honda NSX? Because I'm in the US, so I think I'm technically meant to call it an Acura.
Yeah, you're spot on. So it's the same car. It's Honda and the, I believe, like over here in the UK and in Europe, but it's Acura in America and over in the Asian market as well.
Maybe, actually, that's a good point.
But yeah, so it's a bit strange because it's almost an amalgamation of the two now, the Honda Acura NSX, as if they were two completely different manufacturers when it's exactly the same car.
But it's always like we have the Lexus GT3. It's always been a Lexus. It's not sold as a Toyota in some part. That's why I get a little bit confused sometimes. We got a wonderful face cam. It was requested and then not there. So poor Mike Yao trying to give the people what they want. We'll blame Madison for that one. Not Mike's fault at all. Here's Castorino, by the way, who after being able to get past that Team FF 144 hasn't really been able to make an impression on Bauer's Samantha Tan racing car, but with now 5 minutes past the top of the hour, we have gone an hour past when most of the teams have come down pit lane. This is when we start wondering if teams are going to slightly undercut themselves on their own strategy in the search for track position.
It could well be, and that's the beauty of our job here with the strategy calls, is that we get to watch what's going on as we see Louis Roters in the 110 come down into pit lane for Vipperman Racing. Is the fact that, all through the race, all we're going to be doing is trying to second guess what on earth these drivers, these teams are likely being able to do and what they're going to choose to do, because they're two very different things. And the point I was making, earlier on when we were talking about the pit stops and going that extra lap as we saw, earlier on in the Mercedes, is the fact that it just gives you that option. It just gives you all these different cards on the table that you can roll over the next 10 hours here at Bathurst. And certainly that's not a bad thing, having more than one option, because your situation can change drastically in the course of one stint. You could be fighting for the top 5 and then suddenly either a penalty or an incident means that you're fighting then for top 10. And again, those situations dictate different things that you have to be able to do here. But talking of the Mercedes here, brilliant fight still going on with Mercedes AMG Williams Esports just behind, just in front of Nick Hubin.
And the race leader has come into pit lane, by the way. Didn't want to miss that out because I think it is going to see Grantis Caracas take over the race lead, at least on the timing, because with the Scuderia Ferrari esports team working their way down onto pit lane, indeed Caracas will cycle to the race lead, and this is when we start to wonder about those different strategies and how the multiverse of strategies, I just watched some Marvel movies last night if you couldn't tell, will all converge at the very end of the race, and only the commentators Lewis McLean and Ewan O'Leary will actually get to see and talk you through how those strategies end up cycling together. But like you were trying to say, Blyer has very much been reeled on in by Hubin, who's probably not going to be too aggressive into a pit stop window, not too aggressive with traffic as well. This is what we were saying about an hour or so after we last talked about how 25th or so were a minute off of your race leader. 25th or so is now going a lap down on your race leader.
And that just shows you how quickly the tables turn right now. As you were seeing a gaggle of cars into pits from Jaroslav Honzik all the way down, almost all of the silver cars here as Dominic Blyer down into that fourth position then. The thing with that as well, into third position, the thing with that as well is that it's all about risk management here, Arjuna. You have to remember this is a 12-hour race. You not want to take any stupid chances. God knows I've been in the position myself where I've been doing, maybe not on ACC, but on other platforms where you do a team race and you don't want to be that guy that messes it all up. And I've been in that position many, many times, especially say like at Daytona. There is no worse feeling than being in a team race and being responsible for pretty much ruining the amount of hours that the other teammates have put in.
Sean Arnold, by the way, the gun show, takes over in that leading silver class car as Yassi work off of pit lane. Back over to Armentario, who have already pitted and have a moment there, I think with traffic maybe, as they work their way on past. This is something that we're going to all be dealing with the further we work through this race, and so no matter if you're at the front or the back, having that awareness to just be in the right place at the right time. It's easier said than done. It's not something you can learn in a classroom, and Armentario climbing over the curb at the final corner, fortunately not taking out the 72 with them. That is the Renvelton blue car, and it's got blue on it as well. It's easy for a commentator to pick it out.
I'll be honest, I've got no idea how Jonas Fox didn't get punted into that barrier there. That was great car control from Artem Manisha. He knew the car was locking up under braking, tried to put it onto the curb, but it was so close to hitting that car just in front of him. But yeah, thankfully able to live and tell the tale another day. And this is what we were saying about these liveries, able to make it a little bit easier for us as commentators to recognise the cars at a glance. You know, it's not always that easy, especially when you've got a gaggle. But we cut back to this battle for 14th, 15th, 16th and 17th position, and great to see Andrea Miato just in the mix there in that number 55, tailing off that group there in the Raton Racing by Q-Lash Lamborghini. So they've really not given anything up, has this battle outside the top 10 here, and we've been watching this over the past hour, and yeah, I love it. I love the fact that they're just dragging each other along by the scruff of the neck.
Of course, pit stops have seen a swap around as the 85 leapfrogs the Samantha Tan racing car. They have finished pit stops, haven't they? Because we have seen some driver changes here. It wasn't a trick of the eye. Bauer has stayed in, and of course, as Dara McCormack jumps back into the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports car, after a 10-second penalty has been served as well, they drop behind the number 63, the Lamborghini Esports Works entered team, which now sees David Tanitsa behind the wheel there. But are actually going to drop down, McCormack, excuse me, going to end up dropping down a little bit further as a result of that. Simon Bauer is staying in for another stint, isn't he?
It looks that way.
That was very much tripping me up for quite a bit there, if you couldn't tell.
I was busy reading the YouTube chat there and actually just realising that Artem Manisha that we saw in the webcam there, it looked like he had a big bus wheel on his sim rig there, like something from Euro Truck Simulator or something. So I wonder if he's maybe taking his break from doing virtual deliveries to join us today.
I'm usually quite observant and keeping an eye on what drivers show us, because it's a window into their lives. I did not pick that up, so congratulations YouTube chat for being able to see that. I wonder what the most interesting camera angle that we do have today is through the field, because we always have a couple of them where you're given, let's say, 1920 by 1080p, you've got regular HD set of pixels. Sometimes we get about 2 inches of a driver's webcam between all the different monitors and stuff they've got set up.
Yeah, of course, because this is usually a different webcam that they would normally have for, say, a lot of these drivers streaming, so they have to have a separate one for the SRO events. And I just get the horrible feeling, Arjuna, you're going to live to regret that question come the end of the broadcast, because you just know Mike Yao is behind the scenes flicking away through all of the different webcams. Who was our guy from the past couple of years that used to have the rave on in the backgrounds when he was...
that's a good question.
Sunglasses, disco light, all that sort of stuff. That was the height of my...
Chris Sievert one that's likes to do stuff like that, or am I getting myself confused?
I think it was Josh, wasn't it? Josh Staffen.
It is Josh Staffen, that's who it was, yes.
With the sunglasses and the disco ball. I miss those days. Those were simpler times.
I was trying to remember, it was one of the ROG Invitational drivers, I just couldn't remember which one. There is Tobias Pfeffer, who has made his bed for us, by the way. So, top effort there to at least go to the effort of making sure that what's behind him is nice and tidy. Better than some commentators have done in the past and have been called out for.
I think the best one, thinking back to that, it has to be Jack Keithley. I just remember Action Man curtains. They're the best thing I think I've ever seen on a driver webcam in the history of me doing commentary on that. That just took me back to my own childhood right there.
I always wonder with stuff like disco balls, because I've seen a couple other people do things like that in their basement, by themselves. They've got all sorts of things going on behind them. How does that not distract you? Surely it must just take your attention away for a second. We're out of the pit stop window, by the way. McCormack officially is down in 17th spot. So the Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports car has an almighty fight back, but like DC was mentioning, 20 minutes ago, the split in penalties was quite interesting. We had a gaggle of them in the top 10, pretty much nothing then 10 through 20th or so, and then plenty more penalties. We've seen lots of them applied. I think 3 teams have had 2 penalties so far in the opening 2 hours, but now, hopefully with the sun rising and things settling down into a rhythm, for teams like Williams Esports and a couple of the others that have been pushed back in the field and pegged back. Now, all they can do is push 10 tenths and go from here to the end and hope, in the case of Williams, that they can cut out a pit stop relative to some of the other competition.
That's absolutely spot on there, Arjuna. It's settling down, I think, is the key phrase that you mentioned there. We're just over 2 hours into this race now, and realistically, they have to get themselves into that rhythm. They have to get themselves into that groove. A lot of the drivers withstanding this little fantastic fight for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th just now are all separated by a couple of seconds. You've also got that brilliant fight between Bauer, Miato, Litterscheid and Price in the mix there as well. But outside of that, a lot of the drivers just happy to circulate, do their own thing, and keep to their own races here. What I like about groups like this is that, you know, you might not see drivers pushing and trying to overtake where they possibly can, but quite happy just to sit in the toe of the car in front. If anything, it's also they use the cars in front as almost like a guide to help them through, you know, for braking markers or just to keep them company. I know that I'm, again, constantly talking about my downfalls in sim racing, but one of the things I struggle with is actually racing by myself, especially when it comes to the darker hours of sim racing. I prefer to be in a group of cars and just kind of circulating with others, but with this, you know, there's something quite comforting, I find, Arjuna, about circulating with other cars around you. It keeps you company, and also you kind of get a better barometer of what your pace is rather than just a lap time. Here, straight up the inside.
That's a bit of a send by the Legions of Racing's car, but it is going to make it work. This is the battle between the silver class leaders, where we've got Yassi as well as West Competition Racing now getting swarmed by 3 potential pro class machines, all in the mix as well, and Marco Jonker is able to just allow the opportunity to slide on through. We're going to grab a quick replay as well of some action that we've seen a little bit more over the course of the race, because it's been a really fun start to this IGTC esports campaign presented by Mobileye down through Sunset and over the crest, and that's a big old smack into the wall for the 110.
That's an F right there, straight into the wall, and also contact with the Porsche just trying to get past it there. So that is a hard, heavy hit for one of the pro class cars. That is Vipperman Racing, and yeah, that is going to leave a heck of a damage. And we were talking extensively about Assetto Corsa Competizione, the 1.9 update and the changes, but one of the other things that is, you know, very, very talked about quite a lot is the damage model, the very realistic damage model that this sim has in terms of like suspension damage and how badly that affects you. We've seen that affect some of the cars already in terms of maybe the decision to try and nurse the car back from the pits, when realistically they would have been better trying to just escape and return to pits if that was at all possible. But you know, at what point does the damage, do you think, Arjuna, become too much and you kind of have to get that car into the pits?
Well, I think after a smack like that, you have to head down to pit lane just to see how much more damage you're going to end up fixing over the course of the race, because it's one of those cases where that wasn't a small rush into the wall, which you'll have plenty of over the course of a 12-hour race at Bathurst. The question is, how do you get a few big ones? And that's going to be a big one through the kinks. Somehow, though, VS Racing by Balish Esport through the gravel, able to slow it down before they take an unintended jump over the tyre wall. Yes, they drop down outside of the top 15, but crucially, still in one piece.
Yeah, they avoided that like an absolute boss. Beautiful, beautiful recovery there from VS Racing by Ballast Esport. And I tell you what, there are going to be a lot of eyes on that number 889 car of Marino Pratama, because that looked like contact from that Mercedes on the run down through the Conrod Straight there, just at the right-hand side. It looked like the car tried to avoid the contact there, but it just wasn't able to happen there, Arjuna.
So, I got just a brief look at it, and then I saw the car already sideways and heading off to the gravel, and was thinking this is going to be a big one. Really impressed, at least by the heads-up nature to slow it down in time, but race control will add one more thing to their incident review sheet to take a look at. Remember, we said there's been, what, now going on almost 15 penalties in the opening 2 hours? That doesn't mean there's been 15 incidents that race control has been working their way on through. So the hard-working team going to get back down to work, and meanwhile back down to work for McCormack, who will pick up that Lamborghini and put it directly in its sights.
And that is exactly what he's going to have to do. The thing with that as well is Darren McCormack, I think, will make very, very short work of this, because McCormack already back into his groove. The issue for him, though, is there a potential here, do you think, to potentially lose time behind this Lamborghini? Because he's going to want to try and get a move done on the Conrod Straight here. You can see how close he's trying to get that car right up to the back end of the Lamborghini here of Dario Lamullo. And to be fair, though, Dario looking a little bit stressed. He's looking a little bit forlorn in that car there. But you can also see that the wheel, thankfully, still pointing in the same direction as he's travelling just now. So it doesn't look like there's been too much damage. If anything, just a little bit of contact on the rear. But I don't know if McCormack is going to get this move. He's going to think about it anyway. And up the inside.
Yeah, straight there, straight through, and for VS Racing by Balish Esport. Now, this is where, to your point earlier that you were making about being able to follow and see how your pace compares, no one better to follow than Darren McCormack, potentially one of the quickest in the field that we've got today. I'll circle back to that point, though, because I feel like this is where, at the top level, I hear a lot of drivers saying it's not that they don't like to be in groups, because it's a part of racing, but there is something about being in a pack of cars at this level where, even if you're only a tenth quicker than the car in front of you, a tenth quicker doesn't mean that you're always able to get the move done. And so it means that you end up having to run the speed of the car in front, because you just don't get those opportunities to pass. And that's important at a place like Bathurst. Once you begin the climb up and down the mountain, you know your opportunities aren't really going to come. It's only down the Conrod Straight, out of turn 1 in towards turn 3, that you have realistic passing opportunities. And so you've really got to set up those few chances and to make the most out of them.
Yeah, that's where racecraft and patience becomes so key during a race like this. You could be the fastest car on track, but unless you've got racecraft and patience down in bucket loads, if you're, say, outside of the top 10, outside of the top 20, you're going to be in for a very, very rough day, because those cars that are a little bit slower than you, that's all very well and good, but until you can get past them, means absolutely nothing. It's all about track position here, and all about being able to set these cars up. And remember, even if you're faster than them in a straight line, if you're not able to get the exit out of a corner nailed before them, then it's going to be absolutely nothing, because they're going to have the advantage. Say, like here on the Conrod Straight, all of the work is done into the S's and into Forest Elbow. So that's really where things like that count here. And unless you can get past them, it's going to count for absolutely nothing. And we've seen that certainly through the course of this race as well. And we've seen this through the course of last season as well, and other seasons where driver frustration, Arjuna, becomes a massive, massive issue towards the tail end of the race.
Baton Racing, I think, made a mistake in the Lamborghini, and I think Team FF were able to take advantage out of the cutting and have worked their way forward into what I believe is 5th in the silver class, because Racing Point in the Aston Martin leading the train in 11th, are 3rd in class and currently sit on the podium. Did note it out of the pit stop window, but I expected G2's Aston Martin to potentially pull an undercut on the silver class cars that it was behind, but no such luck, and it's now Isaac Price that finds himself still in 15th spot, but now with McCormack closing from behind, and the Mercedes AMG Williams Esports car only 2.2 seconds off of the pace. Back up at front for, at least for a moment, because we haven't really talked about how the gap has developed, and with a couple new drivers in the picture, well, the gap's back up to 14 seconds between the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team that leads the race. 14.3 seconds back to now Luke Whitehead that jumps into that McLaren Veloce car. But this is what you were picking up at the very end of the pit stop window, David, was the fact that the McLaren maybe seemed to be a little bit better at the end of the run and was pulling in the gap, whereas we saw the number 51 start to build that advantage a little bit earlier in this race.
And that's exactly it. The fact that Kapoccia, I think, gained a couple of seconds on that pit stop there, because that gap went up from 10 seconds to 14 seconds there, whereas Luke Whitehead still just marginally, and I do mean marginally, faster than the car in front of him, just 1/10 faster on that last lap round. Now, again, what you've got to then bear in mind as well is the fact that lap traffic is going to be an issue here, because I know for a fact Kapoccia just going past the 114 car as we speak, so putting a lap down on Matthias Leitzel in the 31st position Audi just now, as we're seeing, well, quite honestly, a gaggle of cars coming into that final corner there, and the Williams Esports machine of Wojtek Fiala getting very, very close to that Ferrari just in front of him.
And we have had a swap for the silver class lead as well, with now Yonkers in the West Composition BMW in front of Sean Arnold in that 296, and so it's Yassit that tuck into line. They've got the rapid Williams Esports Audi, if maybe not the best handling Audi in the opinion of Charlie Crossland. That's going to work to try and get past them. And it's two more silver class cars for that charging Audi to try and deal with, behind a good shot of the Mercedes that runs behind them. Not too far off of that gaggle that we've been checking in with for third in the silver class, with the Racing Point Aston Martin, with that Ferrari, Porsche and Lamborghini continuing to just rumble their way on through. Traffic continuing to play a big factor, because that's the Whipperman Racing Audi that we saw with its big smash into the wall, which, to my point earlier about sometimes you just run the pace of the cars in the group that you're running with, Whipperman Racing able to hold off the silver class leader right now.
Well, he's got another thing to worry about as well, because we've got a race leader actually coming to lap on to the top 20 just now. That is going to be the number 3 car that he's got up very, very shortly indeed.
Gonna grab a look at a replay potentially for something that's happened a little bit earlier, because again, plenty of stuff's been going on. But as we take a look from behind, it wasn't a Mercedes. I did think it was the Williams Esports Audi that tried to go to the inside a little bit late in towards the kink, and I will sit on the fence there, because I'm a little bit not sure exactly who tried to close the door on who, but Williams Esports definitely probably headed the way of the steward's room for an explanation.
Oh, and that's a second trip to the barrier for that 110. That is, it makes me feel better, because that's exactly where I tend to lose it, just after Skyline. I've got very intimate knowledge, as I was saying in the YouTube chat, about every single corner, every single inch of paint on the S's. I know it because I've crashed into it. But going back to that incident, realistically, where was that Williams Audi supposed to go? It looked one way from the camera angle we had originally, but I don't think there was any move to close the door, so to speak. I think it was just incredible overspeed that the Audi had on that car in front, and just a very unfortunate bit of contact at probably the worst place in this circuit.
Yes.
to have contact.
No, I don't want to. If I'm going to have contact anywhere, Mount Panorama, probably not at the highest speed point of the track. Anywhere else would be preferable. Here's a look on board with Sean Arnold in that 296 cockpit. Has got the race-leading silver class car directly in front of him, importantly, which is where he will want to keep it. A couple more race control decisions trickling their way on through. Again, remember, hard-working team. We've got, I believe, 5 stewards right now on the case, and they've got 12 hours of racing to deal with, so I'm sure they'll be swapping in and out. Give them a bit of a shout out for all the hard work that they are continuing to do. As the sun continues to rise, we haven't really seen it get to the point where it's baking the entirety of the track. There's still plenty of tree cover and whatnot that's kind of shading various different parts of the track. It also looks like it's still a little bit of a problem coming over the top of Skyline as you start to descend the mountain once again. To your point earlier about how that can be quite distracting for a driver, I wonder how it is in the sim world with the changing conditions, how drivers tend to set up their monitors and whatnot, because I know on certain other platforms in nighttime running, there are drivers that will do different things to be able to see a little bit more.
That's actually a great point. I never really considered that, because of course you could turn your brightness up, you could turn your gamma up, and be able to see the track a little bit more clearly. But of course, as it comes into sunrise and a little bit of sunshine, then you're going to be absolutely nuked in terms of exposure. So conversely, you could always do that the other way as well. You could always turn the brightness down, you could turn the contrast down, and maybe mitigate some of those effects. Some drivers might even have display profiles already built into their monitor set up, so they can just switch between the two, perhaps at pit stops. Never really something that I'd consider before, but now that I'm thinking about it, would be a very sensible thing to do. Just gonna nip something in the bud in the YouTube chat as well. Everybody knows that I like a good hype train, but on that recent incident with the Williams racing thing, now they're a little bit of press just now at the moment, but what I would also urge a little bit of caution is that we all like a good pitchfork, we all like a good sort of hype train as it were, but you have to be careful with that, because what you can then do is you're then becoming unwittingly, you're then hyper aware of any instance that involve that team, so you're maybe thinking more into it than actually were. So for me, as much as I like jumping on a good bandwagon as I do, I didn't see really much there, as we see a car facing the wrong way around. Now that is my style of racing there, Arjuna. That is something that you see from me.
That is not a great place to be pointed in the wrong direction either. Right after the beginning of that descent, just before the dipper, and this is when having a traction control off button is very important so that you can spin it around quickly. Credit to Lagash in that TSE Fuel Junkie racing car for, as respectfully as he could, staying out of trouble, and I would be very curious to figure out how he got into that situation, because it's a Bentley, it's not necessarily as loose and as uncomfortable to drive as an Audi, and so therefore I would assume there was some assistance to spin itself around.
Well, that's what we're going to have to find out there, but certainly it's a very strange place to lose it by yourself. Yet from personal experience, I know it can be done, but I'm sure we'll get a replay
in
of
a Bentley?
what exactly. Believe it or not, the Bentley was my first ever car on this game. I think it was Niles Noyox actually that did a guide when I started on YouTube, and it said that it was the Bentley was the most stable car that you could start off with, and yeah, it can be done, especially in the newer versions of the Bentley. Remember, the car itself is one thing, but it's how these drivers have got the car set up as well can make a world of difference to how the cars handle.
Yes, the meta setup has been a big point of contention from what I gathered with the 1.9 update and some of the things on social media that I have been seeing. I'll just call out, by the way, as well, we haven't talked about prize money or anything like that so far in at least our little corner of the broadcast. We're talking about a total cash prize pool across of the two different classes of 68,000 euros. Here's a look at the replay, by the way, and we'll get a look at what happened to that Bentley, and seemingly it's by itself.
Yeah, this is a very common thing, especially for me. It's likely going to be over one of the curbs that unsettles it just on the entry to Skyline. You can see already the car's already starting to lose a little bit of stability there. And yeah.
Hit the wall on the inside, yeah.
But it all starts from just before Skyline there. You can see the car twitching. He's got too much speed into there. He's never going to get the car stopped in time. You roll across the grass, and at which point it's just a case of pick a wall.
He was too, the being on the curb, I think on the exit of McPhillum, he put him too much on the inside initially, and he was all sorts of compromised. And so, yes, unfortunate there. McCormack on the back of Isaac Price. They've gotten past the 55 Raton Racing silver class car already, and McCormack half-heartedly shows his nose to the inside of Price, but Price has seen a lot more than that and is not going to be too willing to compromise. This is an interesting camera angle because we get probably, a third of the zoom screen filled up by what looks like a very wide, ultra-wide monitor, and Isaac Price gives us a look inside of his G2 Esports Aston Martin.
Now, obviously, as commentators here, Arjuna, we're massively impartial. We don't have any favourites, but I adore Isaac Price. I love Isaac to bits, only for watching him on the webcam, for how much work he puts in behind the wheel. He is like the driver that every time you watch him, he just gets so stressed. And every single lap, he fights every single bit tooth and nail. And it's just awesome to watch somebody driving the car so hard and putting everything into it. It's just great stuff. And then you see, by contrast, Darren McCormack, like he's not even doing... He could be sitting on Reddit right now, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It's just something else.
Let's give a shout out, by the way, to one team that has really been climbing its way up through the field. That's the Lamborghini Esports team that started down in 25th position, but David Tanitsa, that's made the switch from Ferrari to Lamborghini, which, by the way, I'm sure has set shockwaves off in Italy, and I'm sure there's civil wars that might get started over a swap like that. But it's great to see him changing his environment, showing really impressive speed, and to correct myself, it's 22nd up to 5th, not 25th. Regardless, almost 20 positions gained and climbing its way up into the top 5, our defending race-winning machine.
And that's a brilliant, brilliant story as well. That's going to give them a lot of momentum, a lot of hope for the tail end of this race there. And Tanitsa into that Lamborghini, as you said. It's again, going back to that point, you know, it's not the kind of car that we would have normally associated with, but it's just something that we have to get used to now, and obviously something that Tanitsa has been able to adapt to very, very quickly, because this is a really, really heavy field that we've got of drivers, of teams, of established names in esports sim racing here, and it's no mean feat to do such an effort there. But it does make you wonder, with the pace of that car, could we see potentially a podium on the cards for that Lamborghini?
I'm very curious how it's going to play out. An Evo 2 Lamborghini, let's not forget, because we've continued to see the evolution of a couple of these homologated versions of GT3 machines. That Lamborghini has been quick on track, quick in pit lane, quick everywhere, by the way. McCormack's going to get up the inside of Isaac Price here, and this is where we will see the pro cars just slot back into line. They're not going to really force the issues too much, and McCormack continues the charge back. Remember, 10-second penalty went the way of the Mercedes AMG Williams 555, and now climbing its way forward. Although that was a big snap of oversteer for a moment on the entry into the cutting. You said dream to drive for the Audi for Williams Esports. The Mercedes, not necessarily a car that you'd expect to be the most nimble over the top of the mountain, and McCormack having to manhandle it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to have to defend myself on that comment here about the Audi.
I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, by the way.
No, I'm retorting to Charlie earlier on. I'm saying compared to that original Audi, the original Audi was an absolute monster. It just would kill you without even thinking twice about it, whereas the other Audi seems really, really planted compared to that one. However, yeah, the Merc, we saw that earlier on just before the previous pit stops. You have to throw that thing about, but how often were we watching it and the Merc just slides about from corner to corner? When you start seeing it twitching, however, that is when you start to know that limit of adhesion, that limit of traction is really starting to be pushed, and there's only so many laps, so many corners, Arjuna, you're going to be able to get away with that on that car there. Just keep an eye out for that Merc and watching it for it biting back very, very hard.
And the warmer the track surface gets, the more of a struggle that's going to be. I think McCormack has it set up on that Samantha Tan racing car to be able to slide on through, but a little bit further back, that recovery continues for that Lamborghini that went off at the cutting. McCormack unable to get that move done, actually. So Bauer in his second stint, we believe, doing a good job to hold off one of the fastest cars on track right now. I think the fastest car on track right now, though, is once again the McLaren Veloce car that put it on pole position and is now once again within 11 seconds of your race leader. McCormack is now going to get up to 13th spot, but the 912 is continuing to come alive, and after Grantas Caracas was really impressively closing the gap to your race leader, Luke Whitehead picking up the baton and starting to try and bring that gap down to under potentially 10 full seconds.
For sure, don't be surprised to see that happen this lap, actually, because there's some big traffic for Andrea Capoccia just in front. I believe that is going to be the 123 car that is just in front of him just now. That is Killian Ryan Meenan in the Aston Martin, currently down in 29th position. That is... yeah, we're not used to seeing Killian Ryan Meenan running that low in the race, but obviously getting caught up, and it's the 54 in front as well. So traffic playing a big issue here, and you're definitely going to see that gap come down as they go across the line this time by. But the thing with it as well is that on its own merit, that Merc is ridiculously fast. It's got so much pace, and I really do think we're going to get a very tightly fought race, I think, here in the next hour and a half here.
You bring up, by the way, Ryan Meenan in the FFS Racing Aston Martin, the defending silver class champions. They finished on the podium in class in every single one of the IGTC Endurance Esports races last year, and so it's not how they wanted their campaign to start, but we saw consistency from them last year. Potentially we'll see them be consistent as well to keep into another championship hunt as they try and hold on to that silver class championship. Talking of that championship as well, in the pro class, if you forget who won there, it was McLaren Veloce in what was a really fun fight with the BMW M Team BS competition, although neither of those teams were as consistent, with Veloce having 2 wins and no other podiums beside that. BS competition had podiums in all but one of the races, and if that one race had been a podium, that could have been the championship going their way. It's a long season at the end of the day, though, and so for us to be chalking any sort of championship picture at the end of 12 hours of racing at Bathurst, David, is going to be a bit ludicrous.
Well, it's a long 12 hours. We've got to find something to talk about, don't we, Arjun, over the next couple of hours. But it's not really, because when you think of how close that season came into, think of how big an impact just one poor race had on any team in the top 10 on that championship last season. This is one of those 5 races, you know, so they really, really have to make every single race count here, and it could have a massive, massive implication on the championship. Now, whether or not it's going to be a defining moment in the championship, it's far, far too early to tell, but it could be a significant one nonetheless. So I wouldn't downplay it too much. I think it still could have a huge impact, certainly mentally as well, for the drivers and for the teams. Could you imagine having a poor start to this championship, finishing outside the top 30, for instance, and then having to try and G yourself up for the remaining 4 races? I think that would be very, very difficult to do.
I almost feel like it would be easier to be crashed out on lap 1 of this race than to have to do a couple of hours and then survive for the rest of it with a damaged car and just effectively be damage limitation mode for the rest of the race. Because then you're in a bad mood, because you remember the start of the season as 12 hours of pain rather than 1 or 2 corners of pain. What are they fighting for? Go back to this again. 58,000 euros to be split across the pro and the silver classes. 40,000 go the way of the pros, 18,000 the way of the silvers. Our champions in the pro class get 11,000 euros to split amongst the drivers. 5,000 for our silver class champions. Plenty for everyone to play for. Top 10 in each class will walk away with something at the end of the season. And of course, that is not just here in the IGTC esports, but of course in all the different sprint series, the regional sprint series that we've got, and of course brand new for this year, the Sim Pro in-person competition as well. Outside line for Isaac Price as he continues to try and find a way past some of those silver class machines. Wasn't going to be able to get past Simon Bauer in the Samantha Tan racing car, at least for the time being. And in a second West competition car, 1 leads in silver, 1's a little bit further back.
Fascinating start to this race. We're already nearly 3 hours into it, and as you said, so much to fight for. And not just that, for a lot of these drivers, Arjuna, that race in the same competitions week in, week out, absolutely about the bragging rights as well. It's absolutely about getting one over on your rival throughout the season or throughout the different couple of competitions that you're racing in. A lot of these drivers will be into the driver chat, into the voice chats with each other as well. So they're not. It's not like they only come together for these championships that they're racing in here. They'll race in many other community championships, many other high-profile esports events as well. So the other thing with that is they get to know each other's driving styles. They get to know how to race with drivers, whether or not there's drivers that they can race with or whether there's drivers that they want to avoid like the plague. And certainly we know exactly how that one works out over the course of the season, and that's exactly where these drivers will be putting the feelers out as well. We've got a bit of a moment there. I believe that was the Ferrari, was it, just in front of Bauer, that was having a wild moment across the grass. So that might actually have been the Porsche of Litterscheid in the 144.
We'll see at the next timing beam how the sectors end up updating. I have noted that Yonkers in that West competition number 1 has really pulled away from Sean Arnold in the silver class lead. Arnold now dropping closer and closer to that Racing Point Aston Martin that we saw at the front of the shot just for a moment there. And it's even the 144, the 38, the 55, all these other silver class cars being dragged into the mix as well. Now, top of the screen, there was a yellow flag being displayed, so it does seem as though when it rains, it pours, and there's another incident that someone else has been involved in, but that clears up relatively quickly. And again, 47 started, and we've only had the 3 retirees so far. It's been a busy old track.
And what that means, of course, is we've got 44 cars, 43 cars that are still circulating on this track here. That is a big number still to be taking part in any race, and certainly from our experience, I'm sure you've seen it as well, Arjuna, within the first couple of hours you usually get a couple of drivers that do drop off and that maybe just have thought, right, well, we're not going to win this. However, that's how much it means to these drivers to still try and pick up points, pick up positions for the course of the race. We've seen time and time again through last season as well, you get these ridiculous comeback stories where a driver that we thought was down and out in the first stint ends up making a miraculous comeback and somehow able to make it back into the top 10. I remember the likes of Igor Ogorodnikov making that sort of run back into the top 10 numerous times through the course of last season and seasons gone by as well. So it can happen. It's a difficult one, but still 9 hours left to go. A lot of strategy up for grabs here and a lot of positions up for grabs here as well. I think that explains why we've had such a low rate of attrition early on.
9 hours to go, and race lead is down under 9 seconds. In fact, it's now under 8 seconds as Whitehead continues to make significant inroads into your race leader. Last lap was 0.7 of a second. Is this indicative of a lack of pace in the Ferrari towards the end of the stint? I don't think so, because the margin back to third spot, it's 30 full seconds. This is just a charge from the fastest car in qualifying, the only team that was able to dip below the 2-minute bracket into the 159s. McLaren Veloce are flying here at Bathurst.
They certainly are, and I love conversations like this, Arjuna, because it's one of the only times that I get to sound like I actually know what I'm talking about here, because I'm watching the driver tracker here on the map as well, and Andrea Capoccia in a big heap of lap traffic that he is currently trying to get round just now. Thankfully, some of that has abated, but he's got 3 or 4 cars just in front of him. I think he's got past the 1-2-3 FFS racing machines. We see Michel Perella going side by side, a little bit of contact there, and that is almost certainly going to be a position almost gained there. But wow, that was a move and a half there from the Ferrari just up in front there. I thought that could have ended in tears.
Yep. And I'm very curious how this traffic has played out. You've been keeping an eye on it, so you've been able to see how Capoccia's been dealing with it. Is he losing a lot of time with the traffic, or is he kind of, is it regular traffic? You give and you take, you win some and you lose some.
It has been regular traffic up to this point, but the problem is that while he has been losing time, it's only been like half a second, if that, on the laps there. So he's still, really hammering it rounds. But the problem is that he's got the number 54 just in front of him just now. After that, he gets a relatively clear track once he's cleared Leon Augusta. The issue with that is that then means that the car behind him, the 912 of Luke Whitehead, he's then got to clear all these cars as well, and that's about 5 cars that he's got to try and get down. So while this gap is coming down, and I will think it will come down again on this lap round, once Capoccia gets past that 54 car, I think you'll start to see that gap starting to go back up.
See how it all plays out. Still a long way to go, and remember, I called it a multiverse of strategies. They all split out at the start. Everyone goes on their own thread, and then it converges towards the end. That becomes a major talking point. Great point that I've just seen in our GT World chat as well. Maybe the McLaren is set up for the warmer temperatures. Remember, we didn't qualify in the dead of night. We qualified with sunlight, with some temperature on the track. Maybe that McLaren's a little bit more alive in the warmer conditions. Maybe the Ferrari's better when it's cooler, and so it's this sort of a bell curve that we're going to see. Towards the middle of the race, it's when the McLaren's maybe is going to be really strong. Towards the end of the race is potentially when we could see the Ferrari start to come back into the mix in terms of how the balance of the car favors the pace. Still a long way to go before we get there. Williams, by the way, have finally gotten past all of the silver class machines in their Audi, and now Fiala runs 7th and has got plenty of time to work his way forward to Abeladze in the S&P Esports Ferrari, that AAA.
Well, we're about to find out what's happening with Capoccia and that lead now, because he has just cleared that 54 of Leon Augustat, which means he has got a bit of breathing space, probably about 5 to 6 seconds to the next cars. That'll give us an idea of what Luke Whitehead is able to do. Whitehead doing a 2:01.8 that last lap round, and it was a 2:02.3 for Andrea Capoccia on the last lap here. So expect to see that time come back down. I think that's going to go back into the 2:01.6s for Andrea Capoccia. We saw Whitehead on a fast lap able to do about 2:01.5s, 2:01.6s as well. So they are trading times here, but I do think it's a bit of an artificial reason that that gap has come down. But watching this fight here with Wojtek Fiala for Williams Esports, you've got to say that's a hard fought drive there for that Audi in the 66 to get back up almost on the verge of the top 5. Got a long way to go to get that, but 15, 16, 17 seconds up to Vyacheslav Abeladze in the 888 Ferrari. Again, that'll be a case of over the next couple of pit stops here. I don't think that's something that you're going to be able to undo in one stint alone.
We talked about the charge from 22nd to 5th from the defending race winning team, the Lamborghini Esports squad. Tanitsa's on the back of Tobias Pfeffer in the Unicorns of Love entry, so just keep an eye out for maybe that Lamborghini to work its way forward up into 4th position. And they aren't too far off the back of Leon Otocki, who runs 3rd, final step of the podium in a also technically Unicorns of Love car. That is the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT by UOL. They are trying to add more and more acronyms and letters onto some of these team names. I do think the longest team name that I've ever seen, David, was intentionally trying to break broadcast graphics. What's the longest team name you've ever seen?
I cannot off the top of my head think of what is the longest one, but I think you're spot on with that. As more team names come on, we were actually joking about that in the broadcaster chat as well, about how everything is one team name X, another team name as well, just to be cool and down with the kids. The problem with it is that obviously it becomes almost impossible for us as commentators to either remember it or to be able to actually realistically read it out on air, because it's just impossible to do.
So and this is where I'm going to get I might get muted halfway through this. Poor Mike Gow doesn't. I'm going to throw him under the bus. Rocket Sim Sport X Brabham Esports. Do we call it Rocket, or do we call it Brabham, or do we call it Zancho to just make it simple?
I'm not touching that one with a barge pole, knowing that man has the access to the mute button for us. So you call it whatever you want. I'm just going to go whatever's on the team sheet name.
It can get quite confusing. I think what's the most confused that I've ever been? It was VCO ERL last year, where we had who was it that partnered up with the Balish Esports? Leo Racing Team, and I kept calling them Balish Esports instead of the Leo Racing Team powered by Balish Esports. Again, this is where commentators are not smart, and so the more help that you can give us to make it as simple as possible, the better. And I've been told to call it Rocket X Brabham, so we've got to make sure we get it all in there.
You've got to keep the producers, you've got to keep the sponsors, you've got to keep the teams happy. It's a never-ending list, and the thing is what makes it even worse is when you get a team name changing, possibly at the last minute or in between rounds, but the livery stays the same. Those are the real favourites of mine, because your brain is just like, it cannot compute what has changed.
See a couple of people asking, is there going to be any James Baldwin in the series? Not today. He, of course, was in the McLaren Veloce car that went on to win the championship last year. But today they've got Luke Whitehead, George Boothby, Grantas Karakis, and Maciek Malinowski that will take on the driving responsibilities across of the 12 hours. Did note that there are plenty of teams that have 4 drivers listed for 12 hours. There are a handful of drivers and teams that are electing to split the load across 3, and for the most part that happens in the pro class. Of note, I did realize when I woke up this morning that it's going to be a long day for the 555, because Dennis Schoninger, Dara McCormack and Dominic Blyer, across the 3 of them, will shoulder the burden of all 12 hours.
and that is going to be a very long 12 hours indeed. They're going to feel that by the end of the day. I've got no doubt about it. Here's an interesting question that just got put in our YouTube chat here, Arjuna, and I want to get your thoughts on it as well. Hikari saying in his 20s and 30s, what are the chances of being able to start a career in racing? We'll talk about sim racing because we'll presume it's sim racing. I would say that there's in between 20 and 30 still very, very good.
It depends on what the goal is, because Niels Naujoks proves that age is but a number, and the Silver Fox continues to be up at the very top level of sim racing. But it is also a reality that the younger you are, the more time that you have, and so the more time that you can practice, and that's tends to be the advantage that we have in sim racing, right? Is that we don't have to pay to go out and test, and so we can test as much as we want, and we're only limited by the availability of our schedules. And so the more free time you have, the more you can practice, which hypothetically means the quicker you can be, although not all practice is good practice. I will just say that.
I think the other thing is that it maybe lends itself to one of the misconceptions where it ties over with real life racing, where you have to get in early, because when you think about it, your body is only able to cope with, say, certain G-forces up to a certain age. So you're at your peak at a certain point, which you don't get that with sim racing. You know, you can train yourself to be mentally fit, to be reactive, to do all that sort of stuff. I would say up until maybe your late 40s, early 50s, I would imagine. And even then, it comes back to what you were saying. What do you define, Arjuna, as good? What are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to be in with some of the top guns here at the IGTC Esports, or are you just trying to be the best of a league championship that you're doing? Whatever it is you're doing, I really don't think age is anywhere near the same sort of issue as it is for real life racers.
You say that, but I have commentated on my fair share of very, very young kids who are much quicker than I ever had a chance of being. And so
how does that make you feel, Arjuna?
Very talentless. But to be fair, that's a daily occurrence. I will just say as well, you mentioned IGTC. Let's give a bit of a shout out to the guys that make all of this possible. Mobileye for everything that they provide, but also Zynamic, our esports imaging partner. I've seen some of the images that Gary's been churning out. So much support behind the scenes that make all of this possible from a great team at SRO and all of our partners. And we're back for another year. Let's talk about the SimPro Championship though, David, because as much as we love being online, there's something special about throwing a bunch of sim racers into a room and letting them loose in competition, especially when it's the very same room that real world drivers have come to compete in the virtual world to get real world points out in their series.
Yeah, it's always risky getting sim racers in the same room together, but a fantastic effort. As we see, big drama going into turn number 2 here. I mean, obviously we have to talk about our first ever winner, Tobias Pfeffer, taking the crown of that brand new SRO Esports Pro Sim Pro series, being held live in the sorry, on you go.
That's Sean Arnold, our formerly race leading silver class team that now has dropped from 10th place overall to 18th. And it's through Skyline, potentially self-inflicted again. Remember, we saw the Bentley turning in a little bit early and clipping the inside wall, but I'm going to be very curious to see how this has played out because, well, after being on the podium, Arnold and Yassit now down to 6th in class.
That's a bit of an awkward issue for Arnold as well. You see some big damage on the back of that car. I'd be very interested to see if he's got a webcam to see how that car is pointing, because again, it's looking fairly scuffed, although the way he's coming into the final couple of corners there makes it look like the handling's still A-OK on that car there, so maybe it just looks worse than it actually was there.
And this is the case as well, where you were saying earlier about Whipperman racing, at what point do you bring it down? Well, we're almost into a pit stop window, so it's good timing for Yassit to, well, I say good timing, there's never a good time to crash, but fortunately, it will only be a couple of laps before they'll be able to assess realistically how much damage there is on that car. I've already seen a couple of cars peel off on towards pit lane. I saw SMP's 888, I believe. Abuladze brought the Ferrari down to pit lane. Speaking of Ferrari, while there's been plenty of drama inside of this top 15 or so in the last 5 or so minutes, the race leading gap is down to 6 seconds now as Kapoccia continues to struggle, unable to set lap times at 1. Luke Whitehead continuously in the 2-minute 1.5. Now half a second per lap, continues to eat into the race lead.
Yeah, that's absolutely egg on my face on that one. I thought that gap was going to go up with the timings on that one, but it's actually coming down here as we're seeing Fabien Pefet here for G-League Esports. He's got a lot of damage onto the back of that car as well here. But go back to the leaders here, with that gap under 6 seconds and almost under 5.5 seconds here. Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit concerning for Kapoccia, because at which point do you go, like, is this going to be really an issue as we're away to jump to a replay here of Sean Arnold?
Yeah, let's see how the Yasheet Ferrari ended up finding its way around. And, well, there are cars around. That's McCormack directly behind, but the back end had already stepped out on Sean Arnold, and good, I think, reactions there from McCormack to take avoiding action, jink to the left and steer himself clear. And that's how Arnold got, I think, what is going to be some not inconsiderable damage to the rear end of his machine. Back up towards the front as we rejoin the live pictures. Tobias Pfeffer runs in 4th spot, but like we were mentioning, David Tanitza continues his charge in the Lamborghini Esports Works team and tries to crack the top 4.
I think he's got a very, very good chance to do that here, because Pfeffer, as we were saying, just before we went to that incident with Sean Arnold, it was a brilliant start to the SRO season for him, for the Esports Sim Pro season, taking that race win over Tobias Grunwald for Unicorn Love. So again, he's going to be coming in on an absolute high right now, and that does a lot for your confidence, I think, into these competitions.
Well, with 3 hours complete in this first round of the Mobileye IGDC Esports campaign, let's see if we can dial you down through some of the highlights and replays of the first 3 hours. Let's not forget, we start under the night light with just the headlights to illuminate us up and down the mountain for those very first time. It was Veloce, after breaking into the 159s in qualifying, that led us to the green. Nice tidy start initially through Hell Corner as a couple of cars flirted with the gravel, but we survived successfully for the time being. It's as you begin that rise up towards the mountain, though, that things start to get a little bit scary, and Veloce, by virtue of being in the lead, drafted in towards that turn 3 complex and already lost that lead and were forced out wide and have been recovering ever since then. What a great job they've done. Now just 6 seconds off of the leader after that moment where they were almost in the wall and done for the day. There were plenty of dramas, though. The 49 got a big old tank slapper down through the hill as the G-League Esports car found itself in some strife. Not the only car to do so as well. Coming up out of turn 3, the 77 in the pro class made a little bit of a mistake as well. Fortunately, no roadblocks on the streets of Mount Panorama for a moment, but trying to jink on through. The 333 virtual drivers by TX3 had nowhere to go eventually, and the chaos at Bathurst, well, it was to be found. We went into the sunrise, though. The sun started to continue to work its way up, and drivers started to have to start to try and figure out where they wanted to place themselves. And towards the front, it was the 51, the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, that found the point, sliding past the Unicorns of Love. And from there, yes, it took a trip through the grass. They started to build up, at one point, a full 15-second lead, continuing to rise their way into the sun. Scary moment, though, for the 555. They got a bonk from behind as well. What a dramatic day it's been for them. And it continued to be drama with a 10-second penalty going the way of the 555. A little bit later on, Dara McCormack started that car back in now and charging his way up in towards the top 10. It's, of course, the 5th anniversary for Williams Esports. They run a special tribute paint scheme in their Mercedes-AMG partnership, but it was not going to be damage done just yet. Lights flashing from behind. The ITV Santalot car tried to slide its way on through, Cormac would hold the inside with his fellow Williams Audi sister car behind. 25 pushed off into the grass, avoiding action taken, and fortunately we got through that one safely. BMW M Team BS competition though, fought for the championship last year, and their hopes to try and get involved in the fight once again were going to take a bit of a hit. Whipperman Racing in the Audi trying to fight them as hard as they could in toward the final couple of corners, but with the sun continuing to rise, it was going to be the 89 squeezed off into the wall. The Yassi Ferrari also got a bit of damage, and that was only some of the drama, with the sun still not fully risen. 3 hours into this race, Arjuna Kankipati on hand with David Christie. And David, what an interesting couple of hours we've been here to witness.
Oh, it's been awesome, hasn't it? I mean, those replays, if we're being honest, could quite easily fill another 30 minutes with everything that we've seen over this opening couple of hours. We're into hour number 4 here. And yeah, this is just bubbling over very, very nicely. So many different stories. We've got the amazing resurgent drive of Luke Whitehead in that Veloci McLaren, the 912, now just 5.5 seconds behind Andrea Capoccia as it's still coming down. I think what we saw on the YouTube chat was absolutely spot on. You pointed that out, Arjuna, about the car maybe being set up for warmer conditions here at Bathurst, slightly struggling with the colder nighttime start that we had here, but it's really coming back into life here, and I get the feeling that these pit stops here that we're about to go on very, very shortly are going to be absolutely pivotal to this race.
I think I will agree with you there. I will note, by the way, I'm saying that the number 51 race leading car had maybe started to see the gap continuously shrink, but now Luke Whitehead has found a bit of that traffic as well and started his own struggles. Half-hearted look by David Tanitsa once again in towards the cutting, and Tobias Pfeffer leaves just enough room to run himself off into the grass for a moment as well, but he is going to be the one that dives the way of pit lane, releases Tanitsa to try and potentially get a bit of an overcut here as the Mercedes-AMG Team UOL head down towards pit lane.
I'm glad you were calmer on that one, Arjuna, than I was, because I was squeaking as that Lamborghini came into the braking zone in towards the cutting there. I thought there was almost certainly going to be contact, but obviously Tobias making it known that he's popping into pit lane. So this is now a real roll of the dice for a lot of these cars. You're going to want to try and stay out as long as you possibly can, unless you're in a fight that you don't think that you're going to be able to win, and potentially try and get the undercut. Miato faking entry into the pit lane there for Raton Racing Esports by Kulash. He is in a fantastic fight just ahead in the silver battle. This is for the silver podium that he's got in front there. That is Litterscheid in the 144 Porsche and Mattea in the Aston Martin just ahead of him in that number 85 car. So fantastic fights happening all the way through this order here, but realistically that battle for 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th, that's the same one that's been going on for about 2 hours now.
Yes.
And it's been so enjoyable to watch.
It's the one that's captured most of our attention. I will point out that the 296 Yassi car brought it down to pit lane, and Sean Arnold has handed over to Valentin Barriere, who is in 30th position, a lap down, but will only get the sense after pit stops are completed through the field where that's actually dropped him. The young Robbie Stapleford, who I think has just celebrated a birthday, has jumped into that G2 Esports Aston Martin, replacing Isaac Price, and finds himself right behind Wild Things Racing in their wild Bentley. And that's the battle for 20th position, Pro versus Silver class car once again. But G2 Esports, I think it's somewhat fair to say, they don't necessarily seem to have the pace in that Aston Martin today. Having said that, it's not like there are too many Aston Martins in front of them either, so the best of the Aston Martins might actually be the Racing Point number 85 that runs in 10th in silver right now.
It could very well be, and that's the thing, is that Aston's, it just goes back to what we were saying earlier about the meta of the updates and the balance of performance, the constant shift between what are the favourite cars and what the cars that maybe nobody wants to touch anymore. The Aston Martin was always a very popular choice because of its perceived straight line speed, and it just doesn't seem to have that anymore. It doesn't seem to have the advantage that it did, but no stranger to see it fighting with the Bentley. But I always see Robbie Stapleford as one of the types of drivers that you were mentioning earlier, those ridiculously talented youngsters that have way more pace than I could ever have, but he just has it with a level of maturity I don't think we really appreciate all that much in championships like this. He's got a very, very old head on that young shoulders.
He turned 17 yesterday, on May the 19th, so one of the younger drivers in the series for sure, but this is where having a team like G2 around him can help him, because they have so much experience across of esports. They can help with the mental side of things that is so important in sim racing. It's not just physical strength that you need to drive these cars. Sometimes you do need that because of the direct drive wheelbases and pedals that we use, but so much more importance on mental focus. I will also agree with a comment from our YouTube chat. His arms look like they are uncomfortably straight at times.
Yeah, that's a very extended position that he's got there, but obviously one that he's very comfortable with and one that he quite enjoys. And I guess it comes down to that whole thing of, you know, different strokes for different folks. Is people have different ways that they've got set up. I remember another sim racing friend of mine, John Monroe. I mean, he has like I'm pretty sure it was like a G27 or a G29 on a literal computer desk, and it was the most unergonomic position you could imagine, and yet he was so ridiculously fast here, as we see Bastian Offerman kind of having to hand that position, because obviously under blue flags to that car that's just come out there, that is the 555 that's just went and put him another lap down there. Bastian Offerman being a lap down, that is not something that we hear all too often.
It's the pace that we've got here today. It's relentless. We've got how many cars left on the... We are in the middle of a pit stop window, so hard to really judge. 19 cars left on the lead lap right now. Interestingly, a 5-second time penalty has been handed down to that number 45 Aztec Simsport Visceral Porsche for a second warning for ignoring the blue flags. Sometimes there are a lot of debates about what the blue flags mean in the context of different series. It's clear what it means here. You've been given a second warning, 5-second time penalty. Don't do it again. You'll get a little bit more of a stern penalty. It's not F1 where it's, 3 corners and you've got to get out of the way, but a little bit of reasonable takes, especially given how difficult it is to pass on the mountain.
Yeah, it's an advisory flag, but obviously the penalties get given out for not moving out the way or not, or you know, blocking where there's an opportunity for that car to get past you. It's always a contentious issue, I think, because as you said, most people mistake it for F1 where they take it for a command. You have to get out of the way, whereas it's literally don't fight the car that's trying to get in front of you. So it will be interesting to see how that all goes out. What I would say though is have a look at the lead gap now though, Arjuna. That gap is now 2.4 seconds, but that's Andrea Capoccia into the pits, and that now releases Luke Whitehead to the lead of the race.
There were some changes with the regulations about blue flags as well, so I wonder if that's causing a bit of confusion for some of the drivers. But yeah, traffic I think has been a big part of this lead battle, coming down to now just 2 seconds into this pit stop window, because 2:03.385 last lap for Capoccia. That's not a lap without its share of major traffic woes, but that is the reality of endurance racing. The traffic gives and the traffic takes. It's not always going to give and take in equal measure to all teams, and it's not always a benefit, especially as the race leader, to be the first one arriving on the scene of traffic.
You never want to be. That's the issue though, is because you've got to try and blaze your way through it. What I would say though is that you know, on the other side of that as well, is that maybe the cars are more waiting as, oh, that's Rocket Sim Sports Joe Scher into the back of, I believe that was Sudicat, wasn't it? In fact, no, it wasn't. That was actually a car that's even further down, the lap down, that he had contact with there. So that's a bit of a strange one. But on the topic of blue flags, you would think that a car would be, given the warnings that they get, maybe they've got an onboard spotter system that's giving them these warnings as well, they'd be aware of it. And I think that especially for the leader, you're hyper aware of that car. You don't want to be anywhere near that car when it's coming to put you a lap down there, I think, Arjuna.
I always prefer to be the second or third person in line, because then you've traditionally been seen already. Although traffic is never, it's not a science. You can't guarantee it's going to go a specific way, and so that's again where I always say that you can't do it You can't learn traffic management in a textbook, in a classroom. You have to do it by racing on track, ideally with the people you're competing against. Kapocha comes into pit lane, by the way, and so keep that number in your mind. 2.5 seconds, that's the gap as the 51 heads off towards pit lane, leaving the 912, which is still flying consistent lap times, to try and bring the gap down a little bit more, heading into its own cycle of pit stops.
And that is exactly what we are going to be keeping an eye on, is Atoki and Tanitsa into the pits as well. So this is the bit that I love, is that you can't really get an accurate idea of what on earth is going on here, because there's so many different moving pieces with all of the pit stops happening at the same time, but over different laps, if that makes sense. It's a difficult one, because you get an idea of what you think is going to happen, and then suddenly a car could have done the undercut by about 5 or 6 seconds on the pit stops here. But certainly now we're starting to see the drivers doing something you were saying at the start of the hour there, starting to settle down there. Although I would start to think, is it just me, Arjun, or does that McLaren look like it's really starting to slide about quite badly?
It could be, but that could also just be the tyres at this point at the end of a very long run. See if Whitehead jinks off to pit lane this time by, but would not be shocked if he tries to go at least 1 or 2 laps longer, because again, do remember, maximum stint length that these drivers are allowed, 65 minutes, but if the tyres are giving up the ghost a bit earlier, you may not want to push it all the way to the very end of the stint, even though we are single stinting tyres. Is it finally going to be a pass for G2 Esports in the Aston Martin? Yes, they'll slide past Raton Racing, going the long way around. Big old wiggle for the Lamborghini, might compromise it and drop it into the clutches of the 144 and the 38. Whitehead, though, the very next lap after Scuderia Ferrari, down to pit lane.
Yep, they're going to pull in, and the question is how long are they going to be in pit lane for? That is going to be a key thing. G2 Esports, though, Robbie Stapleford, how that car didn't end up into the wall, I've got no idea. I thought that was almost certainly going to be contact with that car diving up the inside there, but thankfully saner heads prevailed out of that. And the other thing for Robbie Stapleford he has to remember is it doesn't matter with who he's fighting just now, because at the end of the day, these are silver cars that he has got in amongst them. The next car, realistically, that he's got to worry about outside of pit stops is that 889 that's just up in front of him, the Merc of Moreno Pratama, just up there, the Legion of Racers car. So that's realistically who he's fighting on track, but at the end of the day, he's still got 4 or 5 cars around him that he doesn't want to be anywhere near.
We have had a swap around in the silver class lead, by the way, because it is Racing Point 85 that now leads in front of Victor Nicolai in the West competition car. So I'm not sure exactly how that has cycled on out, but I'm very curious as to where
Whitehead's done the jump. He's done the jump.
I thought he was going to fare out, but where is Jordan Surratt in this equation? That's what we're going to have to wait and see. The margin is not even close. It's going on 2 full seconds.
Wow, that is an undercut and a half. That must be like, what, 4 or 5 seconds that that Veloce McLaren team have done in the pit lane. This is exactly what we're saying. So they've taken on potentially less fuel from what we're hearing here. Yeah, that's a stunner of a move. Either way, that's a big shot across the bow there to take that position. However, how long is it going to be lasting for? We know that Sherratt is an absolute demon behind the wheel of that Ferrari.
And again, maybe I'm going to wonder if, as much as I agreed with the point earlier that we saw in the YouTube chat that maybe the McLaren's suiting the hotter temperatures better, early parts of the stint are where this Ferrari is alive. And just look at it right now, down through the dipper in towards at the elbow at the very end of this descent of the mountain. We'll see exactly how it fares out. A little bit loose there, tight, excuse me, for the McLaren, because Malinowski didn't get off the corner that easily and gonna lift off. Miscommunication, as I think McLaren Veloce trying to tuck back into line. Malinowski almost gets himself run into by Jordan Surratt.
Yeah, side by side coming down into the final couple of corners there. I think Sherratt takes that position. Malinowski just kind of handed it to him there. We're hearing as well from our production team there that it was actually Sherratt, the 51 car, was in the pit stop 5 seconds longer, wasn't taking on fuel, so possibly some minor damage getting fixed on that car, but that would explain why that time was lost there. So in real terms, I mean, that is a demon demon effort there from Jordan Sherritt right now. So fantastic stuff here. And Malinowski having to possibly lick his wounds after that move was done. But realistically, look, Sherritt's done what he did in that opening stint here. I wouldn't be surprised to see that Ferrari try and open up a gap again.
Wait for those tyres to come up to temperature as well in that McLaren, and then we'll get a better sense, I think, of how it's going to end up faring out. We don't need to get into a discussion about tyre warmers, which seems very topical in the world of modern sports car racing in 2023. McCormack exits pit lane, by the way, and I think is still in the car. So I think he's pulling a double stint potentially, because that hasn't updated on my timing screen either. Always curious about how some of these teams and drivers are going to allocate their driver lineup, and as much as the meta has always seemed to be one stint for the driver, push as hard as you can, there are always exceptions, and maybe we're going to see a couple of deviations on tyre windows and strategies potentially. If McCormack and Williams don't feel like their consistent commitment to going as long in the window is going to work out, they've already come in a little bit earlier than planned this time through on pit lane, and effectively are going to need a splash and dash at the end. Maybe it gives them a little bit more leeway between now and then as to how they want to play it.
I think what's important to remember as well is that they've got a strong team behind the scenes in terms of strategy, in terms of working out with the old Excel spreadsheet and try to figure out pit stops and how they can actually undo this damage that's happened. But it all comes down to that penalty. That's where this damage was caused earlier on, and that's where it all kind of boils back down to. That's what they've got to do, and like I said, there's only so much you can do per stint to undo that damage, given that you're already driving to like 99.9% of your driving pace and ability anyway. Pushed it any harder than that, you're likely going to cause an accident with yourself or with a car around you. So it makes sense just to keep him in the car, get that stability done, and you know, fastest lap of the race currently for the 555 car. We know they've got the pace, and if they can hold on to that 7th position, given everything that's going on just now, that's not too bad a place. That's what I'm just trying to work that out. What, about 20 seconds, maybe 40 seconds actually behind the race leader just now. At this stage of the race, I would take that over being a lap down.
See how the lap times are going to fare out in this next stint of the race, though, with a couple more changes. And indeed, by the way, confirmed that McCormack is staying in the car, and so he'll find himself behind Tobias Gronewold in the Unicorns of Love entry. But how big is that gap? About 15 seconds is the margin he's got to close. Also has had Tinko van der Velde somewhere in that mix as well, but the Audi for the Williams Esports team has disappeared from the timing, actually. I don't know if that's pit stop related,
yeah,
but
it was a pit stop. He came into the pits about a lap ago.
He should still be up there. I'm very, very confused because that something does not seem right there. I will investigate and get back to you as soon as we can. That's the Williams car. That looks fine, though.
I'll tell you why. Sorry, jump in. I think he's had an issue coming down the S's. So the 66 of Tinko van der Velde, he's currently down in P20 just now, but he was stopped on track for a little second there, and he's going down the order. So that would have been his first lap out of pit lane.
So I wasn't crazy. There was a Williams Esports car in trouble, and there is, oh, that's damage on the right side. Is the steering damage? It does not look healthy, that's for sure. Oh, that is toast.
It's going in the bin, I think, is what's happening with that one. So I did see him go, with a P up next to him, so he has been in the pit. So if that's the case, I mean, that is a disaster for this car, because that's going to be the first lap out of the pit lane there, and he's onto the grass there. This is going to be a rough entry into pit lane.
And I think that's the Lamborghini Esports team that's just slid on past. So there's some quick cars that have been having to find their way past a stricken Tinko van der Velde. Heartbreaking to see, but if I get the sense that it's deja vu, and it's going to be the third time that David and myself have seen a very similar incident at the top of Skyline, then maybe it's something we should expect just that little bit more. But while one Williams Esports car is out, one Williams Esports car still in the hunt. McCormack in that 555 is still alive. Silver class lead, though. Let's talk about this, because Racing Point continuously are leapfrogging their way forward hour after hour. We joined them when they were in 4th or 5th position. Now they lead, they've got West Competition Racing behind them, they've got plenty of pro cars behind them as well. It's the silver class where I'm really thinking I have no idea how it's going to go.
No, that's a warning for Car 51 for a pit lane infringement. So that's your race leader, Jordan Sherritt, on lap 93. That's an unusual one, but we're about to get a replay of what happened then to our Audi, and I get the feeling this is going to be at the top of Skyline. Oh, that's a horrible moment.
I'm scared. He entered with too much speed, a hellacious hit, and yes, that Audi is probably done for the day.
That is some brutal suspension damage on that right-hand side there. I don't think I've seen a car fly up into the air from that right-hand side that's not been a head-on hit there. So yeah, that is going to be big damage for that car. And realistically, at this pace, with the way that the cars are driving, yes, you might be able to do a recovery drive and get yourself inside the top 30. Outside of that, I cannot see anything other than that for that Audi there. That is heartbreak for them at such an early stage of the race.
And we are going to apparently see them head back out, so I am very impressed that the either durability of the Audi or the ingenuity of the engineers to get things working. I shouldn't be surprised, it is an Audi after all. Didn't they change a gearbox at Le Mans in like 30 seconds at this point? Hyperbole has reached such a significant stage that I think we have to call it a 30-second gearbox change at this point.
Yeah, that's exactly what they've done. Just in, out, change damage, get the driver sorted out, give him a wee bit of juice and he'll be absolutely fine. Maybe a wee plaster for that bump there. But Victor Nicolai then, this is the battle for silver class lead right now. 85 versus the 1, but the 85 I think is just going to have the upper edge there as Pertil holds on to that position there. Arjuna, this battle has just been raging away for the past sort of 10-15 minutes here. But have a look on the inside there, Robbie Stapleford trying to nick a little position there, gets it done, and again, that's not for class, but again, as a racing driver, you never want to see other cars go flying past you.
No, absolutely not, and that is a good sign for G2. Just now just have one more of the silver cars in front of them before they get into the meat of the top 10 of the pro class field. See how quickly they'll be able to work past Pertil in that Racing Point car. Didn't West Competition Racing have at one point a 5-second lead over the 85? So it's been one of those classes where it's been one of those races, even up at the front of the pro class field, where it's been so chock-a-block of changes that I'm going to be very curious in 8 hours and 34 minutes time who's leading come the white flag, because I don't get the sense you can guarantee it's going to be this same ordering. I was joking about a certain race in Monaco next week that's going to be had in Formula One, that you could just see the qualifying results. That's probably close enough to the race results. Definitely not the case for us here today.
Thankfully, yeah, we get a lot of action, a lot of drama and a lot of excitement, and that makes me very happy, because Monaco is probably my least favourite race of the entire season for exactly that reason. I mean, it's great here because you get a lot of chaos and thrills and spills and stuff like that, but on top of that, we get some insane racecraft as well. We get some insane door-to-door racing and some strategy, and it just adds to the excitement here. So yeah, I'll happily take this over Monaco every day of the week. And going back to Luca Lozio here in the Lamborghini onto the tail end of that number 4 Merc just now of Lars Kisser. Is it going to be a move into turn 2? Thought better of it. Lamborghini looking very feisty. You mentioned earlier about the topsy-turvy nature of the standings just now, and that's one thing I think that we can directly attribute to car setup and to the weather as well. I think as the track's starting to get warmer, some of these cars, some of the drivers may be feeling a little bit more in their element here.
Did you say weather? Should I start doing my rain dance? Is that my cue?
Well, what was it Lewis said earlier? He's not a weather boy, I think was his direct comment earlier on.
Okay.
So that's what we need to refer to ourselves as not weather boys.
Well, Lewis is pretty bad at a lot of things. I'm sure we can add being bad at weather. I've got to dig into him because he's not here and he can't get back at me. He'll get his opportunity in the final 3 hours, and I definitely won't get the chance to bite back at him. If anyone's wondering, me and Lewis, we love each other, don't worry. It's just that you get it, David. When you work with someone enough, you're going to dig into them. Much like a lot of these drivers will behind the car.
In the same way as like dysfunctional brothers or something like that. It's like that. You have that rough brotherly love. It's quite adorable to watch. It's you give as good as you take, I think is the safe way to say it. Look a Lotto, while we're distracted with all that chatter there, just sent it around the inside of the Merc, and the Merc has absolutely nowhere to go. Lars Kisser caught completely unawares there.
Well, that was a bit of a coordinated swap around initially. It was after the kink where the mistake from Kisser put him off into the grass and finds him dropping down a little bit. The charge from the Lamborghini has been very reminiscent of a charging bull. 22nd, now up to 3rd, and find themselves, yes, a good 35 seconds off of your race leader. But if they've been able to go from 22nd to 3rd in 3 hours and 30 minutes time, give them 8 hours and 30 minutes, surely they'll be able to close in 35 seconds. They were amongst the fastest cars on track last time by, even with making moves and whatnot. That Lamborghini going to be one to watch. Yellow flag indicating that there's another bit of drama out on track for someone else. Hopefully not at Skyline, because at this point, if I think of trouble, I'm thinking of Skyline. It's not. It's Return Racing, it's the cutting, and they're waiting quite patiently to rejoin the track.
I've got to say, hats off. We give the drivers and the teams a lot of stick some of the times for some of the incidents and some of the... Oh my God, it's Riley Murdoch. That is... Right, see, that is literally what I was about to say there. I was about to say we give a lot of the drivers a lot of stick for some of the incidents that go around, but that was a really well done rejoin. And it's just before I even got to say those words out of my mouth, Riley Murdoch, what was that? What was that?
Well, the rejoin wasn't good, but you could tell that the tyres weren't in good nick either, because out of turn 1, about as right hand down at the lock as you want to be in a GT3 machine. When it rains, it pours with chaos, and maybe there was some oil laid down in those final couple of corners for 2 different incidents. Connery Maddock has very strong opinions on rejoin, and somewhere they have just received a cosmic message from the universe about that one.
Connery's having an aneurysm just watching that one back on the replay. Listen, I'm all on board with him on that one, because I hate it. There's no excuse for it at all. You've got a relative box, you know exactly where the other cars are on track. Be patient, wait until you get your chance to do. Now, what's different is if your car's bounced into the wall and maybe your brakes aren't stopping the car, you can't stop that. But if you try and spin the car around and you do that exactly into the path of another car, I'm sorry, in my books, stewards get to absolutely read you the riot act, and I get the feeling that might be what we see here as Robbie Stapleford tries to go side by side with the number 85 there of David Pertile. Can't quite make it happen though, but he's going to definitely get that position done. But Robbie Stapleford just cutting his way through these silver class cars, and that's exactly what he needs to do, but at what cost here, Arjuna?
So after 2 hours of G2 being stuck behind, and so stuck behind 4 or 5 silver class cars, and so an important stint to be able to gain that track position. Apparently there's a 7% chance of rain today, which is not a large chance, but it does mean that potentially we could have a little bit of interruption from the skies. We'll see how that plays out. I do remember 24 Hours of Spa last year, the final round of our IGTC esports campaign. Didn't we have it so that it was basically raining once an hour, and so you had drivers coming in to try and get rain tires, and then they'd have to come back in certain amount of time later to get dries, and then we just repeat the cycle for a little bit, and that's what kept McLaren Veloce in contention for a lot of things. The rain is what, in fact, what I'm trying to say is small chance of rain, but if we get it, it could be the great equalizer.
It certainly could, but with 7%, that's a hefty long shot. I'll tell you what, being here in Scotland in real life, I would take 7% chance of rain any day of the week here, because it's more than likely much higher than that. But again, they are going to have that, joking aside, in the back of their mind in terms of yet another strategy call that they've got to be able to take on at a moment's notice, because remember, these statistics, these weather updates will change drastically as the race goes on. So as we get further into the race, that 7% could be 14%, could be 25%, it could go up or it could go up further down into zero. So again, it will be something they're aware of as Robbie Stapleford still decides to go side by side. Arjuna, it's not a position I would want to go side by side with another car, particularly as that looked like a little bit of a punterino there.
Well, this is where, if I'm the Racing Point car, at some point I wonder, okay, is it worth me continuing to fight with a Pro Class machine? Because Stapleford, I think, realizes, okay, maybe I did get into the back of the Aston Martin, and so I'll drop behind and relax a little bit. But, same token, I understand that Pertil wants to keep some gap between him and Victor Nicolai in that battle for the Silver Class lead. He's also not fighting Stapleford for any points. Stapleford's running his own race, and so I think you can tell right now Stapleford feeling a little bit frustrated, and now we'll watch as Nicolai is given the opportunity to either save some fuel or try and go on the offense once again. Outside line up into turn 3. More just shows that I think the Aston Martin's feeling the pressure behind.
He's got a lot of pressure, a lot of stress on his shoulders right now, because as you said, you've got Victor Nicolai just behind, but then Robbie Stapleford, who I think is actually doing the sensible thing here and just letting these two sort it out. Until he can safely get past David Pertil, that is going to be the issue for him. So you don't want to have any part in whatever the hell is going to happen here in the next 5 minutes between these two, if anything happens. But realistically as well, to catch up to Puritama, you've got another, 3 seconds up the road as well. So you want to get past, but not at any means necessary. Just let it play out how it's going to. Trust in the system, and you'll likely find yourself past very, very quickly indeed. Just also want to bring your attention actually to the leader of our race here, Jordan Sherritt, right
from
now.
my mouth.
9 seconds almost already. I mean, that is, and through traffic as well. That is like real pace from that driver.
And look at that last lap time, because that's what caught my attention. 2:01.295. He is half a second quicker than everybody else on the track right now. It's traffic or not, he is absolutely flying. Victor Nicolai trying to fly to the outside in this battle for the Silver Class lead. Stapleford's able to avoid the stricken car as it tries to slither its way back onto track. You mentioned not wanting to put yourself on the outside into that very particular corner. Stapleford found out a lap or two ago that it's not the place to be. This time it's Nicolai.
Yeah, Nicolai, very, very unfortunate to find himself in the receiving end of that one. The problem with it is that he was never going to get that position sorted out. But I've got to say, all hats off to him for that car control. That was really, really good. It could have been so bad straight into the side of Darren McCormack, of Robbie Stapleford, but thankfully avoided him, kept on. We'll have lost 4 or 5 seconds out of that, but still keeping that car under control as we cut back to the Wild Things racing machine just in front of Michael Masser here for Race Esports team. This is an interesting little battle as well as Lettinen behind the wheel of the Bentley right now.
To go back to the lead as well, I just want to point out, yes, Scuderia Ferrari Esports team are flying. It does not mean that the McLaren Veloce team are not quick. It's just that they seem to be more consistent over the stint. Race Esports down the inside. The Bentley gives them plenty of room, and it's going to be on exit that finally Michael Mazur is able to grab 27th spot. It's a Lamborghini coming from behind. That, I believe, is Luca Lozio in the Lamborghini Esports entry that's running third and trying to pick its way through the lap traffic. But this is what we were mentioning earlier. But by the time we get 4 or so hours in, traffic's going to be pretty frequent, and the Bentley going a bit half defensive there, just trying to make sure that it gets a good run out of turn number 1. But Lozio sets it up, gets the draft from the Audi, and will blow on past that Wild Things racing car. In terms of traffic management, David, I talk so much about how you only learn it on track, but I feel like as well, mindset and how you approach it is such an important thing. Often, both in the real and virtual worlds at the top level, drivers try and get through quite aggressively. For the most part, I've been very impressed today with how drivers have respected blue flags and waited until there have been opportunities to work their way on past.
That's a brilliant catch there, Arjuna, and I was away to say the same thing later on, because they really have been, and it's a two-way thing. The driver receiving the blue flag has to be respectful that there's a faster car. They don't want to be in front of that car. They don't want to be holding them up. They don't enjoy it, but in the same terms, they're likely fighting for their own position as well here. Here at Bathurst, there's very limited opportunities where you can let a car go by without losing significant amount of times here. Now, we're watching the Audi just in front here. For me, Luca Lozio could have, if he wanted to force the issue, he could have tried to stick the car up the inside here. Realistically, what he's going to do, he's going to get the run down the Conrod straight here, get as much draft as he can, and then just breeze past the Audi. It doesn't cost the Audi any time, and it doesn't cost the Lamborghini any time either. However, what you would also mention there is some of the drivers that do have a lack of respect, and it's that aggressiveness, that pretentiousness that some of the top drivers have, of this whole like, get out of my way, who do you think you are to even be on the same bit of track as me, and that really does grate me the wrong way sometimes. Thankfully, we've not seen that at all today, and long may that continue. They've been really respectful, and it's worked both ways very, very well.
That's one of those things that I feel age helped, because I know going back 4 years ago when I was racing a little bit myself, I was definitely a lot more aggressive with traffic than I should have been. I look back on hindsight and definitely think I was a menace in traffic, but that was also just the mindset and the way that I was thinking about it. And no, I had no one who was really trying to drill into me as aggressively as maybe I should have. That was an issue. Back up front, by the way, because Luke Whitehead did jump into chat to say that on lap 103, so it's 3 or 4 laps ago, Malinowski had to take major avoiding action because of another incident over at Skyline. Now, Malinowski runs in virtual reality. He's looking focused behind the wheel right now. Was able to get away without any sort of contact. Yes, he's 9 seconds back, but more importantly, with no damage.
Yeah, and that is no mean feat as well. We've talked about endurance racing and the physical toll that it can take on the drivers. Now, that is just taking into account maybe they've got a triple screen setup or a widescreen, ultra widescreen monitor. In VR, that's a completely different kettle of fish, because you need to have a really, really powerful graphics card to run this game in VR. That graphics card is going to be running very hot, and you could see that with the fact that Malinowski looked to be in his vest top there on the sim rig. But in VR as well, it is exhausting, because your eyes are directly in front of LCD panels and you have to be so much more aware. What I would say though is that I absolutely love racing in VR. It is so much more immersive. It gives you an ability to sense the space around you like nothing else. You can literally look over your shoulder and see the other cars there. It is, for me, I just absolutely adore it, but it is so exhausting. The heat that comes off the visor as well, I can guarantee Masick is going to be a sweaty mess at the end of his stint.
Have noticed that Victor Nicolai dropped 4.5 seconds back off these drivers, so maybe a bit of a moment for him in that West Competition BMW. Racing Point now looking comfortable at the front of the silver class. We don't tend to see virtual reality used too much at the top levels of sim racing, and I think mostly for that point, like you mentioned, it gets hot, it gets sweaty, and the longer you are in virtual reality, the less willing that you are probably going to want to be in virtual reality. I've seen it in some of the short races that we sometimes do. Jumpy trucks is something that I've commentated on before. That's great in virtual reality, because those races are 10 minutes long and you're in and out of them quickly. There are drivers that combine that with motion as well, which I think is going very crazy at the top level of esports, because at some point there's too many signals that are sent your way, I feel like, right? We've got to a point now where we've got direct drive wheelbases and load cell pedals for the top level sim racers. Doesn't necessarily mean that you need that to be quick, because I'm sure there's a handful of drivers in this field that are still on the G27s that they first started sim racing with, and are still as quick as everyone else. Yes, better gear makes you more consistent. It doesn't make you more talented.
Ooh, this old chestnut. I've got a very, very simple understanding of it, and it's going to cause a lot of riots in YouTube chat and a lot of issues. Gear doesn't matter. Gear does not matter in any way. The more realistic you try to get with your gear, the further away you're going to get from your ultimate pace win. And if you think about it this way, right, the more objects that you're adding away from having a sort of simple setup that you've got in terms of like more force feedback, in terms of more distractions, in terms of all of that sort of stuff, the faster that you can turn the wheel, it means that that's going to be the easiest way for you to be able to get that car turned on track. Now, granted, it's not going to put you in touch with the car, you're not going to be able to feel what the tyres are doing or anything like that, but for me, that's the reason that those drivers that on those G27s, on those G29s, on that budget setup, on gamepads, for instance, can still be just as fast as top pro drivers. I don't think that Pro Gear makes as much of a difference as we would like to think it does. You can have all your fancy load cell pedals, your direct drive wheels, but ultimately it's you behind the wheel and your mindset, I think, that can make up the most amount of time. I await all the flames in the YouTube comments.
I will agree with you for the most part. The one exception is, like I think I said it fairly. It makes you more consistent. It doesn't make you faster, because load cell pedals in particular, for me, I never enjoyed the potential. For those that don't understand, we're getting very technical into sim racing hardware. For those that don't know what a load cell pedal is, it's where the pressure that you apply on the brake pedal is what the input that the simulator, that the game sees. With the more basic pedals that you get with cheaper and more budget-friendly equipment, that's called potentiometer-based pedals, which are based on the distance that you apply on the pedal rather than the pressure that you apply. And so it's very different to how the real braking feel is. That, yes, helps you be more consistent, but ultimately, racing is muscle memory. And so if you get used to a non-load cell pedal, you can be good too. I'll also just point out that Dara McCormack is maybe one of the fastest drivers in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Let's not forget that he came over from the world of Forza Motorsports and racing on a controller. So talent is talent.
I think that's spot on, and I'm trying to rack my brains, because wasn't there a couple of years ago where we actually had a driver in the SRO who was on a controller? Maybe it was one of the other championships, maybe it was SimGrid, but we had a high level driver that was competing and consistently very good, and was on a controller as well here in ACC. And it just proves the point. You can have a £40 control pad and a £1,000 direct drive steering wheel setup, and if you're not like seconds and seconds and seconds faster, then you have to start asking the questions. Interesting.
This topic of gear is definitely one that we could go down a rabbit hole for sure. If you've spent some money on your sim racing gear, don't ever total it up, because it will be an uncomfortable conversation you have to have with yourself. I'm not talking from personal experience. Where did all my money go? Oh, it went into that sim rig that now gathers dust over my shoulder because I spend more time talking about sim racing than actually racing. We talked about the Lamborghini Esports charge, by the way. We're going to have to see something out of Yassi SRO in a similar vein. They're down in 24th after Sean Arnold's moment in his previous stint. But while they're trying to bounce back, we mentioned a couple of cars have been trying that as well. BMW BS Competition have found their way up inside of the top 12 overall. Yes, we've still got 8 hours and 13 minutes to go, but I am very impressed in the way that they've been able to work their way back.
They've done a great job of doing that and making their way back up. And the thing is that the two BMWs, we hadn't really seen much of them, but like you said, they've just been quietly working away in the background. Victor Nicolai and Felipe Bakira just gently working their way through the order and getting themselves up. So definitely top 10, that is within potential for them with these final 8 hours coming up. But this is exactly what it's all about. Remember what I was saying earlier, your sole job here is to work down to that final hour and make sure you're in the best possible position to get the best points finish you can.
Points as well only paid out come the checkered flag, so ultimately 11 hours and 59 minutes are all good to set up the final minute. But if you struggle, if you have a crash, then definitely the worst time to have any sort of an incident. We're coming to the end of hour number 4. About a third of the way through this race, still a long way to go. Race lead has grown to 10.5 seconds, so even with the moments that Luke Whitehead made mention of with the lap traffic over at Skyline, that Scuderia Ferrari Esports team continues, I think, to be very quick at the start of the stint. Charat starting to slowly see the time bleed off. Last time was a 2:01.5 at the line, about 2 or 3 tenths slower than the fastest we've seen him at the start of the stint.
Yeah, but still, in context though, that's still half a second to 4/10 of a second faster than everybody else out there on circuit. So while the pace is starting to drop off a bit, it's possibly just a little bit of comfort setting in, a little bit of pace management starting to come in. And realistically, if that's the same car that other drivers are getting into, and you know we're seeing the pace there from everyone else, you kind of put 2 and 2 together, and you have to say that that has to start coming down to the pace of Jordan Sherritt there. An unbelievable stint that he did to start off the race with. He's got back into the car, done exactly the same thing here again, but Maciej Malinowski pulling a 2:01.5 out the bag there as well. So again, it's not like Maciej Malinowski is particularly slow in this car. It's just the devastating pace of that Ferrari consistently, and I think that's the key word here, consistently putting in those lap times.
I think we've reached the inflection point though when we can expect the McLaren maybe to have a bit more raw speed. Doesn't mean it will be faster every single lap. Comes down to traffic and how the drivers are going to very much maximize their way over the 6.2 kilometer Mount Panorama circuit, opened back in 1939. Don't think we've actually touched on the fact that I did express my displeasure for the way that a turbo-powered GT3 car sounds. I don't think I pointed out that that would actually be a slight advantage though here over at altitude, because Mount Panorama sits at its very highest point, a full kilometer above sea level, and the thing that we know about race cars, it's what we hear every time we go over to the Red Bull Ring. At altitude, turbo-powered cars lose less of their power in thinner air.
That's exactly the case, and I think that you'd like to see that advantage, certainly on the straights, but I think what we were talking about at the time was maybe slightly superficial, but I don't care.
Yes.
It's the looks and the sounds of the cars, and I don't care. I'll still take the sound of a Lambo over any of them any day of the week. However, in a sport where drivers are looking for the absolute edge, the absolute anything that they can take from this, then yeah, little changes like that, little advantages like that would be something that they would definitely bear in mind here. However, we haven't really seen anything to kind of back that up on the track here.
I'm trying to remember what engine is actually in the Ferrari 296. Brand new GT3 car. It's a 6-cylinder, that I remember. Is it turboed or not? Surely it's turboed.
Well, you're asking somebody who's frantically Googling it, so I will find out in a second.
Logically thinking, the car it replaces was also turbo-powered, so I would have to assume the 296 is also turbo-powered. It says GDI Turbo on the website, so I think that indeed does mean that yes, it is turbo-powered.
Yes, it's the detuned V6, I think, that they've got in that car, because it's obviously the brand new 296 GTB based car that they've got there. So. Yeah, I don't think it's really making all that much of a difference here. However, I do wonder how much of a difference that would possibly make in the real life version of this.
I think the topic of turbo is always interesting as well, because it's not the only new GT3 car for this year is the Ferrari 296, although at least out on track it's the one that's represented the most. The Porsche 992 generation GT3R released as well, which is obviously a naturally aspirated engine, much like the 911 on the road. But while some have elected to switch over to turbo-powered engines, not everyone has made that change just yet. Back over with this train that at one point was for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in the silver class. Now it is just for 3rd and 4th, because somehow the train has been broken up very significantly. It leaves just the 144 Team 1 FF Porsche 911, also embroiled in a fight though with that number 3 Ferrari that finds its way up there in the mix as well, rising up through the cutting once again. And there are a handful of cars here that have been involved in major dramas. That VS Racing by Balish Esport car, let's not forget that it was pirouetted by Williams Esports Audi through a miscommunication through the kink, and maybe through its own fault, Balish Esport off in the gravel.
It's never something you want to see through the chase or the cutting, but these things happen, unfortunately. And like you said, a bit of a miscommunication is very easy to happen because it all happens in the blink of an eye. And yeah, it's not going to be the last thing that we see with 8 hours left to go. What I am concerned about is the pace that this Lamborghini has got over this Porsche and the other Lamborghini just in front, Dario Lamulo, looking very, very antsy to try and get past this Porsche in front of him for the VS Racing by Balish Esports. But he's also got Yukneg, I can't even say that, sorry, Yukneg, which is just behind him in the number 3 Ferrari. That is about the closest I'm going to get to pronouncing that name today, and that was so close to a bit of contact on the end there. But I think, again, that is just another victim of that deceptive camera angle.
Yeah, there are plenty of names that I'm making an effort not to butcher today. And that is not meant to be the number 3 car, by the way. That is meant to be the number 27, West Competition Racing. A couple of cars with slightly wrong numbers on the entry list. If you're trying to compare live timing with what's posted with some of the cars, just to let you know that that hopefully will be corrected for the next round. Here is the best team name in the field, though, and I will say that this is objectively the best team name. The Wacko's Flip Table X. Now, I think you've got to say this correctly. Pew Pew Racing.
Is that because we were commenting on that before the race actually began? If that is how it's done, I love that. Pew Pew Racing. Yeah, Wacko's Flip Table, of course, no stranger to the SRO events, a staple of the Asian contingent. Always great to see another outing for the IGTC effort. But yeah, a great team there. Unfortunately, I can't say so much about the car. That's looking a little bit battered there.
The paint is, the livery itself is nice. It's just the body of the car has been quite beaten over the course of today. There are some very, very lovely liveries over the course of this field as well. And it's going to be... It was always one of those talking points for me, which was how the 296, how a lot of the teams were going to end up painting their cars to work with that design. Now, I know it's simple and it's effectively just red. I do really like the way the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team car looks.
It's simple, but it's effective, isn't it? And sometimes, given the vast array of liveries that we have on display here, and they're very intricate, and there's lots of flair and shapes and colours and all that sort of stuff, sometimes keeping it simple, keeping it straightforward can have a very profound effect. Kind of like this one here from Raton Racing Esports by Clash, with Matteo Marchi behind the wheel. That very simple, what looks like a sort of sky blue kind of turquoise colour on that car with the black highlights, black accents on it. I think that looks really simple, really straightforward, but really, really nice.
I had this conversation with Denise Pope of Wild Things Racing about how in sim racing you're given a lot more creative expression sometimes with your cars, right? You're shed from restrictions of a lot of the time what you have to do in the real world, what sometimes the sponsors want, etc., etc. And she made the great point, and I really didn't think about this, that complex doesn't always mean good. Yes, it's great to be able to be creatively free, but at what point does it become too confusing? And that's why Wild Things Racing, you'll know, always have some pretty distinctive liveries, but they're also always clean and they always make sense. Luca Lozio works his way past some lap traffic, as I think Whipperman Racing able to work past some lap traffic of their own as well. Race Control continuing to work their way through, by the way, a variety of incidents. No real major penalties to note, although maybe it's not a surprise to hear that there has been a penalty going the way of the number 38 STR Esports Ferrari for an unsafe rejoin.
Do we comment on that? Do we need to comment on that? That was a fairly straightforward affair on that one. It did look really, really bad for that number 38. There was also a 15-second time penalty I saw earlier on, and a 5-second time penalty to car number 11 for causing a collision. The thing with that though is that, in all intents and purposes, it's still, I think, been a relatively calm race. It's Bathurst. We always expect, a 15-car pile-up coming up through the mountain. We've not seen that, touch wood, and every other wooden object that I've got in my office here, we've not seen that. It's been a great race so far, and I think for the majority of it, Arjuna, a lot of these drivers, a lot of these teams have done themselves very, very proud in the discipline and in the racing there. But a great job there for West Competition Racing getting that position finally done here. With 8 hours left to go though, this is now what I typically tend to see as being the quieter part of the race. A lot of these drivers now just kind of settling down, getting into their position and knuckling down for the next, 4 hours?
Yeah, I feel like you break this up into thirds. The first 4 hours is heading out of the darkness and trying to figure out where you are and what everyone else is doing on strategy. The next 4 hours are kind of run your rhythm, hopefully, and stay out of trouble. Easier said than done in a place like Mount Panorama, yes, I will admit that, but that's the goal. Final 4 hours, the final third of the race, you are cognizant of what you're fighting for, exactly which positions, who you are battling with, and what you need to do. And so it's a little bit of pedal to the metal and just kind of push from there. I am going to be a little bit curious again. I brought this up earlier about the temperatures that we're going to see. We started under night running, we rose through the sunrise. And what does that mean for the balance of the car? Is the McLaren good when it's warmer? Is the Ferrari better when it's cooler? Not sure what that really means because the Ferrari's flying right now. West Competition Racing making a small mistake.
I think the changes are very subtle right now, but we are certainly starting to see the times ratcheting down in terms of the pace as well. We're starting to see McLaren not really able to hold on to the Ferrari. I don't know how much of that is to do with the temperature, with the track temperature. I think that there's a lot of factors in that in terms of traffic as well. The thing with Maciej Malinowski though is that he's still unable to keep a sort of candle to the wind of Jordan Sherritt pace-wise, and Jordan Sherritt is in the middle of about 9 cars in terms of traffic right now, and he's still able to pop in 2:01.6s right now. So incredible pace right now from our race leader. But again, weather, track temperature, all that sort of stuff is something that we're only going to be able to comment on maybe a couple of hours further down the line here.
I think that's the race leader behind as the STR Ferrari gets past one of the HBD entries. A little bit of a unnerving moment there. I think that was traffic. That is indeed the South African behind the wheel of the race-leading Ferrari Esports team, on board with Sherritt across the line with exactly 8 hours to go. So 116 lap completes in 4 hours of running. It means that we are on track potentially, to get to a race distance of 348 laps, although I get the sense we are definitely not going to get that many laps, especially once the temperature starts to ratchet on up, because just to reiterate, Bathurst traditionally run in February, and because so much of everything is upside down when you head down under, it's not cold in February, it's the middle of summer instead.
Yeah, that's and that's something that Jordan's going to be very, very familiar with as well, being from South Africa. I was over there in September, and it's a bizarre system because obviously it's completely opposite to what we have here in the UK. So we would go over what is wintertime over here, and it's absolutely roasting hot over there in South Africa. So a little bit topsy-turvy, but again, it plays very, very interesting effects here on the track conditions in terms of the amount of heat coming down from the sun at this time of the day. I mean, remember, it's like 9:10 a.m. I'm pretty sure I just heard broadcast producers saying that it was 32 degrees, I think it was, already at this point. So yeah, that is very, very cosy indeed. And we had a yellow flag there very, very briefly, I think just for one of the cars off in the distance there. But being so cosy and so warm early on is it's going to be nice for these cars for a little bit, until it just tips past that edge where the tyres start to go, no, I'm not really liking this anymore.
Might have been the Essex Import Visceral Porsche that had the spin, given its slightly slow nature as we cut to it down the mountain. Race leader heads towards the final corner with pit stops underway. I saw the 27 jinking on in. That's the was meant to be the West Competition Ferrari, but instead it's one of the Lamborghinis. Not sure exactly who that one was because they've got the wrong number attached to them. But again, just a reminder that the pit stop windows effectively now cycling between 10 past the top of the in-race hour to 20 past the top of the in-race hour. That's kind of where we've seen it stabilize since then. But as we flick back on over to Armentario, hunting down the Wild Things Bentley. They've got some cars stacked up behind them, and this is a fight for 27th and 28th positions.
And you'd never guess it, would you, the way that these three have been fighting tooth and nail for the past sort of 20 minutes, half an hour right now. Every single position matters in this championship. And that's one of the reasons that I love being very, very privileged to be part of the commentary team on it, is the fact that there's so much effort, so much prestige that goes into this championship from these drivers and these teams. They really, really want to get the best position that they can. And if anything, I watch this and I feel like it's a bit of a sort of bastion for those watching sim racing as to how you can actually have 45 cars on the same track and they're not all nuking each other off at every single corner. They're actually behaving themselves. They're actually, being very, very respectful for the most part. Yes, obviously you're going to have accidents happening, but again, it's a breath of fresh air, I think, here.
It is. Battle for silver lead continues to see Victor Nicolai knocking on the door of the Racing Point Aston Martin, but with 4 minutes past the top of the hour, expecting to potentially see Nicolai in first. No change just yet. What's going on behind Victor Nicolai? He looks like he's got the triple screen setup going on right now. He's looking all over the place to try and get some extra information down one of the few straights and opportunities you have to breathe here at Mount Panorama. What is behind the monitor, though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is that some of his old sim racing gear? Is that something unrelated?
I think that'll be another rim that's behind the monitor on the left-hand side. It looks like he's got some sort of signed paraphernalia behind him as well, and then it's quite a sort of stable, like a setup that we see normally with triple monitors. You've got the keyboard on the left-hand side, and then you'll likely have whatever within arm's reach that you need to get. It's quite common for drivers to have, say, like a stream deck as well. But you also saw on the start straight there, just to explain for some of our viewers that might be a little bit new to this, you saw him looking at the left-hand screen there, or to the left of the middle screen there, and what he'll be doing, as you said, is getting information about, say, how the tyres are, the pressure of the tyres, any damage that he's potentially got to the car as well. Could also be just communicating with his teammates as well, trying to get any sort of information on there. You want to do that on a straight there, and definitely not in a braking zone or a tight, twisty, technical part of the circuit where you need to actually have all of your concentration.
Good point. Good eye from someone to catch that Victor Nicolai doesn't use a racing bucket seat like a lot of people would do in their sim rig, but he's gone, I don't know if he's gone to a dump or a local skip or something, but he's gone and grabbed a car seat, a lot more comfortable, maybe not as quote-unquote supportive in a racing sense, but we're not being subjected to the G-forces. He can be a lot more comfortable behind the wheel of his car. It's one of those things that if you do it all by yourself, if you build a custom rig for yourself, that you can tweak all of those things to make yourself really as comfortable as possible. Here's a little bit of a fight though, up in towards the cutting as the Wild Things racing car still trying to hold off Armentario behind.
Brilliant little battle still going on here in this Wild Things Racing, doing everything they possibly can. Sakari letting in there, you can see in the webcam. What always surprises me as well is the fact that they always, or a lot of the drivers, with an exception to Isaac Price, just look so chilled. They look so cool, calm and collected, very, very focused on what they're doing. Whereas Isaac is, like, you can see Isaac having to saw away at every single corner, eyes on beanstalks at the end of every single straight here. I do love seeing that, but everybody else just makes it look so simple and straightforward.
I always wonder how they can be that calm, because the second I step behind the wheel, it's like I get into flustered mode. It's like the panic button gets activated. It's like, what's going on? Who's next? No, it's never simple. That's the virtual drivers by TX3, by the way. That's not making it simple, because 42nd running many laps down, but just trying to recover some positions, and so jumping into the midst of this fight for 25th spot, but not going to be able to get through for the time being. 71, the next down on pit lane, that's the Renvelton Ferrari, because they have kind of slightly mixed up their car choices for today. You've got Offerman in the 54 as well, so Xenon Racing have dived off to the lane on their own accord as well, and so slowly but surely we'll see them head down towards the pit lane. Is this the opportunity for Victor Nicolai though? Squeezes to the inside of the cutting. Took a lot of bravery to get there, and as much as he's going to try and make it happen, David Pertil says not right now and holds on to the silver class lead.
Yeah, you could see a little bit of a nudge there in that car just in front of David Pertil sliding about. I think there might have been a tiniest bit of contact there, and I do love seeing that, where the car behind, if there is contact, you can see Victor just shrugging his shoulders like, what else can I possibly do right now? But actually giving that sort of position back, given the advantage that he did have back to the car in front. So we've got a car exiting pit lane. That's the 26th position Mercedes, the number 54 that's just come out of pit lane there. But again, you know, this fight for silver class here has raged on for the best part of 3/4 of an hour here. We had more cars involved in it here, but I mean, realistically, what can Nicolai do here? Short of throwing the kitchen sink at Pertil right now, he's doing everything he possibly can, but he's actually just sort of keeping, you know, 1 or 2% back, I think, to make sure that car stays safe.
So apparently the McLaren Veloce machine that runs in second spot right now has dropped a little bit further off the back of your race leader, by the way, as well. It's driving without traction control. Now, that's not something that I would have thought realistic, because in the real world, these cars have GT3 machines have both ABS and traction control. They're designed to help the amateur drivers be able to get a little bit more from the car, but it doesn't mean that the pro drivers don't use these aids as well. They lean on them to be able to just get the most out of the cars, and so they're adjusting them over the course of the stint as the balance of the car changes. I find it very interesting that apparently in that McLaren, no traction control.
In some circumstances, what you can find is that when you turn TC off, it can be faster for 1 or 2 laps, but the problem is that comes very likely at the cost of traction, you know, because it's traction control, but also the temperature and the tyre wear that is put into these tyres. So I think that's going to come and bite them very, very quickly at the end of the stint here, potentially. I might be wrong, but I just think it's a risk that you're taking, and I'm like, for what? I mean, I'm struggling to see the benefit on that.
And I've been saying, you know, they look faster at the end of the stints compared to the Ferrari that leads, but apparently maybe I'm wrong there. Luke Whitehead does explain to me, the great thing about sim racing is I can pop a message over to him and he instantly gets back to him. They are running at 0 TC because apparently the car is slower with 1 TC. I guess it's the way that it cuts in and interferes with the balance of the car and the way they have it set up. So it's a compromise that they have to do to get the most speed from the car. And I will directly quote from Luke Whitehead here. It kind of adds to the spectacle too. So they are aware that it's maybe not always the wisest, but it's one of those things that, you know, they're trying to get the most performance out of the car, and so they will continue to do that until it proves to not be the fastest way around the track. West Competition Racing slightly dropping backwards now from Pertil into this pit stop window. We'll see how it all cycles on out with 7 hours and 49 minutes to go. 3 hours have flown past here, David. You and myself get another hour before we have to jump off and give the mics on over to a couple of very talented commentators. But that's going to be right before the halfway point of the race. You said that this is the stage of the race where drivers need to settle into a rhythm. Whose rhythm are you most impressed with outside of the race leading machine?
Ooh, that's a very, very good question there. I have to say, I really do like the pace of outside the top lot. I mean, obviously, we're going to jump to Luca Lozio, but he's in P3. I do like the pace of the BMWs right now, of Victor Nicolai. Yeah, I think that there is potential there. Obviously, we've lost one going into the pits as Niles Neuox now is into the number 89. But I do like the pace that the BMWs have got just now. I think they're slowly but surely making their way through the order. But other than that, I don't know. It's kind of all topsy-turvy every single pit stop stint that we get here. And it's just all changing, so it's difficult to kind of pick one out. I was expecting more from the Ferraris, if I'm honest, given that there's so many of them, but they really do seem to be, I mean, we've got 3 in the top 10, but outside of that top 10, they're then outside the top 20, with the exception of Riley Murdoch.
I don't know if I can really say that I'm impressed by the Mercedes-AMG Team Unicorns of Love car, because I feel like it's slightly cheating, like how you didn't want to say the Lamborghini crew in third. But very impressed by that 14 car. Bastian Richter's just jumped in there to take over. They're running up inside the top 5. Mercedes doesn't necessarily look the strongest, much like how I don't think the BMW looks like it's the quickest over the course of one lap. But both Unicorns of Love as well as Mercedes-AMG Team Williams Esports seem like they have enough in that car. I'm quite impressed with how they are settling into what has been a rather topsy-turvy start to the race, and hopefully it will settle in down from there. While things racing now have Sean Arnold behind as Arnold back into the car, trying to make a bit of amends for his mistake earlier on, but this is in the midst of where Arnold's pitted, but I don't believe that the cars that he's fighting with have.
Well, again, that's the one thing that we're going to have to watch develop over the next couple of hours. You pointed out, I mean, we've got about an hour left for us doing the commentary on this, and then we hand things over. But the great thing I love about doing races like this, Arjuna, is we both know that it's not a case of like we end up just switching off and going out and doing our day. 9 times out of 10, we'll end up going putting the coffee on and getting a sandwich and sitting and watching another like 5-6 hours of this race, because we're both personally invested in this. We both need to kind of know exactly how this one is going to turn out here.
I would very much love to do that. I would have tried to, until my comment about Rocket, Brabham and Dancho, I would have tried to bully Mikey out to let me do all 12 hours of this race. Unfortunately, I love Bathurst. I don't agree with Lewis that it's the best track in the world, but I think it is definitely up there. I unfortunately have some more shouting to go to about other race cars. So I'll be keeping an eye out, just hopefully not shouting about this race while I'm meant to be shouting about the other race. Because if there is anything at the front of the field, boy, am I going to be invested in that one. Sean Arnold gets us on board look with him. Wonder what Pokemon he would be trying to catch behind. What would he want to have in that Pokeball? Oh, that's a question I've never actually wondered. Which Pokemon will be the fastest if you put them behind the wheel of a racing car?
Oof, that is... Probably, in my 13 years of comms, that's probably one of the most random questions. And yet, I feel relatively educated to answer that one.
Okay.
I would probably have to go with... I'd probably have to go with Squirtle, just because he's just got the reactions. I think that he'd be able to absolutely nail it. And maybe that's what we need. That's a money-making opportunity right there for us, Arjuna. Some sort of, how we've got Mario Kart, we need to have a Pokemon racing game.
I was just about to say, I will not take any royalties if the great guys over at Kunos want to approach Nintendo and say, guys, we'll make for you Pokemon Kart. No royalties. I'll just ask that my name be included in the credits for, helping inspire this fantastic
You're a
idea.
hidden DLC character.
Oh. That is slightly the dream, To be included as an Easter egg in something is pretty cool. I want to be included in a game. I would not want to be included as a commentator though, because I have to listen to my own voice enough. I don't need to listen to it anymore.
Yeah, that would be really, really awkward. I mean, I try and never listen to myself back anyway, because for obvious reasons I'm Scottish, so it's very difficult to understand myself when I listen to myself back, never mind anybody else at home. But we're watching Alexander Herpignaud here for Jean Alesi Team Esports making the move then on Castorino, gets the job done, takes it down for 18th position. And Castorino in that number 85 didn't really have anything to say there, but we're also seeing Victor Nicolai into the pits here.
This is where I was worried about for Castorino now getting stuck behind Herpignaud, because that cost him probably, a couple of tenths here and there. Is that enough for Victor Nicolai to jump him in the pit stop window? Because already the P has been removed from the timing board next to the number 1, and the BMW is off and down well in towards that long straight out of turn number 1.
That is signed, sealed and delivered, I believe, for that BMW. So great job by Victor Nicolai, and it looks like actually the number 3 Ferrari actually has done a bit of a jump as well here. So we'll wait for all of the cars to actually filter their way through. We know the timing board can be a little bit skew-if sometimes, but with these pit stops starting to factor in here, now we're seeing Luca Lozio and Lars Kisser into the pits as well from 2nd and 3rd position in our GT3 Pro battle as well. Now, what we're going to have to see is how many laps can Maciek Malinowski stretch out for this number 912, because the Ferrari is swapped over for Chris Hartfeld.
So plenty more driver changes going on now, and for some of the teams that are using just the 3 drivers, it's a little bit easier for them as well. That's going to be a nervy moment. I think that was the G League Esports Ferrari trying to get out of dodge. For teams using 3 drivers, a little bit easier to plan out, I think, personally, because it's not 12 hours is not a long race. Yes, in endurance racing, it's, a decently chunky race, but if you split this across 3 drivers, everyone's doing 4 hours apiece. If you're splitting this across 4 drivers, though, everyone's doing 3 hours apiece, and the level of practice and commitment that top-level esports requires, you're probably putting in 20, 25, 30 hours of practice minimum to come and compete for 3 hours. And so sometimes I feel like it's a little bit difficult to try and schedule when you've got that many drivers for a quote-unquote short race.
Yeah, that's one reason I could never be a pro sim racer, is that I just wouldn't be able to give up that amount of time to do that amount of practice. And the thing is that you see that amount of practice, not just in terms of their ability to understand the car, but also in terms of being able to offer feedback in terms of setup changes, adjustments that can be made, and possible time games from the entire team. The thing is that it only takes 1 or 2 drivers out of that entire team to put in that 25-hour, 30-hour mark, and the whole team can benefit from that as well.
This is also where you mentioned it earlier about age maybe not being such a big factor in the world of esports and sim racing relative to motorsports, where we're always saying get them in as early as possible. The thing that I always wonder about the big professional teams is when you have, let's say, 7 drivers, let's say they're scattered, in the case of BS competition, a handful of them in Europe, but then you got Philippa Bakita, who is in a very different time zone to the rest of the crew. How are you communicating? How are you setting up times to be able to practice together? Because it's not going to be feasible, it's not going to be realistic to be driving for an hour, a day alongside one another. So how are you communicating properly? How are you saying that, okay, we're building a setup here. Philippa says that she thinks the car is bad in turn 3. Niels thinks it's bad in turn 5. Arthur thinks it's bad in turn 7. How are we making the changes to improve all of those things, given we've got... You can tell that I work in a remote-first company in my day job, because these are all the things that I think about.
It's a brilliant question, though, and there is one very simple answer to that. Telemetry data. The data never lies. Doesn't matter when or where you're doing your practice sessions. You can the data that's exported by ACC is, like many other sims, is very, very advanced. You can put that into any Motec standard reader, and it will be able to take out all of the telemetry data, all of the input data that you're putting into your car. Now, if you're all running on the same setups, then of course you can judge away and you can take away the different pros and cons from each of the drivers as well. So there are ways about that, and as we're seeing some of these more professional teams as well, we're now seeing dedicated setup engineers getting set with that task. So while there's different people in different time zones, let's not forget also that a lot of these drivers will maybe stay up late or they'll be up early and they'll put on their stream and they'll be in Discord and they'll be chatting away to each other about the different setups that they've got. So while yes, there are differences and they might not be able to realistically get on at the same time together, they can share data in a way and they can share the experience in a way that is just exactly the same as being on track at the same time.
Watching Sean Arnold now in front of Riley Murdoch in the 38 STR Esports Ferrari. I had this exact conversation with Sebastian Job of Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports of G2 Esports. We'll get back to that in a moment though, because Murdoch might go on the offense. Outside, you're always going to get a bit of contact and hip checked off into the wall. It was a bit clumsy from Sean Arnold, but risk. There's always risky going on to the outside there, and hopefully for the STR number 38, it's not too much damage. Already a shed one position and trying to hold on.
Oh, I'm waiting to see all the oofs and the ouch in YouTube chat after that one. That was, yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. You always saw that was a very, very big risk that was going to happen, and unfortunately, yeah, that was a hip check off into the wall there. But I don't think that was the intent of what happened there. I think it was just a case of the car trying to turn in, and there's no space to turn that in. Let's not forget, if you're putting your car to the outside of turn 2, there's a very significant chance that you are not going to be making that corner there. So you have to pick and choose your battles. You have to be able to find out where you're likely to actually come out on top. And on the outside of turn 2, I don't think that there's ever a universe in which that was going to actually come off as a move.
It's a bold spot to try and make the move, is probably the best way to put it. I will also say, if you're watching on GT World, what other platforms do you get the opportunity to be interacting with one of the main developers of the platform that we're watching, that everyone's competing on, and everyone's got questions? It's great to see Aris out in the YouTube chat, so I just want to give a shout out to him. I hope that I haven't just scared him away though with sending a bunch of people in his direction with either questions or complaints. If so, you can direct them the way of David Christie on Twitter instead.
Yeah, do that and I will happily block you all. that's realistically what happens in between my time at yeah, we'll not get onto what I get onto on Twitter, because it's...
This is why I just don't get on social media unless I'm scrolling through trying to find all the news from various sim racing teams. That's how I know that it was Robbie Stapleford's birthday yesterday, because G2 Esports sent him a happy birthday on social media. Going back to the story of G2 Esports, Sebastian Job, he's been competing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, where he's got a teammate, Cooper Webster, who lives in Australia. He's in England. And so Cooper's been in the UK for a couple of weeks competing in the GP4 Championship in the real world, and so for the first time they've actually been able to practice at reasonable times to be able to share their ideas and whatnot. And I didn't even recognize that for potentially two of the fastest drivers in the series, right, that is so important. The ability to be linking up consistently at regular times. No, one driver's not feeling sleepy, such a small thing, David, but in this world of high performance, small margins, every little thing makes a difference.
It really, really does. And from, again, my very limited experience on amateur team racing events as well, it does make such a difference to know that you've got your team beside you, Arjuna, to know that somebody has got your back at all times, even if it's just a case of hanging out in voice chat together. But for the majority of these teams, they'll all be running the data on each other. You'll have one person that's decided to do strategy, you'll have one that's decided to keep an eye out and act as a spotter. So again, a lot of people might think that once these drivers have done their stint, that's it, they're out the car and they'll maybe just go and log off and go for a walk. That's not 9 times out of 10 what happens. They stay in for the majority of the race. They'll maybe watch something else, but they'll keep an eye on the race and keep an eye on their team driver.
It helps if I unmute myself. Talking to myself, I do that way too often.
I thought it was just me. I thought it was just me, Arjuna, that did that. I quite like the echo chamber.
It was one of those things where I'm just, taking a drink of water, making sure I'm not being heard over the top of you, and start talking to myself and realize, wait, I am literally talking to myself. Ren Velton, still in this fight for 17th spot now, as they're on the back of the 938 absolute Rest Tech by Aslith machine. That's an interesting name, Rest Tech. Still doesn't hold a candle to the Wackos Flip Table ex Pew Pew Racing team. I didn't tell you what the longest team name that I've ever said, by the way, ever seen in a broadcast is. It was, why is there an arbitrary character limit on insert other simulator team names?
Okay, that's right.
They literally went right up to the character limit.
Good lord. And of course it takes a little bit of time to actually realise that there's a character limit in there. Just go back to the Wackos Flip Table Racing. I always love that team name because that is almost, it sums up my sim racing experience. It's usually wackoing other cars, flip the table, and then just alt F4 out, which is usually where the pew pew comes in afterwards.
I was going to say you pew pewed them already, the other cars.
The pew pew is my foot going through my PC case, but it's just one of those things.
We joke a lot about our inexperience, or rather inability to drive a car properly on a racetrack.
Hang on. Who's joking here, Arjun? I'm being deadly serious here.
Well, I was going to ask you, Lewis likes to talk a lot about how he shared a grid with Kevin Siggy, etc., etc. I talk a lot about how I once qualified 1 second off of Joshua Rogers with just 90 minutes of practice, so clearly I am as good as Rogers. However, as the Sanslot car almost had to look up the inside of that VS Racing by Balish Esports machine after a mistake on the exit of turn number 2. Where do you fit in, do you feel, in the sim racing ladder? Where do you think your ultimate pace could be if you actually sat down and you did a lot of practice?
The thing is if I sat down and did an awful lot of practice, I definitely wouldn't qualify for an event like this. I'm more of a elite kind of guy, so I'm quite happy to finish in the top half. That's usually where I tend to finish, is in the top half of the standings. My claim to fame is that I beat Lando Norris once in an iRacing F3 event.
Nice.
That's kind of by default though, because he did get wiped out, so I don't care. I'm still taking it, and I will take that to my dying breath that I beat Lando Norris. Don't take that away from me. But no, I joke an awful lot because it makes me feel better about myself. It's something that I do just because I enjoy, not because that I'm particularly talented at it. I jump behind the wheel every now and again, and it's just a bit of fun. So if I was taking it seriously, then I would go, but what the hell is happening here? Oh my god, what round the outside? Are you kidding me? Did that just actually happen?
It was a jink one way, then the other, and finally Statsenko has gone and passed the VS Racing by Balish Esports team, and so the ITB Sansalot crew are able to force their way up forward into 14th overall. I believe that's 11th in the pro class. Behind them as well, this is another train of some of your silver machines. You've got that absolute Rest Tech by Aslith car in the middle of a Porsche in front, and then a Ferrari behind. It's the 977 Kramer Racing Esports car that leads them out of Hell Corner down this long straight. This is the problem. You've got the pit straight, and then you've got the Conrad straight. Yes, they've all got names, but which is the back straight? I mean, you know how we sometimes call you've got the back straight on things?
Yes, I would say Conrad Straight is the back straight, and the straight after turn 1.
Mountain Straight's the front straight.
Straight's the front straight. But the other bit with it here at Bathurst is, it was something I learned about 2 years ago, was the fact that all of my circuit information, all my track details comes from racingcircuits.info, and the fact that I had no idea that all this time we've been getting the corner names wrong, because when you come up to turn 2, it's not actually Quarry Bend, that's actually Griffin's Bend, and Quarry is actually turn 4.
Oh, this is when we also get into corner numbering, which is a big point of discussion that me and Lewis will always talk about. Now, at Bathurst, I don't know if the corner numbers are too bad, but the good thing is most of the corners have names, so I guess
it's not like one of the other ones where it's like just turn 11, turn 12, and they've got no distinguishing characters whatsoever.
Or Road Atlanta, where it's turn 10A and then 10B.
Yes, exactly. And that's just like, I'm sorry, what?
Yes, or the fact that at Road Atlanta somehow you exit out of turn 7 onto the back straightaway, and the next time you get onto the brakes into the next corner, you're somehow in turn 10.
Because
logic.
That's how logic works. Don't you know that?
It defies. But you've got Hell Corner at turn 1, Griffin's Bend is turn 2, which I think I've been calling turn 3 because my brain is that addled at 7 o'clock in the morning. Then the cutting, Quarry, Reed Park. There's one corner then in between that and Sulman Park that I'm forgetting. There's McPhillamy, Skyline, the S's, the Dipper, the Elbow, which changes its name on a yearly basis depending on which sponsor is actually involved in the event. We've got the Bentley Elbow here in a set of Corsa Competizione. Conrad Straight, the Chase, and then Murray's Corner. I think that's all the corner names except the one that I missed, as Niels Naujoks gets in front of Sebastian Apostel in that West competition car. I did notice this, but I still am not sure exactly how this happened. Once again, we've had this swap around in the strategy with West competition launching in front of Racing Point. Are they going back and forth with some slightly shorter pit stops?
Potentially, I think strategy could be a key factor in this this little fight that's going on there. Either way, what we've got to remember is that it's not actually for position, because Naujoks and the number 1 of Apostle, they're it's pro and silver class there, so Naujoks will be happy to get ahead of that car, but realistically they'll be looking to get much further up, as we're seeing Florian Durkup here for Paul Simsport coming out of Hell Corner onto the back of Angus Fender. Fender down in 32nd position again. The strange thing I find about this is that all of those names outside the top 30 right now are names that you could easily have seen up into the top 20.
Plenty of drama over the course of the race, and you can just see how much damage there is on that 52 as well. The Paul Simsport car has been through plenty here today, but still out there and pushing. Remember, endurance racing spirit is something that you don't necessarily always see in the world of sim racing, because it's a lot easier to pack up and go home when you're already at home. But with 47 takers of the green flag, still only the 3 retirements, even that the 852 Waco's flip table car that finds itself 6 laps off of your race leader is out there and running. A couple more race control updates. Last I checked, we had 22 penalties in the opening 4 and a bit hours, after about 10 penalties in the opening hour. So at the very least it calmed down a little bit. Was kind of taking a look at some of the data provided to us by Michael Hamlet as well, in terms of which cars are looking pretty rapid right now. The 51 versus the 912, in terms of the average lap time difference between them over first 4 hours of the race, 0.06 of a second per lap.
Yeah, that just shows you how incredibly close it is. We've got side by side down through the cut and a little bit of a wiggle there on the outside. That's never going to work. But he holds on to it. Florian Durkup somehow, a little bit of contact into the wall. Don't be surprised if that car magically loses its brakes at the end of this straight here. That was brutal from Florian Durkup there. I think it looked a lot worse than it was. But going back to that pace setting there, I mean, it does just show you the Ferrari's really on a song at the moment. But you said earlier on about the Mercedes AMG, and yes, they're not, I mean, they're not massively fast, but they're not massively slow either. I think they're a really good bet for a nice, stable drive there, given that we've got 3 of them, as I said, in that top 10. But now we're starting to see those BMWs peak inside the top 10 as well, and we've gone through our pit stop cycle, so we're going to be coming on our next one, I think, in about half an hour's time. Yes,
we have just actually left that pit stop window about 5 or so minutes ago. The fastest BMW in the first third of this race was the 89. They were half a second per lap slower on average. They were 0.2 a lap quicker on average than the number 1 West competition BMW. That is the quickest silver car, from what I can tell. These lap times, these average lap times, don't always correlate to track position, because to bring an example, I think I was a little bit surprised to see how far back they are. The 888 S&P Racing Ferrari has been the 3rd quickest car over the course of the first 4 hours. But with the fact that I think they've had 2 penalties so far this race, they find themselves 44 seconds adrift of your race leader. And 44 seconds with 11 hours to go is one story. 44 seconds when we get to 6 hours to go starts to look a little bit more intimidating.
Yeah, it's suboptimal, I believe, as Lewis McLeod would say. That's not the best coming into the final bit, but still plenty of time to sort that out. We've got to say a huge thank you, as always, as you mentioned, to our very own hashtag Hamstats for sorting that one out. You mentioned also earlier on about Gary Paravani, aka Dynamic, our image partner for this championship. Just looking at some of the photos that he took earlier on through sunrise, they are absolutely incredible. For those who don't know, Gary takes all of the pictures for the social media for these events, and yeah, it is just absolutely breathtaking. And you do have to honestly picture yourself as that's the Wild Things racing car off at the top of Skyline. This is going to get very, very ugly very quickly here, Arjuna.
That is a very dangerous place to be stricken, and Sodacat trying to spin it around, uses the wall to try and get out of there as quickly as possible, and will use the shortcut to try and just release a couple more cars before it works its way on through. Now, that's the earliest that we've seen someone have an issue at Skyline. Technically, it's not even before they've headed down over the crest of the hill, and so likely it means through McPhillamy Park, a Bentley was off into the gravel. What else happened there, I'm not exactly sure. The replay's going to have to tell us a lot more.
It really, really is, and I think it's going to have a lot to say. I think, as you said, it's going to be the entry to Skyline. We've seen that time and time again where they just take maybe a little bit too much speed, could be a little bit of panic there, but what does happen is it's very common for a car to go over the grass on the right hand side, lose control of the car, and then just completely launch itself into the wall and then roll back to the other side there. So either way, a very scary moment for Wild Things Racing. I've also just noticed that Sean Arnold getting a 10-second penalty there. We've seen quite a few issues there. I wonder if that was that little escort into the barrier at turn 2.
Would not be shocked, and confirmation immediately in our ears that it was. Now, that's the car that was formerly leading the class. Remember when Jaroslav Honzik was behind the wheel when David and myself jumped in a good 3 hours ago? That car was at the front. Small mistake from Sean Arnold, dropped them back, and then a second mistake is now going to cost them in pit lane as well. But you win and you lose as a team, and this is where very much it's not about the one driver, it's about how the team is going to bounce back from this. Still a long, long way to go. 7 hours and 20 minutes. Me and Lewis have had, I don't want to call it an argument, this discussion before, but David, what is an endurance race in your mind?
Ooh, that's a great question. I would say for me an endurance race is anything over 3 hours. A proper endurance is anything over 12 hours, but you can classify it as anything over 3 hours for me on that one. Just purely because I've done like a 24-hour race in the Citroen C1, so that is for me an endurance race. But again, you get some of those smaller endurance races. I personally don't think it's an endurance race if one person can do it themselves, if that makes sense, on one stint.
Agreed. Here's a potential pass, by the way, in towards the kink as the swap around for 4th and 5th positions inside of the class of silver sees the 938 Absolute Restec car slide its way up forward to 16th spot. I still personally think, because that's a big old jink to the inside by, I believe, Renvelton into the final corner. That was quite aggressive. I still think 3 hours. The GT World Challenge races are sprint races to me. 3 hours is a long race, but the way they end up playing out, they are way more intense than a traditional endurance race would tend to be. And so I would say those races are sprint enduros, a hybrid of the two. Let's go ahead and take a look at what happened to the Wild Things Racing Bentley, by the way, because over at McPhillamy Park, we saw them stranded just before the entry, technically into Skyline. Bentley, curb, not gravel, and then wall.
Very fortunate. Oh, he was very fortunate. That was the blue Audi there. I think that was
Santalock.
Yep, Santalock Racing. You hate to see it. And well, again, what do you do when you're in that position there, Arjuna? Because you're stranded, and there's almost always another car going to be trying to get past you.
And that's why Alaric Enslin said 20 seconds of damage for the ITB Santalock crew. Oh, that's heartbreaking. That's Bathurst, though, at its core. Unforgiving, no room for mistakes, not even often your mistakes, for other people's mistakes.
either way, mistakes are mistakes, and they cost very, very dearly in this race, and that's exactly what we've seen through this course of the entire 8 hours. But I mean, we've spoken about the penalties that we've had so far in the race here, but I still stand by what I'm saying here. From the feeling that I've had, it's been a very, very calm race. You've had niggles here, you've had little bits of bumps and contact and things like that, but nothing to what we've seen in previous years gone by. I might immediately regret that here as we're going down into the cutting there with Pischerman and Adar side by side. But other than that, I mean, it's not been its rough and tumble nature that we've seen in, say, like the sprint series either. It's been, I think, a really well-mannered affair.
I agree with you. I do think that we are starting to see that the rhythm that you are mentioning slightly disrupted now. This middle phase of the race starting to pick up in intensity. Ren Velten going to try and escort the Kramer Racing Esports Porsche just that little bit wide and potentially opening the door for some machines behind to join the fun. Team 1's back in the mix in their white Porsche, already trying to squeeze to the inside. That's McLaren Veloce as well, let's not forget. Second in this race, trying to work on through. Grantis Caracas is 13 seconds off of the back of your race leader and hoping to not lose too much time in traffic, but he's also having to contend with plenty of fighting because up in towards the cutting inside line for that Lamborghini. I think that was the Return Racing car that was going to try and squeeze its way on through, and indeed I think the 55 was able to do so.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. Just also realising that how on earth have we been on comms for 3.5 hours, Arjuna? Where has the time flown? More importantly, what time is it with you over there? Because you started this broadcast, I believe, what was it, 4:30 in the morning?
Yes, 4 a.m. was when we jumped on. We're going on 7:30 right now, which means we're right about on cue for in 30 minutes to jump off and get a cup of coffee and start my day, I guess.
And how many more sim racing events have you got to commentate on today?
Just the one, fortunately.
I was going to say, because there's never a dull moment with you. You normally do like 2 or 3 in a weekend.
It's been a busy start to this year. I think I'm at 200 and something already. Scary when
How? It's May. How can you have done like 200 sim racing? You're a machine.
But it's not my fault. I blame Hugo. He knows it's his fault. Here comes Caracas, still trying to work his way past all of this track. We'll get Luke Crane as well as a couple of other commentators to work you through. I see Luke's just jumped into our YouTube chat as well to say hello to everyone as he gets ready to go. Did note that the gap between Santoro and Abuladze was starting to close as well for third position, so up towards the front, even though Hartfeld is stretching the gap to now 15 seconds to this McLaren Veloce car that's being bogged down in traffic. Doesn't mean it's stacking up a little bit further behind.
Awesome stuff to watch. So still, again, we've been glued to this all the way through this battle for 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th and 17th position. Awesome stuff as we're seeing second place in the McLaren Veloce just slipping on through. So important for that Veloce car as well to get past this traffic as cleanly and easily as possible. But again, it's all about that gap up in the front there. The thing is that with that time going up and up and up now, it's 14.5 seconds. Again, you start having to ask questions as to how that gap was able to be brought down so quickly. So maybe there was a bit of damage to the Ferrari that was causing them to lose that time.
Love this shot from inside the grille of the BMW that leads in the silver class. Also hunting down a BMW. That's Niels Nijholt in the zebra for the BMW M Team BS competition. That's another one of those team names that's added as many characters as they could just to make it real mouthful for the commentators. Grille of the BMW is of course one of the major talking points of the design of the car, but I never realized what a great opportunity it presented for us to put a camera there.
Well, if there's a place, if there's an orifice for the car to host the camera, Mike Yao on our broadcast team is going to find it. He really is amazing at putting the camera just in really some artistic locations. Grills. There's another one that he used to do on, I think it was the BMWs. We're seeing side by side again with Noah Adar for Kramer Racing Esports, but I believe it was on the rear end of the BMW, and it had quite a big sort of slotted grille on the back of it, and yeah, that was a beautiful angle that was able to get from the back of that car as well. So yeah, do like the camera positions that we're getting here. Also like, and I've got to say, it's the racing that we've got on track here just now, because that was a move for position there as Andrea Miato in that 55 Lamborghini taking that position from a rather helpless Noah Ada.
We are seeing a lot of give and take here, and it makes me feel like there's some cars that are slightly compromising on the pace of the car on track to try and make some time up in pit lane. And so that's why in the case of Kramer Racing Esports, they've gone from 4th in the silver class to now running 8th in the silver class in the blink of an eye. Looking rearwards from the BMW M Team BS Plus competition, I'll say every single character in that team name. Look at the way the suspension moves as well. Mike Gauss found a way to place a camera that down through the elbow will just see that getting onto the power, the way the car sits into the ground and launches itself down this long Conrod straight. And the way that I love just seeing the way the suspension is working as well, because these cars are never really at rest. They are always bouncing around. Remember, these are public roads. Yes, they're great racing roads. Does not mean they're perfect.
Am I the only one that's putting like virtual sound effects in his head as that suspension moves up and down? Because that is quite something to say. That wheel travel so significantly up and down. The thing to explain as well is that has a significant impact on how these cars feel and how these cars handle. So when you are in the car setup and you're talking about the spring rate and the bump rate, at the back it's the amount of stiffness, the amount of travel that the wheel can have. And you know, the stiffer the car, the more twitchy it becomes, as we're seeing Noah Ada again under pressure here. Nicholas Arnke here in the 144. I wonder if something has happened to that car of Noah Ada here, because that car right now seeming to kind of drop down like an anchor in terms of the positions.
Just trying to figure out if there could be damage that's slowing it down in a straight line, but the more I look at it, the more it looks pretty factory fresh, so not necessarily sure that's the case, but it is definitely getting bogged down right now. Ada's gone from, like I said, being up at the front of this queue to now being what is he, a good 3-4 seconds back from where he used to be. So still got plenty of time to go in this race. And remember, silver cars only score points relative to each other, so it's not going to be too worried about some of the pros that might still be trying to charge their way back up through the field. Abuladze is now within a second of the Lamborghini Esports team in 3rd, by the way, and so the S&P Racing Ferrari, after its penalties, showing why it is the 3rd fastest car on track in average pace so far in this race.
It really is. And just talking about that silver battle there, we have to remember, as we said, that the number 1 Sebastian Apostle driven car, I've got it down on my list as the BMW Romania team West Competition Racing BMW M4 that's out there on track, significantly ahead of the silver class just now, about 8 seconds that they've got, but yet that's still less of a gap more of a gap that our pro team has on that lead battle right now, because that's about 15 seconds that we've got for the pro battle. However, with just about halfway left to go in the race, maybe another hour to go until we reach the halfway point, anything under 30 seconds and I would not be resting my laurels whatsoever. I would not be wanting to feel comfortable in the lead of my particular class with that, as that's a beautiful move there by Nicholas Arnke, like candy from a baby on Noah Ada, and that Porsche just tending to go, it just doesn't seem to have the same speed through the cutting.
It's the 3rd time we've seen someone go around the outside of the Kramer Racing car at this point now, which, yeah, does kind of indicate that not all is well in the world of Kramer Racing. See if we can get them onto pit lane next time by and maybe repair some of that damage after bleeding so many positions in such a short span of time. You can see how Raton Racing, as an example, in that bright teal Lamborghini, have already cleared off up the road. It is West Competition 1 and 2 in silver right now, with their Ferrari having climbed up the field in front of Racing Point's Aston Martin. Castorino slightly dropping back in his stint after Bertil did a really impressive job to be able to hold on to the race lead after De Nicolai was putting all sorts of pressure onto him. Abuladze, last time my timing screen updated, was within half a tenth of a second of Santoro for third. So I get the sense that while the Lamborghini team was on the charge slightly earlier, they've started dropping back in terms of time to your race leader, and the advantage is starting to shift towards the Ferrari once again.
Yeah, the Ferrari really starting to come in with this mid-race pace that they've got just now. The Lamborghini, it did have a big effort there, but again, I think it's drivers. I think drivers are what's making the difference here, because it was Luca Lozio that was behind the wheel and absolutely throwing that Lamborghini about left, right and centre. We've just not seen the same from the number 63 driver just now of Danilo Santoro, and I think that's why Vyacheslav Abuladze, I mean, look at that last lap round there, that's 0.8 of a second just on one lap. You've not got lap traffic to blame for that. That is the Lamborghini just really trying to get things happening just now. Now that could have been an incident, that could be struggling for traction or going wide at a corner, it could be anything, but either way, Vyacheslav Abuladze, I believe, is going to be rubbing his hands together quite quickly.
I'm going to go back and see if I can figure out what penalties we did end up seeing going the way of the crew there, because the only reason I bring that up as a question is that I feel like they had one 10-second penalty. I don't recall them having a second.
I don't remember that either, so I'm not sure that they did.
Let me find out, because Discord does hold all. They got a warning earlier, and they did get a 10-second penalty. So they've served a 10-second penalty that's dropped them back. In reality, they are effectively 30 seconds off of your race leader without that penalty, although it's not how racing actually works. You can't just pretend a penalty did not happen.
I'm sure many of the teams would like to pretend that was the case, but no, you're absolutely right. They do have a big effect, and you know, we just have to look at the 555 car for the effect that had on them. Getting that 10-second penalty for them, that just nuked any chances of their race for them. So yeah, these things happen, but it's a case of just knuckling down and keeping on trying. That's wow, Noah Ader throwing that car into the top of McPhillamy Park there.
It's not for a lack of effort that he's struggling in terms of pace. He's definitely trying to handle the port that he can, hearing that it is still 3/10 between third and fourth as we check back up with them. S&P and the all-black Ferrari have some lap traffic directly in front of them, who might be one of the Ferraris, says that was a mistake from Abuladze all by himself, and it shows just how much he's pushing. It also shows that the car is not perfect, and it can make mistakes.
It can, but you also see of how little consequence that mistake actually had for him. He lost, about a 2/10 of a second, and then immediately back up onto this. Now, here's going to be the big thing here. Danilo Santoro coming right onto the back of this tail back marker here, this lapped car that he's got right in front of him. This is going to come at the worst possible time, likely on the entry into Murray's in just a couple of corners time here. That is going to allow Vyacheslav Abuladze get the run out of that cutting here and down on here. So this is all going to be on the mountain straight, I think, here.
We've seen for Lozio as well as for David Tanitze in that Lamborghini that they've been charging. The reality of top-level racing, whether it's real or virtual, is even if you've got 4 very quick drivers in your driver lineup, on any given weekend with the combination of car and track that you are racing at, there are going to be a couple of drivers that are quicker in your lineup than the others. It's just a reality of racing. That maybe is what we're seeing right now with Santoro. Not slow by any means, just maybe half a tenth, if that, slower lap by lap compared to what we've seen from a car that's gone from 22nd to third in the opening, almost 5 or so hours of this race. Abuladze going to have to wait for another lap or so, because up into the cutting, the next lap traffic they'll have to deal with, the Samantha Tan Racing Ferrari directly in front of them.
I think even if they were to lose that third position, though, you cannot take away the amazing effort that Lamborghini has done to get up into this position. What I did notice, though, was a little jink out to the outside at turn 2 for Vyacheslav Abuladze, and that forced a little mistake there from Danilo Santoro. There was a huge snap of oversteer as he tried to turn that car in. He got caught off it, but again, it does just bring Abeladze right onto the back end of that car right now, as we've got that car just up in front here. So is it going to be the Conrod straight now? Is that where this move is going to happen here? I don't think it is, because with that, is that Eamon Murphy actually, I think, just in front? If that is the case, they're going to have to negotiate each other and that car in front as well.
In that Samantha Tan racing car, it is, just go and check on my timing screen to make sure I'm not picking out the wrong driver. It's still Riley Murdoch behind the wheel, who will hold them off in towards the cutting, at least for one additional lap. Santoro seems to be using a single monitor. We've seen virtual reality, we've seen triple screens, we've seen ultra wides, and now we've seen the regular conventional single monitor, so we've seen the gamut of simulators so far today. Check back in with your defending championship winners in the silver class in the FFS Racing Aston Martin. At least they're back up to 22nd on their recovery drive. As Sean Arnold in front of them has that 10-second penalty still lurking over his head. A top 20 on the cards potentially for FFS Racing, as it's going wrong over at McPhillamy.
Certainly is. Marco Wong on the wrong side of the painted lines there for Full Pace Racing, and now he has got more lapped cars, or cars that are not on his lap, just directly in front of him, as we go back with Mike Noble for FFS Racing here. As you said, I mean, what we've also got to remember is Sean Arnold has that 10-second penalty as well. That's going to drop that car, I believe, down to about 25th position, maybe a little bit higher than that, but still, that when you're in the, or outside the top 20 and having a penalty as well, you really are just sort of anchoring yourself down for this race here. Remember what I said about everything that they're doing is trying to get them in the best possible position for that final hour. Well, that's really kind of tying one hand behind your back, I'm afraid.
Well, see if there's one hand tied behind the back of the Lamborghini Esports team in terms of how much they're going to want to defend here and maybe just slot back into line with the S&P Racing Ferrari if they get a good run out of this Bentley elbow, but with the draft still being fed by Murdoch's Samantha Tan Racing Ferrari. Not close enough, you'd think, for a swap around for that final step of the podium. These drivers, last time by at the line, a 2:02.3, our race leader, around in that bracket as well. Traffic's playing a little bit of a havoc on that back gap for the lead, where Caracas still within 15 seconds of Hartfeld in that Scuderia Ferrari Esports team, as McLaren Veloce continue to try and hunt them down. I am quite surprised that the lap traffic has now been hanging tough or going on 2 full laps and counting.
They really have, and it's not like they've been holding these cars up. Danilo Santoro has been going at his own pace. I think that might be a different case now here, though. That's very clever, though, from that car behind of Abeladze, trying to get the double toe up the side here. And here we go, this is going to be absolute disaster. 3 wide coming down the mountain straight here, and Abeladze has to pull in the back end of Danilo Santoro there. I had a horrible feeling they were going to try and make it 3 wide down that straight there.
I think Santoro placed this car perfectly because he left enough room on the right-hand side that there wasn't a car's width, but there was a gap, and he was close enough to the lapped car that there wasn't a spot in the middle to take it 3 wide. That's the car positioning, but it might just be extending the wait for an inevitable pass at this point, because over the top of the mountain once again, Abeladze within half a car length through the entirety of the initial climb, and now as they start the descent as well, he'll back off a little bit, just give himself a little bit more time to react if anything does happen, but still right on the rear bumper as we'll come to the conclusion of hour number 5. David, we're going to be stepping aside in about 15 minutes time, so it's time for us to start wrapping up any particular storylines and to start handing them over to the next team of commentators. We've got Jesse Lee and Luke Crane standing by and getting ready to go. What stood out to you most, though, other than the fact that it's blown past and we've seen relatively little traffic chaos? I think those are the 2 things that we can both agree on.
Absolutely, 100% on that one. This battle here has been brilliant. The battle for the sort of 12th, 13th, 14th, I think it was, maybe a little bit further down. 4 cars locked in battle throughout the course of the race. That's been awesome. The recovery drive from Grantas Caracas in the 912 as well for that Veloce racing car after that lap 1 incident, dropping them down to 9th position, getting back up to to P2. That is a absolute standout drive from that McLaren right now. But then you have to talk about that Ferrari as well. The fact that they've just been able to open up the taps on that brand new Ferrari and get another 15 seconds back when it was looking so very close to that McLaren making a dream recovery and taking the lead. So many stories that are definitely going to be unfolding over the next 7 hours for sure, but we have had an absolute treat over the past 3 3/4.
And so I always ask this before we wrap up a commentary stint. I'll ask it now so that you have time to change your opinion before we wrap up and sign things out. Who wins?
For me, it's fairly straightforward. I think the 51 Ferrari has got this so far. They're outpacing everyone else in the field just now. Unless they get any more damage or anything, I think this is looking very, very good for them just now. But they are going to be held close to the win by the McLaren Veloce. That's for the pros. In terms of the silver class, I do think it's going to be the number one BMW of Apostle. I think they've done just enough just now. The only real thing they've got to worry about, I think, is that Aston Martin 85 that's currently shown in third place just now. But for me, BMW West Competition Racing for the silver class as well.
I'm going to agree with you on the silver class, not just because West Competition Racing finished where? Second last year in this very race, and they're hoping to try and get one step better. Here's finally that look for third. Outside becomes the inside as Abuladze braves the long way around through the kinks. Santoro doesn't fight him too much, and it's S&P Racing's Ferrari, the 888, that climbs its way back up onto the podium after a 10-second penalty a couple of hours ago. Put it on the back foot, they climbed their way back forward.
So we've decided who we think silver. What about your thoughts on the pro class then?
I'm trying to find a way to justify anyone that is not the 51, because it would be very boring if we both had identical picks in both the classes. So, for the sake of argument, I'm going to say the McLaren Veloce team, even though I feel like with cooler conditions come the end of the race, the Ferrari likely to be in a slightly, hopefully, more strong spot. I do think Scuderia Ferrari in a pretty tough place to be beaten right now, unless traffic was to interfere, unless, I know Lewis McClay doesn't believe in a commentator's curse, unless one of us puts the commentator's curse down on them as well.
Well, I have to agree with Lewis. The commentator's curse isn't a thing. What happens is we say it, therefore it's more at the front of your mind. You're just more aware of it. So that's why it tends to stick out. That is the line I've been sticking for the past 4 years, and that's the line that I'm going to use to get myself out of jail free if anything like that happens.
Fair.
So there is no commentator's curse.
No, you're trying to preemptively protect yourself from any sort of complaints about the commentators, because that is fair. But in your 4 years, I'm sure you've seen plenty of reasons why you might believe there is a commentator's curse, right?
Yeah, I can totally get that. But the other thing for that would be is like if they're listening to us on the stream and somehow magically distracted. It's not like what we say, incurs this magical curse onto them. I genuinely think it's just a case of when you say something, it's in your mind, so therefore for the next sort of 15-20 minutes you're more aware of that specific thing happening.
Let me bring an example to you. I know in 2023 it's uncommon to see the landmines in sim racing where you hit something that's not shown on track because of the way the simulators are built. What happens though, David, if you're talking about a driver, you're singing their praises, and literally mid-sentence they hit one of those landmines?
Then you have to just play it off, play it all cool, and I've had that happen where I've had a driver disconnect middle of
commentator's curse. I'm telling you,
praising their. I would disagree, but again, there's nothing you can do. It's very unfortunate, and the way I look at it is that incident was going to happen whether or not you were talking about them or whether or not the camera was on them anyway. So I was just going to say quickly, Vyacheslav Abeladze, after all that hard work, into the pit lane.
Yes, no. By the way, that's what I say about quote-unquote netcode. The contact was going to happen anyway. The netcode just preceded it. Abuladze comes into pit lane 5 minutes after 5 hours have been complete. So let's run ourselves through a bit of a recap of what we've seen in this first round of the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports, the 12 Hours of Bathurst. A 1:59 for McLaren Veloce, the only team to break 2 minutes in qualifying. They led us to the green, but through Hell Corner, it was not going to be so rosy. It was going to start to get a little bit more difficult. A run off of that first corner put the McLaren Veloce team on the outside as they rumbled up and down that mountain straight into the braking zone, up the hill in towards turn number 2. This is where Veloce were hoping that they would get through cleanly. It was not going to be without its drama though. Outside line became outside of the wall, fortunately minimizing the damage, and they've done a great job to climb their way back up into second and minimize the impact of what could have been a major talking point. Major talking points down through Skyline though, that's for sure. Not just one car, plenty of dramas over the course of the day. It included things over here at turn 2 where it looks maybe not self-inflicted, but looks like maybe a bit of contact. We were not sure if we were going to see a traffic jam eventually on the streets of Bathurst, of Mount Panorama. It was to happen. It was the virtual drivers by TX3 that got the worst of it after a stricken car ended up tagging them. Front of the field, it was only about 20 or so minutes before Scuderia Ferrari made their statement, sliding past the Mercedes AMG Team UOL to grab the lead of the race, where they have not looked back since. The 51 has been able to slowly build up an advantage, and over the course of multiple drivers, hold on to that advantage. The 555 for Williams Esports celebrating 5 years of the team's performance. It was looking like they were going to have a strong showing. But Dara McCormack, he's trying to recover from not just that moment, but also a penalty that went the way. 10 seconds, unfortunately, for some contact as well. Plenty of battling, that's been the story. The 49's been involved in plenty of it, but through the field, close, calm, clean racing for many. Lots of what we've seen, though, have been solo car incidents at Skyline. The 49 getting caught out for a second time a little bit later on as the sun continued to rise. This was when the McLaren Veloce team up the inside of Dominic Blyer got up to second spot. This is when we started to see Mercedes AMG Williams starting to slide on back. The story in the silver class has been one of who has wanted to lead. At one point, we had the Racing Point car that was at the front. At one point, we had Yassi. Now we've got West competition, and it was through all of this fighting with some of the pro class cars trying to work their way on through as well. We had G2 Esports in the Aston Martin that for a couple of hours got stuck behind, first with Isaac Price, then with Aben Murphy, all just struggling as Team 1 and so many others were really showing some good speed. Whipperman Racing, one of many to get caught out down through Skyline, but that was solo car. This was not going to be a solo car incident, as the Williams Esport Audi tried to get to the inside of the VS Racing by Balish Esport Lamborghini number 60. It could have been an unintended jump, but fortunately locking that car down in time, VS Racing able to survive. Not the same, unfortunately, for Whipperman, not the same, unfortunately, for the 426 TSE Racing Fuel Junkie car, and so many more, including formerly race-leading silver class car, the Yassi machine. Sean Alwood made a mistake. Williams Esports took avoiding action. That was the first bit of drama for Yassi. It's been a bit of a tumultuous couple of hours, and we kept going for a while. Not the first time that we saw that 49 getting involved. This time it got tangled up with a couple of other machines as well. Skyline has definitely been one of the major talking points, including the hellacious hit that we saw for the Williams Esports Audi car. Tinko van der Velde making an uncharacteristic mistake by himself, and then as we worked our way through some of the traffic battles, Return Racing got tangled up, as did Team 1 and the Samantha Tan Racing. That was with lap traffic. That was not all a battle for position. What a crazy race it has been so far. Walls are close and ever present, as the Jean Alesi Esports team found out. Asetek Simsport Visceral in their Ferrari had nowhere to go as a result of all of that. This was where, though, we saw some of the fights inside of the silver class looking fun. Racing Point had been very, very eager to fight, although when G2 finally made their way through in the pro class machine, it was as the Racing Point car was trying to build up a bit of a buffer to hold off West Competition Racing. Bit of a hip check given by Sean Arnold to the Samantha Tan Racing car after it had already been embroiled in the walls. and Sean Arnold got a 10-second penalty adjudicated on Yes Eats as a result of that. We have seen some bold moves around the outside in the grass through the kink for the ITB Sandslot crew, working past VS Racing by Balish Esports, as after getting 2 penalties in the opening 4 hours of the race, the ITB team trying to fight their way on back. Even for cars that had been involved in the chaos, the likes of Brabham and the Pulse Simsport car forting outside of the top 30, they showed there was still plenty to fight for, showing true endurance racing spirit. That didn't even catch a lot of what I think, David, we've seen in the last couple of hours. There has been so much going on.
That was wild. That honestly, that just felt like we could have filled an entire hour worth of replays from what we had over the past 4 hours. It's been an amazing race so far, but realistically, again, there's so much more to come. I'm so jealous that unfortunately we have to step aside very shortly and hand over the mics, because I think the best is yet to come.
Final chance, I guess, to change your predictions right now. You said Scuderia Ferrari Esports. You said the BMW for West Competition Racing. We should be specific because they are 1 and 2, and I don't want to give you any leeway to say that you picked the Ferrari instead of the BMW. Are you changing your mind?
Absolutely not. Ferrari for the Pro Class win and BMW for the Silver Class win, number 1 and the number 51. Let's go.
All right, so I'll stick with the number 1. I'm gonna go bold though. I'm gonna change up my pick for the Pro Class. I'm gonna go 63. I'm gonna go Lamborghini. I think they'll win this back to back.
I can see why, especially if we get Luca Lozio back in the car. The insane pace that he had in past sort of 2 stints ago. Yeah, he was definitely on point. We get any sort of instance, any action with back markers, lap traffic, anything like that, anything could happen.
It's a busy weekend of motorsports for us in SRO, and not just here in the esports world. Remember, plenty of action at the Circuit of the Americas as well. Thank you for joining David Christie and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, for about 4 hours of nonsense. Hopefully the next 4 hours a little less nonsensical. We'll leave you in the very capable voices of Luke Crane and Jesse Lee.
Thank you very much, Arjuna. Yes, 4 hours left. Well, 4 hours left to say. 4 hours first to commentate, then we've got 3 and a bit more to go. My name's Luke Crane. I'm joined by Jesse Lee. Jesse, how you doing?
Hello, everybody. Hello, Luke Crane. I'm fantastic, and what a race that we've been treated to in the first 4 hours or so that we've had. It's just been absolutely incredible to see these guys go out there and put everything on the line. This is a racetrack that can chew you up and spit you out. Certainly, we've seen quite a bit of that already today, but I think Arjuna and David were correct. I don't think we've seen the last of that, and I don't think the best has yet happened.
No, absolutely not. Could not agree with you more. I think the biggest surprise for me is that Williams Esports and Unicorns of Love, their 2 teams, they kind of have been the stalwarts of the ACC scene over the last few years, but the door's been left open. And Veloce and, well, Ferrari Esports, they have taken that opportunity on, and they're doing very well at the front end. We're a little bit further backwards here then with Full Pace Racing, Marco Wong, down in 27th position as it stands. And Jesse, I've been watching for the last few hours, as you probably have as well. Is there anything in particular that might have stood out for you?
Well, I mean, obviously you've got the 555, right, coming back through the field after the early mistakes that happened, and I've just been trying to calculate, Luke, this entire time how far up I think they can realistically get. I don't think a podium is out of reach here.
No, that is absolutely true. I think, to be honest, it's Bathurst, right? You're racing against the track for the most part of this race. Of course, you know, you're racing against time as well, and then third, normally it's the first thing you're racing against is the other cars, but I think it's probably the third thing you're racing against here because it is such a challenge. They just touched on track temperature. We've just joined here. I think the last we heard it was around about 32. I'm sure that Mike will let us know that, you know, exactly what track temperature we're at now. It is only going to get hotter. The lap times are going to get shorter, and the tyre wear is going to become more so. How's that going to affect the mindset of the drivers here in terms of driver changes?
Well, it's very interesting you mentioned that. It's going to affect driver changes too. If you have a hot driver or a driver that's been in the race car and they are more acclimatized to what's going out there on the racetrack, there's a very good possibility you might leave them in for a double stint. Obviously, probably changing tires as the heat of the day continues to build. This race, of course, started in pitch darkness, and the tires obviously are taking a bigger beating now than they ever have been. You don't want to take a cool driver or a driver that's been away for several hours, put them in the car here if you don't have to. This might be an excellent time to double stint your driver if again, they can withstand the mental fatigue of racing this place around here for 65 minutes, which is the stint limit.
It's normally me that starts talking about hot drivers at the start of a broadcast, but Enzo Benito isn't racing today. But Jesse brings it up, so yeah, nice. We're over Skyline, we're now on board then with Michael Romagnoli. Just chilling at this point in the race. Arjuna pointed out nicely that at this stage it's just about getting that car through each stint, try and keep out of the walls as best as possible. I actually did an endurance race last week at the Nordschleife, and it really is about trying to keep your car out of the pits. Basically, as much as you possibly can. Any damage you've got to fix, it kind of renders your race done and dusted. So yeah, if you can get from one end of this race to the other without any damage, you're in pretty good shape. Because every single driver on this grid are absolute pace, whether it be pro driver or silver drivers. They have all got an incredible skill set in the locker.
Yeah, I couldn't have said that better myself. And by the way, Michael Hamlet pointing out that this race could touch 50 degrees C at some point here today. And I don't care where you are, I don't care who you are. That is absolutely scorching.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm from the UK, so I don't even know that number existed, to be completely honest with you. I've been to, where's the hottest I've ever been to? Last year at Imola, it got to 41 degrees, I think, and I didn't think I was going to make it out of Italy that weekend. It was horrendous. I'm a slightly bigger guy, so it wasn't ideal, and the chafing was real. But yeah, 50 degrees, oh, the tyres are going to be an absolute, it's like bubblegum on the bottom of your car.
Yeah, ambient temperature will sit at that time. If we were to get to the temp, the ambient would be 35 to 37 degrees C. The track, of course, baked in the Australian sun would be nearing 50 degrees C. But rather beside the point, Luke, you're absolutely right. At some point, you have to research if people can melt. These tires are going to be melting. There'll be no talk of double stinting the tires at any point during this stint. If you were going to do that, if you were going to try and save about 15 seconds or however long it is in the pit lane, you would have tried to do that before the sun even came up. There's no question of if you'll take tires. The big question for me, and I think for a lot of these teams, is, well, what do you set the PSI at?
Yeah, 100%. We've got a few people in the chat asking whether this is a game. Yes, this is a game. This is Assetto Corsa Competizione, and this is the 12 Hours of Bathurst race, the esports version. We've got a Pro Series and a Silver Series, and if you're interested to know what denotes that, well, if you look at the timing tower to the left-hand side, you'll notice that there are numbers with a white background, which are the pro teams, and there is a number with a grey background, that is the silvers as well. So there's kind of two races in one, plus an overall race as well. We're on board then with Andrea Miato, who's currently in P13 in that Lamborghini. For Clash there, Reton Racing by Clash, making a run then down towards that final chicane through the chase, and then on to another tour of this mountain circuit, the Mount Panorama, Bathurst, as it's more commonly known. Everyone in the chat then, let me know where you're watching from. Of course, we've got 4 hours, but where you're watching from around the world, maybe who your favourite team is, maybe you've got a particular favourite driver. Yeah, but let me know. That is the best thing. But get yourself some drinks, get yourself some snacks. It's going to be, 6 hours, 41 minutes left of this race, and I'm sure we've got plenty of action on its way. Jesse, for you, who would you say? Obviously, we've heard the predictions from the two before us, David Christian, Arjuna, Kanki Party. Who do you think is going to potentially win this race? I think it's obvious who the genuine potential protagonists are going to be. Is there anyone outside of the usual you say that could potentially make a run here? Obviously, it might take a couple of mistakes, but is there anyone well positioned to indeed take full advantage of that?
Well, I'm going to work just outside of what you just said, and I will say this. I would not take my eyes off of that Mercedes-AMG Esports team, Unicorns of Love. That number 4, you got Otaki in the car right now. That's the kind of team that can sneak up on you, and in fact, they've done that before in this very series in years past as well. They've snuck in there. They usually keep their car clean as well. That leads them into fantastic places. I would not be surprised if maybe they were able to sneak one here today. They are a little bit further back, but again, with a little over half of the race left to go, anything is possible, as the highlights we just saw a moment ago tell us.
Yeah, 100%. You can never really count the Unicorns of Love out of the equation ever. They are an incredibly well-oiled machine. I think what might hurt them is that the fact they've got the whole roster spread across 2 teams. And both look very, very strong. It's not like they've gone for the best 3 drivers in one team and then the second best. In my opinion, obviously, it's subjective as to who the best drivers are, because ultimately, they're all very, very fast. Bit surprised that Williams are, out of where they are. Congratulations to Williams, of course, celebrating 5 years in the esports scene. One of the first real big names. I say big names, I mean coming across from the real world of motorsport that really did invest in sim racing. And well, you couldn't really imagine a world without Williams at this point, Jesse.
No, you're absolutely right. And I remember the day whenever Williams said, we are going to make an esports team. We are going to go and compete at a very high level. They reset the bar, Luke, and they've been doing that every year since then. In my opinion, Williams' esports team is the bar, regardless of where they're running today. It doesn't matter. I mean, they're in 4th. That's good enough. Every year, they seem to get better. Again, they had to climb out of a hole to get to this point today. I would be very fearful of that 555 team here with a little bit half of the race left to go.
Yeah, and their team is still very, very young as well. They're not only competing on ACC, they're doing very, very well in terms of the special events on iRacing. Yet they have taken a little bit of flack over some of the incidents that have happened over the past few months, but they're still getting the results. And also on Rennsport, a new title that's yet to see the light of day for the average consumer, but they are pretty much at the top end of that as well, with Dara McCormack picking up a round victory earlier on this season as well, who, he is a sensational driver, is Dara McCormack, actually picking up 2 round wins. He is the future of sim racing for me, and Williams have got themselves an absolute star in the making, if not already a star. Won the Logitech McLaren G Challenge this year as well. Like, he is just, he's young, he's got the pace, but he also has the composure, he has the ability, he's driving well ahead of his years. As we see Tobias Pfeffer there using every inch of the track, and maybe a little bit more, nearing the end of his stint here.
Yeah, we saw a pass a little bit earlier on coming down the Conrad straight and into the chase, and Audi went off into the dirt. And I would have to believe that pre 1.9 update of this sim, that would have probably ended quite poorly, but did not in that occasion. Also kept the wheel nice and straight. Absolutely no panic, no fear from a lot of these drivers. Tobias Pfeffer, one of those teams, one of those cars and drivers. Also, they're going to absolutely go out there and get it. You mentioned the Unicorns of Love spreading their drivers amongst 2 cars. No big deal, just both of them inside the top 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've lost a couple of drivers. Ironically, to Williams. They've got Schiniger's gone to Williams, and they've lost a couple of others to other teams as well. So they've kind of
Well, I will say, as we tick down a little bit closer to the halfway point in this race, usually there's something I say, and that's that when you get to the halfway point of the race in an endurance setting, you typically reset and you reformulate what your plan is. You kind of know who you're racing. The problem that you have in a series as big as the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Endurance Championship Series is that's not entirely the case at all. You are all still in it, and even though one car is 25 seconds off of the front of the grid, that doesn't really amount to a whole lot, as some of the pit stops have occurred. McLaren Veloce back out into the lead for the time being. Everybody on that different strategy, everybody trying to do what they feel they need to do to advance their position. A couple of cars going up against that 65-minute stint limit we saw earlier on in this race. Some of the other teams foregoing that and coming in at least a lap early. I don't know if that's anything more than not wanting to run afoul of the stint timer if anything were to go wrong.
Hi, Jesse. You might have to feel for it a little bit. I apologise for that. My PC just decided to restart, so everything disappeared. So I'll get the feedback up and everything like that. So I can only apologise for the issues there. But I'll be back in a couple of minutes, Jesse.
Absolutely no problem at all. Here is Leon Otake. We talked about them earlier on in the number 4, probably my dark horse pick. No pun intended there, by the way, but they are currently P6. But I am curious if the Unicorns of Love teams have to race each other at some point. What is that going to look like? 14 seconds off now. The car in the picture here, a car off of the pace, I'm pretty sure, for the time being. And again, several cars in this particular part of the racetrack today having issues navigating. And oh my goodness, a quick cut of the wheel there. I thought for a second that was going to undulate and overcorrect them tank slapper style into the wall did not happen. But we certainly have seen that on more than a few occasions today, and I don't think we're done with that. It's only going to get worse if we do get to the temperatures that we are forecast for today. It's only going to get worse. You're going to see less grip in the racetrack. You're going to see the tires give up more, and you're going to see more driver fatigue too, because they're having to wrestle that steering wheel.
Yeah, couldn't agree more there. I am back now. Thank you very much for that, Jesse. That is the first time that's happened ever. My PC just randomly restarted, but that is the joys of working remote. These things can happen. Dominic Blyer bringing the car into the pits, newly newly contracted driver to Williams from Triton Racing a couple of months ago, which is a hell of an acquisition for Williams because he is a sensationally talented driver across multiple sims, specifically ACC these days. We're on board then with Jihao Hu, who is currently down in P29. We did have a change for the lead momentarily. We did actually have Veloce go up into the lead when the pit stop phases happened. Then Capoccia has actually just got into the car for Ferrari Esports, so they've had a change of driver. And then we have Luke Whitehead, who qualified pole, the only driver with a sub 2-minute time. He's now back in the car. He will now go up into second position with Williams dropping down the order. So there's a little bit of housekeeping for you. SMP Racing Esports should drop back up into P3 as it stands. So that is how it plays out for the pros. What about the silvers? Maybe, although we've got a little bit of a battle here, then we've got Florian Ducrop, who's trying to make a move then down in towards the final corner, and actually the car in front's going to do him a favour and go, yeah, off you go, you can make a move. So here is the leaders of the silvers, and that's Marco Yonkers, West Side Competition Racing. It's not West Side at all, we just, or I just like to say West Side, that's just how I like to do things, I guess. So they are currently the leaders here, even though they had a little bit of a spin earlier on, and they got away with that one, Jesse. I don't know if you're watching, but they had a little spin over the top of the mountain, and it could have been curtains. It's one of those where most of the time you're going to end up having to tow the car because it's in such a dangerous position, but they got away with it.
Yeah, sometimes when it's going well, it's going incredibly well, and I've always said that some days you got to be more lucky than good. I don't think that's entirely true, but the amount of folks that can say they went over the top of Sunset and had a spin and not crashed into anything, that's an incredibly low number, a low percentage move, if you will, but they were able to do that in the BMW Romania Team West Competition Racing, or West Side, as you called it. They're looking good, they're racing good, they're feeling good, but I will say they've got company, and they've never been in a very comfortable position because less than 5 seconds between them and second place in that class.
I'll be honest, when I wrote their team name down, when I wrote down the order, I always write down the order of the cars that they were in when I started my commentary stint. And I actually wrote West Coast Competition Racing, so I just make it up as I go along with them. They don't mind, they've never messaged me yet. Teams do tend to message when they're angry about you calling them a different name or stuff. We've got a few people that have told us where they're from. We've got Dylan Abrahams, welcome mate. He's from all the way in Australia. So not only is he upside down, but he's at I'm guessing night time for them right now. What time is it for them? About 4 o'clock in the morning, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, 10 hours, something like that. Where else we got here? We've got Amaris is from Indonesia, I believe. We've also got Paul Cochran, who's from Minnesota. Tobin Lee's in the chat. We've got Meng Chen as well from Taiwan, and George Villa from Spain. So yeah, welcome everybody. Oh, Kelvin, I don't want to miss you out, from Maryland, USA. So from people all over the world. We've also got Clothak, who's supporting Natasia in the car number 85. So yeah, welcome to the broadcast. Hopefully you're enjoying yourselves. You've got yourself some nice drinks and snacks, and we're going to have a little bit of a good time. We love racing cars. We love Mount Panorama. We love a 12-hour race.
Yeah, the most interesting thing for me in a race like this is race number 1 in the championship in the season, and it's a tough one to get out there. Of course, you've got the new update you're contending with. These teams will be somewhat confident again in their setups and what they've been able to accomplish with that. They'll be pretty confident in their lineups as well. I think everybody here in this series should be at least somewhat confident. This is the best of the best after all. And beyond all of that, of course, it's a big test. Everyone's going to learn a lot from today. There's going to be a lot of takeaways from today's race, no matter if it was a good day or a bad day. And it's already this competitive at different championships. Sometimes it takes you a couple races to get into it. No, they've been absolutely on it since the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, there'll certainly be a takeaway in my house tonight, that's for sure. P3, we have ourselves there, Racing Point, Lucas Matasia in the under 85, currently third in the silver class. Now we're on board then with Eamon Murphy, driving for G2 Esports. He's a beautiful man. He's a lovely bloke. One of my first people I ever met, I guess, first friends in the world of sim racing. I used to compete against him many, many years ago. As you can tell, he's a little bit of an older gentleman, such as myself, a little bit younger than I am. But yeah, he is still racing at the very top level. And I'm talking about him racing at the very top level. How different paths do indeed go in different directions.
Well, I will say this for Eamon Murphy, that was Luke Crane who called you an older gentleman, not me. So you know who to contact exactly on that right now. Look at this. Hands absolutely busy as we come down through Sunset, through the S's section of the racetrack. You can just see the physicality of this sport from the 55 as they are trying to chase down a car and not be overtaken by another car. They're actually technically not trying to chase down that car, so that's the second place car directly in front of them, up the ways a little bit, but still the concentration required, the physicality required, the precision required, again, and also too, Luke, with the distraction of a car right in front of you.
Yeah, we've got an incident between car 7193 on lap 93. A warning to car 938 for pit lane infringement. Oh wow, that's a new one. You don't see that very often in sim racing at all, actually. Incident between car 71 and 93 on lap 155. No further actions. They had some fun for a little bit of time there. So a nice little warning, but nothing crazy. We've got Aris currently in the YouTube chat as well. So if you ever spin the car because of any of the physics within this game, because of the temperature and the tyres, you can blame Aris. It's his fault. Everything is his fault. Also, Francisco Blackburn, he's asking, how can I get involved in this? Is this happening right now? Well, this is live right now. What's the best way for you to get involved? Well, you should join some racing leagues and get yourself spotted. Get involved in maybe the CP races within the game as well, and get yourself noticed as being really, really fast, really, really clean, and make waves. And that way you get picked up by a team. Some of these teams are community teams, some of these teams are professional esports teams, hence the silver and indeed the pro drivers or pro teams in this race. And that's the best way of getting involved. But there are many communities out there that are indeed hosting races such as their own 12 Hours of Bathurst all of the time. SimGrid, LFM, they're probably the best two to go to at this stage, especially for ACC. So yeah, plenty. SimGrid are actually running the behind the scenes for this here as well. So they're definitely someone to look out for. So that's the best way of getting yourselves involved for this.
Yeah, it absolutely is. If you want to get involved, you've just got to make that first step, and you've got to have the work ethic too. This is not a Sunday drive, no pun intended. This is big boy stuff. You know what I mean? This is the best that there is. These drivers didn't get here simply by just getting a wheel. This is dedication. It's a lot of work, and I don't even want to know how many hours of ACC some of these drivers have put in. I'm sure it's a mind-boggling number.
Yeah, well, I'd struggle with just this 12 hours here, to be honest, let alone the preparation you'd have to put in to get involved in this race. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. We're just on board there with Andika Maulana, who's racing for Legion of Racers. Currently down the order somewhat. Now we've got Mattia Marchi, who's currently trying to make a move then a little bit further up ahead into P16. Pisano holding firm though in the Aston Martin, and I'm not sure this is a three-way battle. Actually, it's just a two-way battle, isn't it? Yes, of course. So yeah, can we see the Lamborghini potentially make a move? Got to get a really good exit out of Hell Corner, try and set yourself up then. It's not the greatest of apexes there, and actually you can see already losing a bit of speed. I know that's the Constantina effect, but by the time they get up to the top of the hill, I'm not sure the Lamborghini is going to be quite close enough here. Lovely angle over the rear wing of this Aston Martin, but the Aston there getting a really nice exit, and more than likely, with the mountain section coming up, should be able to just about hold on to the position.
Yeah, it's a very tricky thing, and we haven't really seen a whole lot of it except the one nearly three-wide incident earlier on in the race, but as we continue to go on, lap traffic is going to become a bigger factor, especially for the leaders. The leaders are not going to want to lose time here in traffic, but they have to respect that it is not really a two-lane wide racetrack at the top of the mountain. They're going to have to get it done either on the Conrad or the mountain straight, maybe even the pit straight. If you're very lucky, you're going to have to set drivers up. Of course, they will have been doing that already, but it's going to become a more poignant point as we continue to get longer into this race. And sometimes the drivers that win races like this are the ones that navigate traffic, and that's also something you got to worry about right there. Blinding going into the Skyline and the S's right there just took away the sight line, I think caused the Ferrari to go off the racetrack no issues there. We've seen that end very poorly a couple of times today. Nothing doing there. Made that look routine.
I'll tell you what, we're on board Sano there, and he made that look easy. Got a little bit of a gap there on the Lamborghini behind with the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin, a pretty stable car, to be fair, but still, you've got to negotiate that mountain. You've got to be fully concentrated, and that was delightful to watch. I have a rule of running around Bathurst, especially in a long-distance race. Just don't make an overtake or lap or let someone lap you unless it's going up the hill or down the hill. Over the mountain, just stay in formation. Unless someone makes a mistake, of course. But stay in formation, and it normally suits you well. If you won a 12-hour Bathurst race in 2021, I'm not going to tell you the other. I will say the other results. We've DNF'd every other year, other than that. But that's not to be worried about. We won by using that strategy. Maybe we get another opportunity here then of Mattia Marshall trying to make a better exit here. Maybe there's an opportunity to make that position work this time.
Trying to do it, getting out dragged down the straight just a little bit. Pisano trying to do what they can to maximize the exit they have done, but now in the slipstream, maybe a little bit of a blink of the light, pulls out. It's a dummy, not going to try it here as they go into Quarry Bend, but I love it. I love the gamesmanship. By the way, the Ferrari in the background also trying to wait patiently, has a ticket to get on the train, just doesn't know when the train's going to arrive and hopes it doesn't arrive in their lap at some point, but just excellent driving. You mentioned a moment ago just making it look effortless. I guarantee you it isn't effortless. We all know that, but it's a very beautiful dance that they're all doing around here at just insane speeds, blind corners in tight confines.
Yeah, for the most part, most of these drivers are from the European region. There are a few from the Asia Pacific, there are a few from North America as well, of course. We've actually got a couple of South African drivers, and yeah, there are a few that are running from Australia as well. But everybody will be feeling like it's 41-degree track temperature in their rooms and their sim rigs right now, because that is the nature of the beast of this circuit. Like, I find when I'm in the sim rig, this point of the track right now, I'll be like, oh, well, I need to breathe. You almost hold your breath for the entire mountain section of this circuit, and then you're like out of breath for like half of this straight, getting back into a rhythm of breathing. That's how it affects me anyway. As we come down the hill, it's still William Pisano for absolute tech by Asalif, still holding firm. And I tell you what, forced into a potential move, almost a bit of contact then between the three of them. I think the Ferrari kind of forced the Lamborghini into some avoiding action, nearly then ended up making a move onto the Aston Martin. But as we come then down towards that final corner, the Ferrari is going to say thank you very much. The door has officially opened up, and there you go.
Yeah, it was very well done there for the moment for the 28, the John Lacey Ferrari. Able to get that done, was patient enough, saw them stack up a little bit. The opportunity presented itself and absolutely took it. No contact, that's exactly what you want to do. If you are, Mattia, you're going to be a little bit frustrated now. You've lost a little bit of contact. All you're hoping is that John Lacey car gets up there and holds up the car you were racing to get you back into contact, which I suspect will probably happen.
Yeah, and that's Jack Alexander's got to be careful here, because he's P39 overall. So this is just to sort of unlap himself. And as soon as you get ahead of a car that is, laps ahead of you, you're going to get the blue flags instantly. So you need to make sure you're a lot faster. If you start holding them up, that's indeed when the stewards get involved and go, well, you just can't do that. You can't slow cars down by overtaking them and then just sitting in front of them. So it looks like Jack's got a lot of pace already. You can see the gaps come out there. It's not a big gap, but it's a big enough gap to ignore the blue flags. You're not holding anybody up right now, and if anything, you're actually dragging Mattia along. Jan Willem van Ommen then has replaced Mike Noble in the FFS Racing. I'm wondering if they've got a bingo card out this week. They always love to do a little bingo card, and I'm sure that there's been a couple of squares ticked off with my commentary, that's for sure. They're chasing down what will be Jaroslav Honzik. These two are very good friends in real life, actually. They've raced in the same racing team yesteryear, but right now they are battling for P21. Well, Aston Martin power versus Ferrari power, FFS versus Yazhi. As we come down the exit of the mountain onto that back straight, this could provide some fireworks in the mid-pack.
You talk about them being friends, and that's all well and good, but when the visor comes down and the wheels locked on, are you really friends at that point? I don't have any friends personally. I don't know you. I've never met you before. As soon as the race is over, then hey, yeah, let's go. Let's have a drink. But in the middle of the race, like I'm not talking to any strangers.
Someone's just clipped that. I have no friends. Jesse Lee, 2023.
They already knew that.
No context Jesse Lee Twitter accounts being made all over the show right now. As we see the Veloce car slamming up the inside there, and actually it's just to get past. It looked like it was a little bit rough around the edges, that move, but actually it was well calculated. It's perfectly done. And, well, they are still in the lead. Oh, sorry, in P2 in this race. So Luke Whitehead has to really push along here. The gap now 24 seconds over the last hour and a half. It was, when I first checked their lead, it was about 3 seconds. So now it's all up to sort of 23 seconds. So that Ferrari Esports team really are starting to pull away. So at this stage of the race, you know, the mid-pack are all trying to just make sure that they keep their cars clean and potentially pick up positions via them not getting involved in anything, whereas the front sort of 2, 3, 4, 5, they have to keep pushing. It's almost like hot lapping. And that's what I would say is different between real world racing and sim racing is I think it's a lot more hot lappy during these races. It's just constant qualifying lap during the race after qualifying lap. And yeah, the consistency with these drivers is ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree with that. You do a lot of racing, especially in the first hour of a race. You're battling anybody and everybody because everything is a position. That's where you also see a lot of mistakes. We certainly saw that today with the start of the race as well. And then you do just sort of get into that hot lap mode where it's, can I run at 99.9% or 100%? Racing drivers elsewhere will tell you they run at about 95, 98% most of the time. Sim racing, slightly different in the case that there is no break, there is no rest, there is no respite. You're going for it every single lap, and if you miss one single lap, somebody's caught you because they're not slowing down. They're not backing up their corners.
Yeah, it's jeopardy, isn't it? You know, with sim racing, the jeopardy is your race is over, whereas in the real world, your race is over, it's expensive, could be potential injuries, unless you're George Boothby and you break your hand on your steering wheel. I guess with the direct drive wheels these days, you can get injured. But yeah, it's a lot less chance of being injured. So you've only really got that one jeopardy of the race being over. So yeah, they will naturally just push a little bit more. Kyo Yim currently in the number 852, down in P44, looking to make up a few positions. Currently 9 laps, well 8 laps as the lead has just crossed the line because of the pit stop phase. But 8 laps now off of the lead. It's not going to be a race win this week, that's for sure. But it's all about really trying to race for pride here.
Certainly is. You just want to get to the finish, and you're also sort of silently, and in some cases not so silently, you're hoping, you know, maybe somebody will drop out of the race. That's unlikely in this event, but you're just hoping that something happens, the fortune changes, or at the very, very least, if you're this far down, you're gathering data. I touched on that earlier. It's 1.9. This is the biggest test any of these teams have had to deal with since that update occurred a month or so ago. So you're literally getting data. You're not only watching your cars, you're watching other cars, teams that are similar to yours as well. You're just trying to gather data. You're just trying to run the laps, get to the finish, move it on to the next race.
Yeah, 100%. We're on board then with Lucasen, currently in P15. I love it when they have their cameras set wrong. Got a nice background in there though. But yeah, it's some portrait mode instead of landscape. I love it. But that is, again, as it normally is, the Renvelton Esports livery tends to be the funkiest out there. And, well, it's no exception today, is it? Look at that. That is a beautiful looking, it almost looks like a mackerel in the sun kind of livery. I love that. If you know what a mackerel is. Do you have mackerel over where you're from, Jesse?
I'm familiar with that, yeah, and I hadn't put that together. I was going to say it looks a bit like a tiger, but yeah, also true. I hadn't considered that until you just mentioned that, but a beautiful car nonetheless. I think it definitely goes on the list of the best looking liveried cars, or the most standout looking cars. Here's a move from the 66 Williams Esports cars. Igor Rodriguez trying to make it stick in the chase, and has done exactly that.
Yeah, Rodriguez making a lovely move there. It was aggressive, that's for sure. Down to P29, I don't think you've got any other choice but to make it aggressive throughout the rest of this race. Talking of absolute flying laps every single time, if you're down to P29 and you're racing for Williams Esports, that is exactly how you're going to be racing. It's kind of like a nothing to lose situation. But Rodriguez, one of the very best in the world when it comes to ACC, it has moved, well, not moved up position, kind of gained a lap back on one car there in front. But the number 66 is a long way off of being a P25, although Garcia has a 30-second time penalty. So in terms of, let me just look at the actual time tower here. Is there, oh, I tell you what, yeah, so Rodriguez would actually then be 3.7 seconds behind. So 3.7 seconds behind, no, I'm wrong actually. He'd be about 15 seconds behind. So that 30-second penalty is going to have a huge factor on the Lamborghini number 27. I don't think they're going to lose a position to Igor Rodriguez's Williams, but it will put them a lot closer.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why we're not paying attention to the 114, the 996, or the 72, Well, that's because Rodriguez is not racing them. They don't get points by making passes on the 26th, 27th, or 28th car. Here is the time penalty. 30-second time penalty for car 27 for ignoring yellow flags. That incident occurred between the 27 and the 48 back on lap 149. Big penalty.
Yeah, I tell you what though, that is pretty easy to do, especially if you're going over the mountain. And I guess what lap are we on now? Do you know what? That would have been with the spin, right? That would have been with the West Competition spin on top of the hill, around about that time,
Oh,
maybe.
yes.
Right, so you're on the mountain. The last thing you're looking for is flags, because you're trying to hit braking points and apexes. Is Rodriguez looking to do it 2 for 2?
Oh, boy.
For very late. Oh, that's.
Oh, it's 3-1.
That is not ideal at all. Rodriguez actually is not going to be at fault for that, but that was not good. Alexander then in that number 28 Ferrari has tried to react. He's done a reactionary move there, and ultimately it's caused an absolute pile-up. It's brilliant racing up until that point. Rodriguez has caused that by basically putting pressure on, which is what a racing driver is supposed to do. So Rodriguez has got really no fault of that, in my opinion. We'll have to see it again. But yeah, 3-1 does not go. Not ideal in the slightest, and more carnage here in Mount Panorama.
They didn't know they were 3 wide into that corner. It happened so late, it happened so quick. They were unaware that that was the fate that was going to happen to any of them. But yeah, just unfortunate. And if you are Rodriguez, you can't sit behind other cars, even if they're on different lap. If you have more speed than them, you can't just concede and ride around in the back all day. You've got to try and make inroads. You've got to make passes. You can't really fault them for trying to do that. But I mean, 3-1 at most racetracks aren't going to work. It's definitely not going to work here.
Yeah, Igor Rodriguez has tried to make a move on Alexander. Alexander then is driving with his rear view mirror into the harshest braking zone on the circuit. Ultimately, that doesn't work out well. When you're looking backwards, but you're meant to be braking for the harshest braking zone, something's got to give. And unfortunately, it was an Aston Martin. So, not ideal. One ball to Arthur Cameron out in number 89 in the BS competition car. Niels Nayoks just indeed got out of the car. I've got a pretty cool storyline actually at the front end. So Capoccia racing for the Ferrari Esports team. Look who's in P4. David Tanitza used to race for Ferrari Esports, a F1 Esports winner, of course. We know he's one of the very best when it comes to that side of sim racing. He headed over to Ferrari Esports. The first time they took part in an ACC competition, this was when the game was in beta. They had an event in Monza. David Tanitza went there and won. Like, he's that guy. He is an incredibly talented driver, is David Tanitza. But now he's racing for Jean Alesi Esports. He's also going to be racing in the real world. I think he might already be doing it, or it's very shortly going to be happening. But what a car change. He's gone for Ferrari. Now he's in a Lamborghini, the arch rivals, the arch nemesis of Ferrari. How storylines do indeed prevail.
I love a good story like that. They traded one Italian auto manufacturer for another, and the speed he's not been hurt for speed. Surely has he up inside the top 5. Tanisa doing absolutely everything they can. And can I just say what an excellent run it has been for Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team today thus far. And it looking bright for 2023 with some of the new acquisitions.
100%. Looks like Oman's actually dropped back from Jaroslav Honzik. So Honzik has found that pace then after the pit stop phase, once he's bedded the tyres in, and he sits right in behind Gamble then in a number 9, 7, 7. It's the battle for 19th position, although it looks like we might have a replay, and I'm sure it's probably of that incident earlier on. So here we go, heading down in towards the chase. There we go. So we see a move here. Igor Rodriguez pulls over. Alexander then goes, nope, not today. Then he has to back out of it. And the Aston Martin's trying to hit the apex. And yeah, I don't think the Aston Martin's at fault there at all. You've got 3 other cars that are also trying to avoid the contact there. For me, on my money, I'm saying that is all on Jack Alexander. He reacted a little bit too late there to Rodriguez's move, and the Aston was an innocent bystander. Jaroslav Honzik trying to slice the dice.
Sure is. Right on the back of Gamble in the 977 car, sort of in the middle of this silver field. And just look at the traffic in front of the both of them. 977 to potentially trying to make a move again as well. All these drivers fighting over one position, 3 drivers for one spot, and just hopefully they're able to condone or make their drive down the Conrad Straight a little bit easier without 3 wides that we saw just a moment ago. Hopefully, Jardy able to get to the back. Lost a little bit there coming through the elbow, and has sort of taken the pressure off the car in front of him for the time being.
Yeah, so Honzik is trying to make a move. This is for 19th position in the 977. So that's Kramer Racing Esports. Then a little bit further up ahead of them is that pink car, which is the HRT Unicorns of Love car. They're currently in P5. And then that Aston Martin, that's the one who's just been involved in the incident, right? Can't quite picture what number is on the car, so I can't tell exactly who they are. So that's not for positions. So they're the odd car out, really, in this scenario. Plus, these two are a lap behind. Incident between car 85 and 110 is a warning for car 110 for ignoring blue flags. And you know what happens with the warning, Jesse? That's the first time that's happened to them. Second time, you're going to get a time penalty.
Yeah, the first time is just a, hey, be more heads up, be a little bit more proactive. Look for the flags. There's marshals for a reason. The second time of asking, then obviously you should know better, as we're going to see a big move here, a huge lunge from Jardier as he tries to go down the inside, blocked by Gamble, as they all end up single file as they go through the turn. But for a second there, it looked like down the inside Jardier was going to have it, but Gamble had the move absolutely blocked.
Yeah, it's Bathurst. You've got to be, if you're going to make a move, it's got to be perfect. It's as simple as that. If you make a mistake, we've seen already what can happen there with that 3-car contact down just after the come straight into that final chicane. So you've got to be calculated here. Jardier or Yaroslav Honzik, he will absolutely have this calculated. The Aston there just tags the wall. Now we're heading down in towards Skyline. You're taking a little bit of stick here, by the way. You didn't mention RCI. So I'll be the good guy. I'll mention RCI. RCI is also a good community to go and sign up for, even if Jesse doesn't agree with me.
I'm sorry, absolutely thrown under the bus. Jardier trying to make the move, a little bit closer this time, can't give up. Remember the last time through the elbow, gave up a little bit too much time. I don't think he has done here. They're side by side in front of them, Pisano and Gamble trying to sort it out. Jardier in the back, there he is, there's his camera. You're seeing what he sees as he's trying to navigate this, surely not going to go 3 wide. Looks up, oh, and he brake checks just a little bit as they're all going to go back to single file. Thought he may have an outside chance of making the move work. He doesn't, but he is going for it here. Look at this. He's going to absolutely throw it in there, and he's made that clean. Honzik up a spot.
It's a lovely move there. Very opportunistic as well. Waiting for Gamble to go alongside then the Absolute by Aston Martin just up the road. And then when the move wasn't on, as soon as he hit that big brick wall of air, as I like to call it, after he was in the slipstream, the Porsche then just basically ground to a halt into the braking zone. The Ferrari went, absolutely, I'm going to get involved here, and took the position for free. Really nice move there from Honzik, very opportunistic, and that is just showing all of your experience here as they all now come past. Ricardo just came out of the pits. But yeah, Gamble held on for as long as possible. He didn't fight that too crazy. I think he realizes there's a lot longer to go in this race, and top 20 is definitely still on in the offerings. They are in 20th position as it stands, but ultimately Honzik gets his way.
Professional driver move right there from Gamble, if you ask me. That's why they're all here on this stage. You've got to know when to back out. You've got to know when to give up. You've got to know when to let people in line. And again, a little over half this race left to go here today. You cannot be making moves like that. You make a move right now like that, and then your day is pretty much absolutely toast. You make a bad move or something happens to you in the first 30 minutes to an hour of the race, that's kind of okay. You can get back on the horse and go out there and make up ground. Look at several of the cars that have done that today. Here, though, you can't have that. You've got to drive with common sense, and that, to me, Luke, is what separates a good driver from a great driver. Common sense, knowing the situation, knowing that maybe we'll see them a little bit later. All of that's important. You got to have a little bit of common knowledge for that kind of thing.
Yeah, 100%. He didn't, and on the flip side, Honzik didn't make the move as soon as he could. Right, he waited 2 laps, waited for the opportunity to present itself, and ultimately didn't lose too much time in the process. We're on board then with Matthew Marshall, who's currently in the Clash car. They are chasing down Langer in the number 144. So that is Team 1 plus FF. So this is 4th position. This is for a top 16. They don't really want to be messing around too much here, ultimately, because they have got Honzik that's not far behind that will be starting to chase them down on this stint. So is there the potential for a move? Again, not the greatest of exit. You have to nail that exit out of Hell Corner to try and get into that slipstream to make a move up towards turn number 2. It's quite an open entry in towards turn number 2. So it's a really good opportunity to make a move, but ultimately not close enough as it stands.
Yeah, certainly not. Everybody in line. I saw a cheeky flash of lights by one of the cars behind, just letting them know, hey, we're here and we'd like to come through at some point. And a little bit nice driving there as this battle continuing here. Gamble continuing to try and get by Pisano. Hasn't been able to do it. Takes a little move, a little look, if you will, through Corey Bend, but can't quite pull it off. I don't even think it was a real move, a half-hearted attempt to maybe get the driver to look into the mirror. Nothing doing there. Complete focus on Pisano.
Yeah, so this is all 4th position, actually. So Pisano in 19th position now, overtaken by Honzik. So yeah, this is legitimately 4th position. It was only the HRT by UOL car that was a lap ahead, right, in P5. They've disappeared up the road, by the way. They're no longer in the picture. So this is a cheeky little 3-way battle. But look how far up the road Honzik has got already in that Ferrari. Obviously the Ferrari is a relatively quick car, but to gain that much of an advantage when these two haven't really been going side by side, that's oh, hello.
Oh!
There's a Honda facing the wrong way. That's never ideal. Yellow flags will be flying. I'm telling you right now, that car's got to tow. There's no way you're going to... Oh, this is dangerous here. You've got to be absolutely perfect to let cars go by. And you're going to get a relative on your screen so you know exactly, who and what's coming. But you make one mistake here and you're going to get a huge penalty. You'll get a massive penalty if you make a mistake here. And I'll tell you what, Nicholas Hillebrand has done a very good job there in the number 93. Bashed a couple of walls in the process, but ultimately has lost time. Oh no! And as I say, he's done a good job. He is facing the wrong way once again. And well, it is now a comedy of errors. Not ideal.
Well, it hasn't been a good lap for the HPD Aspro Honda Red team. Hasn't really at all, but they'll try and get this car around. At least they have grass there to help them spin around. They have done that. And certainly, you know what that tells me, Luke, with the ability, with the way that they flip that car around? Somebody on that team, maybe a driver, maybe they have a dedicated spotter, don't know. Somebody has told them, okay, you've got quite a big gap here. You can probably flip this car around, and also probably telling them when to stay stationary as well. But again, you spin the car like that, you get back onto the gas, you have flat spotted tires, worn out tires probably as well, and then you just loop it again, and they'll be lucky here that they have as little damage as they actually do. The biggest damage done on the scoreboard, their position. They're not even coming in.
No, I don't think you need to. It's going to take a while. You can see the apex was missed there through the final chicane, running through the final corner there, just taking it easy. The tyres are going to be screaming. Yeah, not ideal, but in terms of rejoinability, that's a 10 out of 10. Twice in a row, didn't affect anybody else's races. And sometimes you've just got to tip your hat on a bad situation to go, do you know what, you did well there. It's not ideal, you're not going to feel good about yourself, but I'm going to give credit where credit's due. 2 good rejoins, didn't affect anyone else's races, and ultimately there'll be no penalties and stuff, which is always good.
Yeah, how many times do you see that go bad, right? You see that go bad all the time. A car sitting there. Saw that earlier on in the race. Several cars got mixed up in it, but no, absolutely not. Very self-aware, very good communication, I would suspect, over there at the team. Able to avoid all further incident and keep them going. Well, this battle just does not go away. Pisano has the position, P19. Gamble wants the position, but unfortunately, that Porsche just does not have quite the legs at this particular venture.
No, the Porsche's incredible over the top of the mountain, but in terms, and actually in all fairness, like the Aston's more of an all-rounder. It's really good at everything, but not exceptional at anything. The Porsche is just very nimble, and in a straight line, unfortunately, just suffers a little bit. A nice comment here, actually, from who was it? Phoenix, who said, yeah, he's got no grip anymore because the tyres would have been absolutely done there. Yeah, that is true, absolutely. Yep. But these drivers are on a stint. Actually, to be fair, they could probably bring it in, even if it's early on their stint, because they can then stretch it out to make the they wouldn't have to do an extra pit stop. But if that was maybe 15 minutes ago, they would have had no options at all. It would have had to just stay out 100%, no chance, because if you have an extra pit stop, it just costs you too much time. But we see the Porsche then potentially going to close up here for a move. Not quite going to work out. You can see Oman's now closed up in behind. He'll be looking for a top 20 position in the FFS racing team, of course, as Arjuna mentioned earlier on, the reigning silver champs. And we'll, definitely be looking to get a couple of positions here. But you've got to be patient. Once again, you could probably cover these 3 with a loincloth. They're that close.
Talk about cars out of position. I was just going to mention William Van Omen sneaking into the picture here, into the background. That car very much out of position from where I would have suspected they probably should be running. So this is a little bit of a gift that there's been a cork in the bottle that has brought several of these cars together. Might be able to do what Honzik did earlier, get a 2-for-1 and to get a couple of cars, get a couple of positions back. Of course, more points here early in the season means you don't have to do quite as hard of work at the end of the season to win a championship if they hope to repeat.
Pizzanos pointed his camera in a direction for clockwise race circuits, because round Bathurst we're going to see his face very minimally as we're going left most of the time. You can see the wheels just covering his head, just seeing hands. We're on board now with it's a Greek name, so I've always struggled with this. I'm not sure if he's from Greece. Is he from Greece? Must be, surely. Metropolis? I'm going to go with that. 4 tenths behind Yonkers. This is the battle for the lead of the silver class. So as it stands, then Yonkers leading the way for West Side Coast Competition Racing, and then we've got Metropolis then, who's also for West Side Coast Competition Racing. So a very interesting dynamic here. And how much do they fight? How much do they fight here?
The answer is none. I don't think that they're going to let them. They're going to let them change position, I would argue, but they're probably not going to let them race too much. You're probably going to see a orchestrated maneuver from West Competition Racing here. For those of you that may also be wondering that why are they in 2 different cars? Well, that's the glory of sim racing. It allows you to do stuff like that. You can have 2 different manufacturers in the same race for the same team. You see that in some racing, but not at the highest level. But here, you are afforded that, and that's exactly what's happened here. But yeah, I don't think they're going to race each other too hard. Again, it was 4 seconds the gap. Metropolis was behind Yonkers at some point. They've all but caught up at this point. And again, I think you have to say, hey, we're faster. Maybe let us go right now.
Yeah, 100%. Talking about the lead of the Silvers now, the lead of the pros. Well, it's down to 16 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the leaders have had an off somewhere. And well, we've just heard from the producer that there might be some damage to Andrea Capoccia's car. So Luke Whitehead currently in 2nd spot, on high alert in the Veloce, in the McLaren, Veloce McLaren. Currently about 16 seconds behind and catching very fast indeed. Sherapinin, who is a further 20 seconds back, would be looking to get up into P2. And then Tanitsa, who used to race for Ferrari Esports, maybe into that podium spot for Jean Alesi Esports. So very interesting indeed.
Down to 15.5 seconds, Luke. It's only getting closer. Something's happened to the Scuderia Ferrari leader of the race. That number 51 is losing time. They think that they've spotted a little bit of damage on the car. I'm quite interested on just how hard they hit it. I would imagine if they're losing as much time as they currently are, they must have hit it pretty solid.
Yeah, they must have done. To have that kind of damage, yeah, it's not ideal in the slightest. Again, they've just lost about 8 tenths of a second since the last time they crossed the timing beam. Also, by the way, Tanitsa is racing for Automobile Lamborghini Esports team. Sorry about that. It's not Jean Alesi Esports. We're on board then with Metropolis. Oh, there was contact there. Surely they just touched each other. I think the 2 teams have just touched each other there as they went through they come through the dipper. So that's not ideal. They're certainly not letting each other change positions. I think they are actually going to be racing here. They're coming up towards the TX3 car in front. So there's also a battle in front that's just as close. We're on board with the Clash Lamborghini now as well. There are still battles all over the show right now. We're halfway into this race, and yeah, it is just not stopping. This is brilliant.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, we theorized that we were going to have battles throughout this entire race. The field was just too close on pace, and there's so much going into this event. Different manufacturers of car, of course, different cars, they drive different. Some cars may drive a little bit better than others on worn tires as well, or maybe a little bit better in the afternoon heat. And you're going to see some comers and goers because of that, and it's creating these nice little battles. This is going to persist throughout the race. But yeah, it is very exciting. Races inside the top 5, inside the top 20, and elsewhere as well. Luke Crane, I just heard you might have a little gift for us.
Oh yeah, it looks like we are about to see the leaders then having a little moment. Here we go, then up towards, well, on Skyline. I've seen that happen before. That is a big one. Yeah, taking a little bit too much grass. You are a passenger. It is a case there if you need to back off the throttle, completely open up your steering, or ultimately you end up in a wall. I think Capoccia might have got a little bit too greedy there in terms of trying to save the car and not lose any momentum. And well, it's chucked it straight into a wall. Another 7 tenths of a second, by the way, has been taken out on the next lap here. So by the time we come up towards the end of this stint, I think we could see Capoccia and Whitehead pretty much on the same part of the track, same bit of tarmac, as we now see a potential move from Oman down in towards the final chicane on Gamble. They've got the Ferrari in behind them. By the way, I'm not really a fan of how the Ferrari looks, the new one, just to let you know. It always throws me off. It almost looks like a Ferrari McLaren hybrid of the last generation of cars, believe it or not. But yeah, it is a great move there from Jan Willem van Ommen, and he is absolutely charging through the field.
Well, that was an excellent move, and a move that Van Ommen needed to claw back some points. A little bit of confidence, too, getting by a couple of cars. Remember, that car was outside the top 20 just a little while ago. Now back in 19th place, 7 seconds to Honzik up in front. Be curious to see which is the faster of those two cars. If the FFS car can go up there and play with the Ferrari, we'll soon find out. You know, I was thinking about the Scuderia Ferrari, the 51 that hit the wall. That was a ton of damage, Luke, that he would have gotten by hitting that concrete wall. That's probably going to be at least 20, 25 seconds of damage, if not more, to that car. That car's going to lose the lead regardless. Surely they have to fix it. So that car is going to be in pit lane for quite a bit longer than anyone else.
Yeah, I think it will result in a change of the lead, but I think it could have been a lot worse. I feel like the pace that the Ferrari Esports team have had, it's not going to worry them that much. If anything, it'll be more of a kick to the bottom. You know, more of a, you know, guys need to just chill out a little bit. You don't need to be going a second a lap faster than everybody. Or I guess, to be fair, Whitehead was kind of, keeping pace with them, so it wasn't as proficient as it was during the previous couple of stints. So yeah, Ferrari Esports team, I think they're going to lose the lead, but they should be able to regain it on the pace they've shown in the first half of this race.
Well, from Kaposia's standpoint, that's a confidence kicker, isn't it, really? You have the lead of the race, you're pulling away, and then you make a mistake like that, and then all of a sudden, everything completely changes. You know you're probably going to lose the lead of the race, at least for right now. You know that you've been the only one in your team to make a mistake like that thus far, and it's just a kick right in the teeth, but you got to get your focus back in. You got to get your confidence back up, because you still got to, I would assume Kaposia's going to get back in the car at some point. There's still work here left to do.
Yeah, 100%. The gap coming down around about 7/10 of a second. Again, I am keeping an eye on the chat here as well, so if you do have any questions on YouTube, please absolutely get yourself involved. If you're watching over on Twitch, I can't watch both, so if you come over to the YouTube chat and ask any questions you may have, I'm more than happy to try and answer them. Yeah, but the gap is coming down around about 7/10 of a second a lap here, so Whitehead is closing in nicely. He, on the previous lap, did a 2:02.140, and Capocci did a 2:02.722, so it's actually only 6/10 of a second that lap, as Ommen is dealing with some lap traffic, and actually will want to go and close down his friend, who was very close behind him, maybe, 8 laps ago? And now the gap's about 8 seconds. Of course, he's had to deal with a bit of traffic, but yeah, about 8 seconds. Although, no, it's a bit further than that, actually, isn't it? It is a lot further than that.
Yeah.
No, 7.4. There we go. Figured itself out. So 7.4 seconds the difference between Ommen and Honzik, and he'll be off to go and chase down his checkmate now.
There was, I saw what you did there, by the way. There was either contact or near contact in the background is what I was reacting to. A couple of cars getting side by side coming through Quarry Bend, and I thought maybe it was a little bit of a touch, but beyond that, no harm, no foul. The cars continue going around, and Van Ommen, again, it was 7 seconds, then working through some of that lap traffic. They've lost a further 4/10. It's probably a little bit more than that, up to his friend in 17th place. But beyond that, again, making up spots. The car, that there was a car up there inside the top 5 in the silver class, and I haven't clocked who it was, but they did come down pit lane, so that's why Van Ommen is in 18th place instead of 19th.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still a very positive stint, though, as we're making up positions. That's all you want to do. If you're in the mid-pack, you want to be making up positions as the race does indeed go on. This is a battle for position. We've got another Aston Martin just ahead. That's another Ren Velton car. And then we've got in front here Ji Hao Hu for Drive Just Boys SRO. So that's 996. There's a potential penalty here as well. So we're being told in our ears. No idea who. No idea where. Apparently we're about to see the message though, so as if by magic we're about to see it come up on screen. Oh, there it is. Magical stuff there. I'm not sure who did that, whether it was Steve or Mike. Actually it works, it's probably Steve. Incident between cars 938, 28 and 66 on lap 167. A 30-second time penalty to car 28 for causing a collision. Wow, that is a big old penalty. So that must have been a hell of a, well, that was the collision we saw, wasn't it? Down in toward the final chicane. And I do apologise, Mike, please don't hurt me.
Yeah, I gotta say that you had to feel like a penalty was going to come out of that. I was not quite sure, again, only seeing the replay where that was going to go, but there you have it indeed. 30 seconds, a big penalty. I will give the race stewards this. They've been letting the little stuff go, and I love that. I love whenever the natural flow of the race is allowed to continue. A little bit of fender on fender, wheel on wheel, not the end of the world. Nobody gains or loses. And the stewards here have been able to just let that stuff virtually go. So many no further actions, racing incidents, stuff like that coming through. The actual big penalties have been sort of rarer, but yeah, just an unfortunate 30-second penalty that absolutely sets you back. And it makes a worse or a bad day worse in this situation.
Yeah, SMP Racing Esports, I think they've just come into the pits for their next pit stop phase. Yes, they have. So Abelarde is in the car, and he is absolutely rapid. So they've dropped down into P7. That promotes David Tonitza up into third. Whitehead in second, by the way, now only 12.7 seconds. Lap time watch. On the previous lap time, it was 0.8 of a second exactly Whitehead took out of Capoccia. So Capoccia, again, on this stint, I think they're going to make it to the pits before. Might be a case. This could be really close, actually. If it's only sort of 10 seconds damage, I think it might be a bit more. I think you're right, Jesse, is a feral punt into the wall. If it's around about sort of 12 seconds, we could potentially see them racing on track together, that'd be quite exciting, to be honest.
That would be very exciting. It'd be excellent pictures for sure. What I'm interested in about Scuderia Ferrari 51 is the wheel geometry must be straight, right, Luke? Because if it wasn't, I don't think Capoccia would have fought the car for this long and kept it out there. I could be wrong about that, of course. We could actually get an in-car view down the straight and see if he's holding the wheel straight and true. Otherwise, I don't think he's out there battling it, despite the fact taking a very nasty knock on the front left part of the race car. Let's see, as we come through the bend, or the elbow rather, on this case, is the... it's turning slightly, but I'm unsure if that's the kink or not. It looks pretty straight.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit left hand down, isn't it? A touch, nothing too crazy. But this circuit here, it's a 65-minute stint time, right? Maximum for these drivers. So you can effectively, in a 12-hour race, get the pit stops down to around 11, and maybe a short 12th one. The end. If you bring it in any earlier in terms of the stint times, if you're on that very tight schedule, then you're going to lose a full pit stop, which obviously is going to cost you a hell of a lot of time. If you're only losing 0.8 of a second over the span of, let's say, potentially 15 laps, right, you are going to be losing about 12 seconds. So it's just not worthwhile coming into the pits. It's worth taking the pain for that span of time, in my opinion.
Yeah,
there we go. Well, more excitement here. I've got Mike in our ears. He got excited about it anyway. West Competition Racing, they've just swapped positions. It definitely wasn't they didn't allow it to happen. They've had to fight for it. Hopefully we'll be able to see exactly how it went down. But yeah, the whole teammates, I guess it would be we've got two teams, the same team, or with different liveries. We feel like they might be a little bit easy on each other. That's not been the case at all. Incident between cars 938 and 14 on lap 175. 15-second time penalty for car number 14. Wow, that is the second penalty for car number 14. So that is not ideal in the slightest there. So car number 14, it's got 25 seconds there. So that is the Mercedes-AMG Unicorns of Love car who are residing in P6 before the pit stop phases started happening. So 25 seconds overall, which if you're running in the top 5, if you're anywhere near the top 5, is going to have a massive effect on your race.
Yeah, Pfeffer's going to lose the top 5 because of this. That's going to promote the Williams 555 up into the top 5 officially, because that's, again, they're 2.8. Actually, Darren McCormack's actually gaining quite a bit and has been gaining for quite some time on the top 5. It was 3.1. It was 3.0. Now it's 2.8 seconds between them and Tobias Pfeffer for the 5th place spot. So I would argue the 555 was going to get there anyway, but the 14 absolutely digging themselves a hole with 25 total seconds of penalties today.
Yeah, Williams Esports, they are celebrating 5 years of being in sim racing, and they're doing it in style. Normally it's by winning races, but today they're just going all the way through the pack. They want to be in every position possible by the looks of things, but they're now making their way back through. But just to let you know exactly what happened, they had a crash over the top of the mounting earlier on in this race. They had a 10-second penalty at that point as well, which they had to serve in the next pit stop. They also had contact with Balash. Esports Tinker van der Velde had some issues as well. So Williams have not had it all their own way. Darren McCormack, though, he is the magic man. He is now going to be in the top 5 once the pit stops have taken place. And, well, how high can they go? To be fair, with 5 hours, 45 minutes, anything is possible.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you consider where Pfeffer's running in relation to Ataki, it's very possible that this 555 for Williams could get, I don't know, Luke, I'd probably argue they could probably get a podium here if they were really on it, and I suspect they are.
I've seen some incredible things from Williams, so I don't dispute that at all. Absolutely ridiculous what they're capable of. We're about to see a replay of how this little exchange happened and how the Ferrari now is up ahead of the Beetle. This is the battle for the lead then of the silver class. I'll tell you what, they're not very close going into the braking zone, and the Ferrari is like, well, I'm going to make this move regardless. And I tell you what, if the BMW kept the nose in, they would have had contact. That was definitely not just allowed by their sister team, was it? That was an absolute, you have to make the move stick if you're going to make it happen. Pfeffer, by the way, into the pits, will serve the pit stop and a 15-second time penalty now. McCormack has now dropped into a P5. They also have the fastest lap of the race.
Well, here we go. Incident between car 63 and the 888 on lap 178. Warning given to the 888 for pit lane infringement. The second time we've seen that thus far.
Yeah, that's really weird. Like, because I'm assuming, I assumed it's all automatic. So it's kind of like, so it's about the pit line on the entry and the exit. So it's like making sure that you're abiding by the white lines on entry and exit. That makes a bit more sense. So yeah, I was in my head. The penalty sounds like it's they're being released into the path of another car, whereas I feel like they was ghosted. But yeah, it makes sense. It's the pit line entry, or an entry or exit.
For those of you at home wondering, why is that important? Why is that a penalty or a warning? Why does that keep happening? Well, it's a safety thing. The lines are painted on the racetrack for a reason, to let you know where is a safe place to be. It's a warning to the drivers not coming in as well that, look, this is the pit in line. Probably don't be following this part of the racetrack. And it's the same way on pit in and out. I mean, pit in here is already difficult enough, to say the least. Pit out's a little bit less of an issue, but still, if you are coming out of the pit lane onto the racetrack and you're not adhering to the pit out line, you're literally driving into traffic going 200k.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on there, Jesse. You know, we've got tracks such as Paul Ricard, the entry there, although that's been changed recently, to be fair, so it's not the same as it used to be. But there's Long Beach pit exit, that's horrendous as well. But yeah, this one's actually quite straightforward. I say straightforward, on the exit it's straightforward. The entry, it's like playing a game of snakes and ladders, it really is, and you're just on a snake. It is, it's actually not the nicest in the world. You really do have to be careful through there. And these drivers are trying to gain not just tenths of a second, they're trying to gain hundredths of a second in terms of a pit stop, trying to jump cars or indeed keep ahead of another car. So they're taking chances, and well, if you take liberties, it's very much the white line's there. If you cross it, you're going to get a penalty. It is as simple as that. Luke Whitehead is now down to under the 10-second mark away from Andrea Capoccia. I'm going to keep an eye on the time. If Capoccia and if Whitehead manage to stretch this stint out to the 5-hour 30 mark remaining, that means they're trying to do that one less pit stop across the whole race. Whereas you're seeing everybody else now, they've been coming into pits in the last 18 minutes, so they're around about the one pit stop every hour. So yeah, if they manage to stretch it out over the next couple, or the next sort of 20 minutes, which can't remember what time they came in last time, so I'm not sure what strategy they're on entirely. Then we'll be able to get an idea as to why Capoccia might not have come in. Because if they come in the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes, it would have made sense for Capoccia just to come in, get that car fixed and be quick again. But if they are really stretching, then it makes more sense as to why they stayed out. Yeah,
you got to consider as well, they probably favor their odds of winning here today over some of the competitors. They've seen the lap times from the first half of the race before the incident. They probably have a decent idea of where they're running versus some of the other teams. So they might have just figured out, well, we're only losing half of a second to 3/4 of a second a lap. And of course, we saw some laps where it was a little bit higher than that, but they probably figured out that we'll just pit on our normal mark, we'll fix the car. Yes, we're going to have to go back out there and battle. Yes, we're going to have to pass cars to win this race, but they must, at some level, feel decent about their chances of doing that in the Scuderia Ferrari.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just going to skip topic here. Abelardze, I am sure the last time I saw him racing, he was racing for Triton. Again, I'd need to Mike in the ear again. This is where you're going to be useful. Mike, is that true? I'm sure Abelardze was racing for Triton. Who was he racing for? I'm not sure he was at Unicorns of Love. It's a hell of an acquisition, but I'm sure he was racing another team maybe 6 to 8 weeks ago. So yeah, that is some ironing.
Well, I will say it's been an interesting day again to see a lot of the new names, not new names, the old names in new places and the new names as well. Of course, you get that with the championship, the silly season happening over the winter break, and you get new people in new places.
Yeah, no, to be fair, I was looking at Abelarde and I was looking at the wrong car number, in all fairness, that's on me. So it's actually SMP Racing, who he's been racing for forever. So I'm just being stupid. It's the Unicorns of Love, both teams have pit, that's why I was a bit confused. So they've got the HRT team and they've got their Mercedes AMG Unicorns of Love, so they're both now through their pit stop phase. We're on board here with Fidel, Moreira, and they are some guns. Take us to the gun show, ladies and gentlemen, here we are.
Well, I will say you're going to see this a lot, and I'm sure you at home, you've already seen this. There's a lot of drivers here in tank tops today, and it's exactly what Luke Crane said earlier. It is a workout around this circuit, especially trying to get to that 100% utilization every single lap. It's super concentration. You saw that on Fidel Moreira's face right there as well. And also, did I spy him taking both hands off the wheel coming up the mountain straight?
I don't even want to think about him doing that, so I'm going to just say, let's just believe we didn't see that, because that is a scary proposition. That is not ideal. As soon as that wheel starts turning one way and you're not on control of it, you're in a bit of trouble, I would say. We're on board with Joshua Allen then, John Lacey Esports team, currently running in P36, although they've got a 30-second penalty to deal with. Oh dear, that is not ideal. Joe Scher from Rocket Simsport. Wow, they're off into the wall. What has happened here? So how did you end up there? I'm not sure how. That is, the only thing I can think of is, one, they've not fueled in the pit stop and they've underfueled and they've ended up in the wall there. Or two, they've run off into the grass on the right-hand side of Hell Corner and it's lost the rear and speared them from the outside into the inside.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's what I was going to say. You can go off Hell Corner, go off the back of that curb and spin in that direction. The other option is they got spun coming out of Hell Corner. The third option, of course, is that there was something mechanical wrong there, but weirdly enough, made it all the way to the inside wall.
Yeah, well, you know, if you have a wheel failure, which we've just been told is the issue, left hand down, it puts you in a wall, explosion. That's just how it works with wheel failures, unfortunately. On board now with Gregor Schill in the BS competition BMW, currently in 14th position. Last time we saw them, they were in 9th, but again, we're in the pit stop phase right now, so everything's a little bit jumbled up. That's now indeed pushed Robbie Stapleford up in the number 62, Aston Martin up into P11 as it stands as well. G2 car looking relatively good. They'll be looking to make up some more positions as indeed the race does indeed go on. VS by Ballast Esports has now moved up a position there into a top 10 in the number 60. Gronewold in number 14 in the Unicorns of Love car currently in 9th position. And then you've got the West Side Coast competition cars currently in P7 and P8 overall, but they're battling for the lead of the silver class. So not only is it an exceptional race for the silver class, but overall those two teams are well out of position, doing so well.
I'm quite curious how long you can get their name before we get to the end of our stint, Luke, because you have now combined both of those names into one name. That's an incredible talent.
Yeah, my only talent is making up names, like either making up sim racing drivers' names, because if I get it wrong, unfortunately you need to send an email to your parents and explain to them why your name is now said differently around the world, or team names. So again, I've just made up that Abdeladze is racing for a different team when he's not. So yeah, team names and real names, bit of a struggle for me.
Well, here is Bastian Offerman for Xenon Racing in the 54, and there's battles everywhere. And there might be one here pretty soon. Not in front of him, it's behind him. Murdoch in the 34 Ferrari, 1.4 behind, and might be catching just a little bit. But again, we focus a lot on the top 10, the top 15, especially today, where there's a lot of fighting going on, a lot of battles happening there. But keep in mind, there's 34 plus cars in today's race, and they're all fighting over one thing, and that's championship points.
Yeah, lots of drivers now changed. Gregor Schill, actually, obviously we just saw there in the BMW in the cars. Then on racing, Bastian Offerman just giving a little high five to the wall there. The wall letting the car know that, yes, I'm still here. Don't try and overextend too much. We've got a few people who have now changed. Capoccio, by the way, has come into the pit, so... Oh, the 5:35 mark, yeah, not going to be able to, I don't think mathematically you can stretch it out to be less of a pit stop. I guess with the pit stop time, maybe. Oh, actually, no, with the pit stop time, it would kind of still be able to work out. So they're still on course, maybe. Whitehead's now taking the lead. Jordan Sherratt, by the way, has entered the car. So they'll get the car fixed, and Sherritt showed some incredible pace to get into the lead earlier on. We've now got, again, Abelarde, we know she's got into the car for the number 888, the SMP team. Huben's just got into the car in the number 4. We've, of course, got some side-by-side action. Darren McCormack here trying to deal with some lapped traffic. This is, again, just trying to get as high up as possible and see where they end up. I'm not sure they can win this race unless there's some real calamities, although as Abelarde, he's now got a 5-second penalty, which plays into the hands of the Williams car. I'm just going through other teams here. Okay, Stableford, we know she's got into the car. Langer's just got into the car. Pavlovsky in the number 25 has also just got into the car. So lots of changes in terms of drivers here. Darren McCormack just hot lapping at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. Knows exactly what they need to do, and they're letting everybody else make the mistakes for them. You saw Abelarde with the 5-second penalty. That does nothing but help Williams Esports, and that will continue to mount. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. If you are going to make mistakes in a race like this, do it in the first 30 minutes to an hour, get over it, and run a clean race for the next 11 hours or however long it is. You cannot make mistakes right now and get away with them, and that's exactly what that Mercedes-AMG Williams team is doing. They made their mistakes early, they've got over it, they've got back in the top 10, they're back inside the top 5, or at least they will be now. Now they're on the hunt for the podium.
Yep, they absolutely are. On board then with the best rejoiners of the race so far. That is HBD Jazz Pro. They had Hillebrand in the car earlier on. Sean Madison now in for a stint, currently in P40, 4 laps down. We'll be looking to take advantage. And there are opportunities for cars that are in this position. Of course, there are points on offer throughout the grid. If you're in this kind of position, it's just keep it clean, right, Jesse? You're seeing people get, well, as I say that, he can't have been in the car that long, actually, because Hillebrand made us, unless there's 2 of these cars out there. I'm pretty sure, though, I think he must have had an incident here for him to be doing an extra pit stop. So, well, yeah, that's not ideal.
You're right on both accounts, Luke. There are 2 HBD Yas Pro cars, but there's not 2 red ones, so you are absolutely correct. There has been some incident for Sean Madison out there. We'll try and bring that to you as soon as we can find that.
Oh, I wonder if McCormack's far enough along the track here to protect. Let's see where I wonder where Whitehead is in terms of his pit stop. Is he coming out? And whether McCormack, because if you give it the Williams Esports team just a taste of being out in the front, then they're like a shark when they sense blood. So Whitehead currently with the pits next to their name. This is very interesting indeed. We're going to see the spin, I think, here. Here's the replay. Oh, here we go. Yep. Off we go towards Skyline. That's what we saw Capoccia go off. And the only thing different is the car. That's exactly the same as what Capoccia did. Not ideal.
Nope. Locked up a little bit, trying to save the car and just hitting the barrier and hit the front of the car in a certain way, just span it around. And again, that's more time loss and just very frustrating. That could have been new tires if Madison had just gotten into the car, came out of pit road. That could have been cool tires not up to temp, stuff like that. Any of that could have played into it, but for me, just hooked the curb exactly the same as the 51, like you said.
Yeah, it's easily done, and also it's a case of concentration. At this stage of the race, 6 hours in, I know you're sharing stints with another driver, maybe you've even got 3, but concentration still is a massive factor. You've still probably been awake for that whole time. It's not like a 24-hour race where you'll go for a little sleep somewhere and you'll probably stay up for the whole 12 hours. So this stage is key, just to keep that concentration going, and all is good. I tell you what, Darren McCormack has got the lead here. So Caracas has now come out for Veloce into P2. Jordan Sherritt then is in P3. We'll get exactly what the gap is between those very, very shortly. Again, I'm not sure we can take the 15.4 seconds as gospel right now. We need them to complete a lap to get exactly where they are. But this is dangerous. You give this, of course, they've got to do a pit stop. So Darren McCormack knows that they've got to do a pit stop. But you give Williams Esports just a snifter of an opportunity after half a race where it's just not gone well at all. They are so, so dangerous. That podium is on for sure. What I say, Jesse, I think that there could be more here for them.
Yeah, you don't want to give... Look, if you have a good team down, don't let them claw their way back into it, and that's exactly what's happened here for Williams Esports, is now that they're on a slightly different strategy, of course, based on what happened early in the race, and they're out there leading the race now. They know they're within striking distance. They're at least within a pit stop of the lead at some point the folks at Williams start to scheme and say, well, what can we do? If we can go a lap longer here, which is exactly what they've done, and come in, and if we can continue to do that, could we maybe have a short pit stop at the end of this race and challenge for the win? And that's exactly what I'd be thinking if I was in their pit.
Yeah, we had this before with Darren McCormack versus Niels Naujoks at Paul Rijkaard merely a couple of months ago in another competition on ACC, and it was exactly that. Williams had put themselves in a position where they had to do a shorter stop at the end, and ultimately they did come out on top. It was a direct wheel-to-wheel battle for a championship. That was the Flex Stream Championship, and it was incredible to watch, and maybe Williams are positioning themselves for that. So I'm not sure we're going to see that battle, if at all, but if we do, it'll be maybe in the last sort of 30 minutes of this race. So Abelarde, SMP, 6.5 seconds behind Jordan Sherratt. It's currently got a 5-second penalty serve. 14.5 seconds then is the difference between Jordan Sherratt and Grantas Caracas. So Veloce are now in the lead of this race because of the mistake from Andrea Capoccia. But ultimately, Jordan Sherratt, well, no, it's 19.2 seconds. Okay, we need Dara's car to basically disappear out of the equation here. No, it's 14.4, so there we go. So 14.4 seconds. Jordan Sherratt showed incredible pace, did the Safa earlier on in this race, and I'm expecting that to be the case right now. So Grantas Caracas will be very happy knowing he's in the lead here, but he'll be very wary of the fact that there is a very quick Ferrari on its way towards him.
Keep in mind, it took them about half the race. They had a 14.5 to 16-second gap, depending on the difference in the pit cycle, of course, on the leader, or excuse me, behind the leader was the 912 on the 51. Now it's reversed. 14.5 seconds down is Scuderia Ferrari chasing McLaren Veloce up at the front of this field. And again, not all things are equal, but it might take them a while to get back up there. But it says the math that we have, they can do it, though admittedly it just got a little bit harder look.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on, by the way. There's a 5-second penalty. Oh, Christ. But yeah, you're absolutely spot on, by the way, with a 25-second call. So they were 10 seconds ahead, and then they come out 14 seconds behind. So we're about to see here, it's an incident between car 63 and 51 on lap number 189. Wow, okay. Yeah, there we go. That's not ideal, is it? So they get a warning, and obviously it's a time penalty after the second warning. So that's what happens there. They have an infringement with the pit exit, and you know the pressure was put on ultimately by Capoccia. Capoccia makes a mistake, and then they're trying to just gain those extra tenths of a second by taking liberties with the track, and unfortunately it's going to cost them a 5-second penalty. So it's become a little bit harder for the Ferrari Esports team. Luckily for them, there's 5.5 hours to go. But I'll tell you what, right now, after that incident, Jesse, if you offered the Ferrari Esports team a 15-second deficit plus a 5-second penalty after that crash, that was the guarantee, that's what they get for that crash, they would have taken that easily.
Oh, without a doubt. I'd take that every day of the week. That's absolutely brilliant. They didn't spin the car around. Yes, it was significant damage. The alignment and the steering geometry was ever so slightly askew, but nothing terminal, to say the least. The damage was limited to one part of the race car. They were able to stay out in the lead. Did they lose quite a bit of their lead? Sure. They come in, they get that taken care of. And yeah, this is absolutely ideal. If you're going to have an accident, minimize that. That's exactly what they've been able to do. That was the right call to stay out. I am just baffled by these pit lane penalties, the infringement penalties of not entering the pit lane correctly or exiting the pit lane correctly, depending on what it was. So many people getting penalties, getting warnings for that sort of thing on something that simple that surely came up in the pre-race driver briefing.
I'm cracking up with Steve proudly in my ear, by the way. It's hilarious, the fact that we've got Connery Maddock, who, if someone does a poor rejoin, it's basically his weekend's over. He's furious. And Steve in our ear is just like, it's so easy to not do that. I'm so disappointed that they're getting penalties for the pit lane exit. So, yeah, I find it so funny that people can get a penalty for that. But they are pushing. Ultimately, it's a long race. So, yeah, it's obviously easily done. I've seen a couple of people now getting warnings.
Well, I like to play both sides of it, so I'm just going to say, as a driver, I've done that. I've accidentally exited the pit lane illegally. I've come in a little bit too late as well. Monza, one particular time that came up, caused a crash. So there was that, but beyond all of that, it is the little things that can get you into trouble, and that's certainly cropping up today with all of these pit lane infringements.
Yeah, I've never made a mistake in sim racing in my life, so I'm not going to about to admit one either now.
I've heard that about you. I heard you're perfect.
Exactly that. Riley Murdoch, in the STR Esports car, the number 38, absolutely not going to make a move here because he's Canadian. He's too nice to be trying to make a move on anybody. It would be ridiculous if you'd even think about making an overtake. And I'll tell you what, he's going to pull out here into the braking zone and go, oh, sorry, please, excuse me, thank you, can I have that? Oh, that's very kind of you. Cool, thank you. I'm Canadian. Have a nice day. And it makes the move. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, that was excellently done by Murdoch there, the STR Esports driver, able to get the spot taken from Offerman, and I thought that may have been coming. Remember the last time we talked about these two cars, it was 1.4 and it was coming down. So there you have the results of that fight. Murdoch able to do it in the most polite way possible.
The most polite overtake in the history of sim racing. Riley Murdoch,
Absolutely.
2023 Bathurst. Oh, I love having fun. That's in the silver class, so moving up a couple of positions, or a position, should I say, there. So nicely done, and actually already making a gap. We've been in here for about an hour and 20 minutes. Everyone watching at home right now, whether you're on YouTube or on Twitch, if you're on Twitch, you have to head to YouTube because I'm watching that chat. Let me know where you're watching from around the world. Maybe you've got a favourite driver. Maybe you've got a favourite team that you're watching today. Maybe you've got no particular favourites. Maybe name your favourite racer driver in the world of the GT Challenge. That would be phenomenal. But welcome along. Hopefully you're having a bit of fun as we are here. We're here for another 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's absolutely flying by. There is action all over the track right now, whether it be the pro class or indeed the silver class. It's been incredible. My name's Luke Crane and I'm joined by Jesse Lee. Jesse, this has been a nice hour and 20 minutes so far. A little bit of action in terms of overtakes. There's been some penalties where our production team are furious. And also, we've seen some incidents where people have just been making mistakes, but we've pretty much seen everything already.
Yeah, this race started out like that, and it never calmed down. A lot of races, what happens is you get into this groove, everything calms down. This race never did that. It's been absolutely insane. I think because of some of the early incidents that put some of the best cars behind the field or behind the 8-ball, so to speak, it has kept the racing incredibly interesting. You've got these groups and collections of cars, people making mistakes. The leader of the race, for goodness sake, has made a mistake. Nobody's invincible when you visit the mountain, and it has made the racing absolutely exquisite.
Yeah, Capoccia leading for Ferrari Esports, now opening the door for the McLaren Veloce team, who were pole position, by the way, the only team to have a time under the 2-minute mark. We're on board then with Offerman, who's currently in P24. We'll be looking to try and get back up in the midst of Riley Murdoch. Murdoch trying to drive away then in that number 38 Ferrari. It's a nice little battle. You've got a couple of cars a little bit further up the road as well. You've got the Ren Velton car in the Aston Martin, and then we've got ourselves Forks as well.
Well, we talked a lot earlier on about well, we didn't talk about it. We weren't in here, but earlier on we talked about the pace, the overall pace at the 1/3 race mark. Well, let's talk about it now. With the 888 Ferrari leading the average lap time, they average a 2:01.902. That's 3/1000ths quicker than the 912 McLaren Veloce team. That's all that's in it between the top two. You've got Scuderia Ferrari 51 in 3rd place. Man, that's going to look a lot different in a few hours. Their average lap time, a 2:01.957. That's 55/100ths difference between them and the quickest car in the field on average. And that, of course, was the 888 Ferrari. You got the 14 Mercedes behind them. That Mercedes running a 2:02.013 average, just over a 10th. And you go all the way back to the bottom of this list, the BMW, the quickest silver car, punching into the top 10 quickest cars of all, a 2:02.459, their average lap. That's an average lap, not a quick lap, Luke Crane. That's the average.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's the sort of gaps that you're expecting in qualifying, right? Over the course of one lap. The fact that that's over the course of the average lap time is absolutely remarkable. That just goes to show the standard of the grid. We've also got total time in the pits. Right now, the number 63 Lamborghini has done 6:19, so 6 minutes 19 seconds, 0.2. Then we've got the 912 McLaren, who's done 6 minutes 31 seconds, difference of 12 seconds. And then it moves down a little bit more, furthermore. We've got Mercedes there, the number 4 with the 15 seconds. So yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. And again, we've just had it pointed out from Michael Hamlet here. You can see how the 63 has gone from 22nd to 4th, because They just have minimalised their time in the pits. That is exactly what you've got to do. Try and stay away from the walls, because every time you hit that wall, it's going to add time to your pits. You will have to fix a certain amount of damage each and every time. So yeah, to be clear of everybody by at least 12.4 seconds, that is a fair old margin. I know it's 12 hours racing, but if you can gain a second every hour, that's really good.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. You got to make up time wherever you can. It's hard to do it out there on the racetrack when you're racing somebody. You lose more time battling somebody than you'll ever gain, even though if you gain a spot, you're still losing time. The easiest way to gain time, of course, is in the pit lane. How do you gain time in the pit lane? By not being in the pit lane.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's like an oxymoron almost, isn't it? That's pretty.
It doesn't sound like it's true, but it is.
It doesn't sound right, but it is so right. Yeah, to gain more time, don't be in there. Yeah, it makes absolute sense there. By the way, the lead between the front two has gone down already by 2 seconds. Jordan Sherratt is absolutely flying, a 201.5 on the previous lap. The only driver on circuit bar P9, which is Metropolis, who's a 201.9, and actually the leader's a 201.9, so there's only 3 cars on the entirety of the grid right now who are in the 201s in terms of lap time. Just to put that into context, they're around about 2 seconds off of what we had in qualifying.
Couple of penalties coming through from race control. 5-second time penalty for car 110 for ignoring blue flags back on lap 187, and a 5-second time penalty for car 28 for causing a collision. That also on lap 187.
Yeah, really good stuff there from race control. So a shout out to the production team behind the scenes as well, giving us all these stats and stuff. We couldn't do it without them. It's always good. It's always a big team effort, these races, to make sure that everybody at home is getting the full picture. As we head over Skyline once again, we're on board then with Jordan Sherratt, having to deal now with some lap traffic. This is where it really is going to cost you time. We did see earlier on at the start of this stint, Caracas, there was loads of cars behind him, loads of lap traffic behind him, so didn't really have to factor that in terms of clear track. But Jordan Sherratt's got to deal with all of those cars, unless a few of them do indeed pit. By the way, Dennis Schiniger, it says he's got the fastest lap actually. That one still is the same team actually, so that's Williams Esports, so they've got the fastest lap as a team. But Dennis Schiniger in the car, who is absolutely rapid. Now with that snifter of an opportunity of that podium, Williams Esports flying. Jordan Sherratt making light work here of the back marker, heading then down towards the final chicane, and now we'll have a clear track for at least a lap, I would say. The gap between him and the next car in front of them, maybe around about 3 seconds, so should be enough to have a nice clear lap here.
If you're Jordan Sherratt, right now is not the time to be ultra aggressive. You have got to sort of stay calm. I know it's a motor race and it's never calm, but you just have to rein it in just a little bit. You know that you're on the wrong foot. You know that there's been an incident. You're not in the lead anymore, and you know what's required of you. For Jordan Sherratt, you got to go out there. You've got to gain time, but you cannot be, in any motor race, you cannot be over-eager to try and get too much. I thought Sherratt did a great job with that back marker, not overtaking them at an ill-advised point, allowing the situation to unfold, telegraphing his move. It's not like he's racing in for position. You don't have to do anything too cheeky, do you? So I thought that was very well done. That's the mental state that Scuderia Ferrari team needs to be in.
Yeah, and do you know what? It's easy to panic there, especially after what's happened in the last hour to them. The fact that they do have, they have the damage to fix, they have received a penalty. It is very easy for them to then just decide to panic and start making silly judgment errors and getting involved in back markers when they just don't need to. Jordan Sherratt utilising all of his experience there, realising, do you know what, I don't need to push too much here. The pace we had earlier in this race was good enough to get us into the lead once. We can absolutely go out there and do it again. And do you know what? Jordan Sherratt has... it's almost like he's taken a sabbatical for the last sort of 18 months, because I haven't really seen too much of him in the major competitions. But, well, now he's back here. In the first time I've cast for him for a long time, he is just back to his absolute best instantly.
Some people are born with it, Luke. Some people just have it. They have the ability to just... They're like the Stig a little bit, aren't they, really? Where you just you unbox them and then they're off and they're ready to go. And some folks, they have that killer instinct and they never lose that. It's like riding a bike, they always say. Some people just ride bikes a little bit better than others.
Yeah, we've just had a note here as well from Michael Hamlet that car number 28 has had 8 behavioural warning points, which means you've been a naughty. So if you get 10 of those, you get a 30-second post-race penalty. If you get 15, it's a disqualification. So I'm not sure what they could have done. Maybe said some angry things to people. I don't know. But they've got 8 of them. It's not ideal.
Yeah, certain things that happen on the racetrack get you the behavioral points, of course, and rather unfortunate to be flirting with that just over halfway into the race. You want to clean that up, certainly, for the latter half. Otherwise, you're going to end up being 30 seconds behind where you previously were. Some other news that we did not broadcast earlier on, the 22 Rocket Sim Sport car, that car having a mechanical issue. They went to the pit lane, but they have since retired the 22.
Oh, that's not ideal. Yeah, you prepare all that time and then you unfortunately don't end up finishing the race. We're on board then with Finn Littersheld, currently for the Team 1 plus FF. In the Porsche, currently down in P19, just in behind Honzik, actually. He's just a little bit further up the road. Effect Phoenix, I'm not going to point out exactly what your message was, but I agree with you 100%. Actually, you know what, I'm going to say it. I don't think the Ferrari looks very nice from behind either. It's, I don't know, it just doesn't look like a Ferrari to me. I love the Ferrari GT cars. I love to look at Ferrari cars in all of their glory. I just don't like this one for some reason. But then again, I used to hate the BMW M4, and now it's one of my favourite cars to look at and indeed listen to. So maybe it's time for me to change my mind.
Well, there is certainly always time. Stuff grows on you. I know a lot of people had opinions about the last crop of GT cars that came out as well. I, for one, I think it's quite fetching, especially in anger on a racetrack. I think they did a good job with the lines of that car. Finn, though, for Team 1FF, remember, this is the sort of pocket earlier on, about an hour ago, where there were 3 or 4 cars all fighting over one single position. That's not happening right now. Mike Noble for FFS Racing is catching Finn, though, in the 144. The Team 1FF car trying their very best to keep Mike Noble in FFS Racing. A lot of FFs in this grouping. 2.5 seconds back is Noble right now, holding steady, but we'll see just how close Noble has gotten. It definitely looked a little bit closer that time by. We'll keep you updated on that.
Mike Noble was arguably pound for pound the best ACC driver back when this sim first was released. Someone who doesn't have as much time as he used to due to work commitments and stuff. I reckon for, again, pound for pound, casual, like esports driver. He's not someone who's putting in 8 hours a day, not racing for a team that's paying his wages. I think for a casual community sim racer, he's the fastest out there. He is unbelievably fast still to this day. So yeah, expect some magical things to come out of the Dutchman's car.
Yeah, Mike Noble, that entire FFS team, I would probably argue, and I will argue this, having dealt with them for the past 3 or 4 years, nobody has more fun at the racetrack than that team.
No, definitely not. I agree with you on that one there. That's not
Speaking of, they're not having fun right now.
Oh, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. As soon as I mentioned magical things coming out of that car, well, there's a wall that was inside of that car. That is not ideal. So Mike Noble now drops down the order, and well, sometimes I wonder why I open my mouth.
You know, right before we came on, Arjuna and David were talking about the belief in the commentator's curse. I would like to add on that I absolutely believe in the commentator's curse, Luke. I don't know if you do, but I think we might have caused that rather unfortunate, and I apologize to the team.
I've never really given much thought, to be honest. As soon as Arjuna and Lewis open their mouths, I just turn off. I normally put it on mute, so yeah, I've never really heard them discuss it before. But ultimately, yeah, I guess it's true. That just happened, didn't it? So yeah, why not? It's true.
Well, there you have it. I think they're outnumbered. I think the majority argument was that it's not real, but now I think the majority argument is that it is. Unfortunate setback for FFS Racing, just as they were getting hot in the second half of the race, climbing up the top 20 and certainly in the silver class. Huge damage on that car, visible to us, the hood askew, and unknown exactly what caused that. Could have been the curb, could have been another car. I will not speculate further, but one thing I can tell you in all honesty, huge contact with the wall.
Yeah, I would like to see it. I guess the only way that could possibly have happened is if they overextended again, lost the rear, and it just speared them into the wall. But I feel like if that had happened, they might have even gone in backwards, like they've done a full 360 to go in backwards. But yeah, I'm sure we'll see something in a minute. We're on board now with Oscar Tringale, currently in P37. This is 4th position, and well, it's going to be an absolute freebie as the Bentley does peel off into the pit lane. And the Ferrari says, thank you very much, I'll have that. P36, off we go. And I believe they pit a little bit earlier as well, so that is officially 4th position. So Mobileye drops down a spot. Yeah, more positions to be gained. Again, if you're in this kind of position, you're not going to win the race. It really is as simple as that. But you can gain spots if you need to. But now we do have a replay of Mike Noble. What happened here? Get your bingo cards ready. So, round hell corner we go. Just overextends.
Oh,
it
it's
just
hopping.
bounces. Yeah, it just bounced it. He did not let go of the throttle, unfortunately, and then you're a passenger. So that is what happened there. So if you put, if on your bingo card it says bounce like a kangaroo into a wall, mark it off.
Yeah, that's just so unfortunate. There's nothing really you can do. You can try and lock it down. You're probably still going to spin, but you've driven off the racetrack and it's so uneven over there, and you're sort of gripping up on different parts of the surface that are not asphalt. With that right rear tire, it starts bouncing, it's hopping, it's compressing and expanding the suspension. It upsets the balance of the car. You have absolutely no control, and on top of that, Mike Noble was trying to drive out of that. Probably didn't really expect that to happen, and you just end up on the other side of the racetrack in the wall. That is so unfortunate.
Aris has sat down somewhere just going, beautiful. 1.9 being showcased to perfection.
Well, a big incident nonetheless, and well, they're going to have to claw their way back out of this one. I don't know how, though, as that would be significant damage. And I don't know if they've come in. I don't believe they have. They're in 21st place. I don't believe they've come in to repair anything. So maybe it is manageable for this stint.
They always say if you're going to hit something, hit it hard and square. Don't hit it, off on an off angle. They hit that hard and square, so I think they're going to be okay in terms of damage. Again, it might be sort of a 25-seconder like what we saw with Andrea Capoccia. But yeah, I'm not sure it's going to be too crazy. We're on board with Fabian Piffet, who's now racing for G League Esports in 41st position right now. Was that a convincing French accent? Probably not. But yeah, he's looking to try and indeed unlock himself.
Again, very difficult position to be in right here. Piffet, the entire G League Esports team, not quite had the day that they probably would have liked, just about at the back of the field trying to fix themselves up. But Dario, the number 60, the Versus Racing by Ballas Esports car, or the VS Racing, excuse me. They have done. They got it all wrong coming through Sunset.
Yeah, we just saw the sort of the ending of it, but they have not had a good time there. So Ayamulo has chucked it in a wall, and the recovery, well, the recovery's happened, but I'm not sure exactly how much damage or how much impact they would have had on the wall. But they're not being caught crazily down the hill, or by the time they get to top end speed, they are. If the Bentley's catching you, you're in a bit of trouble.
It looks scuffed, but the body panels are where they should be. So I wonder if the contact was sort of mild in nature, just an unfortunate part of the racetrack to get involved in that. Maybe ground around the wall just a little bit. If you look at the side skirts and the front of the car, all scraped up. But beyond that, I do not see like they made a hard impact like some of the other ones we've seen.
Yeah, it's almost like everybody's going to get involved in something. Everybody's going to have some sort of incident at some point. You just got to hope it's like that. Just a little scrape on the wall, or instead of just chucking it completely in the wall, being involved in a big pile-up of other cars. It's very much the same as like the Nordschleife or here, maybe again like the Long Beach circuit. If you get involved in an incident, just make sure that it's very, very minimal.
Yeah, I mean, talk about those racetracks in particular, Luke. You can touch the wall with the tire, and it's not the end of your day. If you hit it a little bit too hard, you're going to break a toe link and stuff like that. By the way, things like that can happen in ACC. That's what we were going on about with the Scuderia Ferrari earlier on. I was trying to check the steering to see if they had broken something in the suspension, a toe link perhaps on the front of that race car. You can do that, and again, you can get away with stuff if you just graze the wall, like on that corner, for instance. You do get away with it, and again, you can look at some of the cars. We were looking at Dario earlier. They were pulling away from the cars behind, so maybe a little bit of an incident, but no harm, no big foul. Luca Lassio for the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team up inside the top 5 and might be looking for more. They are within 5 seconds of Abeladze for the podium position right now. Could they be closing down? Could they take this pass in earnest?
Yeah, well, they're right behind the SMP Racing team, who do not have a livery, by the way. They didn't submit a livery quick enough for number 888. But this very quickly is going to turn into being for a position as a lap car just in front of them. We're on board then back with Finn Littershell for Team 1 plus FF. And a little bit squirrely through there into the dipper. You get it wrong through one part of that section, you lose time through the whole part trying to recover the car. So ultimately it's slow, but by the time you get to this part of the circuit on the straight, you're wiping the sweat off your brow and you're like, oh, that could have been a lot worse.
Well, you talked about earlier about you not breathing around here. I have to agree. I'm the same way on the mountain. Absolutely not breathing. I get through the elbow, and then all of a sudden I breathe again for the first time in about half a lap. It's the same thing, and you're absolutely spot on. All S's, regardless of how tight they are the same way. If you mess up your entry to any S's section of a racetrack, you're completely thrown off for the rest of that section. That's kind of what happened. Got the braking wrong a little bit, did Finn, and just sort of had to meander and reset their way through there. It didn't look pretty, but they didn't hit a wall. They may have lost just a little bit of time, but again, didn't hit the wall, lived to fight another day, and I guarantee they'll take another line through that section this lap.
Ironically, the North America GT World Challenge is in COTA right now, and that's also another circuit that's got that kind of part of the track right, into turn 2 all the way through to turn 8. If you make one mistake through there, you're wrong. You've got the wrong line through the whole part of the circuit. So yeah, it's tough out there for sure. But Vitishell is just going to be pretty happy that the car is still pointing in the right direction. Maybe a loss of half a second, whereas it could have been a complete loss of control of the car. We got Clothak in the chat, by the way. I think he might be a Matasia fan. He's mentioned car number 85. Let's go, Matasia, let's go. Maybe about 800 times during this broadcast so far. So shout out to Clothak. Hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast, mate. And yeah, the 85 are doing really, really well.
Yeah, I love passionate fans. I love people that come out and they support. And I will tell you something, your drivers and your team, whoever they are, they appreciate that kind of thing. Because don't get it twisted. They're not watching the broadcast right now. Well, some of them actually might be listening in, try and get some firsthand information about what's going on elsewhere. Because again, we get to see, or we get a little bit different perspective than they do. Sometimes it helps, but
hold on, Jesse. They want information. They shouldn't be watching the broadcast. We're not going to give them anything useful.
Well, what I'm saying is the drivers, a lot of them, they will come back to this broadcast as it is VOD after it is live, right? And they will watch it back. They get to see the chat, and they know you're there. They do appreciate it. We appreciate seeing everybody interact as well. I am always quite curious who people are rooting for, who's the hot team, and 85 looking like a favorite out there today.
Yeah, I want to know who the hot team is as well. Let me know. Send some pictures. Igor Rodriguez, currently in P30, looking to make a move up towards P29. Backed out this time. Last time didn't back out. Again, it wasn't his fault, but it caused an absolute calamity. Huang, though, just about holding on in the number 118 Porsche in 29th position. So Rodriguez will want to try and get this done as soon as possible.
Certainly will. Rodriguez trying to figure out the best way around the 118, but doesn't look quite close enough. I think this will be too late to make a move. Looks a little bit out of line just to get a sight for the entry of the corner, not actually trying to make a move. Sebastian Apostol's had a huge off. The West Competition Racing number 1 has had a big one. They've already lost one spot here, and I don't know if they hit the wall particularly hard. The car was definitely around, though.
That's for P2 now. Pertile right behind them. So that is officially 4th position then. So Pertile has caught up because of that spin. Gregor Schill would have gained, already had gained a position, right? Yes, Pertile now is right up the chuff pipe here of Apostle. Down the long straight will come down towards the chase. Aston Martin powered, the BMW is proper beaten up, by the way, on the front of that car. Now we'll see the speed differential. Yeah, there's serious damage to that car. The Aston Martin is pretty much going to get a freebie here. Can they get the BMW stopped? But they're going to fight for the position. They absolutely are. Into the apex they will go. The Aston Martin not left enough room for my money, especially in a 12-hour race. I think you've got to be a little bit more careful there. And as we head then down towards that final corner, might actually, be in a bit of trouble here, because this is the overall leader coming through for the race. Well, I say overall leader, this is actually Jordan Scherer, right, who's currently in 2nd position. Yeah, so Jordan Scherer in P2, making his way through this battle for the lead, for P2 of the silver class. So yeah, P2's everywhere.
Yeah, everybody fighting here, everybody on different laps. Mentioned it a little bit earlier on that as this race continues to go on, you're going to have these mixed match battles. You're going to have battles for 38 You're going to have battles for 10th, and you're going to have battles for the lead potentially in this race that are all in the same racetrack fighting each other, and you got to be really, really smart about working traffic. Sherrod has done that quite well. The blue flags waving, of course, for the injured BMW. Delivery on that car hid the damage a little bit, but the close-up revealed what you had already seen, Luke Crane. There is significant damage. The 51 of Scuderia Ferrari through here. Find it, but this isn't going to work if they try to go too wide through here.
Over the mountain, we're going to go. P2 then of the Pro Class has gone through, and Pertile has played an incredible role here, by the way, in letting the lap car go through relatively quickly, which meant then that the West Coast competition, or West competition, I keep calling them Coast, when indeed lose time they did. Here we go, through Sunset. It bashed the wall a couple of times.
Oh!
Most massive, but it's hard and square again. It could be a case if they get away with it, turn the car around. It's now you've got to be careful with the relatives. So there is the overall leader that was going through. That's Grand Prix Caracas coming through in the Veloce McLaren. But ultimately, that's severe damage here. Pertile ideally needs to get ahead as soon as possible, because I think that BMW is going to be very slow indeed. So yeah, Jordan Sherrod, back to what I was trying to say. Jordan Sherrod, who was in P2, it was very cleverly done by the Aston Martin. He let him go through and then basically let Sherrod catch up to the West competition car on the mountain, thus making them lose more time. He wasn't able to take advantage, actually well defended in the end by Apostle, but ultimately now we still have their battle and there's no car lapping them, so it will be between these two. But yeah, once again, Apostle doing a very, very good job here, because I think there's some really big damage to that car.
There certainly is, Luke, and I will say I love the gamesmanship of a car like letting them through, letting a blue flag, adhering to blue flags like you should be doing. Obviously, we've seen several cars run afoul of that today already, but also using that to your advantage. If you're not able to get up there and beat them at that time, if you're blue flagged for whatever reason, let the faster car do some of the work for you. And in the end, that decision did not impact this battle at all, which is good and bad depending on whose side you are on. For those of you keeping track of the lead, McLaren Veloce lead this race by 13.6 seconds. Of course, Scuderia Ferrari number 51 had the incident, and also we have a warning for car 110 for aggressive driving on lap 196. So that goes in the 10. They get another warning. Of course, that's a 5-second penalty, and that's exactly what I was about to explain. Scuderia Ferrari 51 had a big incident coming over Sunset a little bit earlier on. They had a long pit stop. They lost the lead of this race, and on top of that, they infringed on the pit in line, I'm pretty sure, and got themselves an additional 5 seconds because it was their second warning for doing so. They are now 13.6 behind. They've almost gained a full second on Grandes Caracas and McLaren Veloce up front, but more than that, they still have a 5-second penalty that they will have to serve on their next stop.
Yeah, they certainly will. Again, Sherrod, this is a very, very good stint from him, although they have lost a little bit of time over the course of the last couple of laps. That was to deal with the lap traffic. Again, dealing with lap traffic is one thing, but when there's two cars specifically battling for position, be it P1 or P2 in another class, they're not going to be as kind to you. So we're watching now on board with Metropolis. He is now got behind him, I think, Robbie Stapleford, right? Yeah, in the G2 car. So G2, I'm used to seeing them in a BMW, so this is very, very alien to me, seeing them running in an Aston Martin. As we are now on board with Jonathan Seville for Pole Sim Sports, going to swing it around the outside here of Oliveira. And well, there's no love lost between them, so he got doored then off into the wall, and well, he'd have to live to fight another day.
Well, that was very close racing, but that's what you sort of expect. I said a moment ago, you're going to see racing. There's going to be racing throughout the entire field. There it is. Here again, these cars getting blue flagged. The car behind them on a different lap. So they're getting blue flagged. They're fighting each other. We saw earlier in a battle a little bit ahead of this that the car in behind, where Jonathan Seville for Pole Sim Sport is, they let the car that they were being blue flagged by through, and that sort of had didn't have a negative, had a neutral effect on it, but that can work in some instances. So how do you play this, Luke Crane? If you're fighting for a position here, you're fighting for 35th, you're getting blue flagged, what would you do?
Well, you don't hold the car up behind you, that's for sure. You're already in a pretty bad position. You would have, they would have all been wanting to fight a little bit higher up the grid order than that. So yeah, let the car go in front, and then let the car in front of you deal with it, and hopefully they're not as kind. They lose a bit more time. We're on board then with David Pertollet. I've heard people call him Patil today, and I've loved saying his name is Pertollet, and I'll be devastated if I found out it wasn't actually Pertollet. It's one of my favourite names to say. So David or David, if you could let me know at some point whether it is indeed Pertollet or Pertil. If it is not a Pertollet, just don't tell me, because it will ruin it for me forever. He's now battling for the actual lead here, by the way, of the P2 for the silver class. So yeah, let's not worry about his name. Let's worry about him battling for position. But I tell you, this is some drive-by away from Apostle. I know he's made a mistake to put himself in this position, but the damage on that BMW, how he's managed to keep Pertollet behind is actually quite ridiculous. Some news for you, by the way, Jesse. Angus Fender, again, a very talented sim racer, an incredible driver in the world of motorsport, is unfortunately not able to drive the rocket car. He's had a hardware failure, so they've had to retire the car. But Angus, shout out to you, mate. Good to see you in the chat. Hope all is well.
Well, you never want to be out early in a race. You never want it to be an accident. But even more than that, hardware failure. Absolutely nothing you can do about something like that. And it's just absolutely gutting whenever there's literally nothing you can do. Speaking of nothing you can do, Apostle unable to keep Pertal behind them. A little bit of contact here as they go up, and it's going to be into the wall, at least just a little bit. Oh no, and it's worse now for David as he spins it to the inside and makes contact with the wall. Huge damage.
That is naughty for me. I think that we might be seeing Apostle in a little bit of trouble here. How damaged is the Aston Martin? That was a big hit into the wall. The wheels, yeah, he's in trouble here. He's in serious trouble here. That is potentially a race over situation. Look how much time he's losing. I think that's very naughty there from the West competition car. That might be a severe penalty. Given that obviously you can't give penalties for the outcome of an incident, but that looked like a very clear dooring off into the wall. From my first.
Yeah, this is a dangerous situation right here because you got a car with severe damage, and this is what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I was just going to say, and it's not over. Contact with the Lamborghini, several cars involved, and now the Racing Point 85 sideways coming through the S's, and that's not where you want to be. Able to get that car going, but once more again, for a third time trying, hard under the wall, more damage, severe steering, and he's still trying to drive it, look.
You've got to tow the car. You've got to tow the car. Sometimes you've got to think about everybody else. He's hit about 4 different cars, and again, I feel so sorry for Pertollet because it's not his fault. Yeah, there we go. It is a tow now. There's nothing you can do about it. He's going to be super angry about it. Do you know what? I wish we could have a conversation with him to get his genuine reaction to that, because that, in my opinion, is so unlucky for him. I'm gutted, actually. I think that's awful that it's been doored into a wall there. We'd have to see it again. That's just my initial reaction. But what happened after that, just so avoidable. It is a case of you've got to take your medicine, I think, and just drive the car into the pits, or tow the car to the pits. I think there might be 4 or 5 cars now that have to serve damage because of the actions there. Very unfortunate.
Well, what I'm curious about is what Lamborghini was that got a piece of that action. Didn't look to get a ton of it, but definitely had contact there. And depending on which Lamborghini that was, that could have been one of our leaders of the race, rather unfortunately, trying to make their way through. I don't know if it was Lacio, but a big told that it probably wasn't Luca Lacio, which is good news for the Mobileye Lamborghini team. It might have been Dario in the number 60. Yeah, it might have been them.
It would have been for position as well. So yeah, I wonder how much damage there is. If it's either Iamulo or Macri, but yeah, did Iamulo get... No, Iamulo would have been a perfect time behind that, so we'll see the whole sort of system change up in a minute in terms of times. Pit stop phase is starting to come into effect for another hour now, but it was just a calamity, wasn't it, in the end? Pertollet, you've got to feel sorry for him, because I just don't think he's done anything wrong, and then he did everything wrong. It's such a hard situation to be in. There are people that are in the chat here getting pretty angry about the decision to not just stop the car and bring it into the pits. You make a split-second decisions there. You're thinking, look, how much time am I going to lose? Especially when it's not your fault. When it's not your fault, you feel hard done by. You feel like you need to catch a break. You feel like you don't deserve to receive any penalty in terms of the damage or the time you're going to lose. So you're just trying to maximize the situation. So I'm not sure you can really go too crazy there at Pertollet in that regard, in my opinion. But he caused an incident with 4 or 5 drivers after something that wasn't his fault. So you sometimes do have to look at the driver as well. It's a tough situation. I wouldn't want to be in that situation, and I'm just gutted this really happened, to be honest. Stableford, though, by the way, this is 4th position. This is a battle with the leader of the silver class, so you need to be tentatively careful. If you're Metropolis, you know that you've just had a 2nd position in this race have a big incident. 3rd now have had a big incident in this race as well. They've both got damage. I think you let Stableford go through and not worry about the situation anymore.
I couldn't agree more with that. I definitely feel like that's what you need to do. Robbie Stapleford doing their own race. You don't lose anything if you're Metropolis here. You don't lose anything by letting this car. Keep in mind, championship points are assigned by class, not overall. So this does not matter. Absolutely nothing to gain for Metropolis. Absolutely everything to lose right here. He's the only car inside the top, he was the only car inside the top 3 in the silver class that hadn't had incidents. Of course, different cars now inside the top 3 in that class based on those incidents. But yeah, absolutely. If I'm that driver and I see Stapleford get close, I'm just going to wave him by.
Yeah, I think that Stapleford might be coming into the pits here, maybe this lap or next lap, because he didn't sit in the toe there of the Ferrari in front. So it's a case of I don't need to get too close here. Because if you're trying to make the overtake, you're staying in the toe as soon as you possibly can. There's a couple of cars in behind coming to the pits. Then I think it was, I don't know, maybe Gregor Schill. That was for position. Although they were quite late in the pit stop pattern. No, it might have been a bit of a back marker there. It might have been Leitao that just brought the car in P23. Oh, no, there's Lozio. So we thought that Luca Lozio might have got involved there. In terms of that, but it's not. This is now a battle for position. Abelarde, who does have a 5-second penalty, so once we do indeed have the pit stop phase at this stage of the race, the Lamborghini is going to be ahead regardless, but it's one way getting it via a pit stop. But if you could psychologically give a massive hit to the team in front of you by doing it on track, it's always a bonus.
Certainly is, and again, fighting for positions that matter. Every point is so precious. A podium to start this championship puts you in excellent position to contest this entire championship season. So it's always better to put yourself in that position or be able to get those spots, get everything you can early on in a season. It helps you on the back end. I've always thought that. Lazio just pacing Abelarde right now, knowing that regardless, if they just keep this clean, they're going to get that spot. Doesn't want to be held up too much, but neither does Abelarde. He doesn't want to give this spot up easy, because just because you have a 5-second penalty, you're not going to get any sort of extra special blue flag help with that. The blue flag's being displayed, of course, for the, I believe that's a Rinwelton car directly in front of these two. And again, hard to get by, hard to make passes on the mountain section. Might have to wait till we get to the Conrad.
Yeah, you're spot on, by the way, about getting a good championship start, because in the Flex Dream Championship, it's very similar in terms of endurance races. We had a team called Symphony of Pistons, and I'm sure many of you have heard of the community, and they were taking on the big dogs, the sim racing teams that are paying their drivers, a working salary, a full-time working salary. And they got a really good start in the championship because other teams making mistakes, but they were also pretty quick as well. And they ended up getting a top 5 finish in the championship by the end of the season. So yeah, if you start off well, it just breeds confidence through the team, almost to the effect of drivers want to put more time in. If you have a really good start to the season, it doesn't matter how you do it, whether it be because of incidents or your pace alone, you then want to go, I need to put an extra few hours in. We've got a genuine chance here next week, so let's try and get quick. You have 2 good races in a row, the Aston Martin and Renwelton car getting out of the way. It's lovely job to see. We're on Lozio, not quite close enough to come in. We've been told that Abelarde is due in either this lap or in the next couple of laps, so we're expecting to see that Ferrari bring it in. But yeah, there we go, perfect, absolutely nailed there, great call. Not too sure exactly who said that in my ear hole, but it was a really good call. But yeah, if you get a good start to a championship, it just breeds confidence throughout a team.
Yep, absolutely the case. Lazio gets that position without a fight for the time being. We're going to show you a replay and try to bring you some of this action side by side going up the mountain straight. This is the accident we were talking about earlier, a little bit of a hip check, as you called it, Luke Crane, and into the wall and further made more. Oh my goodness, that was way harder of a hit than I thought that was.
Yeah, we need to see that from a different angle. We need to see that from like almost a chase cam or a helicopter cam above. We didn't really see the actual move from the BMW, but this like your steering's all out of whack, that's where you have to tow. As soon as you realise you cannot control the car, keep the line that you want. Unfortunately, you have to bring the car into the pit. So yeah, as much as it wasn't his fault initially for Pertolay had to make the decision to bring the car in. So I'd be very not disappointed. I'd be very surprised if both cars don't end up getting penalties for different reasons.
Somebody's going to get a talking to for certain for that, because that is not how you're supposed to conduct yourself. It was a difficult situation, to be completely fair. A car that you're trying to do a quick check and try to figure out what's broken, what's working. Is there something wrong with the aero? Is there something wrong with suspension? You're trying to do that at probably the worst racetrack and the worst part of a racetrack, to do that up at the top of the mountain. And you got cars streaming by you who are clearly quicker than you because you've been involved in an incident, but it all went from bad to worse. And it just, my goodness, a couple of big hits took out one of our contenders in the silver class.
Yeah, the few of them in the end, I think, by the way it went down, which is just not in the most ideal of situations. We've got Burnt now trying to move up on Ayamula. We think Ayamula, by the looks of things, has a bit of damage to the front of that Lambo, so I think it was that Lambo that was involved earlier on, which, in terms of overall position, this doesn't really matter, because they're in different classes. So really, do you fight this if you're Ayamula? Probably not. Burnt will want to try and get as far up the order as he possibly can. And again, this won't be a gain of official position. I think this is for a top. He's already in a top 10. So yeah, there's 2 silver cars that are actually ahead of him in terms of the circuit. So top 10 for the pro race as it stands. But yeah, interesting stuff here. What we got? 4 hours 44 minutes left all of a sudden. I remember saying it's halfway not very long ago. Well, I guess an hour and 15 minutes ago. It felt like about 10 minutes ago. But this has been a very interesting endurance race. Normally, I would genuinely say that there are parts of the race in 12 hours and 24-hour races where you have a couple of hours where there isn't anything happening. There is something happening at every turn. This is ridiculous. I love it.
That is exactly what happens. You put 43 or 44 cars, Mount Panorama, first race of the season, new update, everyone's still feeling it out. It's the toughest competition you're going to get anywhere in endurance racing. All of that, and then you split them up into different classes, and then you start them in the dark. And now, of course, by the way, we are getting quite a lot more heat of the day, as it has. It's 12:25 p.m. in sim time, so 25 past noon. The heat's baking into the racetrack. Everybody slip sliding around at this point. Completely different from when we started before dawn. But yeah, that's just what is going to happen. That's what this entire season is likely going to be like. But Luke, I hear that you have more unfortunate news.
Yeah, unfortunately, Patillo has unfortunately retired from the race. So yeah, they are done and dusted for this one. Round 1 left the server. I guess can they rejoin the server? Oh no, someone has to be in here the whole time, right? I don't think it's a case of anyone can leave. I don't know exactly how it works. I've not done an endurance race on this sim. I've only done individual races, but I'm pretty sure if you don't have one in here, you're done, right?
I'm unsure what the specific rules for the championship is, but as long as their driver number 1 joins, the car is rejoined to the racetrack, and I think they're able to continue. There might be specific rules that do not allow that to happen once you have left the track, but I'm unaware of any such rules. But can they physically do it? Absolutely they can, as long as they follow the rejoin procedure. Is the series allowing that? That I am unaware of.
Yeah, it's a shame though, because they were running so well, and ultimately what happened because of the incident that was not his fault is a huge shame. But again, it wasn't initially his fault. It was just like a snowball effect, wasn't it? Once one thing happened, the rest of it just got worse and more compounded, and it's just not ideal. We're on board again with Mike Noble. I'm just going to mention nothing. He's an average sim racer that's never done anything too special, because as soon as I mention something good, you know what's going to happen. So I'm just going to let him do his thing.
Yeah, I think there's some indicators on what he thought about that spin going on right here.
Yeah, he's obviously not going to be too happy. He's now chasing down Perella, and it's very close between the two of them. Nowhere to really make a move. As you see, it's blue flags here. You just don't. Sometimes, if you don't check your relative properly, you don't know who you're really battling with. It's just side by side in front, by the way. Ferrari and the BMW. You've then got two Aston Martins that are battling for genuine position. It's going to be 3 wide down here, and again, the lap traffic needs to be super, super careful. Otherwise, this could end up being an absolute mess. I think Pirella is going to get away with it and get ahead of everybody. I'm wondering whether Mike Noble might also be in that camp as well as we head then down through the chase to get through nicely. But now the battle will indeed continue. That could have been very messy, but ultimately it's been very nice to watch.
Well, the Wackos Flip Table Racing car, they backed out of that halfway down the Conrad. They were not going to get involved with that. They saw Mike Noble there, and they're like, I'm just going to let that go. And that was the smart thing to do. You don't always get that. Sometimes drivers are like, no, I was here first. I'm going to take my turn in line. But that is the best thing to do. It's the gentlemanly thing to do, and it's the professional thing to do. So tip of the hat to the Wackos Flip Table Racing BMW group today, as I believe that was the best case scenario. And Mike Noble right onto the back of Pirella right now again for 24 spot. Remember, this car was up in the top 20, had an incident exiting Hell Corner, and now trying to climb their way back up for a second time today into the top 20, unable to get it done there.
Yeah, is there going to be an absolute send here onto the entry of the mountain? Sometimes you just have to catch a driver in front of you a little bit off guard. There isn't a send, and now realistically you're going to have to wait for the entirety of the mountain section and then head down the back straight. Just had a message from Guido in the YouTube chat, and he says after 7 hours of racing I can understand why someone would just press escape. Yeah, of course, emotions are really, really high. As much as this is sim racing, this is motorsport at the end of the day. This is as competitive, if not more competitive, than the real world of motorsport, in my opinion. I think the times and the abilities are a lot closer from the P1 to the right back of the grid in sim racing, because basically these drivers can do as many laps as they want each day. There's no expense. Once you've paid for your rig and you've paid for the sim, you're done and dusted, right? You can do as many laps as you like. So naturally that's going to make things a little bit more competitive. So yeah, of course, 7 hours in, you're battling for a really strong position, and then you realize, oh, it's all over and it's not your fault. But then compound that with the fact that then there was mistakes made after that, and you're probably feeling pretty bad about yourself. Yeah, I can completely understand the mindset. This is more than a hobby for most people. They are battling for the most prestigious title in ACC sim racing. It is as simple as that. So yeah, not ideal. Fully understand the mindset of a driver in terms of Persley. Don't, not angry with his decision whatsoever. But the team, will they be happy with him not sticking around? I'm sure they would have had a discussion about it.
Well, of course, at the top end, you've got drivers that are paid to be here. They make a living doing so, and even beyond that, again, everyone's emotions are super high. There always are. Racing brings that out in people. That's why I think a lot of us love it so much. Is it is so competitive, and if you are a competitive person, it doesn't matter how good you actually are. There's always somebody around your skill level. It is a popular pastime, a hobby after all, even beyond all that. So your emotions get into it, and then at some point you just have a really bad day, or you're having a really bad moment, as we saw earlier on. And also too, consider how long it would have taken to get that car fixed. With the amount of damage, they'd been sitting there for several laps. They might have just figured their race was over regardless. There was no chance of a reasonable finish. So that plus emotions probably played a factor into that.
Yeah. We've got here from Diane, why are all the spectators fake? Unfortunately, we couldn't get real people to import into the game, so we had to indeed create them for the game, just like the cars and the track. So yeah, hopefully that helps you. Have a wonderful Saturday.
Well, here we have the 938, the Absolute Restec car. They're still in front of Mike Noble in the FFS car, and there you go. What do you mean? That looks perfectly photoreal to me. I don't know what you're on about. That's perfectly normal.
Do you know the great thing about this is, if you move the camera and pan it 180 degrees, they would follow you, and it's so scary.
Well,
you probably know that, Jesse, right? But it's
clearly we're the most interesting person there, so why wouldn't we?
That is a very good point. Normally I'm in a really bright shirt when I go to a racetrack, so that's probably like, what is he wearing? Although it would be perfect for this country, because it's always hot there in Australia.
Very well put. This fight continuing for P23. Noble losing a little bit of ground, at least has on this lap, as the 983, or the 938 rather, has pulled just a little bit of a gap, half a second. It doesn't look particularly significant on the interval, but you're not going to pass somebody from half a second back, not in this field.
Well, I don't know. I've seen it happen at Monza Turn 1 many a time. I've seen many a race won and many a race lost when it comes to Turn 1 at Monza. But yeah, around here, probably not, Jesse.
Oh my goodness, Monza, heck of a racetrack.
moving.
For turn one. And yeah, this is exactly what Luke was talking about. Whenever you turn the camera, they follow you. They will not blink, so do not get into a staring contest.
Yeah, and you're telling me that they're not real, Diane? Yeah, whatever. Have a good Saturday.
My goodness, just about 4 hours, 36 minutes left in the race. 33 minutes afternoon in sim time here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst, Australia. We're happy to have all of you with us today. We hope that you've enjoyed the race thus far. The Mobileye Intercontinental GT Esports Endurance Challenge has been a fantastic opening round. I think we can all agree. Even if the race ended now, thank goodness it doesn't, but even if it did, it has been an insanely good race, and we're just a little bit over halfway when it's all said and done. 4.5 hours left to go today. A lot of racing, a lot of positions up for grabs, including the overall win. I'm still not sure who might take it. I can tell you Sherritt has caught the leader by another 2.5, 3 seconds. It was 10.4 the last time I checked. It's 10.2 right now, the gap first to second. And they've sort of stopped gaining as much as they previously had done. I wonder if that Veloce McLaren's a little better on its tires over the 1 hour stint.
Yeah, you've kind of took the words right out of my mouth there. Caracas has been more stable in terms of his times throughout the whole the whole stint. Through this whole hour, he's kind of not really fluctuated more than 0.4 of a second across his whole lap times, whereas Jordan Sherritt has probably fluctuated about 0.8, although he was still faster. He was 0.3 quicker. Francis Caracas just seems to be a little bit more consistent over the course of a stint, which, yeah, there's two ways of winning a race. There's being steady and then there's being absolutely lightning fast. So yeah, right now we're about to see points with them. I don't think we're going to see the Ferrari Esports car catch Power and Veloce in the next stint. But the one after that, it could get very fruity. So our last hour, we got an hour and 50 minutes left. We might just about see them on the same part of the track at the same time. Shout out to Tidgley, by the way. Martin Grady is in the chat right now. If you've not subscribed to him, make sure you do. He's massive on the ACC grind on YouTube. He's also one of the remaining sim racers in the world that can remember me being fast. I used to compete against him many moons ago. So yeah, got to protect those people with all of our lives, okay? Because there's not many of them around in sim racing anymore that can testify that I used to be fast. So let's just have some respect for Tidgley.
I'll be honest, I didn't realize that either of you were that old.
I'm 36 years old.
Are you really?
I have 3 children. A lot, yeah. I'm a man of the world.
My goodness. Can I just say, congratulations on being 36, and I hope I'm as successful and as good looking as you.
Children.
I wasn't gonna. Listen, I wasn't gonna go there. We weren't gonna go there today. I was gonna say I hope I look half as good as you whenever I hit 36. Tidge, I'm not so sure about. I don't know.
Oh, he's a good-looking chap. He's a beautiful man. He's a lovely man as well, actually. One of the nicest people you'll ever likely to meet. So he's someone that what you see on the camera is exactly the same as what you see in real life.
Yeah, I can unfortunately attest to that.
Oh, you know him? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I do know Tidge.
Yeah,
he's
a good guy.
He's what a lovely human being Tidge actually is. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right giving him a ribbing. But lovely fella. But a lot of lovely drivers in today's race here as well. You saw Mateus there a little, maybe, I don't know, wiping the sweat from the brow, maybe a little bit of concentration going on there. You have a couple of opportunities around this racetrack to wipe your brow of sweat or maybe get a drink. I've seen that a few times from the cameras. Some of the drivers taking a little momentary break. It's an incredibly taxing racetrack, Luke, isn't it? Most of the time, but at least you get those momentary reprieves on these straights. Well, at least when you're not, racing somebody.
Yeah, 100%. This is a genuine battle for position between 3 cars. Tyskovic in the middle. If I had Nils Najoks behind me and Macri in front of me, I think I'd be wiping sweat from my brow. Put it this way, if I get out of my sim chair after an hour stint, you would not want to sit in it after me, because this is going to be a very sweaty stint indeed. And right now, if you're Macri, you don't really need to fight this. How much time are you going to lose by battling with these 2 drivers? I know it is overall position, but it doesn't matter in terms of points. So for me, just getting out of the way and letting these 2 get on with it. How far is litter shelled in behind. Remember, we saw him have a little bit of a tag in the wall the last time out. It is a fair gap. He hasn't cut the timing beam for the next sector yet. So yeah, Macri's not going to lose too much crazy amount of time. He's pushing, nearly grazing the yellow wall there on the right-hand side of our screen, left-hand side for his car. So yeah, for me, I'm letting these two pro cars go through. You guys crack on. I'll even get dragged along by you if that needs to happen. But yeah, ultimately, you've got to be thinking about your race right now. You're currently in a podium spot, and that's really what you've got to try and protect.
Yeah, one of the more intimidating things that can happen to you is having Nils Niox right behind you in any given particular point. But Macri probably knows, well, I'm going to let this guy go at some point, but no place to do that on top of the mountain. Has an opportunity now. Hopefully, what Macri's hoping is that Nils and the light, all of those cars able to just get around. Mateus does not want a car that he's not racing right behind him. He's going to try his best to maybe just let them go. Was that an indicator on the Mercedes? I think it was, letting Nils know, I'm going to give you the inside. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Yeah, well, he's got Nils still to go, to be fair to him. That's Tysovic going through in the Audi and now dragging along the Mercedes. Does he let Nils go through as easily? There's a car coming into the pits, the AMG. It doesn't leave that door open, so I wonder if Nils might have done something wrong to Macri in a previous life here. Maybe he didn't sign the autograph. Nils loves signing autographs, but not for everybody. So maybe he didn't get the autograph he wanted from Nils, and ultimately Tysovic.
Let's see, do we see... Oh, I was so curious. Will we see an indicator here letting Nils go by to catch back up to Mateus? I don't think he's given it here. No, he sure hasn't.
Wow, that is curious. That is very curious. And again, this is full position, right? So it's not a case that we just saw blue flags there, but well, no, hold on. There is a blue flag here. Macri is saying he's in the pit. So who are we looking at here? So Tyskovic has come through. Now you're... Okay, so this is a back market car in the middle of this, the AMG. I'm not too exactly sure exactly it is. The car's not been close enough in terms of the number, so we might need to go on board of it to find out exactly what the car... So yeah, Macri's in the pit, so we're looking at the wrong thing. Also, Chris Seaver, I'm not playing the video game, I'm actually watching it, so that gets my age kind of out of jail there a little bit. Although I do play video games at 36, and I'm allowed to, okay?
Hey, we grew up. All right, Luke and I, we grew up with video games, all right? Video games are where they are because of people like us. We're going to play them, all right? It's going to happen. Yeah. Nils Niox doing one of the more interesting things I see a driver do. He is always sort of talking and relaying. He's hitting the wall there in the bend, or the elbow, rather. But he's always talking. He's always communicating with his team, the BS Plus competition team, and he's doing that here. Look, he's communicating what happened. Yeah, I know I got into the wall. He had a wry smile there, as well as, meanwhile, side by side here, one of the FFS cars, Mike Noble, they're going to almost be 3 wide. The Ferrari in the background thinks better of it as they'll condense down to 2 wide into Hell Corner. There might be contact. Oh my goodness, just about had a millimeter between those 2 cars entering Hell Corner.
Yeah, Perella has just... He's got to thank his lucky stars there that Mike Noble's backed out of there. He's nearly pit maneuvered himself, to be honest. Like, that could have been very, very bad indeed. But Noble, using all of his experience, decided to back out and not keep his nose in there. But I don't think that Michel, because they were very much side by side going into the corner, I don't think he left enough room there at all. He's very aggressive. But ultimately, they've all got through there okay, which is the main thing. 3 Astons in a row, by the way. This is something I didn't think I'd see today. Albeit they're... Are they battling? Oh, they are all battling for position, aren't they? Got Berza ahead of Perella and then Mike Noble. So they are genuinely battling for position. Didn't, again, think I would see that. Crazy bit of action. Yeah,
it is interesting, too. You don't normally get this sort of... It's almost like Noah's Ark. You've got a couple of BMWs just outside the top 10. You've got some Ferraris, some Lamborghinis, some Porsches, and now some Astons. I hope they're not anticipating a flood.
No. I'm not sure we're going to get... Yeah, looking at the clouds right now here, Jesse, and I'm no expert. I'm from the UK. It can change on a dime here. Doesn't look like we're going to get any rain.
Yes, indeed. There were some people earlier on talking about potentially a little bit of rain that could potentially come. That hasn't happened. It's been a beautiful, albeit very warm day. We're approaching temperatures that even me as an American would consider quite warm.
Yeah, Americans, it's lovely over there actually. It's kind of perfect weather. It's nice and warm, but it doesn't ever really get too hot, where I've been anyway. It can get muggy. I should be to Indianapolis when that's muggy there. Crikey, it is muggy. It's a Midwest, right? Is it Midwest?
It is indeed, yeah. Indianapolis is Midwest. You're right about that too, by the way. I don't know what that is about the Indy area. This is not going on the tourist board video, by the way, but it is quite humid and muggy always there, and I'm not sure what that's about.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm no weather boy.
Oh, contact between Welton.
Yeah,
Mike Noble getting involved. More contact with the Ferrari and a second slam for good measure. Mike Noble trying to pick his way through it, trying to get by the Welton car and get out of Dodge as they're 2x2 up the mountain straight.
Yeah, Mike Noble might have had a stroke of luck here, although he's just going to filter back in behind. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh, Peretta just tries to make a move that wasn't really ever on. Ultimately does back out of the situation. For poor Ferrari in the background doesn't know where it looks like a swarm of bees. But albeit it's a group of Astons, and the real winner in that really is Berza. He's got about half a second gap now to Mike Noble, although Mike Noble runs wide there, and actually so does Pirella. So the gaps have now come out. Berza, for one lap here, probably has a bit of breathing room over the mountain. But I'm sure it'll close back up very shortly, actually.
Folks, I'm going to tell you straight up, that was an accident that did not happen. How they all sorted that out from 3 wide, from 2 rows deep, 2 wide. The shifting, the formation is so close whenever everyone tried to go through their single file. How there wasn't an accident is completely beyond me. They got away with it on my mark 2 different times in the past lap and a half. They can't keep this up. There will be contact.
I just realised that Diane thought that this was a real race and that they just put like cardboard cutout of people. So it makes sense, actually. Sim racing has become quite realistic looking sim racing, so I can only apologise, Diane. I thought you were being completely serious. So yeah, no, this is a sim racing title called ACC, or Assetto Corsa Competizione, and we're currently running the 12 Hours of Bathurst on it. That'll be official 12 Hours of Bathurst. As we see Mike Noble make a lovely move around the outside. He's used a lot of
grass.
Oh, a lot of grass there. He got on the brakes on the grass, and ultimately he's just not stopping the car. Pirella now is trying to indeed block Ferrari in the background. Moritz Berza, who I said would have been the happiest man on the track merely a minute and a half ago, is absolutely not now. Facing the wrong way, gets the car going, doesn't cause any dramas to anybody else, but that was just basically an overextension from Mike Noble. For a second, it looked like it might be an incredible move, but ultimately it turned out to be a bit more of a tragedy by the end of it. I'm sure again we'll get to see a replay as we see Vang here off the circuit as well. Drive Just Boys in the 996 in the Ferrari there. That is into the wall there on the exit of Skyline, and that car is going very slowly indeed. Is it crabbing ever so slightly? No, it looks like they're back up to speed, so nothing too crazy of doing there. I wonder if it's just a trip through the gravel. Again, if you hit the walls, you're in trouble. If you just travel through the gravel, you're going to be hurting for a couple of laps in terms of the tyres. But yeah, ultimately, it's the Astons having a nice little battle comes to a head. And that's kind of been the nature of all of our battles so far. They are really good for a couple of laps, and then suddenly it just goes all wrong.
Well, I just want to point out that wasn't commentator's curse on my end. Yeah, we're not going to count that as commentator's curse because it just felt like the tension was palpable there. And anybody could have seen that coming. But Mike Noble, like you said, almost had a heroic move inside outside. And had he not been on the grass, the car's not going to break on the grass, obviously. And just ended up into the side of his competitor, spinning them around. The good news, if there is any, there didn't appear to be any hard contact. There was contact with the wall, but nothing too hard. The 71 here was in the wall, but don't see massive damage to that car. Nobody able to continue on, but again, another setback for that 123 team.
Yeah, talking about setbacks here, Victor Nicolai, who is now in the West competition car. Of course, we saw how they battled with Pertolay. They received a 10-second penalty for their involvement in the incident with Pertolay that ultimately ended up with Pertolay finishing the race, DNFing the race with the damage to the car. They are still in second position as the West competition car, but they have got a 10-second penalty, and now Peachman has caught up. So the Renvelton Ferrari is all of a sudden out of nowhere, not only in a podium spot, but battling for what is potentially a P2. But I guess that they're off in terms of strategy here, so they should be coming in shortly, because they were a fair chunk of change behind here. I don't think they were ever really this close. So I think they might be off strategy, or all of the incidents that have happened with that BMW might have just brought them into play. So it's one of two. Ultimately, they're there. They're there battling for second position. And if they were on the same strategy right now, the 10-second penalty will render them in second spot.
Sure would. And again, it's fine enough being behind a car, but I don't know. I just feel better getting around them. No further action between the car 63 and 51 incident on lap 217. No further action for car 71 and the 1 on lap 217 as well. Dubs race control. Just to show you what we're talking about, no further action. Here is the replay.
So let's have a little cheeky look at this. So Mike Noble gets a massive shot of overspeed as we come then down the hill, or up the hill, should I say. So this is the first part of it. Again, you see Pirella then almost spins Noble around. You've got Bertson just up ahead, gets a nice bit of breathing room. But now this is the second part, down the hill. We'll travel down the mountain hill. That doesn't really do it justice. On the brakes very late there for Mike Noble, runs around the outside. It's difficult to make it stick. And as soon as you're braking on the grass there and the rejoin, ultimately you're a bit of a passenger there. You've got some control of the car, but it's so slidey. And maybe a couple of inches to the right, and you're both getting through there nicely. But yeah, unfortunately, it ended up with a bit of contact between the two cars. And yeah, it's just not been a good couple of hours for Mike Noble, unfortunately.
No, that entire team, they've been set back, and that replay revealed something I didn't previously see. It wasn't so much braking in the grass that set that off. It was the curb as they exit the chase that actually had that happen. Noble's car popped up on two wheels, and well, you can barely brake on grass. You cannot brake on air. It's not how it works, and just had no steering at that point either. Just went to the other car. Don't know if he didn't realize where the curb was or just didn't have any other option, but a couple of contacts there. And again, huge setbacks. Again, that's bringing other people in the silver class into play today. And certainly they're absolutely loving it. The 1, the 71, the 296, for instance.
Yeah, well, we've got here Marchi and then Kolosov, all behind Valentin Barrier. And you know you're going to get something incredibly special from Barrier or in a Barrier. That kind of, he is just 100% all of the time. So this could be very exciting indeed. Seeing a lot of people in the chat right now. Welcome on YouTube, welcome on Twitch, welcome from wherever you're watching. Maybe you're watching your favorite driver and you've got this open as well. It's good to see you. Let us know where you're watching from around the world. So if you can hear me right now, say hello, where you're watching from. Maybe you've got a favorite team, maybe you've got a favorite driver, but get yourselves involved. We're going to be here for another 90 minutes before we head over, or we hand over to Lewis McGlade and I believe Ewan O'Leary. Yeah, we've got 90 minutes left. So yeah, thank you for joining us. Hopefully you're enjoying what you're seeing. It's been an incredible race so far. Every single time the cameras change, it's because there's a ridiculous battle going on. And talking of battles, this is the battle currently for the silver lead. Victor Nicolai in that West competition car, the purple and pink BMW. And then here we've also got ourselves Peachman, who is in third position. So this is the battle for P2 in the silver class.
It's quite interesting. I wonder what Nicolai is going to do here with the 10-second penalty. He's certainly not yielded, and nor would you expect him to. But how hard do you fight this already with 10 seconds? Peachman not really close enough to make a move either. They're just sort of feeling each other out, pacing each other around this race circuit right now. Nobody making too big of a mistake. I don't think right now the tires are at their best, so they're not out there hard fighting for it. But what would happen if Nicolai was under fire? Would he defend this knowing he's got a 10-second penalty? I suspect he would do in this case to minimize the time loss later on. This is about as close as they've been in quite some time. The Renwelt and Ferrari just a little bit too far behind the West Competition Racing #1 of Victor Nicolai. Again, just not close enough to make that move, but eventually somebody here is going to have to make a move, whether that'll be an offensive or a defensive one though. Well, that remains to be seen.
Yeah, overshot the chicane there, but you're right. It is a case of if you can keep them behind until the pit stop phase, the maximum damage effectively is about 10 seconds. If you let them go now, who knows how much it could be? How much faster are they? How much further up the road could they get? So right now, it's damage limitation. It's a 10-second deficit that they would have to overturn in the next stint. We've got a couple of people then in the chat letting us know their favourite drivers are and stuff. We've got Andrea Caldarelli is Effect Phoenix's favourite driver, but he's not in this race. Who else have we got here as well? Alan Patterson, is here for the Sherritt show. And it has absolutely been the Sherritt show, although they've just changed drivers. Chris Harteveld now has got into the car, and he has been a sensation over the last sort of 12 months. Really has gone from being a really, really good esports sim racer on ACC2, an exceptional top-tier driver. It's been incredible to watch his journey. He's just really hit a different level. Who else is watching right now? Again, get involved in the chat, guys. Let us know where you're watching from and who your favourite indeed drivers are. So on board here with Marchi, still trying to battle for a position here of Kolosov. Valentin Barrier has been given a bit of breathing room in the Yaz Heat car. But again, Jesse, every time we change the camera, there's something happening.
Yeah, a lot of times in these races, our broadcast director is looking for something, hoping for something, and just not had a single minute to relax. Everywhere you look, there's a battle happening on the racetrack. There's a battle going on, and as soon as one ends, another one crops up. Marchi trying to get by Kolosov, who is, again, all trying to chase down Valentin Barrier, who is opening the gap, probably because Kolosov is driving slightly defensive or is mirror driving just a little bit. Valentin Barrier will not care one way or another, driving away. I don't think they're going to be close enough this time. Marchi's going to hold, or excuse me, Kolosov is going to hold off Marchi, at least for right now, though just as I say that, they do draw in. Is there a late move into the chase? No, there is not. You know, you were talking earlier on about some of the drivers that have sort of come up in the series, and it has been an absolute honor to be able to sit from this perspective and watch drivers graduate from silver class to pro class, watch them grow and end up in the top echelon of sim racing.
Yeah, 100%. Here we go. We've got an incident between car 71 and 678 on lap 208. Warning to 678 for pit lane infringement. Another warning for that. And then we've got an incident between car 72 and 123 on lap 219. And this is a time penalty to car 12 for unsafe rejoin. So 10-second time penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Again, awesome to see the penalties popping up on screen in a nice timely fashion. It helps us tell the story of why they've got red time penalties next to their name. Again, Marchi looking to try and make this move on Kolosov. Meanwhile, Barrier looking in his rearview mirror thinking, yep, you guys crack on, let me just be able to drive away and have a bit of freedom. Nothing worse than driving with your eyes partially. It's hard enough getting around a circuit on your own, actually. Having your eyes partially on the rearview mirror is not ideal in the slightest. There's nearly a mistake there from Kolosov. That is as close as you want to get to that wall.
Yeah, it sure is. The car was wobbling, so to speak. That's not a technical term, by the way, but it was definitely wobbling as it left the corner. It means that it wasn't perfect adhesion to the racetrack, and he sort of tracked towards the wall a little extra bit than he would have liked to. Able to catch it, though. You can do that a lot with the throttle. A lot of these drivers play with the throttle to get exactly what they want out of it. If you're not quick enough through a corner, you just add a little extra. If you think you might knock the wall down, take a little bit out, and just don't do anything too much or too little. Easy for me to say. No movement in the battle for what is effectively, what is this, P5 in the class. Barrier moves away and holds position of P4 in the silver class, but this still well and truly up for grabs. It would appear to me, at least, that Marchi has a little bit more pace, but unfortunately Kolosov has more pace where it really matters, on the straights.
Yeah, Ferrari seems to be a very, very good car in terms of being in front of another one, but it's also very capable of making an overtake. So yeah, it seems like when it's on its own it may struggle a touch. All of the top 7 teams, I think we've worked out here, and actually 8 of the top 10 have just changed drivers. So Malinovsky's in now in P1. Harteveld then is in P2 as it stands. Sorry, my 7-year-old decided he wanted to try and get involved in the broadcast, and he come in and say hello, and then realised, oh no, Daddy's working. Santoro has got into the car then for Lamborghini. We've got then Klinkmuller, who's got into the number 4 that are currently in P5. Bykov, sorry, is in the number 888, the SMP Racing Team in P4. Dominic Bly is now in the Williams 555 in 6th. Bastian Richter is in the UOL car in P7. Juk Novicius is still in the car in P8. He's the lead silver driver, of course, in the number 3. Eamon Murphy now is in the G2 car in the Aston Martin. Nils Nayox actually has just got into the BS car. So pretty much everybody's switching every hour, which is something. In other sims, you see people do more than an hour. I've always had this discussion with Lewis and Arjuna mainly. But when it comes to ACC, they tend to just do one stint and that's them done.
Yeah, I've never quite been able to figure out why exactly that may be. I mean, the general logic is, if you're changing tires every pit stop, why wouldn't you change the driver out as well? A lot of times you'll see the same driver stay in if they don't change tires, and that makes complete sense strategy-wise. That's not incredibly popular in ACC. I don't know if it's the Pirelli tires or what, but they seem suited for an hour's running, and then you change them. Otherwise, you've definitely gone past their expiration date. Nobody wants to be put in that box, so they don't. Also, too, it's physically demanding. A lot of sims are, but ACC in general is incredibly demanding, especially here. If people were double stinting here, I can only imagine if you were so far out in front or so far off the back, those are really the only reasons why you do that. Or if it's the end of the race and you just need a splash and dash, or you're fighting somebody and not changing the driver, would be the difference. Other than that, no reason to overextend.
Maciej Malinowski, this driver here for McLaren Veloce, he is unbelievable. This guy has so much pace, but he has a mistake in it. That's the kind of driver he is. He does have that mistake in it, but when he's on fire, this team are untouchable. He is that quick. Drives in VR as well, so he will be very much sweaty when it comes. Yeah, okay, let's copy. Yeah, so it's very, very warm weather for him in VR. But yeah, when this driver's on form, very difficult. He is an exceptionally talented driver, but again, he does have that mistake in him. But currently, they're in the lead. Now, once we've had all of the penalties taken via the Ferrari Esports team, the gap's 15 seconds. Malinowski running a little bit faster. He's running around a 2:02 flat mark. Track temperature, by the way, 47 degrees Celsius. It is tyre melt city out there now.
Well, those of you that know me know that I love statistics, and I have a mind like a leaky sieve. But beyond that, I do remember some things. And one thing I do remember, the last time I saw Maciej Malinowski here at the SRE Esports Series, I don't know if it was an endurance round or a regional round, doesn't matter. The last time he was here, smacked it hard into the wall. And to your point, Luke, he is an all-or-nothing driver. He's going to give you everything he possibly has, but on a day like today, that might be a bad call. I think he's the right driver in the car at this time in the race. I just hope he can vanquish the demons of the last trip here.
Oh, he's one of the best leaders or front runners I've ever seen. Like I think it's when he's chasing something, that's when things can go wrong for Malinowski. But I have no doubt that being in a lead position, he doesn't let this go. I think he's going to be fine. He'll be patient here. We've actually got some insight. So this is why it's good to be in the YouTube chat or Twitch chat, ladies and gentlemen, because you actually have people in there who know what they're talking about. So you don't have to just take our word for it, because we have no idea. Jordan Sherrick, good to see you, mate. Hopefully all is well with you, bud. So the reason is, especially with the new update, the tyre drop-off and the balance shifts a lot. So adjusting to new tyres after the end of a stint will mostly result in having a crash, basically. So yeah, that's why they change drivers each time, because the difference between an old tyre and a new tyre is so different.
Yeah, I suspected even before the update, there were only certain times where you could get away with double stinting if it was the middle of the night, if it was cold, if the track tempo was quite cool. You could typically get away with double stinting and you could gain a little bit of time. Realistically, though, most times you wouldn't. 1.9 is even more so. It's absolutely correct, and especially with the temperatures we are experiencing now. By the way, track temp, 46 degrees C out there on the track. I'm pretty sure you could fry up an English breakfast out there on the track right now.
So, yeah, I don't know if you've seen me in person. I'd certainly give it a good go. That's for sure. If the opportunity's there to have a fried breakfast, absolutely. But yeah, it's warm, ladies and gentlemen. So right now the tyre drop-off is significant, and I think that's what makes Caracas's performance in the previous stint so remarkable, because again, he was around about 0.4 of a second from his fastest to his slowest lap time. Obviously there's some anomalies, but the range was around about 0.4 of a second. But then you look at Scherer, he was a lot faster. Ultimately, the difference between his fastest and his sort of slowest up was around about 0.9 of a second. So yeah, Caracas was very, very consistent, although Jordan was faster throughout the session. But that 5-second penalty and ultimately the damage they had from Capoccia was costing the lead of this race. But it's close, so it's 15 seconds now between the front two teams. I think we are going to see an official battle over the next 4 or so hours. How far now are Lamborghini? They're 28 seconds behind the leaders. We've then got Bykov for SMP of 33 seconds. You know, it's a mistake, isn't it? 30-second you know, being 30 seconds behind is just a mistake from someone, a spin on top of the mountain, and they can't rejoin properly because cars are coming through. So you still got to have your wits about you, right? There's no real safe lead around here.
No, there's really not. I mean, you know what the old saying about racing is, the only safe place on the racetrack's actually in the garage, but nobody wants to be there. All these cars, especially top 10, I would argue, top 11 cars, they all have a shot to win this race. All it takes is major mistakes, and you saw it earlier, cars coming from the back or cars that were sent to the back filtering out to the front. Just because we're 4 hours from the checkered flag tonight, that doesn't mean that can't happen. That doesn't mean that it won't happen. It probably will. You're going to see some more mistakes from drivers. Who's to say, you know, knock on wood, but McLaren Veloce is out in front. That doesn't mean that they're impervious from mistakes like Scuderia Ferrari had in the 51. It could happen to them. The 51 could make another mistake. You just don't know. That's the brilliant part about motor racing in any variety and capacity. You just don't know. You got to run the laps.
Well, I'm again going to refer to a race I was in last week. We were P14 after having a crash in a 24-hour race. We finished P2. So anything can indeed happen in these races, and especially around somewhere like Bathurst, it normally does. Again, penalties playing a huge factor. You get involved in traffic at the wrong time, and ultimately you can get yourself in a bit of trouble. Victor Nicolai, I've seen Victor Nicolai. He's another driver, very similarly to Malinowski, by the way, where he's absolutely unbelievable, or it's in a wall somewhere. So yeah, like you can just see he's pushing the car just beyond its limits ever so slightly. Got away with it there, did the Romanian driver. Ultimately, they're still in P2. They've got their Peachman, who isn't pushing too much, I wouldn't think. They know they're going to jump them once they get through the pit stop phase, so there's not too much pressure on them. But it's all about the stints beyond that. Can they keep that 10-second advantage, get in that track position? But ultimately, you know, it just seems like there's always been a battle for P2 in the silver class. It doesn't matter what mistakes happen, doesn't matter who ends up, you know, quitting the race. There's always a battle for P2.
Yeah, you got Tata Stutner Vicious up there in the lead of the silver class, absolutely unabated by anybody in the race thus far. They've just got to keep it clean. The battle for P2, though, like you said, just feels like it's been going on for ages. Different cars, too. We're not talking about just the one in the 71. Just in general, the entire race, whoever's in second place has not been safe. Nicolai carrying the 10-second penalty. I'm going to argue Peachman has been so calm and collected about this whole thing, and so accommodating. Also, a little bit just hasn't been able to close in. And I wonder, because Peachman did catch Nicolai, is this on purpose from the driver of the 71 Ridwelton car? Are they not trying to overtake West competition here? Is this the strategy at this point?
Yeah, exactly that. Again, they're going to get that 10-second advantage regardless of whether they make the overtake or not. Maybe it could be potentially push P2 into making a mistake in terms of forcing the issue. Again, Flex Stream Championship, Victor Nicolai, for me, I gave him 3 driver of the days, and then in the other 2, there was issues. So it is one of those. You can maybe force a mistake here or there, but on his days, again, one of those drivers is very much untouchable. But he's under some severe pressure here. Peachman is doing a sensational job. BMW versus the Ferrari. I'm just being patient here. They're not going to have too long till they come into the pits. Again, the 10-second penalty is going to render Victor Nicolai down, or at least the team, because there'll be a new driver coming into the car, render them down the order by that position. So yeah, you don't need to do anything too crazy. The people in front of them right now, Nils Naujoks, Eamon Murphy, neither of them are in the battle for their class, right? They're both in a different class. They're 45 seconds behind the leader. They're really needing a mistake from the leader of this class for them to go out there and win this race. So yeah, you just need to just have a little bit of patience about yourself.
Patience is key in motor racing, and out of all the skills a racing driver has in their toolbox, I've always found the hardest one to teach is patience. You either have it or you don't, and if you don't have it, you tend to learn the hard way. Close to the cutting right there.
Yeah, there was nearly a little bit of love made between the 2 cars. We were nearly expecting a BMW Ferrari hybrid in 9 months' time, but luckily there was no contact between the 2 of them. Heading over the mountain section, it's still the advantage then to Victor Nicolai. Peachman he's not getting as far out to the wall as well. It looks like he really is driving within himself, which would be the clever thing to do. Through Skyline, now down through the chicane, in towards Dipper. And a little bit of a mistake there actually from the BMW, getting very squirrely, sliding around, and this is exactly what Peachman needs to do. Just stay close enough to force a potential mistake, but you don't want to be close enough to also get involved in it. So you've got to play this pretty cleverly. He's doing a pretty good job right now.
I always heard you want to be as close as possible to make a move if they make a mistake, but just far enough away to avoid the crash is what I was always told. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I hadn't actually noticed that Pichman was not taking full length of the racetrack or the curbs, and that's absolutely right. I think you're correct. He's driving within himself and keeping up, if that tells you the pace of the Rinwelton car.
We've also got some stats here. Michael Hamlet's throwing stats our way. The 912 McLaren has caught up 1.8 seconds of pit stop time. The 63 Lamborghini is still 7 minutes 25 in the pits, which is 10 seconds, 0.7 less than anybody else on the grid in terms of average lap times. It is just ridiculous. The top three cars, number 51, the number 888, and the 912, there is 7 thousandths of a second between the three of them over the course of their average lap time. We are 8 hours into a race. That is absolutely... It's like AI driving. This is the AI race. That is unbelievable. But yeah, it's like AI at driving. So everybody's close, right? So right now there's the top 7, top 8 teams within 0.3 of a second. But those three teams specifically, 51, 888 and 912, tip my hat. That is absolutely outstanding. That's just something only AI can do. Wow. Yeah,
it's insane. That takes into account all racing laps. That is the average pace, 7 1/1000ths difference between the top three. And don't get me wrong, even behind them, it's only about a tenth or so, and they're very close. The 14, the 63, and the 555, all very close, within a tenth of each other, but 7 1/1000ths of a second. Third decimal place? I always wondered why we have stats in 3 decimal places rather. This is exactly why. That is incredible pace, and it's hard to beat somebody, and that's why you cannot be making mistakes out there and hope to win a race like this, because the pace is so similar, it's so hard to claw it back.
Yeah, so in ACC it does go to 4, but it just would look weird in terms of the graphics on screen. But in the server, well, we're about to see a move here. Then so this is the move, 4th position. They've had enough, haven't they? Rinwelton have had enough. They are going to go around the outside. And Victor Nicolai, I wonder if they're bringing the car into the pits this lap, because that was very much you can go through, no problem at all. No, Victor Nicolai doesn't. So yeah, I think they realise they're going to lose 10 seconds anyway. There's no need to really battle about it. They've also witnessed a couple of incidents through that chicane where people have got involved when they didn't need to. So it makes sense really for them to just get out of the way there. So how quick is Pichman? Pichman's been patient. I can barely speak there. Peachman's been patient. Oh God, that's try and say that 5 times really fast. But now, how fast were they? 5 laps, I guess. They stayed behind Nicolai. Didn't really try and force the issue. How much pace do they have in that car?
That's going to be the real question. And can they pull away from Nicolai now? Nicolai's not really fallen off the back in the short sector that they've ran since the pass has been made. And now we're going to get the answer to, was Pichman pacing Nicolai, or was Nicolai just as quick as Pichman was at that given time? Well, we're about to find out the answer to that. I can tell you, 1.5 to 2 sectors removed from the move being made. There's absolutely nothing between them.
Yeah, you got Marchi still behind Kolosov. Valentin Barrier's got a 2.4 second advantage now, by the way, since these have been battling for position. Well, if 2 wasn't enough, we've got a 3rd joining for the party here. Statsenko in the Audi just in behind, the number 25, catching up to these. There's a 3-way battle for effectively what is P14, and then they'll be looking to maybe get up ahead of Barrier. But Barrier has got a lap car between them all as well now, so that makes things a little bit easier for him. But Statsenko is very fast indeed, and with the Audi, I think there's an opportunity to make a move here if he's very, very wily. Statsenko is, in terms of experience, one of the more experienced drivers on the grid, so expect to see something magical happening here.
Well, yeah, the ITB Saint-Elak driver has the most precarious position, in my opinion, Mikhail Statsenko, because they're out of position. They are not racing these cars for spots that would pay points, but they have to make up these spots regardless. And how do you approach this? You're coming up on a group. It could be a buy one, get one free sort of scenario if you play it right. It also could end in tears. It doesn't end in tears there. That looked almost orchestrated.
No, that's clever. That's really clever here. Remember, they're not in the same class racing. Statsenko's a pro car, so this doesn't affect Marchi's race in terms of points, but he's let him go and he's not lost a lot of time. So now it's all about Kolosov. So if Kolosov doesn't just let him go and forces Statsenko to make an overtake, this is where Marchi could potentially pounce. I think this is a very clever move from him.
I couldn't agree more. I always like that. I respect a lot of things in racing that most people tend to ignore. Proper back markership, being blue flagged, proper use of the indicators as well in the race car, and good strategy and safe strategy as well whenever you realize you're in a no-win situation. And that's exactly, I think, what you saw. And of course, you see Statsenko going on this battle uninterrupted. The 25 gets a few positions up the field, gets a little closer to where they probably should be, and Marchi reignites that battle for, what is this, a fourth time on Kolosov.
Yeah, Kolosov, for me, made a mistake there through Hell Corner. I think if he doesn't make that mistake, he probably doesn't let Statsenko go, but he just ran a bit wide, grabbed a bit too much grass, and ultimately it just gave Statsenko a run. He did let him go in the end, but they both let him go. Neither of them really lost too much time. So now it's back to them battling for position. So what's this been going for now? 8 laps, 9 laps, maybe even 10. In behind them, that is the number 555, right? I think that's Blyer. I think Blyer is looking to come and lap these. So it's again another chance here for Marchi to be clever about it, potentially let Blyer go in a sensible place and try and do this part 2, because Kolosov absolutely read it perfectly himself and actually didn't lose any time. So this is really clever driving from these two.
Not quite close enough is Dominic Blyer in that car to make the pass right now. Any sort of letting off the throttle, cracking the throttle, letting him go from Marchi would absolutely impact the battle with Kolosov. So they're going to have to redo this again. Maybe by the time they get to the mountain straight, they will be close enough to make that move happen again. But Kolosov holding strong here. Credit where credit's due. May have had some slip-ups, but Marchi's still behind him, and that's the main point.
Yeah, it's been really good for Barriere, though. The Valentin Barriere hasn't really had to deal with the pressure of these two because they've been battling with each other. But this has been a really nice battle between the two of them. No one's tried to do anything too silly. I think they've realised that we're 8 hours into a race here. If we're going to do something, let's make it nice and special and have a bit of fun. We don't need to be pushing too hard. Ultimately, they are both, they're both battling for a top 5 position. Barriere just being a little bit further at the road. There's a potential for a top 4, but there's no need. Even if he gets 6th at this stage of the championship, right at the early stages, it's not the end of the world. It's a good finish, right? It's a top 10. You move on to the next round. You've got points on the board, and then there's something to build from. But if you make a silly decision, drop down the order, and ultimately, undo all of the hard work you've done so far today, and it just leaves a bitter taste in your mouth moving on to the next round. So I like what I'm seeing from this. But right now, it is a case of the 555. Williams Esports car's got to try and get through here. Dominic Blyer looking to get through as quickly as he possibly can.
Yeah, rather unfortunately, Blyer took a little too long to catch up to the back of this group, and now sort of right behind them on the mountain section of the racetrack. No real overtaking opportunity. You don't even, as a faster driver, or as a faster driver, you don't even really expect to be let through. You don't want to be let through here. So much can go wrong, but it is frustrating. You get up the mountain straight and you realize, oh my goodness, I'm going to spend another half a lap behind these cars that are clearly slower than mine. And that's a bit frustrating, but again, there's not a whole lot you can do about that. You catch people when you catch people. Speaking of...
Yeah, Malinowski dealing with backmarker traffic here beautifully well. Actually now sits in behind Eamon Murphy. So he's lapped up to 10th position now. It's Nils Nayox. He's lapped, and now he's off to try and get ahead of Eamon Murphy then. So the whole field being lapped here by Veloce. Again, the only time producing qualifying under the 2-minute mark by Luke Whitehead. The start of the race wasn't perfect. Went down to 10th position after an incident into turn number 2. But the recovery, oh boy, has been special. They now lead this race. It is a direct battle between Ferrari Esports, although that gap's come down by a couple of seconds, but note that they have got traffic to deal with here, so that will have taken an effect as well. And only losing around about half a second a lap here is Malinowski, so very patient drive from him. Doesn't need to do anything more, really. He'll hand the car to Whitehead again, I'm sure, over the course of the next few hours, and that'll be the real pace stint. They'll be hoping for a bit of clear air in that. You're expecting the Ferrari, of course, to just continue to be as quick as they have been. And maybe with the pit stop strategy that the Lamborghini esports team have been doing, they've been in the pits a lot less. Can they gain another 10 seconds over the course of the next 4 hours? Might bring them into play as well. But Malinowski doing a really nice job here, not trying to do anything too sketchy. making sure that he hands the car to the next driver in P1.
That's all you can really hope for in a situation like this. You're not necessarily trying to go out there and beat Chris Harteveld. You're not trying to really compete with him directly. You start doing that, you're going to get yourself in trouble. And Maciej Malinowski is clearly capable of driving at an incredibly high level, doing incredible lap times, lap after lap. But it's more important than that, than lap time right now. It's working traffic efficiently, keeping the car out of trouble. You know Scuderia Ferrari 51 has already had issues. You've had your issues. You've both recovered. You're in the position you're in because of your pace. Don't overdo it and try to go 101%. It's completely unnecessary when you're catching traffic and when you're heavy in traffic, and they likely will be throughout the end of the race. But I will say, after the pit stops and the dust was settled and the penalty for the 51, it was 16 seconds, remember, the difference between the top two. It is now under 13. It's 12.9. Harteveld very clearly on a better pace, like you said.
Yeah, what you find at this level in sim racing, and don't get me wrong, I can't go from experience on ACC specifically, but everybody in this race is used to being in the lead, right? They've all been in this position, even if they're a back marker right now. So they know what they would want from a back marker when they've been in that position. So that's why I don't think you see as many incidents, and that's why you'll see a bit more patience from a P1, because they know that effectively they will get out of the way safely. But like you said earlier on, you've got to make sure that you're easy to read. You can't be sporadic with your driving. Ultimately, the faster car that's trying to do the lapping has to overtake you. So you've got to make sure you're predictable and stay on that racing line. Right, into the between cars 11 and 45 on lap 228. A 5-second time penalty goes to car number 45, which is the Atotech Simsport Visceral Porsche. That's, I think it was Vinny Oliveira who was in the car then. But yeah, that is a 5-second penalty. I've got something right. I've just been told in my ear. I don't know who that was. A higher power just went in my ear. It was. So again, every broadcast you see, I get one thing right. So there it is. That's the one thing.
Oh, you and me both, man. You and me both. But yes, indeed, Oliveira with the penalty for the 45 car. Not the biggest one we've seen today, admittedly. A little bit of curb hopping here as we come through Sunset. Not exactly how you want to do it, but you go through there 2x2. Things like that will definitely happen. Marchi losing the back of Kolosov just a little bit through that section as some of the faster traffic comes through. Kolosov given a momentary respite from the onslaught of pressure that they've experienced for, goodness, it feels like the last hour.
Yeah, it's perfect there for Kolosov because ultimately he's not, Blair's lost time because of that. So he's not close enough to make the move now, which gives Kolosov a chance to maybe make a bit of a gap here to Marchi, and ultimately then let the Williams driver through very easily, losing minimal time and then gaining maybe a second and a half here. So this has worked out really nice for the Ferrari, not so much for the Lamborghini, for the Clash team. But we're actually coming up towards a pit stop phase again. So it ebbs and flows, it changes. Battles all over the circuit right now. Veloce still lead. We've also got then Juknevicius currently in that number 3 car who leads for the Silvers.
Tadas, can I just say, talk about drivers that we've watched grow up before our eyes and turn into pros. We talked about Chris Harteveld earlier on, seeing him come through the ranks. Tadas Juknevicius is another one of those drivers that I've had the pleasure of watching just drive at a very high level and not so much get faster. They were always fast, but they've tidied up their racing quite a bit. And on a day like today, where that is likely going to be, and you can mark my words, in 3 hours and some change, that's going to decide this race. This race isn't over. Whoever had the cleanest race is probably going to win it, at least among the top few. And the same thing's true in the silver class. Tadas has done that today. That's why they have a very nice gap that they have to the next nearest silver car. And it's just incredible. They might end up winning this race. But again, 3 hours, 47 minutes. You get a lead that large, you start looking up at the clock, and it feels like it starts slowing down.
Yeah, you're completely spot on. I'll mention again, Dara McCormack is another one, 2 years ago, was quick. Luke Whitehead's another one, always had the pace, but then sorts out the inconsistencies, and now, elite level. Like when you think about the top 5 on ACC, you're mentioning Darren McCormack, you're mentioning Luke Whitehead, right? And it used to be, oh, they are really quick over one lap, raw pace, really quick. Now you're mentioning the full package, like Malinowski's another one who maybe was a little bit rough around the edges, give him 18 months ago, maybe 2 years ago. Now is almost a complete package, still has that mistake in him, but ultimately as a front runner, I don't think there's any better out there. I think Malinowski is unbelievable when he's out in front. That is the competitive nature of sim racing, right? It's not, maybe 5 years ago you could get away with just being fast, being raw pace, quick. That's how quick you are. Inconsistencies didn't really matter because you were that quick, you could get that much of a gap. You can't do that now. The gaps are thousands of a second. Like the full grid here, they are all pro drivers. You even look at the silver class here, and they are all pro drivers, really, if we're going to be completely honest. Maybe the money's not quite there in sim racing where they're all making a living, but in terms of how competitive it is, there's not a lot between the fastest and slowest driver on this grid.
No, you're absolutely right. There's no doubt in my mind. Any team here in this race today would be a pro grid in any other series, regardless. It does not matter. That's how quick they are. But talk about Malinowski. We'll go back to Malinowski. They were incredibly rough when they started sim racing, but almost nobody works as hard as Maciej Malinowski. They will race any day of the week, any time of the day, in anything, just to get repetition, just to get in the rig, just to get that experience. And I think that has helped them massively. Also, racing these days in the last year and a half with big teams, sort of molding that driver into a world-class athlete. That's what's happened to Maciej Malinowski. No surprise. I mean, I don't think none of us would be surprised. Any of these drivers in this race, not really surprised. They are top talent for sure.
Oh, 100%. Again, I'll bring it back to what I said in the first hour. I think that to be the top sim racing driver on any sim or on any specific car is harder than to be the top driver in a series in the real world. Don't get me wrong, they're both very, very difficult, but I just think there's more people that are closer to you in sim racing just because people can do more repetitions. It is more competitive without a shadow of a doubt. It is ridiculous how close it is at the top, and it is thousands of a second. There is nothing between the top drivers. It is all about making sure that you are consistent, making sure that you are able to maintain that pace. It's the growth of sim racing over the last specifically 4 years is unbelievable. Ridiculous talent.
Keep in mind too, far less politics in sim racing as well. So
yeah, well, I don't know actually. Hold on.
Okay.
Maybe they used to be, but now it's just as bad. I think
I do apologize. Back in my day, I didn't qualify my statement very well, but no.
When it's competitive, mate, it doesn't matter whether it be gaming or sports. Anything that's competitive, there'll be politics involved. Don't you worry about that.
That is a fair adjudication in my mind. But, there's one thing you cannot cheat, and that's that leaderboard. And that's what they're all chasing, and that's how they all got here.
Yeah, Harteveld just bringing that gap down about 0.4 of a second on the previous lap. The gap now down to under 12 seconds, 11.5 as it stands. Santoro for Lamborghini, they are quite literally the same distance behind P1 as they were when they came out the pits. It's 28.7 seconds. That was what it was last time. Bykov in the 888, they've closed the gap. So they've gained 2 seconds on the leaders. Of course, that's going to ebb and flow for the simple fact that there's lap traffic to deal with when you've got 44 cars out there on circuit. I just noticed Darren King's in the race. There's Darren King down at P23. Shout out to Dow King, absolute legend. He's another one that we've got to protect with our lives because he remembers when I used to be fast. He was around. So there's like 3 people in the world that remember. So we've just got to protect them all, okay? Protect them all.
Well, Darren King, a talent as well. And if you don't know Darren King, I mean, my goodness, a driver that's as accomplished as any other, has quite a long tenure. And you see drivers that show up and they're hot for a few years and they sort of disappear. Darren King's not that guy. Darren King's a slow burner. He has been involved in sim racing since, I can't put a year on it, but it's been a very long time. And he's just always been there. He's ethereal in my mind.
Yeah, 100%. We can go for many of them, right? It's it's just such a competitive market now. I remember when I first got involved, and I mention this quite often to be fair, I'm sure people are bored of this statement being said, but when I first got into sim racing many, many years ago, there was sort of 10 to 15 drivers, and it was kind of invite only really, or time trial based.
Oh yeah.
And every single sim, it was the same drivers. It was just the same group. Now I would say there are, in terms of across all of sim racing, 1,000 top drivers, something like that you could say would be competitive across the different sims that are out there. It's actually quite ridiculous. I would say ACC has the sort of the most in terms of top tier talent to their player base. But yeah, it's a nice space to be in. It's growing nicely. The ability's getting faster and faster and faster, which makes these broadcasts even more interesting. A couple of years ago, I think the race, we may have a couple of battles on circuit, but I wouldn't say we'd have a battle every time we change camera. Like, this has been absolutely ridiculous, and it's again testament to the preparation the teams and the drivers put in.
I can put it like this. 2 years ago, starting this very series, I mentioned, I was like, well, I wonder who's going to be the top teams this year. Last year, starting off this series, I said, well, the field has gotten so much closer over the year. I'm curious who's going to be able to dig out that extra, 10th or 100th of a second to get out there. This year, I'm afraid I have to say, I wonder who's going to dig out the extra 1,000th of a second. Every single year on year, the field's gotten more competitive. The competition has got way more fierce. There's more drivers that you can rely on, and there's not one guy at the top that you can stand there and point and go, that person is going to win every race, or probably going to win every race, because it's not like that. Every team has a superstar these days. Some superstars are a little bit better than others, admittedly, but you cannot show up to one of these Mobileye races and know who's going to win. That's how competitive it is, and that's a great place for the sport to be.
It certainly is. Again, I'm just an advocate for this to grow. I want to see as many sim racers being paid a living in this as possible.
Oh,
really
absolutely.
Simple as that. I just want to see it continue to grow, and having the best drivers in the world not have to worry about going to do a day job. They are being paid enough money for them to be able to go, right, I can do 8 hours a day, and that is my living. That only helps this space improve. It only helps the drivers that are trying to join that, because they can directly see what they're aiming to be. Like, it's so much easier for the space to grow when you've got people you look up to and go, oh my god, they are doing what I want to do. And it's becoming more and more prevalent as we go through the years. Tobias Pfeffer, this is a battle for position overall in the race, but ultimately this is still, he's P7 regardless of whether he makes this overtake or not. And if you're West competition, you absolutely let him go through. It's Tobias Pfeffer after all. You don't really want to be Pfeffing about. I'm here all day. With him, and just let him crack on. You're still P1 in your class. You've still got that 45-second gap, plus a 10-second penalty that indeed will be taken by Nikolai, who's in P3.
Sorry, I'm still laughing over here. I quite enjoyed that joke. Yeah, I found that interesting, the way that he let him go, Pfeffer, that is. But the fact is, he made a very obvious move down to the inside. He gave him what is essentially, Jude Vicious anyway, gave Pfeffer what was essentially the line you want to be on if you're going to take the final corner, and sort of backed off, just let him have it. But that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. That's what you got to do when you're going to lead a race, and you're going to have a fairly large gap, admittedly. You have to make those calls. You don't want to do that. Everything about your training and about your driver coaching is not making mistakes, and that is exactly what you have to do.
I tell you what, I'm going to give credit where credit's due here. Valentin Barriere is one of those where it is, again, all or nothing. Ultimately, he was under a lot of pressure for the first half of his stint, but once he broke the toe with those two cars behind him, he let them battle. He's got a nice little gap here for Yaz Heaton. Well, when we first got here, where were they? They were overall, what, P22?
Yeah.
Honzik being in the car. I'm trying to think who else was driving for Yaz Heaton. Now, there is another driver, right? Valentin Barriere has been in the car. 296. Yeah, we've got.
It was Willem van Omen, wasn't it, as well? Oh, wait, that's a different.
No, Omen's for FFS. Actually, we've not had Edgars or Sean Arnold in the car since we've been here. It's been Honzik and Barriere the whole time. So I guess they're going to bring in one of the other two drivers now. We know Arnold's been in the car because he spun out at Sunset and over Skyline. That's Sebring Sunset. Yeah. So that's a really good stint. I think Barriere and Honzik have done a really, really nice job, and now they're pushing up towards that top 10. So yeah, great stuff. They're in the top 5 for their class, obviously silver class. A top 10 overall, I don't think out of the offering here. I think they're doing a really, really nice job.
Yeah, some days a top 10 is better than anything else. It's just knowing that maybe you didn't unload with the best stuff. Maybe you made some decisions that weren't exactly great. Maybe you got caught up in an accident as well. And top 10, some days those are better than wins in certain cases. But no matter what you do, you can't stop battling, and they certainly will not do that there at the Yas Heat. And that is interesting. That's true. We have not seen Malovix or Arnold in the car. And I think you're correct in that assessment that they're going to probably do the end of the race. And if they're not, then I have no idea what their strategy is.
I'll tell you what, I'm thankful that we're off in about 50 minutes, because we've been right so many times over the course of the last few hours. I feel like something's going to explode. So, yeah, very interesting. And we just had Mike in our ear trying to tell us that we're wrong. Yeah, okay, mate. No, Sean Arnold was in the car.
I mean, we typically are, so I just believe him personally.
Yeah, maybe he's fair. So, it's it's a case of we are right again. It is what it is. So Fefa, right now, this is kind of a litmus test right now. Malinowski, if you follow ACC Sim Racing, you know that Tobias Fefa, Unicorns of Love, are unbelievable. One of the very best teams around. Probably have been the best team with Williams for the last 18 months. I'd say you've got maybe throwing Veloce in there as well. But they're about to be lapped by Veloce. That is an unbelievable accolade to throw in there. So by the next, I don't know, 5 or 6 laps, I think Malinowski may catch up here, and ultimately it'll be lapped up to P7.
Relentless pace, I think, is what it is. Relentless pace by the leaders, and despite little foibles along the way, not making the big mistake or just having outright pace in some cases, if we're being honest with ourselves, that is incredible. Lapping inside the top 10. By the way, just some housekeeping. Being told that Sean Arnold was in the Yazzie Esports 296 earlier on in the day before Luke Crane and myself were in the box. So that's why we don't recall that.
No, that's what I said. But to be fair, he spun on Sky.
Oh.
So yeah,
yeah.
I know he is in the car before we here. I'm saying it's only been Honzik and Barriere whilst we've been in the commentary box.
Well, then in that case, I'm just wrong, which is par for the course, so we can carry on.
It's bad for us, really, if no one can understand us. We're the commentators. People are supposed to understand what we're saying.
Well, that is true, though. What we mean to say, in the past 3 hours or so, we have not seen any driver other than Jardier and Barrier. So that is sort of odd that they have taken duties amongst themselves. It's not entirely odd. If you have a driver that starts the race or runs the race early, they might, in a 12-hour race anyway, they might take a little bit of a break, maybe a nap if you're that type. Certainly have known a couple of esports drivers who can fall asleep seemingly in the middle of a hurricane. So drivers are peculiar like that sometimes, and other drivers, like you were talking about earlier, Luke, you don't want to be removed at all from the action. You've got the adrenaline pumping, and it's just impossible. Takes all sorts, I suppose, but it is possible that they are resting up and they will take the final couple of stints. We'll see.
It's probably leg day, to be fair. Sean will never skip leg day. That guy, if you've seen him, he is a big guy. He loves the gym. So maybe you just have to go to the gym.
I once heard you should never skip leg day, and I never do either, so makes sense.
He definitely hasn't skipped leg day, that's for sure, or arm day. He's a big old
He's got a routine, he's got a schedule, he's putting in the reps on the racetrack and in the gym.
Yeah, he's got his fish and rice cakes in the poppy ping. He's having a good time.
You love to see it. Tobias Pfeffer, P7 for the Mercedes-AMG Esports team. Unicorns of Love. A couple of those cars in the race. And just to show you, we talked about the overlap between the leaders and the top 10. But this car, one of the cars that hasn't moved, they've virtually been here the entire time that Luke and I have been in the box. They've been stuck in 7th place overall, just behind the number 4 car. And at some point you get tired of looking at the back of somebody's car if it is the same one. But again, nothing wrong with their pace is completely fine. Everybody going along well. We read you earlier the average lap times for all the top 10. Quite frankly, it's useless. They're all so close. Yeah. It is impossible to differentiate.
Yeah, it's like robots. Going around the circuit is that close in terms of their average lap time. So yeah, massive kudos to the drivers. and there's just no drop-off. It doesn't matter who's in the car, there's no drop-off, especially with the top 10, and that's why the positions are staying the same. You normally see a fluctuation of positions between pit stops, but that's just not the case now as it stands. But if we're going to go through the leaders, then Malinowski leading for Veloce, McLaren Veloce. They've got Hartevelt for Ferrari Esports in second spot, Santoro for Lamborghini Esports in third. Blyer, fourth position for Williams. We got in the booth, they were seventh. We've got Abelarde, who in fifth position. He's had a penalty to contend with and an incident earlier on. They were in P3 actually quite comfortably for the SMP Racing. So that's the top 5 then for what would be the pro class, and then we go to P8, and the first silver car is Duke Novicius. We've then got Victor Nicolai, who's got a 10-second penalty to contend with in a minute in second spot. We've then got Marshy, who's in third, he's currently in 13th overall. And then we've got Fleischer, who's just got in the car actually in the 144, currently in fourth position. So we'll go up to third, I think, eventually. We've then got Lucasen in fourth, and then we've got Valentin Barriere in fifth, or actually sixth position overall. So that is the state of play here. It's 2 classes of car, pros and indeed silvers. And I'm telling you now, it has been an exceptional race so far. We've got 3 hours, 30 minutes to go. There's been battles all over track for the entirety of it. There's really been no time to breathe during this. We are 3 hours, 15 minutes into commentary, and it feels like it's been maybe half an hour.
Yeah, that's the thing too. From our position that maybe folks at home don't quite understand, we're race fans. We're all race fans here, and even when we're in the box, we just love talking about racing. And you can tell, Luke, I'm sure you've had your fair share, you can tell a good race from a boring one, and the good ones absolutely fly by. This one has felt like I've been here for maybe 20, 25 minutes. There's been so much action going on. We're not done with that. Of course, the second place car, Nicolai, in the BMW in the silver class, has that penalty, and guess what that's going to do? Reignite the battle for P2 in silver.
It certainly is. It absolutely is. Yeah, it's going to be very, very close indeed. By the way, Hartevelt has now gained 4 more seconds on the lead. So Malinowski, I guess that must be to do with traffic. I'm sure that there's not been any misdemeanors here, but on the last lap, it's 202.9. So the traffic really is playing. You've got to be fortunate with the traffic, basically, at this stage of the race, and hopefully it doesn't really get in your way. But yeah, now the gap's down to 8 seconds. Ferrari versus McLaren Veloce. I'm excited for this. I don't think we're going to see it. I don't think we're going to quite see this battle. But Lewis and Ewan are going to have a classic, I think, for the last couple of hours.
Do you know what's interesting about this battle, about Malinowski giving up time to Hartevelt? I think Hartevelt's just quicker. I think we've documented that from Scuderia Ferrari's point all day long. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think Malinowski has demons around this racetrack. I mentioned earlier the last time he was here in SRO competition that I was commentating on, he was into the wall. And it's been a big deal. I've seen him do it in other series as well. I think he's driving a little bit more timid, knowing that if he goes over the line, he might put it back into the wall. He doesn't want to do that to his team here today, and he might be driving at 98%. And yeah, he's giving up time, but he's holding on to the lead. The only thing that's important is he returns that car to the pit lane without scratches on it, and that's what he's doing. That might be his strategy here.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Luke Whitehead was in the chat earlier on, so he might be able to shed some light as to whether there's been a mistake or somewhere. But actually, no, the gap's gone. Well, no, the gap has gone up to 10 seconds, but that's because Hartevelt has come into the pits. So Ferrari have blinked first here. We've got 3 hours, 28 minutes to go. So for my money, they're going to have to do an extra splash and dash at some point, and I would imagine McLaren Veloce will have to do the same. Actually, they're not going to stretch it out for another 28 minutes, or they'll have to, maybe 18 minutes. They'll have to stretch it out to now. Yeah, Hartevelt does bring it into the pits, and he will bring it back out. So does Malinowski bring it in straight away? They're on pretty similar strategies, aren't they? They're not too far off each other.
Yeah, that's what I was sitting here trying to figure out. I got my pad and my paper, and I'm trying to figure out if they'll come in this time. And since Ferrari blinked first, do they come in, or do they try to stretch it, knowing that we're in the back third of the race now, or will shortly be in the back third of the race? If not, what do they do? Do they go as absolutely long as possible? I'm completely unsure at this stage what they're going to do, simply because if this was a normal race and they were spread out, you really wouldn't care what everybody else is doing. But because you're in a direct battle with somebody, and you have been most of all day, you are constantly tweaking your strategy. You're tweaking what you're doing on pit lane when you come in you're doing all of that based on other teams as well. It's a bit like Formula racing in that respect here today.
Yeah, I guess the longer they stay out, though, the shorter the extra stop will be at the end.
It's true.
That kind of plays into their favour, so that makes more sense. Yeah, it's nicely poised, isn't it? It's nicely poised between the front two teams. Malinowski goes past the pit entry and will stay out. We've got Eye Lightning in the chat. Yeah, he watched the first 2 hours, then had a little snooze. Now he's back awake. He's in Canada. So welcome back, mate. You've joined at the perfect time. 3.5 hours to go in this race. Action aplenty. Anyone else watching from around the world, get yourselves involved in the chat. Don't be shy. Always good to hear from people. Let us know where you're watching from around the world. Maybe you've got a favourite driver or favourite team. And yeah, say hello, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch. Yeah, come and say hello. We're talking about battles. This is indeed for a bit of lappage action. And unfortunately, Lucasen has caught the Porsche at a very precarious position.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get by Fleischer at this point. They're going to have to wait, but two cars pacing each other. Surely the Porsche is going to have some nice pace over the top of the mountain, but it doesn't look like the Ferrari closes right back up to the back of them, has to back off a little bit earlier than where you would normally brake for sunset right on the back, and that's exactly what Lucasen's trying to do, trying to drive right up to the rear bumper of that Porsche, just so when they get to the Conrad straight, they have a little overlapping ability, and I think he's done that pretty well. He's pretty close. If he stays in the tow, he might have a shot down near the chase.
I love the fact he's flashed his lights as if the Porsche has no idea there's a big Ferrari behind him with tiger stripes, mackerel stripes behind him. So I think he knows you're there, mate. Don't worry. But Lucasen is P2, we think, overall in the class. He doesn't really need to fight this because the Porsche's off strategy, so the Porsche will have to come in at some point. But yeah, how early do you make this move? We've heard from Jordan Sherritt earlier.
Oh, man.
The difference in tyres at this stage of the stint is massive compared to new tyres. And well, the Porsche is coming in. So good patience there from Lucasen. Didn't force the issue, didn't lose too much time. And ultimately now has clear track. No incidents involving Fleischer. Just up ahead and gains position. So P4 now. But again, will jump Nikolai and March. It won't sort itself out now. It will sort itself out once they cross the line next time round. But yeah, Lucasen in P2, looking really nice. Again, probably needs a mistake from Esser, currently in P8. For anything to really happen in terms of winning in the next 3.5 hours, but they're in a position, if there is some misdemeanors, to take advantage.
If you're wondering what I was reacting to, Linus Lucasen lost traction coming through the chase a little bit up behind that other car and had to seesaw on the wheel just a little bit. It wasn't big, and I will say if this was last year that would have been big, but 1.9 has just been a breath of fresh air in my opinion, and I think the tire construction a little bit better. This Pirelli P0's absolutely gripping, but on the limit though, you could tell Lucasen didn't know that car was coming in, and they were trying to get as close as they could into the final turn to maybe make a dive down the inside or just keep it close in general. But a little bit of a wiggle there, and I thought for a second they were going around, but no, well held.
Yeah, Jordan Sherritt now in the car, and actually this is fourth position, although it has to... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, what have you done, Jordan? So that is a fourth position, but it's the end of the stint for Williams. It's the start of the stint for Ferrari. Right now, Malinowski and Veloce, who are in the pits, they are going to have smiles on their faces like Cheshire Cats, because that is a stone wall penalty for the Ferrari team. I can almost guarantee it, and that'll be 3 stints in a row where they have had a penalty. And look at the difference in position right now. This is Luke Whitehead in the car once again, who is effectively, I think, around about 7 to 8 seconds ahead. Jordan Sherritt might be in a little bit of trouble this time.
I absolutely agree. I don't think we're going too far out on that limb to say that that's probably going to be a penalty, and that might be the contest for the win probably over with that one. I know it's still 3 hours and some to go, but I just don't know if you can come back from that again. It's going to take a heroic effort here in the final 3 hours, but I'm with you, partner. That's going to be a penalty of some variety. It might be quite severe based on the nature of it.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily over. Well, look at it, given the position back. So is that a case of, look, we've given the position back, you know, give us a warning for that. We haven't had any contact with anybody else during this race. Of course, they've had a penalty for the pit lane excursion. They extended over the line. They had a warning, then they got given a penalty. But is this the case of, do you know what, we're just going to give them back the position, maybe the stewards will give us a warning because of that. I'm in favour for that. I feel like if you make a mistake and you let them go, obviously if it's an intentional one, or are they still waiting for them? Actually, I don't think they've gone by, have they? Has Blyer gone by? It might be in a different Mercedes.
They
there it is.
definitely haven't. There it is.
There we go.
Yeah, he's
Blyer.
intentionally. Dominic Blyer is going to be either let by or they're going to re-engage in this race, and hasn't quite let him by, but they are side by side. Here it is. Jordan Sherritt letting Dominic Blyer by after 1 lap ago. Huge contact coming down through the chase. Now, I will say, Luke, I don't think the stewards are going to forget and forgive based on it being returned. But what I will say, that might lessen the severity of the penalty by doing that.
Yeah, but also you've got to think about it here. Will they take into account the loss of time? They lost over 10 seconds there. So normally you're looking at a 10-second penalty for something of that. From what we've seen historically here, are they going to look at that and go, do you know what? They've given up the 10 seconds that they would have lost in the pits. So they have been penalised, but they also gave back the position, which is good for sportsmanship. I would like to err on the side of, do you know what? They gave back the position, but they also lost the time we would give them as a penalty. And I think if that was any other team, they'd be pretty happy with that. Like, if they received that themselves, of course, Veloce McLaren, they're going to be like, oh no, they need to receive penalty. Of course, that's just that, the nature of it.
Of course, they think.
Yeah, of course. But I feel like they've done enough there for me, and I feel like every team should be given that opportunity. If they make one mistake in a race, they should be able to go, do you know what? That there's no penalty. There's just going to be a warning as long as you give back the position. Obviously, if someone does it intentionally in the last 10 minutes of a race to then affect someone else's race for someone to win, that you've got to look at it and have common sense of the situation. But for me, just give them a warning. It's done. They've done enough there. They gave back the time. Let's have a race.
Well, you're a heck of a salesman, and I will say this. I'm on board. I'm on team Luke Crane now. I think that's an excellent point. My question now becomes, do the stewards take that sales pitch? Are they okay with that? I would be on board with that. Based on the time lost, I agree that the penalty was served by slowing down 10 plus seconds, letting the car go by. And as you said, quite cheekily, McLaren Veloce are like, no, you gotta give them the penalty for that, right? Yeah, of course you do.
If I was driving for them, I'd be playing.
Absolutely. Scuderia Ferrari sitting here like, look, we gave up way more time than the penalty would have been. We gave the spot back. We made it a point to do that. Can you just, forgive and forget on that occasion? And I would not want to be race control right now, but I do eagerly await their adjudication for that particular one.
A lot of chef's kiss emojis being sent to the stewards from Ferrari Esports right now, saying it's fine, let it be, it's fine. But again, if you do give them a really harsh penalty, that sets a precedent then to punt people and just carry on.
Sure.
That's what the only argument I'd say. If they do get a harsh penalty now, it just makes no sense for any kind of.
I don't think they can give them a harsh penalty based on the fact that they intentionally waited. They were not an obstruction, and they did succeed in giving the spot back. But hey, we're commentators, we're not stewards. But I agree with that. I don't think you could give them a very harsh penalty based on the reaction to what happened.
And we're also very biased if you want to see a race. But that's just.
I forgot about that part, but he's 110% correct. I want to see a race.
And well, as if by magic, you want to see some racing? Well, there's another battle on track here as Mazur, the race eSport team, is behind FFS Killian, Ryan Meenan, then in the number 1, 2, 3 Aston, who every time we go on board seems to get involved in something, which is not ideal. They've been exceptionally fast, but unfortunately, a couple of issues have really rendered their race not great. I think that FFS definitely have the pace to be in the top 10 today, but the incidents have kind of cost them that.
Yeah, 100%. That is sort of their pace is top 10, always trying to fight and win for the silver class. Not on today. Take number 3, trying to get and stay inside the top 20. Killian Ryan Meenan leads the 114 for the time being, 23rd and 24th respectively. Mazur trying to keep pace with the Aston Martin, but unable to do so, coming off of the mountain that time. Killian 5.3 behind the 54, which is the next target in the silver class. And we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that gap, see if it continues to come down.
Yeah, I think Killian has actually made an overtake here. We just didn't see it because we were looking at the front right. So I think Killian has got ahead now and might be able to stretch his legs. and move a little bit further forward in this race. So currently in 23rd, looking to try and get back into that top 20 battle where they were earlier on. They were up as high as 17th, I believe, with us in the box, but unfortunately it's not just gone as well here. So Miguel Mazur just in behind, and actually you can just see that the gap is not really going up, is it? So this is a genuine pace battle. You've got Jordan Sherritt just up the head of the road. Obviously they've been lapped twice now, I believe, a couple of laps down. But yeah, nice to see that it doesn't matter where we go on circuit, there's some nice close action.
Certainly is. It's been that kind of day from the drop of the green flag till now. We've had racing throughout the entire thing. Nobody has been able to get away from battling. It seems like we've seen almost every single car here today involved in a battle at some point. Some have been in the same battle for the entirety of our stint in the box.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, and that just goes to show how close this grid is. And all it takes is a mistake for some of the quickest cars to be a little bit further down the order. But ultimately, you tend to find the same pace all across the grid. So, yeah, it doesn't matter where you are. You're going to be battling. It's not going to be. There's no such thing as a freebie. As I tell you what, Killian Ryan Meenan nearly got that all wrong there. He's ultimately managed to carry a bit more speed through Skyline, but that was not a comfortable carry of speed, I can assure you.
Well, he definitely won't come through there with that ferocity next time by, I can tell you that. Knows he got away with one right there.
Yeah, he certainly did. Jordan Sherritt, by the way, let's have a look at this. So he's now 14.6 seconds behind Luke Whitehead. So actually did not lose what I would say would be 10 seconds. Maybe lost 6.5 seconds. Watch out for Lamborghini here, ladies and gentlemen. They have chopped the gap in the last 90 minutes by 8 seconds. So they are now 25.2 seconds behind. Imagine Ferrari catch up to McLaren Veloce. They're obviously going to battle and lose time. That could then open the door up for Lamborghini. This could potentially be a 4-car race, because Abdelarze is right behind. I think there's actually a genuine battle right now for what would be P3. So, yeah, watch this space, guys. There is a battle for P3 overall in the Pro class. We've got a battle here for P22 as well. So there's a couple of nice battles here, but don't be surprised if there's still a twist in the tail here today.
I'm going to add fuel to the fire here. Last year and this year is consistent in only one way, and that's the Automobili Lamborghini being the quickest on and off pit lane for the duration. They were absolutely stalkingly quick on pit lane last year, and they've started off this season the very same way. So for more than one reason, don't take your eye off that 63.
Yeah, it's not enough to be quick on the track. You've got to be fast through the pits as well. Again, as I mentioned earlier, spending the least amount of time in the pits across this race is going to put you in a very, very good position. And right now, David Tanitza is absolutely flying, although on the previous lap, Jordan Sherritt was the fastest. So let's just look at the top three in terms of lap times. Luke Whitehead, 2:02.0. 2:01.8 for Jordan Sherritt, and Tanitza with a 2:02.1. So lost a little bit of time to the front two there, but Tanitza is flying. All top three are flying. Mazur in behind Killian Ryan Meenan, exiting the mountain through the forest elbow. They will indeed come. Now down the Conrod Straight. Is he close enough? Again, I don't think he is. Will drag as much tow from that Aston Martin in front as he possibly can. The race Esports team driver in a number 114 goes over the crest down towards the chase. We'll use the little bit of extra tarmac there to the left-hand side of them, right-hand side for us to gain a bit of momentum down towards the final chicane braking zone. I'll tell you what, Killian runs a little bit wide again, carrying a bit more speed. The Audi, though, keeping him very honest. Looks like the Audi's driving within himself, and Killian is on the absolute limit. And well, that's a good thing for the Audi to have, because ultimately there will be a mistake in the end if it just continues to be like that. But as it stands, they're both equally measured in this battle for P22.
I'd be forced to agree. Killian Ryan Meenan, I don't know if that's just how the car's set up. Maybe they can hit the curbs just a little bit harder. Maybe they can use a little bit extra racetrack. I don't know. But you're absolutely correct. If you continue to drive and try to maximize as absolutely much as you can every millimeter of the racetrack, eventually you're going to go over that line, as so many have done today. And in fact, this car has seen that happen to them earlier on. I don't know if they're trying extra hard to stay in front, but Yeah, Mazur is like you said, driving within themselves. They're not hitting the curbs nearly as hard. They're not rising over the curbs. They're staying away from the walls. They're not necessarily maximizing all the sectors and turns of the racetrack. But the problem is, for Killian Ryan-Meenan and company, Mazur doesn't have to. They don't have to. They're still just as quick as they are.
Yeah, well, you couldn't afford to lose half a second over the mountain and gain that back on the up the hill and down the hill, right? With the slipstream, with the toe. So I tell you, that's a mistake though from Mazur and behind. Lost a bit of time through there. Just didn't hit the apex going in towards Skyline, down in towards Dipper. Drop down now. Ugh. God, I can feel that. I'm not even in the car. But he catches back up quickly, so he does take a few more chances to try and get back into the toe. But yeah, you can lose half a second over the mountain, and then you get to this section of the circuit. Although he's sliding at Slidington.
You got a little close to the wall there.
That was a case of roles reversal there, wasn't it? Mazur ultimately was sliding the car, and Killian would seem very, very cool, calm and collected over the mountains. So they're kind of trading lap times at this point. So yeah, good stuff from both of them as it stands. Killian Ryan-Meenan though is kind of starting to maybe break that toe.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a gap there. You pointed out the mistake Mazur made over the top of the race circuit, and I think overcompensated into the elbow. And what that did was just make that gap a little bit longer, because while Mazur was sliding out, Killian Ryan-Meenan was making power down the straight. And obviously the longer the straight, the more that is magnified, and that's the gap you have right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. It is definitely coming down. So Killian, you could just see the little exhale there. Again, remembering to breathe. It is very much a thing. I'm sure there's many of you watching at home right now going, oh yeah, that happens to me all the time. When you're on a lap and you get around a corner and you're on a big straight, you're like, oh god, I need to breathe. I need to remember how to breathe, because you take your pattern completely out of whack because of the amount of pressure you're on. Yeah, it happens to all of us. It's a crazy phenomenon, I must admit. But Killian doing a good job as it stands. Back to the gaps at the front end. Whitehead did a 202.3, a 201.8 for Sherritt, so another half second taken out. We've then got Tanitsa, who is 25 seconds back, and then 1.2 seconds further back is Abalade. So yeah, right now there's only 1 second between third and fourth, but Tanitsa seems to be just about pulling away.
Yep, pulling away just a little bit as some of the battles fizzling out, but as we've seen all day, all that does is make new battles in their place. Killian gaining a little bit of ground and has continued to do so. Don't know if Killian's found the rhythm or maybe Mazur's fallen out of it just a little bit, but one thing's for sure, the FFS racing car driven by Killian Ryan-Meenan not really catching Augustat in front. It's 5.5. It was as low as 5.2 earlier on. Not gaining this lap or the last lap, not losing either, just holding station there in the silver class.
Yeah, certainly did. Again, I think he just found his rhythm. As soon as we mentioned that he seemed to be on the limit, he just nailed 2 laps in a row and just pulled that little bit of a gap there to Mazur in the Audi. Here's Tanitsa, who's currently in third position. Bit of pressure from behind with Abalade, or there was momentarily, but the gap seems to have gone out once again. The gap's now 3.1 seconds actually, so he's lost a lot of time this lap. I guess the lap traffic definitely playing into the hands of Tanitsa. So Tanitsa's got through. Tanitsa with, it looks like he's in a dungeon, which is not ideal. I guess it's probably better to focus on a screen if you've not got lights all around you. That's what happens to me. I'll be streaming during the afternoon, and then it'll go to night time, and all of a sudden I look at my camera on OBS and it'll be like that, and I'm like, oh my god, it doesn't look great. But yeah, Tanitsa's not going to be too worried about that. He's just worried about going fast.
Well, this is a message from Race Control, not the one we thought we were going to get, but Cars 11 and Cars 45, an incident on lap 228, 5-second time penalty for car 45.
Naughty, aggressive driving. Don't be aggressive, you'll get a penalty.
Yeah, speaking of aggressive, 27 teams have secured BWP today.
Jordan Sherritt, if you look next to his name, we haven't had it come up on our screen. Looks like he's still going to get the 10-second penalty. And again, I don't want to be a race director. I don't want to be a steward in any of this. I feel like the penalty shouldn't be the same if you give back the position and give up time. It basically just sets a precedent now that if you do hit someone, you just drive off, basically. Don't worry about giving them back the position. Don't show any sportsmanship. So, yeah, they've not only given the position back and lost time, they've also got a penalty. McLaren Veloce, by the way, they're probably going to have a party about that. The party poppers are out. The horns are out. They're like, yes, another 10-second penalty. This does make it very difficult now for Ferrari. And actually, that brings Tanitsa into play, doesn't it? the next pit stop, and it's going to be right behind them. Ferrari versus Lamborghini. It's like the sequel, isn't it?
It sure is. 11 seconds the gap. You make that movie, let me know. 11.7 seconds the difference, Tunisia and Sherritt. And I don't think Tunisia's going to close in on Sherritt, but I've been wrong before, of course. And if Tunisia was able to do that for Automobile Lamborghini Esports, they would again jump them in the pit lane foreseeably. But you never know. The quick pit stops of the 63 team all last season and starting out this championship campaign with the same lightning fast. Nobody really in the same ballpark as them for their quickness on and off of pit lane. They by far spent the least amount of time there of any team here. Could that be enough to make that close as well? Losing a little time to Sherritt. Sherritt must know the importance of gapping that Lamborghini.
Yeah, 100%. And with their pit stop strategy, they've been the fastest. They've gained like 12 seconds on the rest of the field, right? By just being quicker to pit. So the time they lose in terms of their actual pace, they're going to gain back, right? You would imagine if it continues like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's, they're in a good spot. I think Lamborghini are in a very good spot. But right now, if McLaren Veloce, is a new name for me, by the way. They've had loads of different names in the past. But McLaren Veloce, if they just keep it on the straight and narrow from here on in, very difficult to beat.
Yeah, I'm not the strategist for McLaren Veloce, but I could be one right now. And the strategy is do not crash the car. I think it's as simple as that, to be fair.
Yeah, 100%. Just make sure that you keep yourself in a decent position now. Don't try and do anything too crazy. Don't end up making a mistake like Poggio did for Ferrari. Remember that Ferrari have put this into Veloce's hands by making that mistake over the top of the mountain. Now, you know, compounding that with a couple of 10-second penalties. I think they've had 25 seconds of penalties in total now as well. So, you know, that hasn't helped. But McLaren Veloce have put themselves in a position after having a pretty poor start to the race, ending up down in P10, even though they had the best qualifying time starting on pole. They have done an incredible job to take full advantage of other people's mistakes and get themselves into that spot. As we now see David Tunisia, he is having to deal with, he's having to deal with a Lamborghini. He's now going to have to deal with Kylian Raiminen. So he's battling for what would be P22. This is only going to help Kylian Raiminen extend that gap.
Certainly is. Kylian finding the pace, maybe gaining just a little bit on those around him, not gaining on Augustad in front. 5.7 the gap, it was 5.5 last we checked, but definitely gaining on Mazur, or leaving Mazur behind. 1.6 seconds the largest that gap has been thus far. Robbie Stapleford for G2 Esports in the 62. Talk about a team who has fought for it all day long, on the cusp of the top 10, now inside the top 10 and looking for more. Mikhail Statsenko in the 25 right in front of him. This battle definitely for position. I feel like we've said that a lot today.
Yeah, it's very strange to see G2 in an Aston Martin. It just feels so weird. But they just lost the position to Statsenko. So Statsenko's made up a spot. He's up into P9. Alaric Enslin pointed out that we missed a mega fight for P9. I can't say gig of them over the age of 30. And that's because everywhere there's a battle. There's a storyline everywhere. This has been one of the most ridiculous endurance races. I've commentated on some bad ones, mainly with Lewis McGlade, and having a bad race and having to listen to him at the same time. And I'm sure he says the same about me. That is a bad experience. But this has been nice.
Oh my goodness!
I'm only saying that because he's joined the chat.
I was going to say, Lewis. I was going to say for the benefit of people at home, Lewis is here. He's just not listening to Luke Crane, is what's going on there. But
just like many other people around the world.
Oh, well, oh my goodness. I did mention something before it kicked off a little bit ago. I mentioned something called BWP, Behavioral Warning Points. Ooh. It's basically naughty points. If you do something bad on track, you start accruing those. You get penalties, etc. 27 of the 40-plus drivers today have gotten some BWP. A lot of fenders being rubbed out there today.
Yeah, I just wanted to also clarify that there's no, in terms of the stewarding rules, there's kind of like a set penalty for set incidents, so there's no grey areas. So again, I was just spitballing in terms of what I feel, what I think. Yeah, I'm not trying to go to stewards or anything.
Yeah, we were reinventing. Yeah, we were reinventing the wheel. We were spitballing. We were talking. We want a good race, or we want a close race for the win at the end. I still think it might happen, by the way. But yeah, of course, there's no regulation that stipulates that. Everything is sort of ironclad with the stewarding rules. You get what you get based on what you did, and anything beyond that is just us. Talking to ourselves, essentially.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Again, that's a job I don't want to do. So, yeah, well, you guys are the greatest. I'm not getting involved in that. That's not my forte whatsoever. I will say this, though. Sherritt, once again, is closing in on Whitehead. So every single stint, the Ferrari Esports team are closing in. Over 3 hours, 25 seconds might be a bit too much. They're only closing in sort of 4 or 5, up to sort of 6 seconds a stint. So yeah, it becomes very, very difficult for them to catch up, that whole time, because they're obviously going to lose that 10-second penalty as well. So it makes it out to about 22 seconds. So I think they could maybe get within that 5 seconds. Obviously, if there's a mistake from McLaren Veloce, then maybe not. But my mathematics is absolutely terrible. So who knows where they could end up. Might be close, might be not.
No, I think your math's pretty much right. But again, you never know what's going to happen with the McLaren Veloce team. They're in charge of their car, and they've had a pretty nice run of it, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be clean for the final 3 hours of the race. Anything could possibly happen. There could be some bad back markership, trying to say that at all, not even 5 times fast. Could be that. You don't want any of that. They could get penalties of their own. You just don't know. You have to keep fighting. Scuderia Ferrari Esports will keep fighting and until they fly that checkered flag. But it is not over until it is over. Everybody knows that, and I would probably make an argument that the top 4, realistically, still in it at this point.
Yeah, 100%. All it takes is a clatter into the wall, or 25, one hit into the wall, it's 25 seconds lost in the pits, or even an even bigger one. Penalties, of course, get involved with lap traffic. We've seen that happen today as well. So yeah, it is absolutely possible for some real bad things to go down, and it is also Bathurst. Like I said earlier, I think in terms of priority list, you're racing against the track, then you're racing against time, and then you're racing against other cars. So normally you're racing against other cars first. So yeah, crazy.
Yeah, that I couldn't agree more with that. You always, as a driver, you're taught as well to race the racetrack. Don't worry about distractions, race the racetrack. Then you worry about how quickly you're going or how efficiently you're making lap time, and then, and only then, do you worry about racing other cars. I think that's absolutely what everybody should be doing, and drivers of this caliber, very much disciplined in that way. They will likely be doing that. Pit stops going on for some of the cars. The Kessel Glitch number 11, Samuel Villa behind the wheel, coming out of the pit lane. Nobody there, and we've seen so many people clip that solid line on the exit of pit lane, or coming in as well, more predominantly getting penalties. We haven't seen that in quite some time. I wonder if they've got the message that clipping the lines will not be tolerated.
If you give someone a penalty for crossing a line where it really doesn't gain them anything, people will soon learn. So there's no point in risking it, basically. I think it's more entry, isn't it? The entry is the...
Yeah, it is more entry, sure.
Because it's like, you can gain time through there if you're really, really fast, obviously, but it's high risk, high reward, and we've seen some penalties given out. I don't need Steve Proudly to be in my ear giving them stick, going, oh, they should be doing this. Oh, I can't believe it's the easiest thing in the world to go through the pits. So yeah, they need to not only be wary of a 5-second penalty, but being bent over Steve Proudly's knee.
That was not the Steve Proudly impression I thought I was going to get today, but there you have it. Samuel Villa, though, racing on his own. And this is an interesting highlight, because this might be the only car that has found space on the racetrack today.
Yeah, right. That's crazy. Like, we've seen no one. It's like, oh, no, we just about saw a car in the distance there. But this is the first time where it looks like it's a lone qualifying session.
Robbie Stapleford inside the top 10, trying to maintain their position. Alberto Garcia, the John Lacey Esports team, the 27 car, in the slap bang middle of this field, but has Mazur in front of him. We rode along with Mazur a little bit earlier on, back in 23rd place, but Alberto Garcia's caught him.
Yeah, he has caught him. This is going to be a nice little race here between the two of them. Killian Ryan Meanin, of course, off into the distance, having to deal with that traffic as well. Doesn't really want to lose too much time, wants to try and keep that gap, but the Lamborghini does seem quick. When it gets the right driver behind the wheel, it seems like it can really hang with the Ferrari pace and the McLaren pace, although the McLaren, realistic, we've only got one car in the field, right? Currently leading. Is there any other McLarens in the field? There's two. There's one in P31 actually currently. But yeah, in terms of BAP, like you think that the McLaren wouldn't be quick because it's not being chosen. That's crazy. That is quite some stat. The Ferrari seems to be the go-to, and the Lamborghini just seems really quick with the right driver. Here we go. Is there a potential move for this position? This again for P23, and Alberto Garcia says nope, not this time. And I think that Garcia's just come out of the pits, right? So we'll have really good tyres. So this actually will be like taking candy from a baby, I would imagine. It's not going to be the most difficult thing in the world because again, Jordan Sherritt let us know that the difference between tyres at the start of the stint and the end is ridiculous.
Oh no, he's absolutely right about that. And in my limited reps that I've gotten since the update, I can absolutely agree with that. The tire deg is so much more prevalent now than it's ever been. It's prevalent even on a cool racetrack. And again, the hotter you make the track, sometimes the worse it is. Also, different tracks have different deg and all that stuff. But yeah, it is very much different. And I will say in shorter races where you're not required to take tires in it, but you are required to take fuel, I've seen a lot of mixed strategy, and I think that's great for the sport. It's great for strategy. You get to make up your own sort of strategy in that way, and you don't have to do one single thing. Here today, though, they'll all be taking tires every single time. You ask a driver what they want 4 new tires every time, right?
Yeah, 100%. You're absolutely spot on. It's weird. Sometimes around a certain circuit, the first 10 laps on a fresh set of tyres loses you so much time because you're bedding them in that it's good idea to double stint, but it's been many updates since you could do that on this game. On ACC it is just a case of you get those tyres off and you put a new set on, especially in these temperatures. The tyre's just going to melt off the cars. There's nearly a mistake there from the Audi, the high torque of the Audi engine nearly making a bit of a mistake. Lamborghini getting as close as they dare. You can just see in the braking zone how much later the Lambo can brake, very close there to having a bit of a calamity between the Audi and the Lamborghini, and ultimately that mistake there from the Audis cost time to the Lambo. As we head down the Conrad Straight, I don't think the Jean Alesi car is going to be close enough to make the move.
Well, that just frustrates you. Alberto Garcia is going to want to get by Mazur, and probably has done. Probably would have thought they'd already be by, but been thwarted on every single time, every single attempt they've gotten close enough to make that move. Slid out a little bit, but now a little bit of reprieve, a little bit of relief as Mazur down the pit lane. Garcia's going to take that spot, suspecting Garcia's already done their pit stop, but that will release Alberto Garcia for Jean Alesi Esports Academy up into P23.
Yeah, I think Garcia might have been given the heads up in his ear there that Team Mazur are going to come in relatively soon. So he didn't push for it, he didn't try and make something happen and lose a load of time, so that's actually very, very clever from him. He's up to P23. Obviously, once the pit stops have sorted themselves out, he's going to be a little bit further up the order because he came into the pits, I believe, around maybe P17 mark, maybe a little bit higher than that. So, yeah, I believe they're going to be up a little bit further.
Released from the pack for the time being, and if that is what happened with Garcia, I think that's brilliant. Good team work. Not every team here today is going to have 5 people in support. Some teams will do. And a lot of times with the silver teams, it's just drivers helping out drivers and stuff like that. Not everybody has a strategist, but again, just somebody there to look at the data and go, well, I believe this car is going to be in the next couple of laps. Weighing that in your head as a driver, it's like, well, it's not really worth it. Speaking of not really worth it, that was almost devastating going over that curb. We've seen that go wrong a few times today.
Yep, that will certainly pucker him up for sure. That is not ideal in the slightest. A lot of curb they use at Sunset. We've seen that go so wrong for 4 or 5 cars in the last 4 hours, I guess. Luckily, Alberto Garcia has managed to go through there nicely, because ultimately, if he crashes there, he's only 3 laps into a stint, so you've got to come into the pits really early. So it's not only damage, it's an extra pit stop, and yeah, not ideal. We're on board then with Lars Kisser, who's currently in P5, and he's got Tobias Pfeffer still just in behind, a couple of cars between them though, in terms of lap traffic.
Well, the difference is they were fighting over 7th place, these 2 cars, about an hour ago. They're now fighting over P5. Lars Kisser has a spot. Tobias Pfeffer in 6th place. 2.9 seconds adrift. And just behind them, I say just behind them, 20 seconds behind them, you've got the 555 in tow as well. After their eventful day, they have reappeared inside the top 10 in 7th. Currently, they've been sort of hovering around 7th for quite some time, sometimes being as high as the podium positions. Warning to car 996 for ignoring blue flags on lap 253.
That is naughty, naughty. Oh, it's a bit of a calamity in the background there. Almost some contact. Statsenko, isn't it? Who's in the car for Statsenko? It's Pavlovsky, Kamil Pavlovsky now in the car, and that was nearly not ideal. That was nearly a crash, actually. Luckily, everyone gets through there nicely, and we move on.
You know, we look, Luke, at the incidents that happen on the racetrack, and we obviously have a record of different things that happen. I often have wondered how many little incidents like that don't happen that we miss every single race, because they don't actually manifest into an accident, but they happen. We catch them sometimes like you just did there, but how many times do those little foibles happen that never get noticed?
Well, I can tell you from my experience, I did a 24-hour race last weekend, and I think every incident in the server happened to me, so it happens a lot.
You're a popular guy.
Oh, it was zero fun. Yeah, but no, there's so many near misses in these races, because obviously 2 people, sometimes 3, are making split-second decisions, and it only takes one of you to make a wrong decision, and ultimately it's like a house of cards, right? You pull one card out, the rest of them are going to fall down. So that's indeed what will happen. I'm very surprised how clean the start of this race was, to be completely honest. Normally at Bathurst, it is, you know, as soon as one person goes round over the mountain with cold tyres or something, anyone that's behind them, they're kind of stuck. I had a race a couple of years ago where P11 spun around in a 55-car race, and everybody lost at least 30 seconds because they refused to tow back to the pits. They refused to. They tried to turn around, and it was just cars just nudging each other. So yeah, it's it's quite remarkable how clean this has been. I'm actually quite proud of all these drivers. It's been a very, very good race.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of contact, a lot of fender contact, but a lot of it inconsequential to the plot of the race, and that's the best thing, because when that happens, in my opinion, it keeps the race closer together. You have more battles, and also too, there was a healthy smattering of cars that got sent out of position, which is unfortunate for them, but as a broadcaster, it's very exciting for us because we get to see them drive through the field, and that's a rare treat indeed. We've got treated to both of those today.
Yeah, 100% again. Whitehead, who ended up down in P10, the McLaren Veloce team have managed to get themselves into the lead of the race from that spot. They've done exceptionally well. They've had to be consistent, but they've had to be quick. They haven't had the chance to really rest on their laurels at all. And now, by the time the pit stop phase happens, I think they're going to have around about a 22-second advantage over Ferrari Esports with just under 3 hours to go. So they've done an exceptional job, but they've also got that Lamborghini. Be aware of P3 right now. David Tunitsa is at the wheel as it stands. They are quick. They seem to be gaining time every single pit stop phase as well. And well, only a few tenths of a second back is Abelarde. So the top 4 are very, very close. They're within 30 seconds of each other. So as much as it looks like it's going to be a McLaren Veloce day, expect anything to happen over the next few hours.
Also, am I going senile in my old age, or has Tunisia gained 4.5 seconds on Sherritt in the past 5 or so laps? I don't know if that's actually happened, or maybe I'm, it's a little warm up here, right, in the booth, but I could have sworn that was a 20-second gap, and it's down to 15.5 right now. Either way, Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team with David Tunisia behind the wheel. Looks like they're flying, and again, still a threat to win this race here in the final act.
Yeah, they have put up that time, but it was because of the contact with Dominic Blyer. And then they gave back the position. So the time was gained a lot earlier in this race. So what's happening here then? Hold on, Lars Kisser?
One car nearly off the track.
Must be coming into the pits. 100%, yeah. So that was a case of they didn't want anyone to be right behind them as they come into the pits and potentially have some sort of incident, or have a car on their left-hand side making an overtake, because then they can't come into the pits because they're blocked. So that was pretty clever from Kisser. He then used the indicator, it was a bit too late. But ultimately, they're in the pits nice and safe, maybe lost about a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds.
A little closer than that team would have liked that to be, but all's well that ends well, I should probably say. Isa out in front of the silver field in the number 3 Ferrari. No problems there. Has a decent sized gap, but I will say for the end of this race, do not look past Lucasen in the 71. Potential battle in the late stages of this race. Probably not, though. 40 seconds, I've just noticed the gap there. All is going well for Isa, as I was saying, with no competition whatsoever.
Certainly is. Well, we're heading now to the last minute of our stint here for me and Jesse Lee. And as it stands then, it is indeed about the replay. Here's some highlights here. So, of course, we had Luke Whitehead, who did take pole position. It was a 59, the only driver under that 2-minute mark. But it wasn't all rainbows and roses, was it? Up towards turn number 2 they came, and there was a mistake up here. I don't know whether it's contact at all. It's very difficult to see. But as we come up towards turn number 2, you'll see that they end up down into P10. So they're battling with Unicorns of Love. And yeah, just got doored there into the wall. But they made a nice comeback. As we know, they are currently in P1. So it was brilliant in the qualifying. And then for McLaren Veloce, it was not so brilliant very, very quickly indeed. The battles were happening in the early hours of the morning here, as we see the BS competition car getting involved there with an Audi, as we now then see Luke Whitehead gaining a couple of spots because of that, taking full advantage. And now we head over the mountain, and you can see here, this is with the first incident with the Williams Esports car. They just couldn't avoid it. Then they lost so much more time. They were battling for the lead of the race, then they lost it. Then we see here down the back straight, potential move being made, but ultimately it was nearly configured. And as then we come through here, the G2 Esports car just overextends, just about gets the job done, and ultimately one of the best moves we've seen throughout the day. Another opportunity to see some door action up towards turn number 2. So we see the number 55 heading into the wall then. We see the TX3 car in terms of the Lamborghini just holding the middle of the road, defending, leaving then the outside open through the chase in towards that final chicane. And yeah, the TX3 car loses a position, but if I'm defending anywhere around here along the Conrad Straight, it's bang in the middle. So that's exactly how I do it. Rocket car coming through at rocket ship speed, side-by-side action through the chicane, and then there was that, which was, yes, not the most ideal of contacts you'll ever likely to see. And then we see some nice 3-wide action here as Igor Rodriguez was trying to basically unlap himself and get ahead of a couple of cars. Then made a mistake. It was Jack Alexander that got it all wrong in the Ferrari, and ultimately 3 cars coming together was not ideal. More action here as we see the Aston Martin there. It looked like it was a brake check, but it wasn't. It was more to do with the connection, and ultimately everybody was okay up until this move being made by the Yaz Heat cars. A brilliant bit of driving, ever so opportunistic there from Jaroslav Honzik. And then we go on board with the leader. At the time, it was Andrea Capoccia at the wheel for the Ferrari Esports car. They were in absolute control of the race, but that would give them 25 seconds of damage. This is now the battle between the West competition cars for the lead of the silver class, and well, the Ferrari gets ahead then of the BMW. And well, we thought they weren't going to fight with each other, but they absolutely did. And then we see more upon more cars make a mistake, as the temperature did indeed increase here at Bathurst. Up to 47 degrees was the biggest. Mike Noble making a mistake there, hopping like a kangaroo, very appropriate here in Bathurst on the exit of Hell Corner. You can see the suspension going, and then yet another car succumbing to Skyline. It was the West competition car who were currently in P2 at that point. And ultimately, that would end their charge realistically towards the front. Now a 45-second gap at the lead of this race. More action down towards the final corner. See Porsche versus Ferrari, an age-old battle. Well, a little bit of contact there, running onto the grass. For me, not the biggest fan of that, but then this was the biggest moment for the silver class. It's West competition, and we had Pertile at the wheel of the Aston Martin, just gets doored into the wall, but it just goes from bad to worse. So he's trying to get himself back to the pits over the top of the mountain, and ultimately took a couple of cars with him. And then there's this battle as well. We've got Ren Velton involved. It's just absolute carnage between the Aston Martins. You've got FFS behind them as well. This time it worked out well. The next time they go through that, not so well. But ultimately, they all come through unscathed this time around. You've got Ferrari in the background who just didn't get involved, was waiting for an opportunity, but ultimately just kind of stuck behind until it came undone the next lap down. FFS have been involved in lots of good things today and a couple of bad things. Almost a bit of contact then as they come through turn number 1. And then we come up the hill, but then this is where it really did come undone. Mike Noble just overextends ever so slightly on the exit of the chicane. You think it's going to be brilliant. Comes back on track, not really in control of the car, and the slightest of touches to the Ren Velton number 72. And ultimately, they're both facing in the wrong direction. Another Ren Velton car then, this time a Ferrari chasing down the West competition, the West Side Coast competition car as they run down into that final chicane. And it's this time around the outside, but it works out perfectly. But ultimately, the number 1 car had a bit of damage, so it wasn't realistically worthwhile holding on. And then we see this contact with the number 555. That was between what would be now the second position car, Jordan Scherer, tried to basically get ahead of the Williams, knowing they had to pit and having contact, which then gave them a 10-second penalty. It is worth noting the Ferrari Esports team did give the position back and lost about 6 seconds, but ultimately it's going to now put them 22 seconds in the deficit to the leaders, which will be McLaren Veloce. Right, there's the replay, there's the highlights. Jesse Lee, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you, my friend. Hopefully you've enjoyed that. And well, we're going to hand over now to Lewis McGlade and Ewan O'Leary.
Cheers, Luke. And yes, indeed, 2 hours, 40 minutes left to go. We've got a thrilling run into the checkered flag, I have no doubt. It has been a long day for a lot of the drivers so far, just 2.5 more hours of racing left to go up and over the mountain. There was one point I want to bring up, Ewan. I did note that Jesse Lee did point out towards the latter moments of that stint, it's about the gap, some of the gaps towards the top. I do think some of them are kind of coming down. I do think the Whitehead-Sherritt gap might be coming down. I know Sherritt was being closed in a little bit by Tunitsa as well, but I do think the gap for the race lead to come down as well. Yes, I know it doesn't matter too much, but there being a 10-second time penalty for Jordan Sherritt, courtesy of that final replay that we saw in those highlights, contact between themselves and the 555. But basically, there are still some things left to fight for in this race, especially considering it is the mountain after all. Mistakes are just over the horizon.
They are indeed. Good afternoon, everyone, by the way. Yeah, I do agree with you that, well, everyone, that this gap between the top 2 has been coming down in this stint especially. I did notice it a little bit actually in the previous stint to this one as well, when Chris Hartwell was at the wheel of that Ferrari. I thought he was bringing the gap down, just tipping away a little bit, but I do think that with such tight margins and so little to choose between these cars, and now so little time remaining actually, that 10-second penalty might well kill them in terms of trying to win this race. That's going to make their life a whole lot more difficult.
Are some close battles as well on the grid, because I can see that the 888 and the 63 for 3rd position is pretty tight. Now, do remember as well that realistically, after Jordan Sherritt takes that penalty, which will be in around about 15 to 20 minutes time, that's when they're due to be into the pit lane, is the number 51. When they do come in, they're only going to be 6 or so seconds clear of Tunitsa, and so they could well be a 3-way fight for that runner-up position at the moment. We'll have to wait and see if the 888 or the 63 who's going to come out on top in that little fight, as well as fights for 8th position. Bastian Richter, Lena Tocchi. I don't suspect that one will be particularly too hard, bearing in mind they are teammates, of course, within the Mercedes-AMG Unicorns of Love and Haupt Racing team sort of contingent, so I don't suspect too much fighting between them. I think it's the number 4 that is the Haupt Racing variant of the pair of those. So a little bit of a tight tussle between the pair of them, as well as the fight that we've got on our screen at the moment. Valentin Barriere closing in on Kamil Pawlowski. A switch here, though, Ewan, doesn't necessarily matter too much for Pawlowski, for Barriere either. Barriere wants to get through because Issa's not too far down the road realistically, and that is for the silver win. That's a big deal.
That is a big deal. Yeah, the gap at the moment, well, you say that, I've got it close to a minute as far as my timing screen goes, so
it could well be. I might have misread the timing, to be fair. I'm an idiot.
I could have misread it as well. So let's see. But it is important nevertheless for these two to sort of not get in each other's way almost. I mean, I don't expect to see Pavlovsky diving out the way at any point soon here. But if Barrier puts up a little bit of pressure, there certainly won't be much resistance from that Audi up in front, and that's the way it should be really between these two, given they're in different classes. But I've got to say, I've really enjoyed the silver class race so far today. It's been very entertaining. Not that the pro class hasn't been, but it's been a close fight as well, which you don't always get from a subcategory.
No, certainly not. To give you also a little bit of context on some of this, so Abeladze's coming into the pit lane. Tunitsa will be in the pit lane in around about the 15-20 minute mark, same as with Sherritt and Whitehead, all slightly on different laps, but Abeladze is on course to fight David Tunitsa. You say Valentin Barrier versus Issa, obviously there is that big gap. Valentin Barrier, I do believe... Oh, no, they haven't pitted. Never mind. I was going to say I do believe they have pitted. That is incorrect. They have not. Issa does just have that kind of lead, courtesy of some of the dramas that we've seen earlier on, some of the penalties as well that has been dished out. There is David Tunitsa again, the Automobili... Oh, nice. Well, the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team were the victors here 12 months ago. They didn't go on to win the championship, but they started out with strong form. We've spoken a lot about the recovery drive of Luke Whitehead, or rather the McLaren Veloce. Give a shout out to the recovery drive from this car. Bearing in mind it qualified in 21st position, and then rather than working its way forwards in the early stages, actually dropped backwards in the early stages to around about 25th, and has worked its way up to being a prominent piece towards the top end and fighting for the podium. They've had great pace today.
Yeah, they really have. We've got a lot of we've sent a lot of data about pace and so on in the over the course of the race, and it is a little bit on pace in terms of that 63 Lamborghini and how they've been doing over the course of the race, but also how efficient they've been in the pit lane. Of those top pro cars, they've been comfortably the quickest in pit lane. I guess is the right phrase to use. 10 seconds quicker than the next quickest car, and some of those around it, like the 25 Audi we were just looking at there of Pavlovsky down in 10th place, they spent a minute and a half longer down on pit lane, and you know the gaps aren't that big between them on the road right now. So you know these are significant moments that are happening down on pit lane. They've been very efficient. I'm not sure how they've managed that. I couldn't go that deep into it, but certainly that has got to be a factor in their climb through the field.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, Valentin Barrier has come into the pit lane. You did miss it on the screen, but we did just see the pop-up there from the number 28 that's received a penalty. I think 2 penalties, actually, even. One of them being a post-race penalty for exceeding BWP?
Yes.
Whatever that means.
I've forgotten the exact acronym.
Behavioural warning points.
It was something to do with behaviour.
I think they've been naughty consistently through the race. That's what that tells me.
there's a lot of that actually. There's been a lot of discussion about that behind the scenes as well, about all of that kind of thing. Yeah, it's time spent on the naughty step, really, isn't it? I guess, and has been quite a lot of it so far for some teams, especially some more than others. I think more than 50% of the field have actually picked up those points, and a little bit disappointing as well.
Yeah, again, taking a look behind the scenes, by the way, about the BWP and basically how the points work and stuff. I'm assuming you get like various amounts of various instances and stuff you've been a part of. When you pass 10 behavioural warning points, obviously you get a slightly different one dependent on severity of incident. If you pass 10 and above, you get a 30 seconds post-race time penalty, which number 28 does have. That one's already been set. Not a great way to start the season, of course. If you pass 15, that's a DQ. So essentially, when you get the 30 seconds post-race time penalty, that is as near as makes no difference, like the very serious final warning. You know, basically it's not one more penalty, but you know, a couple more little slaps on the wrist and you're out for the day. You walk away with nothing. Which, if there is a race that you want to walk away with nothing, this probably isn't quite high on the list. You spent obviously you spent weeks and weeks practicing for it. But 12 hours, you've effectively spent most of the day racing in it. You know, you've missed various sporting events in the world. You know, you've missed the open wheel racing, you've missed the qualifying for the Indy 500, you've missed the golf, you've missed Arsenal and Nottingham Forest. Obviously, you didn't miss that. That's fine. You know, you've missed all this stuff throughout the day, and then if you get DQ'd from it, it's like, well, we've done all that work for literally nothing. Brilliant.
Exactly, yeah, and yeah, I guess the same goes for any kind of race, doesn't it? But this one especially, it is a significant investment of time, isn't it? 12 hours, and you want to get something out of it when you've come this far. We always speak about this when we get towards the end of 24-hour races, that there becomes a point where you do want to get to the end, no matter where you finish, but especially in real life events. But even 12 hours, yeah, it's a significant amount of time to invest into one of these races, and so it would be a big disappointment to get disqualified. However, you could argue on the other hand that it's you get plenty of warning with those 15. 15.
Absolutely.
It seems like significant amount of warning to me. That really drivers of this caliber shouldn't be reaching that amount of points. But
yeah. Well, I remember doing a touring car championship, obviously quite a few years ago now. you know how frequently I drive these days. But I remember doing a touring car championship not too long ago, like 2019, I think was the last season of it. And in that last season, it was it was an 8-round championship. I want to say there was 8 rounds that season with 3 races around, and the license points that you get effectively in the style of this championship, you would get 1 license point per instant, depending on severity. If it's something really, really serious, you might get 2. But if you have a license for the season, which for this you had 10 license points throughout the season, which I said was too many, because if you're accruing a penalty every single round we're going racing, you're being in the bad books too often. And a lot of drivers came back to it saying like, no, that's unfair. That's unreal. Are you joking? You should, if you're getting an instance that often, this is probably not the right hobby.
yeah, that is it. Every round, every week. If it's
every week you're getting a penalty. You're clearly not learning at that point.
No, right, no, exactly. Yeah. And I think the point is as well that it kind of almost desensitizes you to finding yourself on the stewards report. It should be quite a not a shocking thing, because it's not out of this world, but it should make you at least look at it and think, all right, I need to think about this, or have a look into this, or whatever it is. But no, one a week is wild, really.
Yeah.
And it's probably too many. I would agree with you, but there we are. This is of course a very different proposition with 5 rounds quite spread out across, and of course there is plenty more time within each round here than in a touring car championship.
If it makes you feel better, over the 7 years I did that championship, I think I only accrued like 2 penalties. That's not true, it was about 7. But still, I was mostly a good boy. But that's why I wasn't quick. Battles on the grid there, of course, we've got this one. This is the one between Bastian Rita and Elena Toki. I don't suspect much will happen here. Again, these are sister teams at the end of the day. It is quite a striking pink on that Helps Racing team car, isn't it? But there is also another fight. I think Niels Nyox isn't particularly long out of the pit lane, and he's not a million miles behind Isaac Price, who he himself is actually fresh out of the pit lane. So that battle for 10th on the road and 9th in class is actually a genuine full-on battle for position between G2 Esports and BMW M Team at BS Competition, who of course do remember Niels Nyox. I know we're approaching the point where it might be year and a bit ago. What was the last team he raced for in sim racing before BMW M Team BS Competition? It was G2 Esports. Might be a little bit personal there for Nyox to try and make a move.
It's I think, as Luke Crane said earlier on, by the way, that it's especially odd to see G2 Esports not in a BMW, by the way. There's their Aston Martin, Nyox chasing down his old team, which you don't see often in sim racing, or not so commonly, I would say, but there we are. They are both fresh out the pit. I think this is actually Isaac Price's out lap he's just completing now, or his first flying lap. It's certainly one of the two for him, so very fresh into the car, fresh tyres you'd imagine, full tank of fuel, and hopefully we'll be able to enjoy this battle for quite some time, but we don't know how it's quite going to pan out yet. Nyox was quite a long way behind over the top of the mountain, but you'd imagine with a little bit warmer tyres he's up to speed a little bit more. He's closed in a little bit as well, and so we'll hound Price all the way up and over the mountain this time as well.
Yeah, and also do remember, again, as we've said before time and time again, when it comes to these kind of races, these two are fresh in the car. They've not been in the car for a while. Obviously, they have done their fair few stints earlier on in the day, but it was Arthur Camera in on the previous stint, and then before that it was Niels Nyox in the BMW M Team BS Competition car. In G2, the last driver was Robbie Stapleford, then Eamon Murphy, and then Stapleford again, and then Murphy again. and then Isaac Price. So Isaac Price hasn't actually been in the car for around about 4 hours. Let's take a look at this. Wacko's flip table in a very precarious and awkward position.
Oh dear, this is horrible to be a driver in this situation, isn't it? Oh dearie me. Trying to edge backwards onto the racing line here and still can't quite get going.
I mean, I will say, I respected them for not just slapping it into reverse, sitting it right out in the middle of the road. They were literally just reversing and going forward, reversing and going forward in just that tiny little gap they had. So respect to them for that one as we head back to this fight.
Yeah, Price really under pressure here. Nayak clearly up to speed a little bit more, and maybe a little bit warmer in the car. Got very close to clipping the grass and going sailing off at the chase there, but got down the inside, had no speed on the exit there, absolutely none, and Isaac Price was able to go right round the outside and hold on.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I say, it's kind of one of those things in endurance racing where you start dipping your toe in the water, you're saying like, right, how are we going to do this fight? So you try a couple of ones like that. If they work, great. If they don't, you're learning. And so you're kind of like learning how hard do I actually need to fight. Because you don't want to go out and put 110% risk onto the table straight away to try and get past Isaac Price. There's no point. There's no benefit in doing so. And you might well take a little trip down towards the steward's room if you push it a little too far. Niels Nayak's into the slipstream, heading on mountain straight up towards Griffin's Bend, looking backwards on the right-hand side of your screen towards that BMW MTBS competition car that still remains in 11th position. Isaac Price just able to hang on. This is kind of one of those scenarios, you know, Bathurst-wise, once you've got to Griffin's Bend, effectively you kind of ignore it. Ignore a car behind you. It's completely pointless to focus on it. You just tunnel vision, get yourself over the mountain as fast as you can, and then when you're on the Conrod straight, that's when you look in your mirror and think, right, where is that car?
I know these guys are professionals, and so they probably will be doing that, but it's easier said than done, certainly. We're dumbing it down into very simple terms there, but I can guarantee if I was driving that car with Niels Knights right behind me, I would be looking. Even if you know you can't be passed, or in theory you can't, you've still got that worry, the BMW just looming in your mirrors, and it's a little bit off-putting. As I said, I'm sure that Isaac Price is professional enough to just ignore that, and he looks like he has done over the top of the mountain here, but he will once again have to start looking in his mirrors as they make their way down Conrod straight towards the chase. I think Nayak is significantly further back this time though.
Sorry, we might well see a Ewan O'Leary in an esports race of some description coming in a race near you. We'll have to wait and see. We'll take a look at a replay though, as Nayak fills the mirrors once again of Isaac Price. No move happening just yet. Let's check out this replay. What happened to the Wacko's flip table car? Just losing the rear end over the bumps. It's so easy to do. We've seen a lot of mistakes. Oh, that was your Lacey Esports Academy making their way through Pulse as well right at the moment, and they bashed the barrier. Oh dear. So it wasn't so pretty at the start. This was about where we joined it, them just trying to stay out of the way. I think that might have been the 555 Williams Esports car as well, making its way through in the middle of that pack. But yeah, that was. I feel bad for Wacko's flip table in there, because it's kind of like, once you start spinning, you're trying to do the most predictable thing, but you're also trying to get out of the way, and sometimes you panic.
It's the kind of thing that makes you want to flip a table, isn't it? I guess.
It's a great team name.
It's fantastic. I really like it, and the livery's not bad as well. But it's just a shame they've had not a race to match, let's say, because it's been difficult for them. But yeah, as you said at the time, fair play to them for staying out the way at a point where they really could have gotten in everyone's way, actually, and caused an absolute roadblock for everybody. So fair play to them for that one. But Isaac Price is going to feel like he's got a roadblock in front of him right now. That lap traffic going to start to just irritate him a little bit, I feel. And even though it's not slowing him down any much, it's certainly in his mind now.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, especially when you get a little bit of traffic up ahead of you, this is where you can't help but take your eyes off the mirrors coming down the mountain, because you can really feel that pressure. I mean, look at how close Niels Nyox is to the rear end. You think you'd be watching some touring car racing with how tight these two are. This could be the best opportunity for the German to make his way past as Jordan Sherritt comes into the pit lane, not only to serve his penalty, but also to serve a pit stop, get some more fuel and tyres, and potentially switch drivers as well for the number 51. They're going to navigate their way past the back marker. That is the second McLaren in this race. Of course, we do have two, one in the form of our race leaders in the 912, the other one being in the Drivers Boys Racing team car, which is one of those runners in the silver category. Niels Narek still not able to work his way through. The Aston Martin seems plenty potent enough in a straight line to keep that BMW at bay for now.
Yeah, it was. Well, I agreed with you actually. I thought it was a good opportunity for Nikes there, but clearly not quite anyway. So Price will stay in front for another lap, and this could be the story of their stint. They might well trail one another for quite some time here. We'll wait and see whether that is the case, but for now it has been. It has been just following one another as Jordan Sherritt makes his way out the pit lane, or at least that Ferrari does, having made their pit stop. They should be 10 seconds closer to the battle for second, and Veloce will have 10 seconds more breathing space at the front of the race.
Yes, also, again, we've got to focus on some of those that did make pit stops. Again, the 888, remember, it made a pit stop earlier than Jordan Sherritt. Kind of keep an eye on, like say, how close the battle between Sherritt, how close, or Hartveld now, between Cherry-Pennon and, of course, when David Tanitsa comes into the pit lane, all those kind of things, like how close are these gaps going to be. The only person I think that's particularly safe in this top lot is our race leader, Luke Whitehead. Tanitsa will be in on this time. I think Whitehead might be as well, but he might actually go one lap longer if he's feeling like he wants to risk it for a chocolate biscuit. But I would suspect they're both going to be in pretty soon. Tanitsa definitely this lap. But I mean, yeah, the McLaren Veloce, I mean, they're the champions after. Oh, yes, I know there's a bit of driver changing within who's representing Veloce in this season, but they're continuing as they ended last year.
Yeah, I believe so. And I believe, by the way, that it was the Lamborghini team, wasn't it? Lamborghini Esports who won this race?
Who won this race? The Automobili Lamborghini.
Yes, I thought so. I was about to get them mixed up because I was going to say the opposite. Niels Narek's down the inside then on Isaac Price, and it looks all right in the end, although he's been in this position before. Price is very strong on the outside line, isn't he, in that Aston Martin? Normally, that is a surefire way to lose the place, but he's really strong around there. Niels Narek just can't get the exit he needs.
How brave do you have to be, though, to basically almost give the car you're racing effectively the inside line for that part in the chase? You have to be so brave. You have to have so much confidence, so much knowledge that you are absolutely going to hold on to that position. And I mean, clearly, like I say, we've seen it a couple of times. We've seen basically a copy and paste on the second attempt. That Isaac Price around the outside just has the grip, has the speed, has the knowledge, has the control to keep that car ahead of the BMW M Team BS competition that's been hounding them for a while. Are they closing in? No. I was going to wonder if they were closing in on the number 3 car that's directly ahead, the race leader, of course, in the silver category. The answer to that question is actually no. It's still kind of hovering about, if not going out further. The last lap, yes, of course, because they were battling a little bit, but it did actually go out by a second in the battle between 9th and 10th in the overall.
Nearly 7 seconds now, or at least it was at the line. Obviously, it doesn't matter too much for overall places, but for class places, but does for overall. The 25 Audi not too far in front of that either. And I've got to say that Niels Narek's body language down at Mountain Straight there was quite interesting actually towards turn 2 there. Seemed to be gesturing as to say, why are we actually doing this right now? Why are we fighting with more than 2 hours to go? I don't know if that's exactly what he was saying, but that's what his body language looked like. I'm not an expert, but I don't know. I don't feel like he's very pleased with the whole situation at the moment.
No, I think it's because, to be honest, it might be because the G2 Esports car is actually faster in a straight line compared to the G2, compared to the BMW M10 BS competition car. So Isaac Price has that kind of like speed in a straight to keep Niels Narek's at bay. And Niels will be thinking over the top of the mountain, we are losing so much time because I can't make the most of my car, right? He's feeling confident at the moment to absolutely lob it over the top of the mountain. But when the car ahead of you, is 2-3 tenths off a lap, you just lose all that time. Just it's gone out the window, and you won't see it again. By the way, battle third, I think, is actually very close. When I did check it out just a second ago, Hartveld versus Cherry-Pennon. I think that is going to be an extremely tight battle at the moment between the 63 and the 888. Obviously, all fairly recently out of the pit lane. The 888 earlier than others.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Luca Losio has got now in the Lamborghini, so David Tanitsa, is out of that car. Losio in, and I think you're correct. Cherry-Pennon was very close, and if not alongside at some point, in terms of trying to get up into third place. But that means the second, third and fourth cars at the moment could covered by around 5 to 8 seconds, somewhere in that region at the moment, which is encouraging at this end of the race, and encouraging for Veloce once again, I'll repeat, because if they start battling for second place, then they can push home that near half-minute advantage even further.
Well, into the mountain this grouping will go. Latau versus Offerman in the battle for 22nd overall. Once again, Lozio is still able to keep Sherry Pennant at bay. I think the gap might have gone out of touch. It's very hard to tell on the live. And once again, it is pretty close up there for third. Out wide goes the Audi. And this battle not switching over just yet. Xenon Racing trying to work their way past the Audi R8 that sits ahead of them, incredibly tight, heading up towards McPhillamy Park as they go through Solomon Park and down towards McPhillamy, down towards Skyline, out wide a corner that's bitten quite a few cars today. You've got one of the Pulse cars as well closing in. Jan Willem van Omen behind us. It's not Pulse, it's of course FFS Racing. One of the drivers and teams that did very well last year, if I remember correctly. Didn't they win the championship last year?
Don't ask me. I can't remember.
I will. They did. The FFS Racing car did indeed win the championship last year. There we go.
Yeah.
The more you know.
They are a strong team, though. It's not a surprise for the silver category. Maybe a little bit surprising to see them so far down this in this race, actually. But there we are. It's been fairly dominant so far from the number 3 team of West Competition Racing. They did have their teammates in a 1-2 formation actually for quite some time, but that's fallen away and just melted away briefly, or for the moment anyway. Sebastian Apostel now at the wheel there in 5th place, what I can make out, in the silver category. But battle for 3rd place very much on here between Lozio and Sherapenen.
You can indeed, Cameron. I'm really proud of you. Of all of the things that you've learnt over this time is counting. Is indeed running in 5th place in category. Well done. Anyway, before I tear you a new one, sorry mate. Oh dear, yeah, we'll keep our eyes focused on this battle for 3rd. Of course, they will have closed down 10 seconds on Chris Hartveld, and you can see that their gap is certainly closer than it has been before. We've seen it in the sort of like 10-15 second region. It's now 4.7 as they head up the mountain this time. But I got a bit of traffic ahead of Luca Lozio as well. A couple of bits between Lozio and Hartveld, which is going to slow them down to no end. But this will be applying the pressure for 3rd. You've got the 888 not too far off the rear end, and we do know there's quite a few fans for them in the chat. This is going to be a very sketchy moment for Lozio with a lot of traffic ahead as they head down the mountain. Could this be where the position is switched? They've fought so hard on the recovery drive to return up towards the podium positions after starting this race from 21st with 2 hours and 15 minutes left to go. I know this is not make or break, but this could be a big swing for the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team.
Could be very important indeed, and maybe the Bentley that hindered it over the course of the mountain is going to help it on Conrod Straight here, just with that little bit of, oh dear, slipstream and straight line speed. I'm not sure that driver of the lap car realised there were 2 cars in tow there, because Sherapenen very nearly got the door slammed in his face there, but fortunately didn't. The 2 of them will get through as one, and Lozio will continue in 3rd place for the moment. Some seconds now behind Hartveld as things stand, but at least they've held on to this podium place over the course of another lap. Ferrari nowhere near as quick as the Lamborghini towards the chase that time.
I wonder if there's like a little extra like fire for the likes of Luca Lozio, for the likes of David Tinitz, who of course both have represented Ferrari, be it in SRO or elsewhere in sim racing. There is a lot of there is that need when you've got like a team that you've been a part of or been close with at least. There is that extra need to dig deep to try and beat them, and so for these two, well, at least for Lozio, there will be even more hunger. For Sherapenen, obviously, you want to be the lead type of your car as well. You want to be the lead of the mark. That way, you can be like, well, we made the most of the brand that we had, of the badge that we've got, of the car that we're driving, especially with it being, you know, the new Ferrari. I think it looks quite good, by the way. Obviously, let's not talk about the Sherapenen because it's just, well, it's black, isn't it? I still think the best livery in that Ferrari at the moment is the Jean Lacey Esports one. I think that just looks really nice on that Ferrari.
There's certainly a lot of them in this series, there's no doubt about that part, and no surprise to see SMP Racing driving it either. I agree though that the Ferrari does look particularly nice, the new version that's only began racing this year and is in ACC just as quickly as well, which is fantastic to see. But that does mean, as with happens quite a lot with new cars, a lot of teams have picked it, as it turns out. I know S&P Racing Esports may be obliged to pick it anyway, and Ferrari Esports certainly are. But
Maybe.
in silver, it's been taken up by quite a lot of people, which is unsurprising really, given it's a new car.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things with new cars when they are brand new to the platform. People tend to drive them a lot more in practice, right? Because they're kind of, oh, it's a new car, let's drive that for a little bit. So they get used to it more, and so they get faster in it, and so it is the car they want to use. Whether it is the fastest or not, it's more that they get used to it. And I am wisely informed the Ferraris is actually pretty decent when it comes to its race pace, at least. I mean, it is holding all 3 positions on the podium in the silver category, and it's not a million miles away from holding 2 of the 3 podium positions in the pro category. Not that that means that it is the best car on the grid. Obviously, percentage-wise, it is the highest subscribed vehicle on the grid, so kind of, Ferrari wins Ferrari Cup in a certain way, but yeah, it is showing quite nicely at the start of the season. I will say though, this is not me trying to be too harsh, but it's just saying that sometimes this is just how it goes. But do remember back to last season, the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports car, which started out the season looking real strong on the mountain, they really struggled pretty much every round after that, except Kyalami. Where they had a decent result. I think they might have finished second at Kyalami, but sure, that's all well and good. But for the other rounds, that car was not ideal. Which not ideal on a grid this strong. It was really not ideal.
Well, not ideal means no result really.
Exactly,
and certainly not winning. Certainly not on the podium. Probably not inside the top 5 or 10 either. It's very, very tricky indeed. And you do have to think about that when you're selecting a car for the season. I think it is often easy, especially in a season with so few races and such big races as these. You either kind of gravitate towards the first race at the Bathurst 12 hour. You think, oh, we need a good start, so we need a car that's good around Bathurst. Or you kind of gravitate towards Spa maybe. Think we need to be good over the 24-hour race, because if you've got a bad car over 24 hours, you're going to lose more than you would over an 8-hour, for example, or whatever the thinking is behind that. So I think, it's easy to kind of gravitate towards a car because of those 2 reasons. However, you've got to think about this as a whole season job. And I'm not saying the Lamborghini team haven't done that, because I wouldn't imagine they have much say in changing their car anyway. But it's something that the other teams certainly have to think about over the course of the season, and putting as much work in for the other rounds as you do for round 1, which doesn't always happen.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of looks there in the background from from I think it might have been Bastian Offerman in that Xenon racing car, trying to get past the 114, trying to get past Darren King, of course, Jean Lacey Esports team. This is their Lamborghini. They do have a couple on this grid, including a Ferrari, which is in the silver category. That is not trying to paint them in a bad light. I mean, they kind of don't themselves, because they're the ones that have that 30 seconds post-race time penalty, courtesy of breaching those nice boy points. They've breached those, and so they're going to get a whopping penalty post-race. But we at least get to focus on one that's in a decent-ish position. I know Darren King will want to be a bit higher up than this, but alas, it is the position they find themselves in, just ticking off laps consistently. I mean, realistically, in class, they are 12th in class, which, is not great. It's not awful. I mean, it's points, exactly.
So, to be honest, in a first round like this, especially if you've not had things go all your own way, I don't think you can complain about any level of points, really, as Neil Nikes almost puts on a replay for us of what he's done previously with Isaac Price here. I think Price has been very clever, though, and it's easy to say that Nikes is struggling to get through, but I think it wouldn't be inaccurate to say, that Price has done well in defending here, because what he does through the chase, and as you mentioned earlier, it is brave of him to continue to go on the outside. He just pinches Nikes in just enough and allows the BMW one car width, but almost nothing else than that, and so Nikes can't actually fade out any more than he already is until Price does, by which point Price is already on the gas, he's already opened out the steering a bit, he's already got the good exit, and then Neox has to react to that and then do the same on the exit, and Price is going to win that battle every time when he's in control of the situation like that. So it's been really good defensive driving so far. It's just a shame for him he's got about half an hour left of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends what his teammates can do when they're behind the wheel. It depends on how long this battle between the BMW and Team BS competition goes on, because, I mean, it might be 2 hours and 8 minutes at this race. Looking at the fight for second in the silver category, 12th overall, we've got Bent, who's just hanging on from Jaroslav Honzig at the moment. Of course, the trio of Ferraris that lead the way in the silver category. The next car that's closing up on them is obviously not for position. That will be the Unicorns of Love Mercedes. That is it actually the one behind him? Yeah, it is the one behind him, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks like Bastian Richter to me.
Yeah, so obviously a full lap ahead, despite actually not being too many positions down there. That was why it caught me out. Just a touch. But then when you think there's 40 seconds between Bent and the rear end of Niels Niox's car, Jaroslav Honzig will be pretty feisty. I think he'll want to get past the Rembelt and Esports car. Not sure he'll want to do it over the top of the mountain though. I mean, especially not through McPhillamy, because this is a corner which has bitten a lot of drivers today. McPhillamy and Skyline, both of them have had their fair share.
And it's not exactly a surprise to see that. Oh dear, either, as Isaac Price has gone, Niox has gone off along with Sherpinen, Hartveld in the 51, I'm pretty sure that is.
Yeah, it is.
Speaking of lots of laps between cars, that's another example of it. 2nd to 10th is on your screen right now, but there's a lap between them at the moment. Chris Hartveld, I think, has gone down the inside of Niox, who maybe wasn't expecting it, and they've both ended up off at the chase. We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, definitely need to see a replay of that bad boy. I don't know what the lights say. I mean, it's easy to do. I will say, this is not me trying to toot my own horn or anything, but I was battling for a championship around Bathurst once, and I nearly lost it all by misjudging going through back markers, by just wanting to get through them, and I committed a little too hard, shall we say, and I might have bashed off of a barrier going into the final corner. But hey, it is what it is. Sometimes you got to do it for the banter. But no, for real, you've kind of just got to be a little careful in that, and especially when you're in a decent position in the race. 2nd place, if you're looking to go for the championship, starting off the season somewhere inside the top 5 is critical. You have to be consistent. Confirmation of a penalty for the number 54 car. That will be a 5-second time penalty, I believe. Obviously, Bastian Offman, who we're looking at here, is the recipient.
Yeah, so this is going to maybe affect the battle just a little bit. By the way, championship finale at Bathurst sounds horrendous.
It was V8 Supercars stuff.
Well, I know, but it doesn't make it any less stressful or tense, does it?
It's all right, don't worry about it, mate. Thanks.
Well, it's all right after the fact, yeah, but but being in it, goodness me.
No, I love myself Bathurst for a champ. I've done a few championship finales at Bathurst. Not actually competing in many of them, but no, I did win. I did win on this one occasion, mostly because I came in with an enormous point margin, and all I had to do was finish 3rd. But
what do you mean all you had to do was finish 3rd? That sounds quite difficult to me, unless there's 4 drivers.
No, I beat Yuri Kasdorp that day. Wow. Smashed him as well. I was about 2nd lap faster than him. Yeah, this is before he was good.
Yeah, well, and he might be good if he hits supercars these days, to be fair.
Oh yeah, he would be. It's Yuri Kasdorp. He's quick in anything.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, it must have been a long time ago. But anyway, yeah.
It was 2016, 2017, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So there we are. But yeah, it's a free car battle here in silver. Offerman maybe affected slightly by that penalty in terms of his thinking, in terms of how much he wants to get himself involved with this now. But we'll see. He doesn't seem to be letting off the gas too much, and neither do these two. By the way, in terms of liveries and the Ferraris, I would probably go for one of these two instead of John Lacey.
No, well, we've not seen the 28 yet. We've not seen the 28 yet. So.
I love the Rembelt liveries anyway.
Really?
Yeah, I like it. Well, yeah, maybe.
There you go. Look at that bad boy. Woo.
It's nice, but yeah, it's no, I'm not saying it's bad, but
it's for me, it's that type of blue, and it's just the material they've used for it. I think looks absolutely excellent. It's very tangible.
Yeah,
You know?
I know what you mean. The colour's quite nice as well, if that's what you mean.
Well, yeah, the colour is, but also it's kind of like it's one of those liveries that when you're looking at it, I can picture it on a real car, right? I can see that being a real race car going around a real racetrack,
Yeah.
right? Whereas there are some liveries on the grid where I'm looking at it being that's an objectively nice livery, but I couldn't see it on a real racetrack. The Ren Velton car is actually kind of in that category. I just couldn't actually see it in. It's very much a sim racer livery.
Yeah, but is that what it's for? Just to have,
No, of course.
Yeah, so you know, I quite like it. So there we are. But
I remember this Bentley that was in British GT a couple of years ago, and I think I've told the story a few times. But I was looking at this Bentley thinking, that's a crazy looking Bentley. I can't remember what one it was, but I can tell you the livery. I can't remember the team. But it was black. It had orange on it. It had red. It had blue. I'm looking at it being like, I really like this livery, but it looks like a sim racing livery. Turns out the livery was done by Nico Barkley, who is a sim racing livery designer. And I was like, now it does make sense.
Oh yeah, exactly. He has made a fair share of liveries in this time. But yeah, to me it doesn't take much away from it, in my opinion, just having a sim racer livery, because that's what we're here for. That's what it's there for. Or partly.
Livery would.
You don't sound like you agree.
No, I'm not convinced at all. No, I mean it's one of those things that's completely subjective. I'm just very curious as to what a Ewan O'Leary livery would look like.
Me designing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a mess is what it is. Probably just paint it one colour to save myself the hassle.
No. I'm not saying that you would actually like make the livery on the car, but like you're the one that's contributing the ideas. You're the
Yeah, God knows. I do not know at all.
What colour would it be?
Oh, I don't know, lime green or something.
Is that just because you've got that? Was it that anti-Porsche that's just as your picture on Discord constantly?
Oh yeah, that is. Yeah, it does get a little bit more ugly every time I see it. To be fair. I'm going off it a little bit because it has been around for about 5 or 6 years. But
oh dear,
it's pretty nice, and it was very nice at the time. I really liked it.
It's a classic livery. No, I think it looks great.
Okay. It certainly looks better than the predominantly yellow with green. Oh dear! Oh no!
Oh no!
Leader in silver just snagging the wall.
Yeah, that was just a little silly for the West Competition racing car. The race leader in silver out wide, just brush us all. I don't think that will be bad at all. I think it's very much a wake-up call. Very much. Yeah, I bet. No, it's just, I mean, it's kind of one of those things. When a car goes off ahead of you, it's very easy to just kind of like follow that car off. You know, it's target fixation at the end of the day, and that's exactly what happened there. Oh, yeah. Into the pit lane is Letao.
So this battle in silver is going to be just interrupted a little bit as Jan Willem van Omen has gotten through on Offerman, who will end up in exactly the same position he was pretty recently. But yeah, that will certainly be a wake-up call for the number 3, and maybe a bit of an incentive to these guys as well. I'm not sure they will have even known that Metropolis would have had that incident actually, but either way, if they did, it's certainly a bit of motivation as we get a really nice full view of Jaroslav Honzik's setup as he tries to set up the move for second place.
Yeah, of course. I've said before, I really like this because obviously he's streaming at the moment, so he'll have his normal webcam on, which is looking basically 45 degrees towards him. We get the rear view, we get the sneaky little view. So, you know, if you're a Jaroslav Honzik fan, you know, let some others know. Be like, oh, if you want to see the other side of it, then there you go, you can. Obviously, you know, shout out to I don't know how old he is. I can't remember how old he turned yesterday, but certainly was his birthday. Now he's trying to use some of that age and experience to make his way past Leon Baird and try and work his way up to second in class. A very, very solid drive at the moment.
It almost feels like we've snuck into Jaroslav Honzik's room, doesn't it, really? And we're just watching as if he doesn't know we're here. So that's a little bit weird, but yeah, it's a nice view of what he's dealing with at the moment. And he did get quite close to Bernd actually on the mountain straight there towards turn 2. Couldn't really offer any threat in the end. Bernd was quite smart to just leave his Ferrari in the middle of the road. leaving Honzik the unenviable position of squeezing yourself either down left or right, neither of which is particularly appetising, so decides to stay behind instead and wait for a better opportunity. But given they're in the same machinery, the slipstream should be pretty effective. The opportunities should be fairly regular if he wants them, and he will look now down the inside now into the chase. He'll get that done very nicely indeed, with a lot more success than the likes of Niox have done in the last half an hour.
Was literally about to say, right, if someone who is a BMW M-Team Beers competition fan, someone make a clip of that and send it to Niels Niox right now. Show him how it was done, because Jaroslav Honzik does work his way up into second position in class. Of course, no threat of going after the race leader. Yes, they've made a mistake, but still, Metropolis is able to hang on to ninth position for now. The only silver car inside the top 10. I remember this being like a feature last year. I think we did have a couple where it ended up going the way of a silver car, but silver cars inside the top 10, we almost always saw a fairly decent contingent of silver cars inside the top 10 for sort of like the first half of a race, like the first 4, 5, 6 hours, and then, as you would kind of expect, as the race would go on, the pro drivers would eventually start, the pro teams would start like rearing their heads and start working their way forward. Any that had issues, they'd be playing the long game. And by the end of the race, I think on pretty much every occasion, the top 10 was all pro cars. Now, I know obviously you would expect that, but let's be honest, some of these silver teams, they are quality teams. The fact they can even hang into the top 10 in a grid like this for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, 10 hours at this point is very, very impressive as Kamil Pawlowski comes into the pit lane.
It is really impressive, and it says a lot about those teams, of course, but to be honest, in terms of the spread of the entire field, I do think that if given enough time, all of these drivers could set the best, roughly the same time to about the same tenth of a second. Of course, some drivers would probably need less time than others, but say if you set the pole driver from this race, for example, out for one lap to do one lap, I reckon everybody could do that lap. But it's just a case of sustaining that, isn't it, over the course of 12 hours? And that's the part that's difficult to do. We've all had laps we've all had qualifying sessions where we're like, I've actually just had an out-of-body experience because I don't know what just happened there, and I don't think I'll ever be able to do that again. Or certainly drivers who are not as good, like me. You have that wonder lap that what happens once and never again. It can happen to anyone, but it's if you tried to keep up with these guys for 12 hours, you just wouldn't be able to. And that's the kind of effect that we see in these longer races with the silver cars.
Yeah, no, I remember we had a conversation with Tobin Lee about this towards the start of the race, that typically when it comes to me qualifying, as I've told you time and time again, I like to have as little data on screen, as little kind of... I don't like having... Huh?
I agree, by the way. I don't like it either.
No, I like it just to be me, the car, the lap, nothing else. And to be fair, to some degree, especially this race, because it's an endurance race, absolutely fine to have a bit more data on the screen because you kind of want that data. But if it's sprint racing and stuff, and like touring car racing, which is mostly my pedigree and stuff, again, it is the same thing. If I want as little information on screen as possible, because I just want to focus on what I'm doing, I want to hit my targets. And to be fair to your point, I kind of agree. I think I wouldn't say they'd all do the same lap time, but I would say around here, as Niels Niox once again closes up to the back of Isaac Price, as Tushkovic takes over from Kamil Pawlowski in that number 25 into the breach car. I reckon most of the grid would be able to get within a second of the pole time. And you kind of think, maybe that's not that impressive. Just a reminder, on the grid today, there are 47 cars with an average of 3 drivers a car. Right? That is 150 drivers around one of the hardest tracks that you can throw at, with completely different cars up and down the field, and I still reckon most of the grid, a solid like 90% of the grid, would be within a second.
Yeah, I think that's not a stretch at all to say. As I said, I would even go a bit further than that, but yeah, fair enough. We can meet in the middle there.
How close would you get to to that time?
Oh, I DNF, I think.
How close would you be satisfied?
Oh dear.
From a very serious point of view.
It's been so long since I drove, I actually don't know what a reference point is anymore. Like, it's been such a long time. So So yeah, I mean, around here you do kind of extend those margins, because around a regular 2-minute circuit, which a lot of Grand Prix circuits would take for a GT3, you know, you want to be a little bit closer than you'd accept being around here, wouldn't you? Because this does have that added level of challenge maybe than what you see around some other Grand Prix circuits, or some of the more traditional Grand Prix circuits, let's say. So yeah, it would be. You certainly allow yourself a little bit more time to fall back given the challenge.
Have you become a politician? That was a complete sidestep of the question. Oh dear. I'll say I would be satisfied at this point in my, let's be honest, the twilight years of my sim racing career. As here comes the Niels Nyaks once again for a move. He's got around the outside of the kink. He's down the inside of Isaac Price. He's held on every single time that BMW M-Team BS competition has gone down the inside. And once again, still continues to hang on. Niels Nyaks goes out wide and is still unable to make his way past Isaac Price. Remains his way in 10th position. I would be satisfied, Ewan O'Leary, with 3 seconds.
Okay.
If I put some work in, I'd be fairly satisfied with 3 seconds. And by some work in, really these days that's like 50, 60 laps. Because
that's more than I thought. I've got to be honest. But
yeah, it's because I'm washed, mate. I'm also not very good at ACC.
I've never driven ACC, not once, not one lap. So there we are. But yeah, I mean, it's difficult to reference for me these days, to be honest. But there's no doubting how strong they'll be at the front in terms of lap time. Just want to say, by the way, I don't know if you would agree with this, but Niels Nyaks looks a little bit almost frustrated when he tried to make that move there on Isaac Price. I think there was no way he was going to get round the outside for that second part of the chase there, but he kind of went for it anyway and almost threw his car into the grass, almost as if it was the last lap. There, I don't know whether he is, because we're speculating wildly, and I was earlier about him being frustrated as well, but he just seems a little bit irritated with the fact he can't get through.
Like I say, I think he's just thinking about how much time he's losing right now. Yes, I know he's see the little mistake there from Isaac Price. And the problem is that that's a mistake that Niels Nyaks cannot capitalise on, because this is so narrow over the mountain. Yes, once again, he's going to be extremely close as they race their way down the down Conrad straight down towards the chase. Once again, he'll be extremely close going into the chase. He might well be able to go for a move going into the chase once again. But it's getting to the point where he's getting closer and closer and closer. He needs to just do like the ultra send of just like this move on the exit of the corner, mate. Sorry, you're either going off, or we're not a part of it. Once again, we'll get down the inside. He's going to send it in a little harder this time, just a little, but he's still giving plenty of room. But finally, the BMW M-Team BS competition car of Niels Nyaks has made its way past Isaac Price, who now dropped back to 10th position.
Yeah, that was a little bit more conviction and a little bit later on the brakes as well from Niels Nyaks, which has earned him the place in the end. And we'll see now how much that has been costing him, if it has indeed, because you said earlier on Aston Martin maybe a little bit quicker in the straight line, whereas Nyaks was not able to use the advantage that he has over the mountain. We'll see if that bears truth here in a couple of moments. We'll see whether Price can get through first of all into second, whether he can repass again. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, looks like he'll stay behind for now. So now Nyaks has got the opportunity then to go over the mountain and see if we can get away, or if these two are actually just pretty well matched to each other.
Warning for the 62, which is Isaac Price, for ignoring blue flags, as well as a warning for the 54 for the same feat. The 54 is the Xenon Racing, that Mercedes that we've seen a few times. The pair of those, though, getting warnings for ignoring blue flags. Interesting.
I wonder whether that was due to...
That was when the Ferrari was behind them, wasn't it?
Yeah, maybe, because I can see that. Is that not the Lamborghini Esports of Locio?
No.
Right, no? It's different.
No. I can't remember. There are two. I think that will be the 17th position, the number 60, I do believe. It is really hard to tell them apart, but it could be Locio, don't get me wrong. Kind of trying to see the car number on the side. I think it might actually be Locio, yeah, you're right. There are two green Lamborghinis, they look exactly the same.
I'm basing it off the fact that Hartwell didn't get through that long ago, and so Locio must be quite close, and in this case he is. So yeah, maybe it was the incident with Hartwell that caused that warning.
Yeah, it certainly is actually, because you can see them getting out of the way. Isaac Price pulling over to one side. Locio then is making his way through as he's closing up towards the back of Chris Harvey. We'll take a look though at a replay to see some of these instances a bit further down. I believe it's the Pulse SimSport car into the rear end of the 555. Oh, and an extra bit of contact as well. Who is behind the wheel of that Pulse car at the moment?
We'll have a look down the order. Neither of us are going to be able to find it very quickly now that we can.
No, that's always the case. That is always the case. Yes. Unfortunately, we're not good at this.
But it was certainly the 555 of Williams Esports who got tipped around quite unceremoniously in the end. Really, of course they've been up and down a little bit today, but Dominic Blyer inside the top 10 at the moment in that 5th place as things stand. And may even be suffering with a hint of damage after that. I don't know whether that will be enough for any damage, because I'm thinking more about the second hit in particular, because of the angle that the two cars were at, but it probably won't do anything race changing, you wouldn't imagine. But pretty annoying for Blyer certainly to have to deal with.
Yeah, no, I was only saying because it's Jonathan Seville, by the way, who's behind the wheel of the Pulse SimSport car that's made that contact. Because I do know that there's a couple of drivers like Felix and stuff that's in the Pulse car that do get along quite well with a few drivers inside that 555, and you kind of get the feeling that sometimes tensions are high, right? And there are even mates on a grid when there is contact like that. It can be a little bit frustrating. And Dominic Blyer being sent around, it's not been a great day for the 555. They have had decent pace. I mean, they do hold the fastest lap of the race. Darren McCormack in the early stages keeping up. They've received a couple of penalties here and there, though. Of course, they were spun around after contact with themselves in the 51, spun around now contact with the 52, coincidentally enough. Whilst they're running a special livery, because it is a special time for the Williams Esports team, it's not a special start to the season for them. Although I did joke with Darren McCormack. I said, it's the 555, it's 5 years, you've got a lot of fives in the cars. You're going to finish in 5th, right? The present running in 5th. So
they might well do.
You never know.
5 race season.
It is a fight, yeah.
Any more
fives to throw out there?
Any more tenuous references to the number 5 we can muster up in the next hour and 3/4? Not entirely sure. Have they got 5 penalties? Well,
no. They will get 5 penalties throughout the season. I think that's the wow. No, well, no, that's maybe a bit low. We'll see. At the moment, they are running in that 5th position, and as much as we're joking and laughing about it in the commentary booth, they're not joking and laughing about it in the Williams Esports camp. They are a team that's come along to win, and this is not a day that they'll want to live long and merry. But there's still an hour and 46 minutes left of it. There's still time for them to work their way up the order if they can do so, although I think some of those gaps might be a little bit too large.
Got to think as well about the Williams Esports camp as a whole, I think, in this equation, because, as you say, they're not winning, but I think they would have accepted 5th place here in the 555 if they hadn't have had such a difficult race in the 66 Audi, I would say, because earlier on, Tinker van der Velde had quite a big off in that car that cost them quite a lot of time for Williams Esports, and you can only just see Igor Rodriguez now poking his head in towards the bottom end of the leaderboard on our left-hand side now in 23rd place overall, and a little bit higher up in the pro standings, of course. He's about 12th, 13th in the pro standings. So once again, it's points, but it's not the points they were hoping for. So overall, I think they will be a little bit disappointed. But in isolation, I don't think that top 5 is a bad result, because they are, after all, the best Mercedes, beating both Unicorns of Love cars, which is in isolation quite impressive.
Yes, obviously that one isn't at the moment. Those 2 Unicorns of Love cars, they're running slightly different on the strategy. They're actually their stints at the moment for the Unicorns of Love, both the 14 and the 4, for the Haupt Racing one and the standard Unicorns of Love. Their stints have been 28 laps long, lasting roughly 57 minutes, versus everyone else who's basically taking it up towards the 31 lap mark, and stints that are lasting around an hour 3. So they're going quite significantly shorter. Again, there is not too long left to go in this race. At the moment, by my calculations, Dominic Blyer in the Williams Esports car, they will have to be into the pit lane twice before the checkered flag. Meanwhile, the 14 and the 4 only have to be into the pit lane once until the checkered flag. They've already done their penultimate pit stop in this race.
there, of course, will be long. Well, that pit stop for Unicorns of Love will be a little bit longer, but yeah, it's still not great news for Williams Esports as things stand at the moment. I've got to say that with all the complaining we do about the 65-minute rule, it does make that part of the equation quite a lot easier.
Yeah, no, I mean, you said that there is the unsurprising 10-second time penalty going the way of the 52. Race Control actually had a fairly calm run for the last little while, but they do get to dish out a 10-second time penalty to that Pole Sim Sport car after contact between Jonathan Seville and of course Dominic Belaya going down into the final corner. And yes, if there is, it's kind of one of those things of like, you know, choose your battles, and you know, if it's something that you're passionate for, if the hill you die on type thing. 100% the 65-minute rule should be slapped straight into the bin. Is almost certainly a hill I would die on. I cannot stand it. It's just terrible.
I agree with you. But I can't actually think of anything I'd like to change more about GT3 racing. But anyway, we'll not go on about it for too long. It's coming up to 65 minutes for these two, and Niels Nyx will be in the pit lane.
Yeah, there we go. Gone straight in. Of course, he didn't manage to pull away from Isaac Price too much. So for all of the anger it seemed that Niels Nyx had, he wasn't actually able to put out any gap once he passed Isaac Price. Maybe Isaac Price had stepped up at the speed a little bit more, maybe without the pressure on his shoulders all the time. But either way, a frustrating stint for Niels Nyx. Despite making that move, he returns his way into the pit lane for his penultimate stop as we are approaching lap 300 in the race. Grantas Caracas leading the way in that 9:12, 20 seconds clear of Chris Harteveld, and that gap has been coming down, I will just say. The last few laps, I do believe Harteveld's been running pretty close to being on average around about 5/10 lap faster, at least each time I check over. The last lap time was actually close to 7/10, but has been closing that gap down. It's down to 21.5 seconds, which, yes, you might think that's a huge margin, Lewis. What are you talking about? Well, there's still 100 minutes left to go in this race. That is roughly 50 laps of racing left to do over the mountain. There is plenty of time, and in that 50 laps, if it comes down half a second a lap, unlikely it would do every single lap, but still, if it does come down half a second a lap, with there being only 20 seconds between Harteveld and Caracas, there would be a fight between the Ferrari Esports car and the McLaren Veloce. I'm not 100% sure that is going to be the case, but it's a nice thing for us to ponder in the commentary booth as we approach the final stages of the race.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, we have seen. It's not a total surprise though to see Harteveld at the front end of the pace. We've just been sent after another hour. I mean, it's just a little bit of time ago now, but after another hour, the average lap time from all of the race from the top cars, and the Ferrari is still at the top of the standings there, the only team to be below the 202s in average lap time throughout the entire race. And they're about on average, about half a tenth a lap quicker than the McLaren, which doesn't sound like a lot, but then you consider that they've been racing for 300 laps, and then you start to consider that's around a quarter of a minute as far as I can work out. But it's just a shame that they've spent a minute longer in pit lane and the 912 McLaren. It's not been a case of for the McLaren leading that, you know, they've either had, you know, loads of pace compared to everyone else, or they've had really short pit stops compared to everyone else. They've just had consistently good amounts of both of those, whereas the Lamborghini, for example, has had good pit stops but not a good starting position and not good pace early on. The Ferrari has had loads of time in pit lane but the best pace, and you know it kind of cancels each other out. But when you've got those kind of two good elements rather than one great one and one bad one, you end up with a current race leading package with 100 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I will just say, by the way, Grantas Caracas' previous lap time of 2:02.1 was actually 2 tenths faster than Harteveld, so that throws that theory into the bin. Obviously, you know, bits of lap traffic here and there can slow you down, and bits of slipstream here can speed you up. Yellow flag has come out. Again, not 100% sure as to who that would belong to, but you can suspect, bearing in mind how much it's been today, that there'll be something up and over the top of the mountain. I am being told that it will be the number 26 Bentley, belongs to Wild Things Racing. It did start, if memory serves, from the rear row of the grid, certainly down on the bottom 4 or 5 in the grid for the Wild Things Racing car, but they have had an issue somewhere around the circuit Bearing in mind where we've seen quite a lot of the issues, I would suspect potentially that sort of McPhillamy to Skyline section, which has bitten quite a few. Jaroslav Honzik has come into the pit lane for the Yaz Heat car. There is a look at Soydecat, who's behind the wheel of that 26 Wild Things racing car that has had the recent issue. Just going to take a look at what the pits are looking like for our race leaders in that silver category, because again, whilst we do take a look at the pros, sometimes it is important to know what is happening in the silvers. Obviously with Jaroslav Honzik into the pit lane now, that is after only a 55-minute stint, I will add. Metropolis looking to be pitting at some point in the next 10 minutes. Maybe even can extend it out to 15, but I would suspect our race leader in the silver category will be into the pit lane not too far down the road. But obviously, again, anyone making pit stops now, it is penultimate pit stop territory, not final.
It is very much penultimate pit stop territory, and kind of gives you a bit of an equation for what you're going to do in the final 35 minutes as well, in terms of working out fuel and tyres and so on. So that'll be something to think about in around an hour's time. We did get an answer in YouTube chat, by the way, as to how old Jaroslav Honzik is. Apparently he's 35 yesterday.
Was he 35?
35, yes. Born in 88, so there we are. Sorry to Jaroslav Honzik to bring that up.
I'm sure he had a lovely day. He doesn't look a day over 21. There we go.
I thought you were going to say doesn't look a day over like 34 or whatever.
Well, I was making jokes about Robbie Stapleton, whose birthday again. I said this earlier on the broadcast. His birthday was yesterday as well, but he's definitely 10. So yeah, that's fine. I think he's 18 now. I think it was his 18th birthday yesterday. Which could you imagine spending your 18th birthday? 17. Sorry, 17. God, he is young, isn't he? God, that makes me sick. But no, imagine spending your 17th birthday practicing constantly. It's like, right, yeah, cool, nice cake, there's that. Anyway, back to Bathurst. Oh, God.
Yes. Well, at least it's Bathurst. It could be like Sebring or something.
Could be Paul Ricard.
It could be Paul
Don't
Ricard,
start disrespecting Sebring now.
If we're staying on topic with this championship, it could be Indianapolis. So
I know.
It could be even. Don't let Arjuna hear me say that. But it could be Indianapolis.
I think even Arjuna would have to agree the Indianapolis road course is terrible. It is, like, I'm not going to mince my words. It's an awful track, generally for awful people as well. But but no, it is truly awful. Let's see if Igor Rodriguez, by the way, could get past the Xenon car as Rodriguez makes his way past Offerman. Obviously, was never really going to fight that one too hard. 5-second time penalty over the number 54 Xenon racing car as well. And also, it's a silver versus a pro, so there's actually nothing to gain in that one. And the flash of the lights, I think, from Offerman towards Rodriguez is more of a, don't worry, mate. Don't defend. Carry on with it. Get on with your life. See you in a bit. Pull me along if you want. But no, Indianapolis is terrible. I would much rather go. So Luke Crane would probably not agree with this. I would rather go to Kota. Much rather go to Kota. He hates Kota though.
Wow, really? I didn't know that.
I think it's an average track. I don't hate it. Don't love it.
Yeah, I actually pretty enjoy Kota, but I think you've got to have a bit more downforce than maybe GT3s provide to enjoy Kota.
Laguna Seca?
Laguna Seca, yeah, that would be good in GT3s, but not particularly good to race on because you can't really overtake very well. Mm-hmm. So that has its problems as well. So there we are. It's difficult to choose, but we don't have to worry about Indianapolis for a very long time just yet. It's our season finale for the final 8-hour race of the season in middle of September, I think it is, late September kind of areas. So it's a long time before we have to worry about that. But we are getting a good track ticked off the list very early in this championship.
To be fair, again, of the circuits we do go to this season, there are quite a few that I do actually quite like. Of course, Bathurst, as you know, I do think is genuinely the number one race circuit on the planet. Absolutely love the place. Spa, everyone loves. It unfortunately comes in the middle of Spa season, as no one's going to be shocked. So we're going to see a lot of Spa around that time of the year, whether it is on ACC or elsewhere in sim racing, which is always too much for me, but fair enough. Always got to love a little bit of Spa. We do go to Indianapolis, which is a bit of a Bathurst where we are now, and Kyalami and Suzuka. Suzuka, I've found more recently, the more I've spoken to some sim races, is actually very much a Marmite circuit, which I would not have expected. I love Suzuka.
Well, it's just difficult.
Yeah,
So
I think they're all wimps.
that's somewhat of a problem that I found. I don't tend to love it because it is so hard, but it's not bad, and I do enjoy the 10-hour race always around there, especially in its early days. Got a great entry in real life and so on, and so yeah, it will be a good race to go to as well. But yeah, I understand that some people maybe don't enjoy it so much, and I think it will be certainly a little bit more difficult to pass around there than it is around here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just disappointed in people's weak source. Kyalami as well, though. Got to give a shout out to Kyalami. I think it's a really underrated track.
Oh,
It's one we don't see enough.
and it's only a matter of years, surely, until it ends up on the F1 calendar, in my opinion. Because it's a world championship, and you've got to have all the continents in a world championship, in my opinion. So
Even Antarctica.
Maybe Antarctica is a bit tricky. I can see some logistical problems there, but
Potentially.
but I don't see. Well, obviously there may be some complications with Kyalami at the moment, but it's got to be a matter of years, not decades. It's soon coming.
I just think that Kyalami might be a little tight these days for modern F1 cars. It's kind of one of those things like when F1 goes to some of the circuits that we've been to, obviously, over the last few years. Mugello, for example, Portimao, obviously Imola, where we were supposed to be racing this weekend, etc. I get the feeling that some of these circuits are a little, these days, for modern F1, for the modern, whether you think it's a circuit problem or a car problem, either way, I mean, the modern F1 car is huge, and they spit out a lot of downforce from over, and it is quite hard to kind of follow, as we've seen time and time again. I kind of think that Kyalami might have a problem where the racing will be so dull that the racing will absolutely put them to sleep. But what a track it is, when you go through like the barbecue section, up towards the top, coming down towards Crocodile into the final corner, the race down towards the first corner, the second realistically, you've got a couple of decent overtaking opportunities there for if you were racing it in that kind of level of motorsport, but I'm not too sure. I'd really like to see WEC go there.
Yes, that's a good call, because that is a world championship also.
Exactly.
So they need to get going there and start going back to Interlagos or something. But I know they didn't particularly enjoy that going there. But whatever.
No.
For various reasons. But yeah, I know what you mean. But they keep insisting on sending them to stupid street circuits anyway.
Oh yeah, that
We've
is.
got
Don't get me started on street circuits.
Two American street circuits in the last 3 years added, or whatever it is. And rumour of one in Madrid coming up soon. That's so stupid.
Tell us how you really feel, Ewan.
Well, that would be broadcastable, I'm afraid. But yeah, it's if that is not too tight, then Kyalami is absolutely fine.
Yeah, no, there is that. I mean, you'll have to tell me your real feelings when after over a game of chess, which we'll all lose at. But no, it's. Like you say, it's an interesting world of motorsport, but thankfully, like I say, all these circuits live on in simulators and stuff, and we still get to go back and we still get to enjoy them ourselves. Obviously, for example, I will probably never ever get the chance to race around Bathurst, and if it changes dramatically for whatever reason, safety issue or whatever, in the next 5 or 10 years, we will always have beautiful laser scan versions of Bathurst across the world of sim racing, including this one here, that mean you could just race on all of these circuits, and also if there are circuits that you hate, generally you can uninstall them from your computer, like me and Paul Ricard. Hate the place.
Yeah, you can do, certainly. I mean, especially relevant at the moment is that with Laguna Seca, you can still enjoy in its previous form on ACC, as far as I'm aware.
Without that horrible run-off they've put on there.
That's a strong good point. Yeah, a bit of an argument there going on social media last weekend, or whenever it was. I think it was last weekend. But yeah, you're right. And that is something we are going to see in motorsport. I think, especially moving forward for sim racing, is with the kind of phasing out of if it. Well, I don't want to say phasing out of internal combustion engines because that's quite a way off yet. But at some point that will be a thing, and sim racing will be the only place where you can actually hear that and use that in real life anymore. So, it's. I think it's only going to become more important in that historical sense as time goes on.
Well, this is where the internal combustion. I did see a couple of videos in various places about that. That's a lot of these fuels and stuff that's being made for like petrol cars and stuff. But I know Porsche's been working on theirs down in like Chile and whatnot about basically creating an actual combustible, a petrol basically from air and water, which sounds crazy, but honestly, if you go and look it up, there is like it's madness. It sounds like a hoax. It sounds crazy. It sounds completely far-fetched and wrong, but the science is there, and it's very. I mean, yeah, it's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. So that's maybe the route for some form of keeping the internal combustion engine for a little while longer. But like you say, electric racing. Sorry, it's probably going to become the mainstay in the end.
Possibly. I mean,
we'll see.
The problem with water is, I guess, where you're going to get it from. Is the problem I can see.
Probably the ocean, to be honest.
So, well, I suppose you don't.
What they're getting from just to clarify, by the way, as to how this works, very roughly, is that the way fuel is it's hydrogen and I think it's hydrogen and carbon, and a mix of that, and they're getting the hydrogen from the water, they're getting the carbon from the air, basically.
Right. Okay. Thanks for.
So they're not actually using water to really clarify that. They're not just pouring a can of water into an engine and going, I hope this works, because water's not. But hydrogen's obviously extremely flammable.
Yes, and that is a problem for many reasons, of course. I was just. It's going to sound weird, but I was forgetting about the ocean when I thought about because I forgot you could just use it. But
I can't get over that. Oh my goodness! I live on an
island as well, but
goodness me! I mean, to be fair, aren't human beings something like 90% water? So use a human. No, don't. To be fair, with the. Oh no, I can't. I was literally just about to throw you completely under the bus, but I can't do it to you. Sorry, mate. We'll focus our attention back on the race because there is 90 minutes left to go. Final pit stops, or penultimate pit stops coming in from a few teams. Final pit stops just on the horizon for quite a few. Of course, they can start making their final pit stops in around about 25 minutes. I really feel bad for our audience here watching this. They are literally sat there thinking, what are these two clowns talking about?
Clowns may be nice, actually, the word, but there we are. No, it reflects the race situation, I guess, when everyone's kind of limbering up for their final stints here, final pit stops coming up in 25 minutes time or so. Penultimate stops maybe being made by a few. We saw that battle between Barrier and Pashman as well in the fourth place in silver at the moment. So there's these kind of early battles going on, but at the moment it's calm because we are waiting for those final pit stops. And unfortunately, Chris Hartveld's gaining of Grantis Caracas' lead has slightly ebbed a little bit in the last 20 minutes.
Do you remember what I said earlier in the broadcast about silver teams inside the top 10, and as the race goes on, the silver drivers generally drop down, all the pro drivers say, well, yeah, that's exactly what's happened. Obviously, for now, we don't know exactly where these final pit stops are going to throw out some of these teams, and how many more pit stops some teams have to make. But at the moment, the top 10 is exclusively dominated by those pro teams, as, to be honest, it should be. There are a few of the silver teams where you're looking at sort of like, huh? Shouldn't you be like a pro team? A bit like Yassi. But yeah, that's not always the case, and it just shows how strong the silver category is.
Yeah, it is a very, very strong category indeed, and we are seeing now a close race develop as well, because in the number 3, Tadeusz Juknavicius has gotten out of the pit lane right in front of Mattia Marchi in the 55 Lamborghini here. very nice colour to this Lamborghini, by the way, as well. Just applying the pressure in the light blue. I don't mind it. Just applying the pressure to Univicius. Although I do fear this car does have 2 stops remaining, whereas Univicius only has 1.
I will just double check this. The 55. Yeah, it is going to be 2 stops. One of them will be a splash, but it does have to. It will have to come into the pit lane at least twice. Of course, I know some people will sit there and be like, "Oh, well, you know, if you do a drive-through, that will reset the stint time." It's absolutely right, it will. But obviously, you do have to save a little bit of fuel in doing so. But also, you still have to come into the pit lane 2 times. You would have to drive through the pit lane to reset that stint timer. They're all looking forward to 2 stops left to go. But like I say, the number 3 will be into the pit lane just once more, which will be, once again, a bit of a splash late on in the race. A few other cars that are only looking for 1 stop. The 888 will only come into the pit lane 1 more time. The 14 and the 4, as I've alluded to earlier. The 25, the 89, in that top grouping, they will all come into the pit lane, and also the 62, just throwing that there as well. They will all come into the pit lane just once more in the running of the 12 Hours of Bathurst. So quite a lot of it. We're about a 50-50 split of those that have done their penultimate stop already, and those that are awaiting it.
Yeah, pretty much so. But then again, it sounds like, you know, that's kind of race-changing stuff. But then again, the positions you're seeing right now is as a result of those who only have to make 1 more stop probably have made a stop extra compared to those as of right now. So it kind of it all evens out in the end, and it all makes sense at the end of the race. But that's why you've got to stay tuned in for the entire 12 hours in these kind of things, because you kind of see it develop over the course of time, and then towards the end of the race, the kind of winning moment that comes forward. I do fear that the winning moment may have been and gone for Veloce. I don't want to hand them the race with more than an hour to go by any means, but they're certainly in control of this one. And without those penalties, well, Ferrari are going to be ruining those penalties, aren't they? Because without them, they surely would have been leading this race by quite some distance.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've got to say the McLaren Veloce car, it's not been a perfect run for them, but this is like the perfect example of why, like, in endurance racing, even at the highest level, you don't need to be perfect to win. You just need to be consistent. You need to be good. And you need to be a bit lucky. And teams don't really like you saying that, but it is absolutely the case. It's that whole thing of, like, I'd rather be lucky than good. I mean, they have been somewhat fortunate. Obviously, the issues that the 51 had going through the exit of McPhillamy, having been to the barrier, the issues for the 555 today, some of the issues that the 63's faced, having started from 21st position and worked their way forward. That 912's been off on the very first lap of the race after turn 2 after contact with themselves and Kamil Pawlowski, and they've still worked their way up the order. Yes, they've got a bit fortunate, but they've played their cards right.
I mean, absolutely. It certainly does come into it. Yeah, and as I say, you've only got to look back to lap 1, in my opinion, to see that in full view there for the 912, because I would argue that 9 times out of 10 that kind of incident results in something more serious.
I agree.
For Veloce. Yeah. 9 times out of 10 I think they have something more serious as a result of that kind of contact with other cars in the wall at lap 1. It doesn't have to be sort of race-ending damage I'm not talking about here, but whether it be a spin in front of the field or more heavily into the wall on the outside or whatever it is, even just dropping a few more places back, 9 times out of 10 I really do think that it turns into something more serious for them. So they will have gotten away with that one a little bit, I was hoping it would teach them maybe to be a little bit more conservative on lap 1, but since they've done it right anyway, they may not be at the next round.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not 100% sure. I wouldn't blame. I mean, Kamil Pawlowski was the one that was a little aggressive down the inside. Obviously, they were trying to hang around the outside of Griffin's Bend. I do completely agree, especially in that corner. If the rear end of that McLaren was sitting out a little more and it would have clipped the barrier a little harder, that car would most likely have been spun around. Right? And at that point, yeah, you're not winning this race. That's it's not day done. But you've got a long, long day ahead. So yes, they are fortuitous. They're fortuitous through some of the occurrences. But then like obviously we're only speaking about the race leader there. The 63's been fortuitous for very similar reasons with where some other teams have made mistakes. I'm sure a lot of other cars would luck. It goes around, it comes around, right? Everyone gets their own share of luck. Some people will say, "Oh, the only luck I see is bad luck," but then they will gain some positions through luck anyway, but they just only see the negative, and because obviously that's that's where things are these days. A lot of people do only just see the negative side of it when you are racing, because it's the easier side to focus on, and remaining positive is so intensely difficult. That's why you need to channel your inner Yaroslav Honzik, ladies and gentlemen. Really just channel that infectious positivity.
That is exceptionally hard to do, though.
I know.
As I'm sure
I prefer being miserable.
Wow, that's one of the most miserable things you've ever said. But no, it just depends a little bit on how you look at things, and we do say sometimes about some teams that if they only had if they didn't have bad luck, they wouldn't have any luck at all. So you do get that sometimes, but as you say, it goes around and comes around, and also you sort of make your own luck in some ways as well, because if McLaren Veloci hadn't, for example, qualified so well up towards the front, maybe things would have gone even worse for them back in the pack. If that kind of start would have happened, maybe that's true. Maybe also they wouldn't be up there if they weren't, on average each lap second or third fastest. If we even out all the lap times over the course of the near 11 hours so far, they've made their own luck in that sense as well. So we can't go on and look too much as it's the most important factor in this one, although it has helped them on slightly at certain moments.
I think you're absolutely right. Some people, it's kind of like some people don't like being told it, but you do make your own luck. Like there are, like for example, I'm just going to throw one out there, going back just to the lap one thing, just once more with the 912. And this is not me trying to blame them at all for it, but there is the kind of thing of like if they feel that they got unlucky with where Kamil Pawlowski drove into them a little bit. Was it the wisest call to try and go around or try and hold around the outside of Griffin's Bend on that one? Of course, you're always going to give it a little bit of a go, fair enough. But it's kind of like those kind of things that some teams they make things like 2 or 3 wide, and then someone makes a mistake, and then they're binned off in the barrier, and they just think, oh, we got so unlucky. It's like, yeah, but was 3 wide the wisest call at this point in the race?
Yeah.
Just throwing that one out there.
And I would argue no. But by this point, it doesn't really matter, does it? You don't really care by this point. So, I'm not sure they'll look back on any of this race with too much regret at this point with the way that it's currently going. And Grantis Caracas is currently down on pit lane. Speaking of young drivers doing well, by the way, but I do believe Grantis Caracas is only about 16 years old, as far as I'm aware.
Is he?
I think so.
Oh, that makes me just so sick. Just disgusted.
As far as I researched earlier on, yeah.
You're still very young compared to me and what I'm. So yeah, that is not okay. Anytime someone's like, oh, sorry, it's more like thinking about like the year you would have to be born for that to be the case. You think, oh, it's like the mid 2000s. I was like, nah.
I remember some of 2007. Yeah, it's not particularly.
Some of 2007. I remember getting an Xbox 360 and playing Gears of War in 2007.
You were a bit more consciously aware of quite what I think at that year in the world than I was. But yes, it is a little bit scary, and it's not exactly like he's a new kid on the scene, is it? Grant?
No,
he's been around for quite some time.
Yeah, no, and he's been quick for quite a lot of it. To be fair, up and down the order, but I think he really found himself a little bit last year. But either way, the Lithuanian is becoming a bit of a superstar in the world. Obviously, like I say, into the pit lane after an hour and 3 minute stint. Grantis Caracas. Over the stint, he was about a second slower, and that is over the entire stint. It was about a second slower than Whitehead earlier. It was also about a second slower than Harteveld as well. Whopping second. That is a second over an entire hour. So it's nothing. But it is always, I do love looking at some of these stats of how close they've been over their respective stints. But yeah, with Grantis Caracas coming in, penultimate pit stops for quite a lot of these. That does tell me that most of the drivers that are taking over now, because of course it'll only be a splash and dash when they come in again, these are the drivers that are going to the end of the race. So keep an eye on those. Anyone thinking that maybe like things will close up for the race lead, Jordan Sherritt, David Tinitza, Vishisab Avaladze will all have to do the exact same stop, basically, as to what Grants Caracas does, with the exception of a little bit of fuel here and there.
I mean, if anything, Veloce got the shortest stop because they came in latest of the top 4 as far as I could make out. So I think if we're going, and it really is marginal, I think Jordan Sherritt will be in first, and that will give him, a few tenths extra in terms of fuel, maybe a lap extra, a couple of laps extra than some of those around him. But other than that, it's really not too much to worry about. In terms of, I want to just go a little bit into tyres in terms of this final stint as well, because I sometimes get conflicting information from watching ACC races and conflicting ideas about what's the cut-off point for taking tyres during a final stint. I know that it's obviously not very sensible to change drivers. Luke Whitehead will be coming in with about 10 minutes remaining or 12 minutes remaining or whatever. That's not very sensible. But in terms of tyres, I'm never quite sure when the cut-off is for it being worth taking another set into the final stint when you're not doing the full 65 minutes.
Yeah, so obviously with everything that's come out, the 1.9 patch stuff, where we are currently sitting with AC, I am told that and Jesse actually confirmed this a little bit earlier on the broadcast, as far as I'm aware, that the tyre wear in ACC now, particularly start stint to end stint, is actually a lot more than it has been previously. So you will get a little bit more wear throughout the stint. They're not going to go off the cliff. They're not going to be like completely dead by the end of the stint, but you do lose a fair amount of time. I wouldn't know what the actual cutoff is. I would say probably like 20 minutes, half hour. If you're going for longer than a half hour stint, you've got to remember that by that point, if you were to do a full stint of an hour and 5 minutes and then do an extra half an hour on that set of tyres, you're asking a lot from a set of tyres. That's 90 minutes, which is a lot under this kind of pressure. You might see some teams that will stop, not change tyres anyway, but realistically speaking, with how like fuel and tyres are done at the same time, there is very few scenarios where it is worth stopping and not taking tyres. You might as well just take the tyres.
I have to get conflicting information about it, because we always talk about splash and dashes as exactly that, and to my mind, I never associate almost anything else being done in that equation. But sometimes that's not always the case. So I thought I'd check in anyway, just to see what's going on in that respect. We're also being handed the note that the track temperature is pretty high at 45 degrees, which is not unusual it's not unusual for Australia, though, is it? I suppose. But
probably at this time of year, it might be a little toasty.
Yeah, it is late May, I suppose, and the seasons are the opposite way around to us, but up in the northern hemisphere. But even so, it doesn't matter where you are in the world. I suppose 45 degrees or what time of year it is, 45 degrees track temperature is going to be fairly strenuous. So yeah, I agree. But I think Whitehead in the end is going to be coming in with about 12 minutes remaining or something along those lines, 10 minutes maybe. So it really is a 5 or 6 lap fuel amount of fuel to put in.
Yeah, I mean they've got the time, they've got the gap. They might stick an extra little bit of fuel. I don't suspect with that kind of stop that they'll be interested in taking tyres as well, because it will be a little too short of a stop. Obviously, you're not actually taking that much fuel. The stationary time will not be high. I don't remember what the litres per second is in a GT3 for this. How quick they fill up the tank. I think based on how quick they do fill up the tank, we're talking about 3, maybe, but I can't remember off the top of my head anyway. So I won't. That's just pure speculation. I mean, for a lot of these teams, if they're coming in with like 10, 15, 20 minutes, you're talking just fuel. If it is longer than that, up towards like the half hour, 40 minutes, it's fuel and tyres. Because you might be stationary for a little longer, but it's not going to be that much. It's not going to be, yes, when you say a few seconds, a few seconds is everything. Yeah, but you'll probably gain that time back from being on a light car and brand new, lovely, fresh tyres as these two continue to fight teammates.
teammates back together all over again. Just behind them as well is the Williams car, and then you've got the 25 Audi, which has spread its tyres out quite nicely, as it turns out, over the course of the race, which could help them. Eamon Murphy just got smacked there, and he'll go straight into the wall.
Was that the 888?
It could have been, yes, it could have been. It was certainly a black Ferrari, and that fits the description, doesn't it? Abeladze there might well have a case to answer for, because Eamon Murphy got, well, I don't quite know the right word, shoveled, I guess.
He's got squeezed and pushed off straight off the road there. I mean, that is a shame. Obviously, Murphy was trying to get his way past. I'm pretty sure that was the 888 Ferrari that was behind. I don't know how strong that contact would have been, but for Eamon Murphy, that is very frustrating. It has cost him a position as well, as Junkavicius has made its way past up into 10th place. Obviously, still leading in the silver category, so don't mind about that too much, as here comes a move.
Wasn't that Ferrari either, and we can roll right off this one as well, because that's a pass for the 678 on Marco Yonkers there into what is 5th place in the silver category, edging ever closer towards those final crucial 65 minutes of this race. But yeah, that was strong contact on Eamon Murphy there, harsh contact as well from what I believe was Abeladze, and I would imagine the 888 will be receiving a penalty for that, because it was just a pretty big disregard, I would say, for the Aston Martin in front.
Just because they are a lap down doesn't mean anything. If you've made, like, don't get me wrong, obviously they kind of need to get out of the way. So you've got the 3 corners, all that kind of stuff. But realistically speaking, they're still on the circuit. They are still a part of the race. They still have the respect and still demand it. Let's take a look at a replay. And once again, look at that black Ferrari quite close to the rear end of Eamon Murphy. There's 1 bump, there's 2 bumps, completely sends him off the road. That is a slam dunk penalty for the 888 in my book.
Yeah, and because it was a slam dunk shove, I would say, from Abeladze. And yeah, I would say absolute penalty. To be fair to him, I don't think it was intentional by any means.
No, absolutely not.
Because of the angle that we cut to it there, and the angle that we saw, it actually looked even like intentional, as if he was just annoyed that they were in the way. And he was like, get out of my way kind of thing. It wasn't that in the end. It wasn't that at all. But it certainly was a penalty worthy, I would argue. So yeah, at least not intentional, which would have been even worse. But still pretty bad.
Based on what we've seen today, you're probably looking at something around the 5 to 10 second mark. If a penalty is adjudicated to be on their shoulders. Again, we are not in race control. Again, as I always say, they can see it from a lot more angles than us, and are well, they're definitely more qualified to judge race. Not that that's particularly difficult to be more qualified than to lazy commentators. Let's go with that. I did just see in the background, by the way, the number 66 that was previously piloted by Igor Rodriguez has just been out of the pit lane. Again, it will be their penultimate stop. 1 hour and 6 minutes left to go in this race, so we are approaching the time they can come in for that final stop. These two, again, a bit of a slippy slide there from Tobias Grunewald. These two will be into the pit lane once more in this race, just once more. So things are actually looking really good for Unicorns of Love, be it their number 14 car, which leads its battle for 5th place, or the number 4 Helped Racing Team backed car. It's looking really good for them to finish 5th and 6th in this race as things stand.
As of 30 seconds from now, it's everybody one more stop from now when we get to that point. However, you've got to be careful when you get close to that 65-minute mark, haven't you? Because the race may run over that time. And then you've got to wait for the leader to cross over the line, and then you've got to get to the line. And the stint timer does still count, as far as I'm aware. So you have to be very careful with that. And around a circuit as long as this, you can only be fully sure if you pit with 61 minutes to go or less.
Yeah. I've always said when it comes to these races, I would want 2 laps in hand for the stint timer. Right, I would want to make sure that I've got plenty of room. There's going to be a switch here between the teammates, certainly is. Nick Halban down the inside of Tobias Grunewald. Obviously directly behind them is the 296 of Valentin Barriere, who's in 12th position in the race, second in the silver category. Who will not want to be held up too much by these two battling Unicorns of Love mercs that hold 5th and 6th position. Let's see if Valentin Barriere is going to work his way past. I think there's fresher tyres on the Yas Heat Ferrari. And they do have to be worried because the number 71's not a million miles off the rear end of Yaroslav Honza. You can kind of see it, that Fred Melton car that's just poking its nose out on the FFS Racing car behind.
I do agree, but I just found a barrier at the moment, by the way. But yes.
What did I say?
Yaroslav Honzik.
Did I?
It doesn't sound like you meant to, does it? But,
no, I mean, I think I said Valentin Barriere once in that, and then yeah, must have moved on to that. Sorry, I'm just a big Charlie fan, obviously.
Maybe that's what I heard. Maybe you didn't say that. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm the problem. Anyway, whoever it is. Over the course of our stint here, though, Lewis, they've certainly pulled that margin out over Remvelton. I don't think that margin has been pulled out in pit stops, really. I think just over the course of the hour and a half or so we've been here, they've just been about 2.3 seconds quicker, really. And so I don't think they'll be looking over their shoulders with too much fear at the moment.
Shocking. A 10-second time penalty to Abeladze. We couldn't have seen that one coming. No, it's pretty much exactly what we said was going to happen there. Obviously, that was contact between the 888 that currently runs up in 4th position and the number 62. Obviously, the 62 was going a lap down. That incident we've seen in the replay. It will be a 10-second time penalty in the pit stop for Abeladze. That will not cost him a position now, but it probably won't cost them a position at all. I think their pit stop might have been a bit longer, but I was trying to work out if their pit stop was going to be longer than the 4 and the 14. But looking at it, I was really committed to, like, maybe there might be no.
It's just resigned them to being off the podium, hasn't it?
Completely off the podium.
In 4th place, they've got about 3/4 of a minute to Nicholas Huben in the 5th place. Just haven't got past his teammate Tobias Grunwald there. So yeah, unfortunately, that has just confirmed SMP Racing's 4th place in this race, I would imagine. And so, you might think, well, it doesn't matter, but they will have picked up another behavioural warning point. Have I got that right?
Yeah.
And they'll accumulate. Yeah, basically more time on the naughty step, and they'll unfortunately have that accrued over the course of the season.
Yes, indeed. Well, we've seen there have been, I think there's been like 40 penalties or something throughout there. Probably even more than that now. Well, it certainly is. Yeah, there's been quite a lot of penalties dished out. 29 different teams have accumulated BWPs over the. See, even now, I've completely forgotten what it means. I really just want to say bad boy points, but they've accumulated quite a few. Of a 47 car grid at this level, for over half the grid to have accumulated some of those points, that's poor from a grid of this quality.
It's quite a lot, but I mean, I think there are several possible, I don't want to say excuses, because they certainly won't be used as them, but certainly maybe contributing factors have got to be the fact that we are running an opening round of a season, which always is heightened anyway. It does happen. Bathurst heightened anyway as well. We combine in those two factors, but then also the responsibility does lie with the drivers and the teams as well, and that's got to be a factor considered as well. So hopefully the penalties have been sort of severe enough to kind of deter this kind of thing again from being so prominent throughout the course of the race, and we'll find out, of course, at Kyalami next time out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, see how bad they're going to be. I mean, to be fair, it's one of those circles where you do feel a little desperate to try and make some ill-advised moves. Sometimes it can be a little bit too much, as Yonkers trying to close up back to Nazarov at the moment, and the Armamentario car is able to hang on as they navigate their way around some traffic. We'll just remind you briefly, as we are approaching 1 hour left to go in the opening round of the Intercontinental GT Esports Series, of course powered by Mobileye. We'll just talk a little bit about the top 5 of each category just very briefly. At the moment, the race is being led by the number 912. Of course, our race leaders for quite some time now in that McLaren Veloce car. Second position behind them is the number 51, which of course belongs to Jordan Cherrett and Chris Harteveld. And I think Andrea Capoccia is the third driver behind that wheel, the Scuderia Ferrari esports car and all of that. The 63 Automobili Lamborghini esports car, the AAA SMP, which presently holds on to fourth position, and then that tight battle between the two Mercs of the Unicorns of Love. At the moment, it's the Unicorns of Love Haupt Racing team. Kari Hoban recently got past his teammate in Tobias Gronewold. For the leaders, though, in the silver category, Junker Vicious, obviously, who's currently running in 10th position on the road in that number 3 car, who's been leading for some time in this race. They are ahead of the 296, being driven by Valentin Barriere, of course, the Yaz Heat car, which presently runs second in class. Third in class being driven by Tim Peichmann. Then we've got Andrea Miato. And then, of course, this battle that we were looking at a little bit earlier, Dmitry Nazarov, who's just ahead of Marco Yonkers in what is the battle for 5th position. The top 10 switch back around. Eamon Murphy has made his way past Junker Vicious. I don't think that was a particularly hard-fought move on the West Competition Racing car that is presently leading the way in that silver category. But those are the top 5 in each of those categories. At the moment, I don't see either of the victories switching any way round.
No, I don't either. It's half a minute for Vicious. I think this gap is more secure than the one for the overall lead, but I still think that the pro victory is fairly secure right now. There will be, of course, battles up and down to watch throughout the remainder of the race. I'm especially looking forward to seeing which of Jordan Sherratt or David Tanitsa is going to take out second place, because I do think Tanitsa may have a little bit of speed to maybe close in over the course of this stint, and maybe has a shorter pit stop as well by a lap or two to maybe gain ever so slightly. But we'll wait and see on that. The gap's still 6 seconds. It will be further down a little bit where there'll be a lot of battles like this one and the one between Nazarov and Yonkers. We were also watching not too long ago. The other West Competition Racing car hooked in behind another one of the Ferraris in this ongoing fight for 5th place.
Yeah, it is quite tight. Of course, that 678 is the Armamentario car. You can kind of tell it's that distinctive sort of red on one side, blue on the other. The car closing in behind. Oh, as the Armamentario car brushes the barrier. The car that's closing in behind is the I believe it's the number 28, one of the John Lacey esports cars. Their silver car. Again, a little better liveries in the grid to say. But they are closing in, obviously not for position, so it's just the fight between these two. The next car back is the number 60 of Porco, which is way too far off to really get involved in this fight, and as a pro car anyway, so it's just a fight between these two to see who's going to be inside that top 5 once the checker flag comes out in 56 and a bit minutes time. There's still plenty of time left on it, although when you think 56 minutes, you're only thinking of around 27 laps around the circuit as long as this, so it's not actually that long.
It isn't that long when you put it like that. But it might start to feel a little bit long to some of those who are preserving positions rather than going out to gain more, a little bit like Nazarov is in at the moment, although he may be looking up towards fourth place as well in this category and thinking maybe he could get there. Oh, Yonkers, my word, that was a slide through the chase. Just was really pushing the Ferrari as best as he could, but lost the rear end a little bit, unfortunately, and had to catch it, and he'll have to redo all of that work now.
Certainly. So, seeing, like I say, pressure being down. How do you feel about this livery? About Yonkers' livery? Just as we see the 5-second time penalty being dished out for the number 54, which is the Xenon Racing car, that Mercedes, the black, blue, and white Mercedes we've seen a few times. Yeah, how do you feel about the West Competition Racing car?
You just said that when there was about 7 cars on screen, so I didn't know which one you were on about.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't mind this one. It doesn't feel very West Competition Racing to me.
I know that because the pattern is the colours aren't.
Yeah, the colours are throwing me off a little bit, but not particularly in a bad way. It's just something to adjust to a little bit. It's not bad. I know we complain when teams have identical liveries between between one another, but West Competition Racing feel a bit too different, if you see what I mean. That they don't look like they belong to the same team.
No.
Partly because they're not in the same car, which is unusual, but is allowed. But they haven't even got similar liveries, just entirely different.
It is literally, it was the first thing I was going to say. I was going to be like, right, so we're seeing this one. Let's go and see our race leader. They're not the same.
To be fair, the drivers and teams must be thinking, what do these commentators want? Because they complain when we're identical, they complain when we're too different. What do they want?
Yeah, but it's too different.
I don't know. To be honest, I don't even mind an identical livery in a team personally. I don't find it so hard to identify between them, but I do understand some race situations where there's millions of one team dominating everywhere. You're not quite sure who to.
I like similar liveries when they're similar. They're very similar. So, like if they're even the same colours or whatever, and all you're doing is you're changing like the wing mirrors and like rear wing end plates, whatever, so that it's very easy from a distance to be like that's that one and that's the other one. I like that because then I can tell they're all part of the same team. It doesn't need to be over the top. They don't need to be completely different. They don't need to be completely different colours. Just the wing mirrors is generally enough to please me. I had a conversation with Martin Haven when we were doing Le Mans Virtual this year, actually, and he was saying yes. Jota at Le Mans the year before, they had identical liveries, but when they gave a book to Haven about like how to pick apart the cars, and in there was a page saying that the wheel nut colours were different on one car than the other, and it's like, well, that is completely useless at, the best part of 200 miles an hour.
In the dark.
Absolutely terrible, yeah.
And you're tired at 5 a.m. Oh.
That really made me chuckle. But no, like I say, I like teams to look the same. These two, the two West Competition racing cars don't. Do you know what? Here's my bugbear for this. Because there is more than one team that fall foul of this at the moment. Right. Have you got the entry list open?
Yes, I do, and it's been frustrating me all day.
Exactly. Where's the number 3 on the entry list? Oh, it's not there, is it?
And by the way,
where's number 14 on the entry list?
Yeah,
it's not there.
Exactly. Working out who's driving which Unicorns of Love car and which one's associated with HRT.
Yeah, because the number 4 that we have on our entry list is the standard Unicorns of Love one, whereas this is the Unicorns of Love HRT car, the Haupt Racing Team one, but it's the number 4. The entry list. Teams have not joined in the right number, and as a commentator I'm sat here looking at the entries being like, what a waste of paper, what an absolute waste of paper, as the number 66 gets a warning for aggressive driving. Ooh, naughty.
Oh yeah, a little bit naughty. It could have been naughty, it feels like, that kind of penalty. But anyway, Charlie Crossland at the wheel there of Williams, fairly new recruit for them, and they've got quite a few of those actually in this race. I was looking down the list of the other Williams Esports team. Obviously, we know Darren McCormack has been at Williams for quite some time, and he's been
3.5 years,
their talisman really for you could argue for some time, certainly on ACC. But it's driving alongside Dennis Stroniger and also Dominic Blyer, both of whom have joined during 2023, and it's still only May, so it's a pretty new team formed around Darren McCormack.
Yeah, he's binned off Tinko Van der Velde and Igor Rodriguez. Doesn't want to team up with them anymore. Get rid of them. He's sick of seeing them. I think the thing is, like I said, Tinko Van der Velde has had a really, really solid start to the year. Of course, does lead the European sprint standings. I think he's still leading in the Alpine Esports Series as well, if memory serves. Generally, he's had a very good start to the year, but alas, this race has not gone quite so well. It's actually a tight fight as the 555 and the 14 remain close. Obviously, Bastian Richter has recently taken a little visit down into the pit lane. The 555, we are awaiting a final pit stop from Dennis Schoeniger. So I suspect that, well, I mean, if I was wise in that number, in that 555, I probably wouldn't fight this one too hard. Completely points. Got the race leader directly ahead of him as well. Obviously, you keep them behind over the mountain, let them go on the conrods as they're getting very close to the barrier. I will just say very quickly, whilst touching on this point, congratulations to Williams Esports for 5 successful years in the world of sim racing. I remember one of their, if not, it might have been their first race, but certainly one of their first races in the world of sim racing. It was a 3-hour race around the Nürburgring on Race Room, at the Nürburgring, and I remember on the last lap putting them a lap down. I put them a lap down.
Wow.
So Williams have come on a long way since then.
They certainly have. I can't really believe it's been 5 years, actually.
I know.
That they've been around. What means they've been formed in 2018, which doesn't feel right, but...
yeah, May.
must be.
Yeah, it was May 2018. As here comes the move then, Bastian Richter's going to try and do it. He's around the outside. I don't suppose Dennis Schillinger's going to fight this one too, but he's not going to give it up. Certainly so. Going through, Bastian Richter will take over. So he's not going to give it up. He definitely wasn't holding that Unicorn to Love car to the apex particularly aggressively. Was the Williams Esports car. But yeah, no, it was. I distinctly remember it was a. It was a May. You'll be surprised to know that it was a May in the Nürburgring with awful weather. What a shock. Spooky. As David Stanitsa is feeling the pressure. Abeladze down the inside, switching of positions. I don't think that one will be worried about too much. As much as Triple Eight moves up in the third position in the race, it does have that 10-second time penalty to serve in their pit stop.
But that is, I think, pushing second place out of reach now for David Stanitsa in the Lamborghini. He's not quite been as quick as I was expecting actually in this stint, not quite getting up to speed in the way that I thought he would. Well, he hasn't actually dropped that far back from Jordan Sherritt. Maybe Abeladze is just going quickly, but the gap now grown to nearly 8 seconds. Stanitsa needed to be a lot closer than that to benefit from pitting a lap later, I think. So unfortunately, that might well be the podium position settled, unless Abeladze can really get his skates on and gain a lot of time, and then we might have a race for third, but that seems unlikely as well.
Yeah, I don't think Stanitsa is going to fight this one too hard back, but I do agree with you. I think the battle for I think the battle for the top three has effectively come to. You got to say though, after 11 hours and 15 minutes, it's not that far apart. It really isn't that far apart between first, second. I think we are in for genuinely a very good season here in both categories, both the pro category and the silver. Anyone who remembers the Spa 24-hour, which did actually serve as the season finale last year in the rerun much later on in the season, shall we say, rather than year, it was actually a really, really exciting finale. There was drama in it. I mean, McLaren Veloce had the advantage, but then there were a couple of issues for there. I remember Eamon Murphy with his problems, shall we say. He did have quite a sizable one coming out of the pit lane. Sorry to remind you. It was a thrilling finale. Absolutely loved it. 24-hour racing at Spa. I think we're in for a potentially even more exciting season.
Possibly, and I think it'd be nice to have the 24-hour in the middle of the season actually, and then have a real focus on the. Yeah, I know it wasn't scheduled to be like that, but I just think it would be, because 24-hour race is kind of an event in its own right, and it should kind of be as that. And adding championship finale permutations into that, I think is too much. You might as well spread it out over the course of the season. So I think it's a good idea the way that we're hopefully going to have the season this time around, and hopefully as exciting as last time, but we will have 3 times less race distance to have that much drama over, although still plenty of time of course for things to chop and change depending on how the season going up to that goes.
Yeah, I also agree. I think a 24-hour race is too long for a season finale. And yes, I know some of the championships and stuff like commentate on. It's a risky thing to say sometimes on a broadcast. But no, I think a 24-hour race is too long to end a season with. I like, to be fair, I'm with this kind of thing where I was just kind of like, I want the season finale to just be a 4-hour race of chaos. Probably that's a little bit too extreme, but it's just like that excitement, because it's kind of one of those ones you want to end on a high. And generally speaking with endurance racing, I do feel that like 8 hours and slightly lower, between like 6 and 8 hours is actually a really good length of time for a season finale, because it's not too long that it outstays its welcome, and it's almost like it's not long enough. You always want a little bit more afterwards, which is exactly how you want to end a season. You want to end a season with people on the edge of their seat thinking, I cannot wait for the next season, which normally is not the case with sim racing. Normally, the very first thing a lot of drivers do after a season is complete is uninstall the game and go and do something else for a bit. That's certainly how I tend to run most of my seasons. Frustrated.
Yeah, that could well be the case for quite a few at the end of the season. There's also the kind of shakiness within sim racing in an awful lot of championships about, what does next year hold? It's very much a year to. Whereas in real life, we know that F1 will have a 2024 season. You know what I mean? But with any sim racing series that you've ever done, you're like, how much longer do we have? Here? Because of the shaky nature of it. Thankfully, in the last few years, we have a little bit more sort of regularity, a little bit more stability, I would say, in terms of the championships, and having faith that they will actually, carry on longer than just to the end of this year, and then that will be it. But even now, you do sometimes fear at the end of a season that that could well be it for this one. Now that we might not see it again.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, like I said, the stability has come along, wonders in the world of sim racing. We have seen a lot more of it in particularly, like COVID, post-COVID. We've seen a lot, it's surprisingly a lot more levelling out on that side when it comes to like series being run. We see, particularly with the big series, the same series kind of coming back most years. But you're absolutely right, even like the biggest series in the world. I mean, we were kind of discussing not that long ago about something elsewhere in the world sim race that I will just touch on slightly, with the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship, which was, for me, even as a sim racer, like back in the day, where you don't really watch too many races outside of the ones that you're doing. You see like some stuff that your mates doing, whereas that was like the event, right? You do tune into it, but there was a last race, right? It doesn't happen anymore. It hasn't happened for years. And there is a last race. Even in the biggest championships in the world of sim racing, there is a last race, and that will always be the case. And so you kind of, you never, it is one of those things that you don't really think about too much, but like every time you do one of those races, you don't know if it is your last race in this championship. It might be the case. This might be the last season for some of these teams and champions. So they might go on and find something else. There might not be another season. There might be so many other things. Championship might be rebranded. I mean, when I think like the first season of the SO Esports stuff, we had the endurance for each of the continents. We had a European one, we had an Asian one, and we had an American one. I think it's much better having, as we did last year, the Intercontinental, because all the focus back in 2020 was on, or 2021, was just on the European one. And so it's nice that we do have the Intercontinental. There's a couple of slides there from Whitehead.
Yeah, that was quite a slide for Luke Whitehead there. Did well to catch it in the end. We did get past a note earlier on, by the way, that they weren't running traction control today, which I believe still rings true.
Going full Mitchy Tauscher. Gotcha.
Yeah, I do wonder if I remember the right car, but I think so. So we were wondering whether that was going to negatively affect them as the temperatures rose, but clearly not. Clearly they've still had the pace, although their lead has come down over the last couple of hours. It's been the penalties once again for that Ferrari that has just handed. Well, I don't say handed Veloce the win at all, but it's certainly helped them push them along that little bit. So they've done well as have they at Veloce. But yeah, that stability is something that I hope we do get a little bit more of